Sheng Zhao unexpectedly finds herself within the pages of a book where her biological mother lies in wait to poison her upon awakening. The heavens shatter at the outset, leaving her utterly terrified to regain consciousness. Watermelon system, how thrilling! I deliberately chose this moment to bind with you. Oh, you wretched system, selecting such a doomed identity for me. Sheng Zhao, what? The protagonist of this tale is merely a maid who rises to become the crown princess, exterminating the princes and annihilating my entire family? Watch how I thwart her plans. The hand-pulled chicken consumed by Prince Ning is torn apart by the mouths of his household maids, and the remnants of broken teeth are steeped in broth for him to drink? Such a revolting matter should not be disclosed to him. Huh? Why has Prince Ning suddenly dismissed all the maids and servants in his residence? System. I am unsure. Perhaps he has an inclination towards male companionship. System. Concubine Rong feigns illness to summon the imperial physician, while secretly reveling with him every night. The grandson of the minister has arranged for his mistress to enter the residence as a wet nurse, even donning the lady's attire to pursue excitement. Host, that individual is a foot fetish fanatic. Do you refrain from accepting the teacup he offers? Sheng Zhao, why do the young gentlemen and ladies of the capital send me invitations every day? Why are all these princes trailing behind me? Why do the empress and the consorts incessantly summon me to the palace? The emperor wishes to bestow an official title upon me and summon me to court? Surely not. Open your eyes and see. I am merely an illegitimate daughter, without a mother. Am I deserving of such honor? Everyone. You are worthy. You are the best match. You are the perfect fit. Sheng Zhao, why does it feel like I encounter familiar faces wherever I go? Everyone, assume the guise of bystanders. I shall not permit anyone to defy the esteemed Sheng Zhao. Heir. What should I do if the heir's wife becomes too popular? Naturally, I shall abduct her and flee. Chapter 1. Bound to the watermelon system upon transmigration, the heavens shatter at the outset. Good news. Sheng Zhao has crossed over and survived. Bad news. The heavens shatter at the beginning. Once that little wretch awakens, administer this poison to her. We must ensure she meets her demise before the general returns to the capital. Rest assured, my lady, she shall not survive the night. The biological mother has assigned someone to guard her as she awakens, eagerly awaiting the poison to claim her life. Terrified to awaken. Utterly terrified. A throbbing pain engulfs my mind as memories surge forth, and before I can digest them, an exuberant voice pierces through my consciousness. Host, you have finally awakened. I am your lively little assistant, Gigi.
Surprised?
Astonished. Sheng Zhao is taken aback by the exuberant voice, internally screaming, do systems not undergo training before assuming your roles? I've just transmigrated and am about to be poisoned. System. Fear not, fear not. I specifically chose this moment for binding. How thrilling. Look at those two old maids. The one with a mole at the corner of her mouth is Granny Kong, who indulged in the kitchen's roast chicken last night, while the other is Granny Sun, who engages in nightly escapades with the stableman. Stop, stop. Can we focus on the matter of me being poisoned? System. Oh, dear host, do not fret. According to your narrative, you shall not perish today. Help shall soon arrive. Confused, Sheng Zhao wonders what narrative this could be. Only now does she regain her senses, meticulously processing the memories she has just received. Damn. Realization dawns. She has transmigrated into the maid's ascendants, where she is a minor supporting character, the youngest daughter of Concubine Chui from the Anbei general's residence, also named Sheng Zhao, ranked 5th in her family and merely 12 years of age. The original character lost her mother at birth, while her father is perpetually away on campaigns. As an illegitimate daughter in this household, her existence is fraught with hardships. The one who delights in tormenting her most is her biological mother, Dai Yunshu, the legitimate daughter of a second-rank official, whose family holds considerable power. Next is Dai Yunshu's daughter, the legitimate fourth young lady of the Sheng family, Sheng Rui. Dai Yunshu is keenly aware that her marriage to the general's household is solely due to her noble lineage, while General Sheng's true affections lie with his favored concubine, Concubine Chui. The resemblance between Sheng Zhao and Concubine Chui is striking. Sheng Rui has set her sights on the eldest son of the Minister of Revenue, He Shao, yet he seems inexplicably fond of her illegitimate sister. Jealousy transforms one into a grotesque figure. The mother and daughter duo conspire together, unleashing various schemes whenever General Sheng is away at war. The two individuals were finally alarmed and resolved to eliminate the bothersome illegitimate daughter that very day. Such a status was exceedingly disposable. Sheng Zhao felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Could the protagonist of this tale truly be her legitimate sister, Sheng Rui? Incorrect. Utterly mistaken. The true heroine of the narrative is Guan Yue, a maidservant in the courtyard of Sheng Rui. The central storyline of this book revolves around Guan Yue, a lowly maidservant in the general's residence, who, due to her striking beauty, faces ostracism and abuse from the young ladies. When the crown prince visits the estate, he inadvertently encounters her and is captivated by her beauty and sincerity. Following this, a series of serendipitous meetings and subtle entanglements ensue, as Guan Yue, endowed with the aura of a protagonist, experiences one extraordinary event after another, joining hands with the crown prince through trials and tribulations, leading to a burgeoning affection. Naturally, the success of the main characters is not without the sacrifices of supporting characters, with the general's residence serving as the greatest pawn in this game. The crown prince, aligned with a faction opposed to the general's house, secretly collaborates with Guan Yue to forge letters purportedly from General Sheng and the border commanders, orchestrating a series of coincidences that culminate in the Sheng family being accused of treason, with irrefutable evidence resulting in the imprisonment of the entire clan. However, Guan Yue, having earned merit for her denunciation and providing significant assistance to the crown prince, is pardoned from her slave status and, against the tide of public opinion, is elevated to the position of the crown prince's legitimate consort. Thus, the couple successfully restores their family's honor. Sheng Zhao exclaimed, "Bah, devious." Upon hearing a voice from the room, Nanny Kong and Nanny Suen exchanged glances. "Awake, are we?" Immediately, she entered, holding a bowl of medicine. Sheng Zhao pondered, "Is it still permissible to feign slumber?" "The fifth miss is awake. Your husband, being considerate, has specially instructed that medicine be prepared for you, which must be consumed while hot." Sheng Zhao gazed at the approaching bowl with a forced smile. "Thank you for your concern, mother, but I feel much improved. Perhaps the medicine can be spared." Nanny Kong inwardly scoffed, though her exterior remained composed. Is the fifth miss intending to disregard the lady's goodwill? As she spoke, she brought the bowl of medicine to Sheng Zhao's lips, waiting for her to open her mouth. "System, oh system, was it not my third brother who was meant to rescue me in this narrative? Where is he?" "System. Host, according to the original text, you should still be in a state of unconsciousness. You have awakened too soon." Sheng Zhao. "What now?" "You must devise a plan swiftly. If I perish, you shall not survive either." System. Host. "I have conceived a solution. I possess a marketplace function and can purchase an invulnerability pill, thus alleviating our fears." "Purchase. Do so at once." System. Purchase unsuccessful. It appears we lack points. What a wretched system. Why not delay for a moment? Your third brother is on his way." "Nanny, this medicine is quite hot. Let it cool before I drink." "It is not hot, miss. It has already cooled and is merely warm." "Bitter. I have always loathed bitterness. I fear I cannot swallow it." Sheng Zhao protested, seeking another excuse. In the next moment, Nanny Kong produced 2 candied fruits. "I have prepared these confections, miss. Eat them after drinking to mitigate the bitterness." This was evidently a premeditated plan. Sheng Zhao felt tears welling. Surely, consuming the medicine would lead her to vomit blood and perish. "Oh, perhaps I shall eat one first to soothe my throat." Nanny Suen, standing nearby, snatched the bowl away, her expression rife with impatience. "Why waste words with her? Hold her down. I shall administer it. Is it not absurd to force-feed a person against their will? Must the pretense be entirely abandoned?" Sheng Zhao's eyes widened as she was forcibly restrained, unable to move, only able to cover her mouth and shake her head vigorously. In her struggle, she accidentally overturned the bowl, spilling the medicine across the floor. "Thank goodness. What a close call. My life is preserved. You keep an eye on her. I shall fetch another bowl from the kitchen." Nanny Suen shot a fierce glare at Sheng Zhao before exiting the room. "Very well, then are they intent on pursuing me to my demise?" "Zhao Zhao, I heard from your servants that you are unwell. How are you faring?" Sheng Yenshu hurriedly entered, his eyes immediately falling upon his pale sister, who was half reclining on the bed. His second glance caught sight of the shattered bowl and the spilled medicinal concoction on the floor. At last he has arrived. Why were Sheng Zhao's eyes brimming with tears? Because she had long awaited her third brother's arrival. "Third brother." Sheng Zhao cried out as if seizing a lifeline. Nanny Kong displayed a hint of panic. "Young master, the miss is throwing a tantrum and refuses to take her medicine, even smashing the bowl." Sheng Yenshu frowned as he turned his gaze toward Sheng Zhao, though his eyes revealed a flicker of tenderness. "You cannot recover from illness without taking your medicine. Zhao Zhao is being willful again." "Brother, they intend to poison me, your sister, and you still encourage me to drink. Are you truly my brother or merely a cousin?" Sheng Yenshu paused, immediately turning his attention back to his sister, surveying the surroundings. "Who is speaking? Clearly, my sister has not uttered a word. Ah, am I witnessing apparitions in broad daylight?" Chapter 2. An attempted poisoning leads to murder and forced administration. Looking around anxiously to ensure the third young master remained oblivious, Granny Kong cautiously inquired, "Third young master, is there something amiss?" Sheng Yenshu, puzzled, thought, "Can she not hear me? Brother, I have been waiting for you in anguish. Mother has sent them to administer poison to me. If I refuse to drink, they will force it down my throat. If you delay your return any longer, you shall find only my lifeless body. Here she comes again, bringing the poison." "Poison?" Sheng Yenshu turned to see that it was Granny's son from his mother's quarters.
Oh,
She has brought the entire jar of medicine. Is she afraid the dosage is insufficient to ensure my demise? Fifth miss, the medicine has arrived, Granny's son announced, placing down a small bowl. Granny's son, what kind of medicine is this? Hearing the ominous thoughts echoing in her mind, Sheng Yenshu remained vigilant, for this concerned his sister's life. Granny's son explained, third young master. This is a prescription specifically prepared by the madam's physician to help fifth Mrs. Health. She was unperturbed, confident that should anything go awry, a useless servant could be sacrificed to take the blame, for surely the madam would protect them. Fifth Mrs. Medication must not be taken lightly. I would appreciate it if you could test it first, Granny. Granny's son's hand trembled slightly as she held the bowl, but she quickly regained her composure. What are you implying, third young master? Do you suspect the madam would poison her own child?
how could that be?
Their mother loved them dearly, or so they believed. Yet there were always those who would take advantage of such affections. Sheng Yenshu narrowed his eyes, observing the fleeting panic on Granny Sun's face. Could his sister's thoughts be true? They dared to administer poison to her. How outrageous. Did they think they could bully them just because they had lost their mother? Without hesitation, Sheng Yenshu snatched the bowl from Granny Kong's hands, gripping her chin with one hand, and forced the medicine into her mouth. Whether it was poison or not could be determined easily enough. If you wish to force medicine upon her, then let us ensure you have your fill. Look, my brother is so handsome. No, I will not gulp it down. Granny's son struggled violently, overturning the bowl. Sheng Zhao, mimicking the tactic, leaped from the bed, seizing the jar and handing it to Sheng Yenshu. Brother, there is more. Make her drink. Granny's son, did you not claim it was harmless? Then let her drink more. It will also nourish her health. Ha! This is what you get for poisoning me. Sheng Zhao cheered her brother on with raised fists. Brother is amazing. Brother is formidable. Make her drink until she is dead. Before they could finish, Granny's son suddenly ceased her struggles, her arms falling limply, blood oozing from her 7 orifices as she perished. Indeed, it was poison. Veins bulging on his forehead, Sheng Yenshu could scarcely believe that had he arrived a moment later, it would have been his sister, lying lifeless.
Yunshu.
Shrieked Granny Kong, trembling uncontrollably, attempting to flee, only to be kicked to the ground by Sheng Yenshu. There is still half a jar left for you. Will you drink it on your own, or shall I administer it? Brother is magnificent. Make her drink. Third young master, I was unaware. Please spare me. Granny Kong crawled up, kneeling on the ground, wailing for mercy, her head bowed low in fear of facing the ghastly visage beside her. What on earth is happening? Why all this commotion? Dai Yunshu, having received news, rushed over. Upon witnessing the scene of death and despair, she grasped the situation immediately. Now I feel my scalp prickling. Humph. It is this wicked woman who has attempted to kill me time and again. Thankfully, I possess great fortune. And my brother has saved me this time. Host, this vile woman intentionally invited your brother to the poetry gathering to draw him away, allowing her to act against you without witnesses. Fortunately, your brother returned unexpectedly. A heavy weight settled in Sheng Yenshu's heart. Indeed, it was the grandson of the Minister of Personnel, Dai Heng, who had invited him to the poetry gathering today. Wasn't Dai Heng the nephew of Dai Yunshu? They had orchestrated a diversion to lure him out, the location of the gathering being in an outer villa, surely to ensure he could not return in time. How malicious. Mother has arrived just in time. Are you aware that these 2 wicked servants have conspired to poison Zhao Zhao? Sheng Yenshu addressed his mother with respect. Yet his tone was chillingly severe.
What?
Such a thing has occurred? Dai Yunshu gasped, clutching her chest.
Squeak.
This is a classic skill. You don't ask. I don't say, but upon your inquiry, I feign surprise. Learn from this. Do you suspect, mother? I have always treated you siblings as my own. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke, while a nearby maid hastily offered her a handkerchief to calm her. Now she has switched to a weak demeanor, turning the tables to shift blame. Host, you are truly remarkable. You can see right through her. Of course, haha. Sheng Yenshu pondered who could inform him that this sister, hidden behind him, possessed such a rich inner world. Sheng Zhao crouched down to look at Granny Kong. It seems mother is unaware, so you are the one betraying your master and committing murder? Granny Kong raised her eyes to Dai Yunshu, who appeared composed, causing her heart to race. To murder a master, betray one's own, and poison another. Should this be reported, death by slow slicing would be too lenient. Though Sheng Yenshu's words were directed at Granny Kong, his gaze remained fixed on Dai Yunshu. Taking a deep breath, Dai Yunshu commanded, "There is no need to trouble the authorities over such disgraceful deeds. Let us not tarnish the reputation of the general's household." She could not afford to involve the authorities. Granny Kong, with her frail constitution, could not withstand punishment and might well expose her. Even if she coerced Granny Kong's family into confession, she too would bear the stigma of failing to manage her household. Several attendants rushed in, and Granny Kong's face contorted in terror as she opened her mouth to speak to Dai Yunshu, only to be silenced and dragged away. Madam, Dai Yunshu bent down, affectionately stroking Sheng Zhao's head, producing a handkerchief to wipe her face, and gently smiled. Do not fear, Zhao Zhao. Mother will take care of the wicked people. Truly remarkable. Even now, she remembers to feign maternal affection. I am in awe. System. Host, shall we speculate how she will deal with Granny Kong? Will she show leniency, or will she eliminate her? I guess she will eliminate her. My father is returning soon. There is no way she would leave such a significant threat. System. Wow. Host, you are incredible. Granny Kong was just out the door when her throat was slit. They are now dragging her away to find a place to bury her. Sheng Yenshu fell into contemplation, realizing his sister's thoughts were indeed true. He regretted not safeguarding her better. This stepmother was truly malicious. Host, do you want to hear some gossip?
Yes.
I want to gather as much gossip as possible to accumulate points and secure my own life. Your stepmother has suffered a setback at your hands and has returned home in a furious rage. Your fourth sister, seeking to vent for her mother, deliberately revealed the matter of Granny's son to her lover, the coachman Liu, claiming you were responsible for the death, inciting him to seek revenge on you. Chapter 3. Preparing for marriage, the young master brings his sister into the spotlight. Sheng Yenshu's heart raced with alarm. His fourth sister often wielded her status as the legitimate daughter to oppress his sister, employing countless underhanded tactics. You despicable system, is this gossip? This concerns my very life. Why even ask if I want to hear it? Sheng Zhao, while complaining, rummaged through the room for useful tools. Do not worry, host. There is more to come. Liu, the coachman, only desired her body and did not wish to attract trouble, fearing the general's return would lead to inquiries. Thus, he hurriedly burned the handkerchief and intimate garments belonging to Granny's son in a corner by the back door. However, while burning them, he was spotted by the gatekeeper, who, in a moment of panic, explained that he was honoring his deceased mother, even kneeling and weeping before the fire to dispel any doubts. Sheng Yenshu. Haha. Son Mama has committed numerous misdeeds. One can only imagine how many scandalous affairs she orchestrated for Dai Yunshu. Who would have thought that she could leave behind such a grandson after her demise? System. Now, everyone is praising Lu Mafu for his filial piety. Host. This is bad. There's a rotten melon. What rotten melon? Speak quickly. Your third brother was initially invited to a poetry gathering today, but turned back midway and did not attend. Your cousin, Dai Heng, spread rumors at the gathering that your third brother turned back to meet with a woman, claiming he is a dancer in the northern part of the city, indulging in debauchery all day long. This ultimately led to your third brother's reputation being tarnished, making it difficult for him to find a marriage match. He was deemed lacking in virtue, and the news even reached the ears of the imperial censor, resulting in the cancellation of his examination qualifications. Sheng Yenshu abruptly raised his head to look at his younger sister, unable to believe it. Sister, is what you say true? He wished to inquire if his sister's thoughts held any truth, but the words caught in his throat, rendering him breathless, as if something had gripped his throat. He had been diligently studying and had already passed as a shortstory, eagerly awaiting the provincial examination next year to become a jurin. If someone maliciously spread rumors about him, those in charge of educational affairs and the Hanlin Academy might indeed strip him of his title. That would be his ruin. Isn't Dai Heng my biological mother's nephew? Alas. My third brother thought he was a good friend, while in reality, my biological mother was dealing with me at home while secretly seeking to ruin him from outside. My brother is truly naive. Sheng Yenshu, I thank you, but he must return to the poetry gathering immediately to clarify this matter. This rumor cannot spread, otherwise it will be too late. The gossip in the capital spreads like wildfire. Sister, seeing you are well, I am relieved. You take care and rest in the residence. My brother has a poetry gathering today and must leave now. Before Sheng Yenshu could finish his words, he hurriedly made for the exit. See? I told you my brother is naive. When someone intends to harm him, he rushes off to the gathering. I also think he is naive. The host is indeed clever. Sheng Yenshu, I haven't gone far. I can hear you. Sheng Zhao hurriedly lifted her skirts and chased after him. Brother, I'm so bored at home. Take me with you. I hope my brother agrees quickly. If he takes me along, he can say he received news about his sister, thus dispelling the rumors. Sheng Zhao initially intended to refuse, but upon hearing his sister's reasoning, he found it somewhat convincing. He directly tucked Sheng Zhao under his arm and strode out, instructing the waiting servant to prepare the carriage. "Brother, let me down. I can walk myself." "I'm in a hurry. You walk slowly." "Outside the city, at the Tingyan cottage. Is what you say true, Dai? Your cousin actually stood up the Prince of Ning at the poetry gathering to meet with a woman?" "Indeed, it is true. Otherwise, why would he have turned back midway?" He merely used the gathering as a cover. A man clad in fine garments sat at the head of the table, sipping tea, without a word. This young scion of the Sheng family is so dismissive of the prince's invitation? Dai Heng sighed, and shook his head. Alas, being a bastard, he is bound to be somewhat unsophisticated. My aunt cannot control him. To use the prince's poetry gathering as a cover for his illicit affairs. Does he regard the poetry gathering of Prince Ning as less significant than his own romantic entanglements? The statement caused an uproar in the room. Several noble ladies whispered behind their handkerchiefs. The sons of the esteemed officials were also indignant. Not yet married, yet he has a mistress. He disrespects his biological mother and even dares to look down upon the royal family. I shall certainly report him to my father. How wonderful. Everyone is gathered here speaking ill of my brother. Dai Yunshu poisoned me, and when my brother returned to rescue me, he was falsely accused of misconduct by Dai Heng. What kind of scoundrels are the Dai family? Truly a nest of snakes and rats. System. Indeed. Dai Heng is the one who keeps a mistress and fears punishment from his grandfather for the pregnancy. Now he actually shifts the blame onto your third brother. And the entire capital is abuzz with it. Even if your brother denies it, people will simply think he is shirking responsibility. Before the person was seen, their voice could be heard. The crowd looked around in confusion. Who is speaking? Isn't Dai Yunshu the wife of General Anbei? Everyone praises her for her virtue. Could she have poisoned a bastard? Dai Heng, who keeps a mistress, is now pushing the blame onto Sheng Zhao? This is utterly shocking. The noble ladies and gentlemen of the capital, often bored at home, could not resist the temptation of a juicy secret. After all, indulging in gossip is human nature. A girl of marriageable age, adorned with golden hairpins, jumped out of the carriage, followed closely by none other than Sheng Zhao, the very person they had just been discussing. Wasn't he supposed to be at a clandestine meeting with a mistress? The crowd's gaze towards Dai Heng became peculiar. After Sheng Zhao alighted, she rushed towards Dai Heng, her anger palpable as she pointed at him. "What nonsense are you spouting, Dai Heng? My brother returned home to see me and you, on the other hand, are here spreading rumors. You claim my brother has a mistress? My brother is still a young man awaiting marriage, having never even touched a girl's hand. Pray tell, where did you get that pink handkerchief from your sleeve?" Sheng Zhao. "Thank you for your defense, sister. But can we skip the part about being a young man awaiting marriage?" Dai Heng was left dumbfounded, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could she possibly know about the handkerchief hidden in his sleeve? This cousin, a bastard from my aunt's side, whom I rarely see, is shockingly ill-mannered. The crowd gasped in disbelief. "I never imagined you to be such a person, Dai Heng." However, wasn't Dai Heng already betrothed to Su Yenner, the legitimate daughter of the left vice minister? If the Su family found out about this, it would be scandalous. Wasn't Su Yenner also present at the poetry gathering today? What baseless slander. Do you have any evidence? A flicker of guilt crossed Dai Heng's eyes as he immediately retorted. Host, the poem he wrote at the gathering today is the evidence. Chapter 4. Even the Prince of Ning cannot escape being a spectator. The crowd was perplexed as someone picked up the poem Dai Heng had composed that day from the table. Outside the willow, the azure kite schemes over the water, returning to the depths of the fragrant grass. The theme of today's poetry gathering hosted by the second prince was spring. Not only did Dai Heng's poem fit the occasion, but it also mentioned Su Yenner's name. The crowd jested that he was seizing the opportunity to express his feelings to his future wife, causing Su Yenner's face to turn crimson. The young ladies enviously praised Su Yenner for having such a good suitor. Was there anything wrong with this poem?
Dai Heng,
oblivious to the thoughts of the crowd, was confused as to why they were suddenly discussing his poem. The thought of it being evidence. Did they all believe his poem was meant for Miss Su? If I told you that his mistress is named Lu Qingyuan, an earth-shattering revelation. The phrase "the azure kite schemes over the water" refers to Lu Qingyuan. It turns out that this returning to the depths does not refer to a romantic rendezvous with Miss Su, but carries another layer of meaning. The entire venue erupted in chaos. Dai Heng's expression changed drastically as he moved to confront Sheng Zhao. "You're just a bastard. How dare you speak so freely here? It's time my aunt taught you a lesson." At a mere glance from the Prince of Ning, the hidden guards stirred into action. Sheng Yanshu would never allow his sister to be bullied by such a person and immediately stepped in front of her, gripping Dai Heng's arm. Ah, that hurts. Sheng Yanshu. How dare you hit me? I will tell my aunt. Seeing this, the Prince of Ning raised his hand to signal the guards to remain still. This is pure rage from shame. How despicable, not only fooling Miss Su but also framing my brother, and now he dares to strike me.
Bah.
And telling my aunt? Aren't you too old to still be sucking on your mother's milk? When you were keeping a mistress, did your aunt crawl under your bed to push you? Sheng Yanshu, the crowd. Host, take advantage of his moment of weakness and retrieve the handkerchief he has hidden in his sleeve. Just as Sheng Zhao was about to act, Sheng Yanshu was quicker and snatched it out first. What nonsense! How can you let my sister touch this unfamiliar man? Father will kill him when he finds out. This handkerchief was gifted to him by Lu Qingyuan, and it features the willow tree and the blue kite embroidered upon it. Sheng Yanshu lifted the handkerchief for a closer inspection, and indeed, it was as she described. Not only did he see it, but everyone else did too. What a grand spectacle. At this moment, Su Yenu's face was flushed crimson, not out of embarrassment, but out of fury. She felt as if the admiration of the crowd had transformed into mockery.
Bang.
The teacup was forcefully smashed to the ground. Su Yener, trembling with rage, declared, Dai Heng, I shall inform my father of today's events truthfully, and our engagement shall be nullified henceforth. She took a moment to compose herself and turned to Sheng Zhao, saying, I must thank Xing Wu for revealing the significance of those words blue kite. I nearly found myself unwittingly wed to such a man of poor character. I shall certainly pay a visit to express my gratitude in the future. Of course, Sheng Zhao waved her hand dismissively. After all, I intended to save my third brother. Su Yener nearly stifled a laugh upon hearing this, her expression softening slightly. The young girl was indeed refreshingly candid and charming. Host, the person before you is none other than the legitimate daughter of the Vice Minister of the Left, Su Yener. Alas, she is also a pitiful soul. The crowd perked up their ears. Pitiful soul? Sheng Zhao was puzzled. The daughter of a minister, a noblewoman in the capital. How pitiful could she truly be? System. Once your cousin Dai Heng successfully marries her, he will promptly bring the son of his concubine into their home. Unable to bear her husband's bloodline being cast aside, Su Yener will have to swallow her pride, leading to Dai Heng increasingly disregarding her, and eventually. And then what? Speak quickly. Sheng Zhao, engrossed in the gossip, felt a surge of urgency. System. He will secretly bring the concubine into the household, arranging for her to serve as a wet nurse beside Su Yener, and whenever Su Yener is absent from home, they will engage in their illicit affair, even going so far as to do so in Su Yenu's bed while wearing her garments. Truly despicable. How could such a beast be born of this world? Sheng Zhao shot a disdainful glare at Dai Heng, pressing for more details. System. Lu Qingyuan, witnessing her son calling another woman mother, harbored deep resentment and frequently whispered in Dai Heng's ear. Together, they conspired to administer a fertility-destroying potion to Su Yener, rendering her unable to conceive, which Dai Heng would use to humiliate her by saying she could not lay eggs. Believing it to be due to her own physical condition, Su Yener felt guilty and recorded that son of the concubine as her legitimate firstborn, while she, having suffered injuries from the medication, succumbed within a few years. Ultimately, Dai Heng married Lu Qingyuan as his legitimate wife, citing her years of care for the legitimate son as justification. Su Yenu's chest heaved violently, her grip tightening around the handkerchief as the world spun around her. She nearly collapsed, saved only by the support of her maid. The crowd. Is this truly the work of a human being? They cast odd glances at Dai Heng, instinctively distancing themselves from him. Sheng Zhao. What a wretched creature. He poisons her and then blames her for being barren. Truly a master of manipulation. Perhaps the ancestral grave of the Dai family is emitting foul smoke to have birthed such a villain. If he truly loved the concubine, he ought not to harm the daughters of the Su family. System. Indeed, as we speak, the elders of the Dai family have already approached the Su family, presenting gifts, and both families are calculating auspicious dates to finalize the marriage. What? Is this not a scheme to harm? How am I to inform Su Yener? Su Yenu's complexion turned ashen. She could barely stand, leaning on her maid for support. She addressed the crowd. I am unwell today, and shall take my leave, so as not to disturb your enjoyment. With a bow to the second prince, she hurriedly boarded her carriage, not sparing a glance at Dai Heng. Sheng Zhao. The young lady of the Su family must be greatly agitated by Dai Heng's poem. I hope she can return home in time to thwart this marriage. Dai Heng glared at Sheng Zhao, his eyes narrowing with malice. How dare she disrupt his plans? He mounted his horse and pursued Su Yenner, calling out, "Yenner, allow me to explain." That poem was merely a coincidence. The crowd murmured, appalled. This Dai Heng, despite his handsome exterior, had a heart devoid of humanity. Were it not for today's revelations by Miss Sheng, he would have not only ruined Xing Yanshu, but also Su Yenner. Third brother, should we not also return? Sheng Zhao had come to clarify rumors about her third brother, and now that the matter was settled, she wished to leave quickly, having little interest in the poetry gathering. Zhao Zhao, His Royal Highness the Second Prince is present. We must pay our respects. Sheng Zhao prepared to bow. No need for excessive formalities. Squeak. Is this the current Emperor's second prince, Ning Wang Xiaronghan? He appears quite handsome, but alas. Merely a secondary character destined to sacrifice himself for the maid and die young, much like myself, a fellow tragic figure. This time, it was Sheng Yanshu who faltered. Cold sweat beading on his forehead, he closed his eyes and discreetly tugged at his sister's sleeve. Sister, please do not bring ruin upon me. The crowd held their breath, surreptitiously observing the expression of Ning Wang, wondering at the audacity of this Sheng family's illegitimate daughter. How could she dare to suggest that Ning Wang would die young? Chapter 5. Astonishment. Ning Wang devours hand-ripped chicken and drinks soup brewed from an old lady's teeth. Xiaronghan felt a surge of doubt. He was about to erupt in anger, but found himself at a loss for words, feeling stifled. What secondary character? What maid? How could he, the esteemed Ning Wang, ever sacrifice himself for a mere maid? Yet, judging by the recent events, it seemed that Miss Xing's sentiments were genuine. To be safe, he resolved to dismiss all the maids from his residence upon returning. No, he would send them all to the Crown Prince's residence. Why is third brother tugging at me? System. Perhaps he wishes to return home sooner. Sheng Yanshu, no. Host. Would you like to hear the latest gossip about Ning Wang? Yes. Sheng Yanshu felt a shiver run down his spine. Perhaps it was better to return home sooner. The crowd, realizing the main event had concluded, was eager to rush back and share the news with friends who had missed the poetry gathering. Now, hearing there was gossip about Ning Wang. Oh dear. What is happening? Why does it feel as though my feet are rooted to the ground? Ning Wang observed the crowd's feigned indifference, feeling utterly bemused. Yet, having conducted himself with propriety for many years, what was there to fear? Ning Wang has a particular fondness for hand-ripped chicken. The old woman in charge of the kitchen at his residence finds it tedious to tear the chicken apart, so she often bites into the whole bird, gnawing a piece off and discarding it onto a plate. Ning Wang, unaware, finds the chicken she tears particularly fragrant and requests it specifically. All the while the old woman has lost 2 teeth in the process. Ning Wang, suddenly feeling quite nauseated, he vowed never to hear of hand-ripped chicken again in his life. How disgusting. That means Ning Wang has been consuming the saliva of the old woman all this time. Upon learning the truth, how heartbroken he must be. The onlookers turned away, struggling to stifle their laughter, though their shaking shoulders did not escape Ning Wang's notice, who could only cast a resentful glance at Sheng Zhao. System. And that is not all. The old woman's broken teeth happened to fall into the soup prepared for Ning Wang. Fearing he might discover the truth and blame her, she hastily fished them out with her bare hands. But she did not realize the soup was scalding hot and burned her hand in the process. Ning Wang assumed she had been injured while cooking and generously rewarded her with silver as a medical fee. Sheng Zhao. That old woman has indeed suffered an occupational hazard. It's best not to inform Ning Wang, for ignorance is bliss. Ning Wang regarded the crowd. Glancing at Sheng Zhao, he already knew what to do. Upon returning, he would replace all the kitchen staff, forbidding any maids from entering the residence and dismissing the cooks altogether. How audacious of them to serve him hand-ripped chicken and that soup brewed from an old woman's teeth. Ning Wang felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. What ails Ning Wang? Sheng Zhao inquired, puzzled by Ning Wang's sudden change in demeanor. System. He must be unwell. The wind here is quite strong. Didn't you see how others were shivering? The crowd, they are clearly shaking with laughter. By the way, Ning Wang has another piece of juicy gossip. Would you like to hear it? Sheng Zhao intended to respond, but Prince Ning, fearing she might utter something disastrous, hastily interjected, I am fatigued. Let's disperse the poetry gathering for today. Sheng Yanshu, astutely discerning the atmosphere, quickly seized her younger sister's hand, affirming, His Highness speaks the truth. We have all exerted ourselves today. Let us return. Sheng Zhao nodded in agreement. Feeling that with her third brother's matters resolved, she had no desire to linger any longer. Prince Ning secretly exhaled a sigh of relief upon witnessing Miss Sheng leave. The guests, lacking any further gossip, began to depart one by one. The following day, within the imperial palace, in the Yangxin Hall, Emperor Jing'an remarked, "Sheng Aiqing, it has been 2 years since we last met, and your skill in chess has indeed improved significantly." With a slight arch of his brow, he placed a piece upon the board. "It is all thanks to your majesty's past guidance. I have merely attempted to emulate your teachings," replied General Sheng Huaisu with a respectful bow and a smile. "You are quite the flatterer. Following your decisive victory at the frontier, do not hesitate to request any rewards you desire," the emperor said, casting a glance at the general before him. "I have only acted under your majesty's command. How could I dare seek personal glory? I merely wish to continue serving your majesty," Sheng Huaisu replied humbly. "You, indeed." Emperor Jing'an chuckled, shaking his head. "Yesterday, Prince Ning regaled me with an amusing tale that pertains to your Sheng family." Sheng Huaisu looked at the emperor in confusion. "Pertaining to my family?" Alarm bells rang in his mind. Could it be that the younger members of his household had caused some trouble? "You are fortunate, Aiqing, to have raised such a splendid daughter. At her tender age, she stands up to defend her elder brother, embodying the valor of a general's daughter," the emperor remarked with a subtle smile. Prince Ning had vividly recounted the events that transpired, extolling the intriguing nature of this young illegitimate daughter and hinting at her extraordinary qualities, though he faltered when pressed for specifics. Curiosity piqued. The emperor mused about Prince Ning's unusual interest in a woman. Sheng Huaisu pondered deeply. Among his 3 daughters, the second was in the palace, and the fourth had never been close to her half-brother. The only one capable of defending him was the 5th daughter. "Zhao Zhao, what has that girl done?" he exclaimed internally. "My little girl is mischievous. I shall ensure she receives a stern lesson when I return," he stated outwardly, though the thought of his youngest daughter brought a soft smile to his face. Upon returning to the capital, she came directly to pay her respects. "I hadn't even had the chance to visit our home yet. She is a good child. Aiqing, you need not be overly harsh. Recently, Concubine Yu has been increasingly unwell, naturally missing her family. I recall that Concubine Yu and your youngest daughter share the same mother? Why not allow her to enter the palace to accompany her sister for a few days?" the emperor suggested. Sheng Huaisu dared not refuse, promptly agreeing. The emperor then bestowed a generous array of rewards: 10,000 taels of gold, 1,000 bolts of fine silk, a residence, and various precious treasures packed onto carts. Upon exiting the palace gates, the very first thing Sheng Huaisu did was to whisper to his loyal guard, "Qingju, quickly, go to the city and inquire about what transpired yesterday." "Yes, General," Qingju replied, and in the next moment, galloped away from sight, climbing into his carriage. A sense of worry settled in Sheng Huaisu's heart. His little Zhao Zhao, having lost her mother at birth, had been somewhat indulged. She had always been a spirited child, and he hoped she had not caused any trouble. At the Sheng residence, in the Rue Hechuan, "Mother, that Sheng Zhao is truly a calamity. We should have acted sooner. Now look at the mess. She hasn't died, yet she's meddled in my cousin's marriage."
Sheng Ruifumet.
Pacing the room, her brows tightly knitted. "Father is returning from the palace soon. It will be even harder to act then." Turning to her mother, Dai Yunshu, who remained composed while sipping tea, she exclaimed, "Mother, how can you still find time to drink tea at a time like this? My cousin promised me that after he marries Su Yan'er, he would have the Su family introduce me to young Master He. They are family now." Chapter 6. Do you want a prince instead of a husband? What a disgraceful gathering of gossip.
Sheng Ruilamentet.
The Su and Dai families have now become irreparably estranged. You have no idea how disgraceful it was for the Su family yesterday. They outright expelled the Dai family along with the betrothal gifts. If the He family finds out, they will surely look down on the Dai family even more. What am I to do? Sheng Rui thought bitterly of her mother, wondering why she had to bear the Dai surname. She now wished to sever ties with the Dai family, hoping that young master he would not harbor any disdain for her because of it. "Mother, you must say something," Sheng Rui urged, stamping her foot in frustration. Dai Yunshu rose and patted her daughter's back reassuringly. "My dear daughter, do you think I want to eliminate those 2 little bastards? Your elder brother passed away due to frailty, and Sheng family has only Sheng Yanshu as a male heir, whose ties to us are tenuous. If your father were to perish on the battlefield, would not the Sheng family fall under his dominion? How could he tolerate us? I had planned to eliminate those 2 little bastards. Thus, the general's estate would be left without an heir. I would then persuade your father to adopt your cousin Dai Heng, and thereby, the entire general's estate would remain under our control. At that point, not only young Master He, but even several princes would be eligible suitors for you." Dai Yunshu coldly remarked, her eyes glinting with malice. That wretched concubine Cui, with her brood of spawn, each one resembling her, even in death. She continues to disgust me. The memory of how she had secretly used labor-inducing medicine to ensure her child was born before that wretched woman's offspring surfaced in her mind, only to result in a premature and frail child who did not survive. This had long been a thorn in her heart. Had it not been for that wretched woman being pregnant around the same time, she would never have risked using such medicine. It was all that wretched woman's fault. She was the one who caused her child's demise. At that moment, the hatred in Dai Yunshu's eyes seemed almost palpable, startling Sheng Ruyi. Mother, what a brilliant scheme. If I could marry a prince, then young master, he would have to pay his respects to me. How dare he ignore me every time? While defending that wretched Sheng Zhao, Sheng Ruyi thought to herself, when the time comes, if he kneels, he shall indeed kneel. Madam, fourth miss, the general has returned. He should be arriving at the gate shortly. A maid stationed at the entrance hastily reported upon seeing the general's carriage approach.
Ruyi.
Go with your mother to greet your father, Dai Yunshu instructed, then turned to the maid. And where is the fifth miss? Replying to madam. The fifth miss is still asleep. Let her sleep. No one is to disturb her. Dai Yunshu's eyes glinted coldly, a smirk playing at her lips. At the Sheng residence, in the front hall, the general has returned. Quick, why are you all standing there in a daze? Hurry and help move the things. Dai Yunshu commanded the servants. I apologize for keeping you waiting, madam. As Sheng Huaisu arrived at the gates, seeing his family waiting for him, warmth filled his heart. Father, we have been waiting at the gate for 2 hours. My eyes are nearly blind from watching. Sheng Ruyi rushed forward, wrapping her arms around her father's, playfully pouting. Haha, I appreciate the efforts of both you and my dear wife. The boxes are filled with treasures bestowed by His Majesty. Choose some that you like. Hearing this, Sheng Ruyi gleefully ran to select her favorites. Where are Zhao Zhao and Yanshu? Sheng Huaisu inquired, scanning the area but failing to spot the other two children. Oh, fifth sister is still asleep. I told her you were returning and asked her to come welcome you, but she threw a fit at me, saying it was pointless no matter who arrived. And even chased me out. Sheng Ruyi casually remarked, her hands still busy picking treasures. Father, Zhao Zhao was ill yesterday and is still recuperating. Mother and fourth sister know this, do they not? Everyone turned to the source of the voice, where Sheng Yanshu, with an unreadable expression, fixed her gaze on Sheng Ruyi. These two venomous women, endangering Zhao Zhao's life, tarnishing my reputation, now they wish to slander her before father. She was ill? She attended the poetry gathering yesterday, did she not? Sheng Ruyi was about to accuse her, when Sheng Huaisu interrupted, Zhao Zhao is ill? I must go see her. Would you be so kind as to have someone prepare a meal, so our family may dine together? With that, he lifted his leg to leave, adding, I am already aware of the events of yesterday's poetry gathering. Zhao Zhao acted correctly, and even His Majesty has expressed his admiration. Sheng Ruyi and Dai Yunshu exchanged incredulous glances, scarcely believing their ears. What? She had ventured uninvited to the second prince's poetry gathering and spoke of matters concerning concubines? What a disgrace to the general's residence. Moreover, she had ruined her cousin's wedding. And yet, the emperor praised her? Could he have lost his senses? Dai Yunshu gestured for her to be silent, while Sheng Ruyi's anger grew. She had intended to report this to their father, only to be left speechless. In the Sheng residence, Zhan Yueju, a voice chimed in. Oh, let me tell you. In our household, Chunda from the woodshed has a childhood sweetheart who also serves in the capital. Every day, Chunda pens love letters to her, asking Donger, who is responsible for our errands, to deliver them. But guess what happened? Fifth miss, please stop teasing us and tell us. The outcome was that not a single love letter reached his cousin, as all were intercepted by Donger, who had harbored a secret crush on Chunda for 2 years. His cousin, believing herself forgotten, declared her intention to return home for an arranged marriage, and now they are in a quarrel. Goodness. No wonder I noticed Chunda has been in poor spirits lately. He didn't even eat dinner yesterday. The maids and servants gasped, covering their mouths. Do you know Boss Qian from Qianji restaurant? He has incurred gambling debts and pawned his wife to a brothel, that infamous Hong Yufang. He claimed it was for 3 days, promising to raise the funds for her release within that time. However, his wife, beautiful and alluring with an exceptional talent for playing the pipa, has now become the brothel's star attraction and refuses to return home. As Sheng Huaishu entered the courtyard, he saw a throng of people chattering animatedly. In the midst of them stood his ailing youngest daughter. She hardly appeared to be unwell. There was also the widow selling tofu from East Street, who purposely passed by Lu the blacksmith shop 800 times daily. In a fit of anger, The blacksmith's wife had dumped a load of salt into her tofu, yet the customers praised its newfound savory flavor, resulting in an even greater success for her business. The blacksmith's wife, pregnant and furious, turned crimson with rage. Then there was Xiao Lian, the chef from Jade Pavilion, who had fallen for a young attendant in the establishment. They had planned to elope at dawn, but cough, cough. A sudden cough startled Sheng Zhao. Oh my goodness. As soon as the servants and young men caught sight of the great general, their expressions turned pale, as if they had seen a ghost. And they scrambled in all directions, tools in hand. Is that my dear father? Wasn't he known as the renowned jade-faced general in his youth? Who is this scruffy bandit? Sheng Huaishu remarked. Chapter 7. The Spoiled Heroine and the Scheming Old Crone. He must have simply not had time to groom himself. Didn't he? He just returned to the capital after being summoned by His Majesty? He came home only to check on his daughter. Is he really that unkempt? This ungrateful child. Humph. After years apart, has he truly forgotten his own father?
Wait.
What was that voice just now? Looking around, Sheng Huaishu noticed his daughter had not spoken at all. Zhao, you. Just as he was about to inquire, he suddenly felt as if his throat and breath were constricted, as if he might suffocate in the next moment. He quickly abandoned the idea of asking, and immediately his breathing eased considerably.
Father, what did you say?
Sheng Zhao bowed respectfully before him, inquiring sweetly. What is this bandit up to, speaking ambiguously? Sheng Huaishu grumbled. System. Zhao, you are quite perceptive. Your father, Sheng Huaishu, has just returned victorious from battle, and his first action upon arriving home was to seek you out. He is not as uncaring as the original text portrays. He genuinely cares for you.
Whose voice is that?
What original text? Oh, what does it matter? According to the storyline, I am merely a pawn, destined to be sacrificed within a year to protect the heroine. Sheng Huaishu was utterly baffled, raising a hand to touch his daughter's forehead, noting that she seemed still unwell. Could it be that she had become foolish in his absence? How could he explain this to the late Wen Yang? Zhao, I heard from your third brother that you are ill. Do you still feel unwell? Sheng Huaishu scrutinized his daughter's face with concern. Father, worry not. I am in perfect health. Sheng Zhao beamed at him. He could only think that she seemed even more foolish. Rest assured, dear father, as long as your wife does not poison me again, I will be lively and well. Sheng Huaishu felt a chill run down his spine. Surely, she was delirious now. Speaking nonsense. System. Host, this is bad. Your father has brought back a capable subordinate named Du Kong. He encountered the heroine, who was still a maid, in the general's residence and fell in love at first sight, pledging his unwavering loyalty to her. In the original story, he is a beloved loyal dog of the heroine, repeatedly protecting her in times of peril, and later, it was he who accused the general's residence of treason. Oh no! We must think of a way to prevent their meeting. Sheng Huaishu, as heart raced. What did his daughter mean by treason? He was loyal to Dijing. How could he be accused of collusion? If it were indeed a malicious frame-up, the entire Sheng family would face ruin. Cold sweat dripped from his back. Du Kong was a man he had saved during his campaign. Impressed by his martial prowess, he had kept him in the army. He had never revealed Du Kang's name to anyone else, using Lu Qi instead while in the military. How did she know of Du Kong? Could her thoughts truly be accurate? Oh dear. Host, your father has prepared a lavish banquet for his trusted aides at the residence. With insufficient staff in the front hall, your stepmother has sent all the maids to serve. They are about to meet. What to do? I must find an excuse to summon him and prevent their meeting. Father, I accidentally damaged a cloud silk dress yesterday when I got off the carriage. I remember that there is a maid named Guan Yue in Fourth Sister's courtyard who excels in needlework. Could you please assist me in bringing her over to mend it? Sheng Zhao looked at Sheng Huaishu with eager eyes, her heart racing. Please agree. If they meet, the general's residence will face annihilation. Sheng Huaishu gazed into his daughter's sincere eyes, listening to her wild thoughts. This feeling was so disjointed. If you are short-staffed in your courtyard, you may have this maid assigned to assist you. He stifled a laugh, ruffling his daughter's hair.
Yay.
Father, you are the best. I now think you are incredibly handsome, not at all like a bandit. Overjoyed, Sheng Zhao dashed off to intercept someone. Sheng Huaishu watched his daughter run away. Her skirt lifted and touched his stubble, feeling a sense of pride. Zhao said he was handsome. Even scruffy stubble could be handsome. Father, eat this. Sheng Rui placed a large piece of meat into Sheng Huaishu's bowl. Sheng Huaishu smiled broadly. Thank you, Rui. You too enjoy. Sheng Zhao cast a wary glance at her overly solicitous fourth sister, suspecting she was up to something. She could not afford to lose. Absolutely not. Sheng Zhao picked up a chicken wing and placed it in Sheng Yanshu's bowl. Third brother, have this. Suddenly showered with affection from his little sister. Sheng Yanshu stifled a laugh. Thank you, Zhao Zhao. You too, enjoy. Dai Yunshu, gripping her chopsticks, left imprints on her fingers as she exchanged glances with Sheng Rui. It seems Zhao Zhao has become much more sensible lately. I even heard that the emperor praised her. Indeed. By the way, Zhao Zhao, your second sister is heavy with child and will likely give birth to the heir soon. The emperor mentioned that she has not been eating well lately and has requested you to enter the palace to accompany her. Later, someone will help you pack some clothes for your stay. Upon hearing Dai Yunshu mention the emperor, Sheng Huaishu recalled the emperor's instruction. Oh, understood, father. Sheng Zhao nodded and took another bite of the braised pork. Dai Yunshu's fingers dug into her flesh, barely managing to maintain a semblance of a smile.
Why?
How could that little vixen's daughter be pregnant with the emperor's heir? A mere concubine's daughter, yet she had not been ground down by the palace's intrigues. Taking a deep breath, she forced a smile and said, Zhao Zhao, your cousin Dai Heng has a classmate whose family is in the textile business. I believe you two would make a fine match. If you were to marry him, you would want for nothing. Shall I take the liberty of introducing you? Sheng Huaisu frowned upon hearing her words. Zhao Zhao is still so young. The older siblings haven't even married yet. What is the rush? Dai Yunshu had long since devised a strategy to counter this. It's not as if she would be marrying him off immediately. They could get engaged first. Couldn't they? I am merely looking out for Zhao Zhao as best interests. After all, what family doesn't he start arranging marriages for their children at an early age? Dai Yunshu spoke with confidence, embodying the image of a caring mother. System. Host, could it be that she is referring to Dai Heng's classmate, Duan Zhuojuan? That man is a full decade older than the host. He even bullied his sister-in-law until his brother broke his leg, leaving him a cripple. But now he has more than one leg, do you know why? Sheng Zhao hurriedly inquired, why? Tell me now. System. Because he is still unmarried. Yet all the maidservants in his household have had their way with him. He possesses countless legs. You heard correctly, it is all of them. The matrons haven't been spared either. Sheng Zhao spat out a chicken bone, rolling her eyes. What a scoundrel. I knew that old hag had nothing good in mind. Is she trying to poison me with another scheme? That Dai Heng wants to tarnish my third brother's reputation. And now he faces the consequences, by losing a good match. What kind of decent man could she possibly want me to marry? Chapter 8. Those who plot against others end up hurting themselves, mistaking their biological father for a stepfather. Sheng Yanshu snorted coldly, finding the Dai family utterly relentless. They were intent on ensnaring him and his sister. Such foolish dreams. As long as he was around, it would be impossible for his younger sister to marry such a person. If their mother spoke so highly of him, why didn't she offer the fourth sister instead? Zhao Zhao was still 2 years younger than her. It was simply unheard of for a younger sister to get engaged before her elder. Unable to contain himself, Sheng Yanshu decided to tease her. Indeed, such a fine gentleman should be reserved for the fourth sister. Tomorrow, I shall send the fourth sister's birth details over. It's settled. Old hag trying to trap me. I will deliver it myself tomorrow. Sheng Rui, privy to the situation, watched Sheng Zhao with a simmering annoyance. She is the legitimate daughter of the Sheng family. She is meant to marry a prince. What of it? No need to thank me. Sheng Huaisu, hearing his daughter's heartfelt sentiments, found it difficult to discern truth from deception. He had always perceived his wife as gentle and virtuous, devotedly caring for their children. So, how could she harbor such thoughts? Narrowing his eyes, he asked Dai Yunshu, what is the name of that classmate you mentioned? Upon hearing his inquiry, Dai Yunshu's heart soared with joy. It seemed the general was beginning to relent. There was hope. His name is Duan Zhuojuan, and he has an elder brother. Smack. In the next moment, Sheng Huaisu forcefully tossed his chopsticks aside, pointing at her. Cease with your underhanded schemes. Zhao Zhao's marriage is for me, as her father, to oversee. You shall not interfere. Dai Yunshu was taken aback, quickly donning a placating smile. If they do not meet, then so be it. Why such ire? I merely believed that Duan's child was of legitimate birth. If Zhao Zhao were to marry him, she would be the principal wife. After all, she is just a concubine's daughter, and one cannot dictate the status of her in-laws.
Bang!
Sheng Huaisu slammed his hand down on the table, his martial prowess splintering the wooden surface in two. Be silent. Do not speak of this matter again. No matter what, Zhao Zhao is my daughter, Sheng Huaisu's daughter. There is no way I shall allow you to casually find a match for her. If you are so fond of him, then you may remarry yourself. General, how can you treat me this way? I bore you children. Our little Qing'er died in my arms while so young. And now you wish to send me back to my family? Poor Qing'er must be restless in the afterlife.
Dai Yunshue's tears flowed freely,
Prompting Sheng Rui to offer her a handkerchief. Mother, please do not cry. Father may forget our elder brother, but I remember him in my heart. While her face displayed a sense of grievance, her inner resentment surged. That wretched girl had only entered the family due to her own merit, giving birth to a base-born child as a concubine. She would not be silenced. She insisted on speaking out. Concubine's daughter, concubine's daughter, concubine's daughter. A lifetime as a concubine's daughter. Hearing her mention the tragic fate of his deceased son, Shang Huaisu felt a twinge of compassion, and a sense of melancholy washed over him. He had indeed spoken too harshly earlier. System. Your father remains unaware that his eldest son, Qing'er, and his fourth daughter are not his biological children.
What?
Tell me more, Sheng Zhao demanded. Sheng Huaisu was taken aback, his world spinning as his daughter's thoughts were repeatedly confirmed, compelling him to question everything. Sheng Yenshu quickly supported his father, noticing the concern etched on his father's face. System. In truth, before Dai Yunshu married into the family, your father and your mother, Cui Shuwen, were already deeply in love, pledging their lives to one another. However, Cui Shuwen was merely the daughter of a farmer, while your father had already risen to prominence as a young major, and the Sheng family staunchly opposed the union. Your father, being stubborn, refused to marry anyone else if he could not wed her. Sheng Zhao silently applauded her father for his youthful bravery. She had not anticipated such resolve in him during his younger days. Then one day, after returning victorious to the capital, the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Personnel spotted him in the street and insisted on marrying him. Yet your father adamantly refused. The Dai family, upon learning of your father's affair with a farmer's daughter, conspired to threaten his beloved's life to compel him to comply. With no other choice, your father ultimately relented, marrying Dai Yunshu as his legitimate wife and taking Cui Shuwen as a concubine. Sheng Huaisu felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him as he recalled events from over 20 years prior. He had indeed wronged Wenyang by not granting her the position of principal wife. And then, system. Once they were married, your father's heart remained solely with your mother, naturally favoring her courtyard. Soon, Cui Nyang became pregnant, and Dai Yunshu, fearing that Cui Nyang would bear a son and usurp her firstborn's position, cried daily at her family home. Her family concocted a plan, attempting to both induce Cui Nyang to miscarry and find someone to bear a child swiftly. Eventually, Dai Yunshu became pregnant with a borrowed child, though she was still a month later than Cui Nyang. Sheng Zhao was stunned by this explosive revelation. Oh my. My father had a green hat even back then. Sheng Huaisu clenched his fists, suppressing his anger. He desperately wished to uncover the truth. System. Indeed. The man who fathered the borrowed child was a guard from the Dai family, robust and healthy. Dai Yunshu conceived on the first attempt, but still, she was a month later than Cui Nyang. The general was very attentive to Cui Nyang, and with her courtyard surrounded like an iron barrel, he had no means to act. Consequently, he turned his attention to his own wife, administering copious amounts of labor-inducing medicine before the child was even full term, all to ensure he could produce a legitimate heir before Cui Nyang. You are aware of what followed. The firstborn was born prematurely, frail and sickly, and did not survive. Your father was frequently away, and even when at home, he spent his time in your mother's courtyard. Dai Yunshu, feeling unbearably lonely, sought solace in that guard, even assigning him to her own compound, calling him Zhao Feng. Your fourth sister, Sheng Rui, is also his child. Just yesterday, your father hadn't returned home, and they were still entangled with each other. Sheng Zhao's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Mother, Rui is also a child of the guard? Is she aware of this? She has known since she was very young. She privately refers to him as Little Father. Little Father? Is that a name they created themselves? Sheng Zhao cast a sympathetic glance at her father. Little Dad? I have only heard of Little Mother. This is the first time I've encountered Little Dad. No wonder I always felt that they were both malicious, constantly scheming against me. How can I let my father find out about this? System. Dai Yunshu's undergarment has been kept close by Zhao Feng, having visited her room so often. He has practically moved in, leaving behind several pairs of underpants, making it difficult for her to discern which belonged to Zhao Feng and which to your father. Why not take a look yourself? Sheng Zhao felt overwhelmed. Now I must find an excuse to search Dai Yunshu's room, with undergarments involved. And given that I'm still a child, I truly feel for my father's plight. In Chapter 9, the general invites wolves into the house to harm true love. The concubine remains calm to clear her innocence. Sheng Huaishu seethed with rage as he glared at Dai Yunshu. Over the years, he had harbored feelings for Wen Yang, yet he had never wronged this lady. After all, she was his legitimate wife. And he had entrusted the household and its affairs to her. He had granted her every necessary dignity and respect. Wen Yang had been deceased for many years, and he longed to live well in her memory. Awakened from midnight dreams, he was often tormented by the painful memory of his deceased son, Qing Er.
Now,
To be told that Qing Er was not his? If Qing Er were alive, he would be over 20 by now. Had she been engaging in infidelity for more than 2 decades? What about Sheng Rui? When had he ever wronged her? She had played him like a fool. And little dad? This was truly a disgrace. She had even poisoned Zhao Zhao and conspired with the Dai family to ruin Shuer's reputation. How audacious. Did they truly believe the Sheng family was but a plaything of the Dai family? Sheng Yenshu observed his father's furious demeanor and signaled to his younger sister. Yet he could not voice a word. Dai Yunshu was perplexed by the fierce look in General Sheng's eyes, as if he were about to devour her whole, which made her heart uneasy. In the past, whenever she had erred, mentioning Qing Er would soften his heart. Why was it not working this time? Could it be possible? After all these years, how could he have known now? System. Host, your father is still unaware that your mother's death is also linked to Dai Yunshu. Your mother suffered complications during your birth because she bribed the midwife, leading to her fatal hemorrhage. This revelation struck Sheng Zhao and her father and brothers like a thunderbolt, leaving their minds in a state of chaos. Sheng Huaishu nearly collapsed, his eyes brimming with tears of guilt. Could it be that Wen Yang had been killed by her? He had invited the wolf into his home, causing Wen Yang's demise, and had lived alongside the murderer for all these years. How would he ever face Wen Yang in the afterlife? He glared at Dai Yunshu, his hatred seeming to manifest as a sword that would cleave her apart. This wicked woman had not only harmed Wen Yang but now sought to harm her child as well. She must not be allowed to live. He stopped his son, who was about to charge forward, signaling him not to expose Zhao Zhao's sentiments. Word has reached me that the matriarch of the Sheng family has poisoned a concubine, with the poison hidden within the lady's chamber. Bring forth the men. Search the lady's courtyard and restore her reputation. Sheng Huaishu suppressed his emotions, regaining composure, and summoned the guards, waiting not far off. He fixed his gaze on Sheng Yenshu, speaking each word with conviction. You shall lead the search, leave no corner unchecked. If there are any culprits, apprehend them immediately. Sheng Yenshu understood the gravity of the situation and rushed towards the bedroom of his legitimate mother. What are you doing? This is slander, General. How could I possibly harm Zhao Zhao? I regard her as my own daughter.
Dai Yunshu exclaimed,
Watching as a throng of people surged into the room, feeling a sense of foreboding without knowing why. Who could have leaked the information about the poison? Regardless, no matter how they searched, they would find no evidence. She had cleaned everything up long ago. Host, a guard is attempting to flee over the back wall. It is Zhao Feng. Goodness, this is a prime opportunity to catch him in the act. I must not let him escape. If I can capture him and inadvertently uncover the evidence of the undergarment, my father will understand everything. Just as Sheng Zhao prepared to rush into the courtyard, her father's guard, Qing Ju, dragged a middle-aged man out. General, this man behaved suspiciously. He was trying to escape over the wall when we entered. Qing Ju forced the man to kneel on the ground. Dai Yunshu and Sheng Rui's hearts raced as they recognized the apprehended man. Sheng Rui gripped her mother's hand tightly, her heart pounding with anxiety. What should they do? It was little dad. Host, this is Dai Yunshu's illicit lover. Well, I need not lift a finger. He has delivered himself right to my doorstep. Now, all I need is for my father to search him. Kneeling before them, Zhao Feng trembled at the sight of the weeping Dai Yunshu and the furious general. His first instinct was that their affair had been exposed. It was over. Everything was over. As he prepared to plead for mercy, he was abruptly interrupted by Dai Yunshu. General, I swear to heaven, I did not poison Zhao Zhao. If you find even a trace of poison, may I meet a terrible fate. What? Searching for poison? So this isn't about catching an affair? Zhao Feng exhaled in relief. Father, whether or not there is poison will reveal the truth. He appears to be up to no good. Sheng Zhao pointed at him. Search him. Sheng Huaishu looked at his wife, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Qing Ju thoroughly searched the man but found no incriminating items. General, I am innocent. Someone must be trying to frame me. I implore you to see the truth. Zhao Feng pleaded, crawling over to kneel at Sheng Huaishu's feet. Sheng Huaishu was puzzled. Qing Ju was his most trusted guard and could not possibly be mistaken. Could it be that Zhao Zhao's sentiments were flawed? Sheng Zhao too was confused. How could the system be wrong? What is going on? Are you malfunctioning? Why didn't you find the undergarment you mentioned? Host, he has sewn the undergarment directly into his clothing. Of course, it cannot be found. Sheng Huaishu, Sheng Zhao. Perverse fiend. Father, he may have sewn poison into his undergarment. Should we strip him and search thoroughly? Sheng Zhao concocted this absurd rationale. Even she found it ridiculous. Would her father believe such a tale? Strip him and search. Sheng Huaishu complied eagerly. Sheng Zhao paused, marveling. It seems my father is truly intent on uncovering the poison. Now Zhao Feng was genuinely panicking, although he was certain he had concealed no poison. He knew the general had returned and could not visit Yunshu's chambers. He had deliberately worn her undergarment to feel her presence. If he were stripped, he would certainly not survive the night. Desperately, he cast glances at Dai Yunshu, yet she did not understand his intent, having never anticipated he would wear her undergarment. Dai Yunshu believed the general was adamant about finding poison. She was convinced Zhao Feng could not possibly have any. Relax now, she thought. Let them search. If no poison is found, the general will surely realize I am innocent. When that time comes, I shall weep and mention Qing, and I shall have everything I desire. Since the general was convinced he would find poison on him, they might as well strip him bare for a thorough search. Dai Yunshu resumed her demeanor as the matriarch and cast Zhao Feng a knowing glance, reassuring him. You need not worry. I believe the general will not wrong an innocent person. At this moment, Zhao Feng wished to faint. What was there to be relieved about? Soon, both would meet their demise. In Chapter 10, the matriarch wears the underwear, resembling a tortoise with a floral crown. Qingju, having overheard Sheng Zhao's thoughts, understood that the general was not seeking poison but rather evidence of the lady's infidelity. In swift motions, he stripped Zhao Feng of his guardess attire and inner garments. A bright red undergarment, tightly bound to his torso, prominently displayed the golden embroidered characters, Yunshu. Qingju's movements were so swift that Sheng Zhao could scarcely respond, letting out a startled cry while theatrically exclaiming, Heavens! Why are you wearing my mother's belly band? Could it be that you have some connection with her? Zhao Feng's complexion turned as pale as death, a chilling dread seeping from the depths of his heart, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Gigi, look quickly. A grown man wearing a red belly band is utterly perverse. He looks like a turtle adorned with a floral crown. Host, your talent is remarkable. Gigi admires you. Sheng Huaisu. Qingjue. Dai Yunshu fainted the moment the belly band was revealed, and Sheng Rui, cradling her, cried out in distress, Mother, mother. Father, it has nothing to do with mother. The belly band was stolen by him. You must believe in mother. Sheng Rui realized that the truth was now exposed. Although Zhao Feng was her biological father, he was merely a lowly guard, without power or influence. The discerning could see the choice that lay before them. As long as Zhao Feng was dead, she could shift all blame onto him and remain the sole legitimate daughter of the general's residence. Father, you must kill him. He stole my mother's belly band. Mother knows nothing. He is nothing but a lecher. You must slay him. Sheng Huaisu gazed at his daughter, whom he had cherished for over a decade. A wave of disappointment washing over him. Zhao Feng, looking at the blade in General Sheng's hand, never anticipated that the truth would come to light and that his daughter would be the first to seek his death to preserve her own wealth and status. Tears streaming down his face, he trembled as he asked Rui, Do you no longer want your father? Sheng Zhao retorted, I truly have no time to indulge in your antics. At that moment, Sheng Yunshu arrived, clutching a bundle of undergarments, and upon seeing a man bare-chested in a red belly band, he was taken aback. Father, these were found in her room. He tossed the undergarments atop Zhao Feng's head. Silence this scoundrel and the offspring of this lecher. Sheng Yunshu directly stuffed the undergarments into their mouths, both staring in terror. Sheng Zhao understood her father's intentions and eagerly stepped forward, exclaiming, Let me handle this. She fetched a basin of water and splashed it onto Dai Yunshu's face, causing her to awaken groggily. You wicked old hag, committing adultery and bearing a bastard child, and poisoning my mother. Both of them have confessed.
Dai Yunshu,
seeing the two bound and kneeling on the ground, felt a chill run down her spine as despair washed over her. They had even confessed to poisoning Cui Shuwen. Suddenly, she burst into laughter, pointing at Sheng Huaisu and hurling curses, her eyes brimming with resentment. Sheng Huaisu, you heartless wretch, I am your legitimate wife. Cui Shuwen was but a lowly harlot, and yet she aspired to overshadow me and bear a son? Preposterous. I am the matriarch of the Sheng family. My son is dead, and she still wishes to give birth? Not a chance. Ha ha ha, the poison that claimed her life was brewed by your own hand.
Ha ha ha.
It was you who killed her. And as for Qing'er, ha ha ha, the one you honor with yearly sacrifices, the cherished Rui, is not even your child.
Zheng Wei Su.
Is it particularly thrilling to raise another's offspring?
Ha ha ha.
Remembering the deceased Qing'er, her eyes held no semblance of affection, only the exhilaration of vengeance. As for that wretched woman's several illegitimate children, she had failed to eliminate them, deeming them fortunate. Each time they called her mother, she felt an urge to retch. The offspring of Cui Shuwen, daring to address her as mother? Her hatred surged to new heights, twisting her face into a grimace. Her gaze like a venomous snake fixated on Sheng Zhao and her brother. Having learned the complete truth, Sheng Huaisu's eyes turned bloodshot, a fierce murderous intent glimmering within. As he drew Qingjue's blade, crack, Sheng Zhao rushed forward and delivered a resounding slap. You vile old witch! My parents were deeply in love. Were it not for your incessant threats against my mother, who would have married you? 2 decades of usurpation, and you truly believe you are a true love? You are nothing but a scoundrel who clings to a man for survival. Enraged, Sheng Zhao retaliated with another slap to her right cheek. What? Not playing the loving mother today? Enjoying the prestige of the general's matriarch in public while engaging in an affair with a guard for over 20 years. Now, acting as if you have suffered immensely? The sweetness of it all must be known only to you. With your kind, even the king of hell would need to prepare a cauldron of oil just for you. Hearing Sheng Zhao's scathing words, Sheng Huaisu regained his composure. By the law, long-term adultery resulting in offspring could warrant a death sentence, and the poisoning of children was an even graver crime. Not even your father could protect you. Take her to the Ministry of Justice. He waved his hand, feeling utterly drained. Dai Yunshu's face turned ashen. She had prided herself for a lifetime, obtaining whatever she desired. How could she possibly become a prisoner?
No.
I refuse to go to the Ministry of Justice. I cannot bear the shame of being laughed at. She fixed her gaze on the wall before her, seizing the moment when no one was watching, and dashed headlong into it. The two with their mouths stuffed desperately attempted to scream, but no sound emerged. Sheng Huaisu regarded the lifeless Dai Yunshu on the ground with complex emotions, granting her the last shred of dignity. The guard Zhao Feng was to be executed for poisoning the matriarch of the Sheng family on the spot. The next moment, Qingjue struck with his blade against Zhao Feng's neck, blood splattering onto Sheng Rui's face. She trembled uncontrollably, yet still clung to a glimmer of hope. Her father had always doted on her. He would never truly wish to kill her. Sheng Rui, the adopted daughter of the Sheng family, was immediately sent to the Duan family. He looked at the daughter he had raised for many years, lamenting the squandered marriage that her mother had painstakingly arranged. Since they had extolled the virtues of Duan Zhuju into the heavens, she could now endure it herself. With that, he turned and left without a backward glance. Sheng Rui's legs buckled, collapsing heavily onto the ground, her complexion as pale as a sheet of paper. Desiring to call out to that retreating figure, but only managing a hoarse whimper.
No.
I refuse to marry into the Duan family. I am not an adopted daughter. I am the legitimate daughter of the general's residence, of noble status, destined to marry a prince. Chapter 11. Evil will meet its match. The Dai family harbors insatiable greed for the Sheng family. In the Zhanyu residence. Jiji, what do you think will happen to Sheng Rui after she marries into the Duan family? Since father has not publicly disclosed their misdeeds, still reserving some face. She can still be considered a legitimate daughter of the Sheng family, and the Duan family should not mistreat her, right? Sheng Zhao pondered thoughtfully, stroking her chin. System. Host. You are unaware. Sheng Rui was sent directly to the Duan family by her father, without a formal marriage arrangement. The union doesn't even count as legitimate.
More like a concubine.
After all, she is a pampered young lady, naturally different from those who are used to hard labor. Duan Zhujuan spoiled her for a time. But host, do not forget, Duan Zhujuan has hundreds of suitors. Just think about it, becoming a thorn in the eyes of so many. What kind of good life can she lead? It won't be long before she meets her end. Noting Sheng Zhao's silence, the system found it strange. Host, you are not feeling sympathy for her, are you? Have you forgotten? She would be delighted to see you dead. She has poisoned you more than once. Sheng Zhao breathed a sigh of relief, responding angrily. How could that be? Am I that pathetic? You wicked Jiji. Her mother and little father have perished at our hands. Leaving her alive is merely a concern that she might seek vengeance against me in the future. Hearing you say this puts my mind at ease. She, Sheng Zhao, was not a pitiful person. How could she feel sympathy for someone who had harmed her countless times? Humph. I knew it. The host is clear about grievances and reason. Meanwhile, the maid Xinger, tidying up the young lady's garments, listened to the dialogue with growing concern for the mistress she had cared for over 12 years. With the young lady's impulsive temperament, she hoped she wouldn't cause trouble in the palace. Miss, everything is packed. His Majesty has summoned only you to the palace. You must take care of yourself and tread cautiously there. Sheng Zhao accepted the package from Xinger, smiling sweetly. Thank you, Xinger, I understand. Recently, Xinger had become increasingly talkative, resembling her third brother. As Sheng Zhao spotted the young maid diligently trimming a potted plant in the distance, she inquired, Xinger, is that the moon-viewing plant I brought back last time? Startled, Xinger replied, Indeed, miss, that is she. This little girl has a sweet tongue, and Madame Chun is particularly fond of her, so she has arranged for her to assist with various pruning tasks. Sheng Zhao couldn't help but exclaim. Even from just her silhouette, one can discern the makings of a beauty. No wonder she is favored wherever she goes. After all, she is destined to be the crown princess, while I am relegated to the role of mere cannon fodder. System. Have you considered how to arrange things for her? Not yet. I hesitate to let her roam freely, fearing she might inadvertently follow the plot. In the original storyline, she could have ascended to the position of crown princess within the estate, so what would happen if she were released into the world? Was she concerned about her own demise not being swift enough? Let her remain within my courtyard for now. I refuse to believe she can cause trouble right under our noses.
What?
Dai Yunshu has been in an affair for 20 years. And Sheng Rui is also a product of an illicit union. Sheng Wan's face was a portrait of disbelief, causing her handkerchief to slip from her grasp and fall to the floor. No wonder rumors had circulated about Madame Sheng's sudden poisoning. She had assumed the woman had met her fate due to the harm she had inflicted upon others, but the truth was far more sinister. As she bent to retrieve it, Sheng Zhao swiftly intervened. Elder sister, don't. Allow me. You must take care of your condition.
Acá me piaca. Dayunshu deserves no sympathy.
She harmed our mother and continues to torment us. Her demise is well deserved. Sheng Wan felt a surge of satisfaction as she popped a candied hawthorn into her mouth, savoring its sweet and tart flavor, her eyes squinting in delight. The Dai family is filled with nothing but scoundrels. That concubine Rong is always at odds with me, insisting I stand on ceremony each time we meet, despite being lower in rank. Recalling concubine Rong ignited her ire, and she rolled her eyes in frustration. She felt stifled in the palace, and only when her younger sister had sent away the palace attendants could she feel free to express herself. Seeing her elder sister enjoying the treats so much, Sheng Zhao also took a candied hawthorn, only to grimace as the sourness made her face contort. Oh dear, how sour. Sheng Wan burst into laughter at her sister's expression, quickly offering her a drink. System. I adore my elder sister's personality. She is exceptionally lovely. Do you think I could also grow to be as beautiful as her? Absolutely. Your mother is a stunning beauty, and you resemble her most closely. You shall not disappoint. In a short span, Sheng Wan had become accustomed to her younger sister's inner thoughts and the peculiar entity known as Gigi, who couldn't help but stifle a giggle at their exchange. Your Highness, the pearl-nourishing soup has arrived. Shall I bring it in now? A palace maid named Amber inquired from outside. Bring it in. Sheng Wan turned excitedly to her sister. Zhao Zhao, knowing you would come today, I had 2 bowls prepared specifically for you, made with pearls and bird's nest, enhanced with rose water. His Majesty had the imperial physician verify it. It is entirely safe, delicious, and beneficial for your complexion. You must try it. Sheng Wan could hardly contain her drool. She had longed for this delicacy and eagerly reached for it. System. The soup contains a substantial amount of harmful substances for pregnant women. Do not let your elder sister consume it. The consequences could be dire.
Ah!
Sheng Wan's hands trembled, causing the bowl and spoon to shatter on the ground, cold sweat trickling down her back. The thought of stillbirth and the loss of 2 lives? How could this be? Who would wish her harm? Sheng Zhao was about to intervene when she saw her elder sister accidentally spill the bowl, her heart relieved. Thank goodness she didn't drink it. She asked with concern, Elder sister, are you all right? Sheng Wan managed a faint smile, looking at her younger sister. I'm fine. It was too hot, and I lost my grip. Sheng Zhao helped her sister to a couch to rest, instructing the palace maids to clean up the mess. Who could intend harm upon my elder sister? Wasn't it claimed that the emperor had the imperial physician check this dish? The system responded it was concubine Rong, the eldest granddaughter of the Dai family. The recipe for the pearl-nourishing soup is indeed flawless, but after its preparation, concubine Rong had someone tamper with it in secret. If your elder sister had consumed it, she would have experienced excruciating abdominal pain and then severe hemorrhaging, resulting in the loss of both mother and child tonight. Concubine Rong executed this scheme quite adeptly. She distracted the cook while adding the harmful ingredients, and no one witnessed it. After the incident, the emperor was furious, and the imperial physician who verified the recipe, the cook, and the palace maid Amber were all executed. Sheng Wan gritted her teeth. Once again, the Dai family. Will they never cease their machinations? Amber, who was in the process of cleaning up the shards, was so frightened that she fell to the ground, her face pale. The phrase executed on the spot echoed in her ears. She felt a sharp pain in her neck. Had it not been for the fact that the noble lady heard Sheng Wu's inner thoughts and shattered the bowl, tonight would have undoubtedly turned into a river of blood. Sheng Zhao could no longer tolerate it. Did the Dai family intend to eliminate every member of the Sheng family? Chapter 12. Did the scent of treachery waft into the air? What kind of storm is brewing? This concubine Rong is exceedingly malicious. My elder sister is utterly unprepared. By the way, Gigi, what is our current point total? Has the shop opened? System. Host, you currently have 821 points. Thanks in no small part to the big scoop from your father, which has amassed quite a few points for us.
Ah, splendid.
Thank you, dear father. Sheng Wan retorted, father knows your joy well enough to reward you. However, what exactly are points? What is this shop? Sheng Zhao's eyes gleamed with anticipation as she opened the shop's interface. A pill that renders one invulnerable to poison is a bit pricey at 400 points? Seeing her frugality, the system's tone turned exasperated. Host, this is a life-saving concoction. Consuming it renders one immune to all toxins. 400 points is quite reasonable. After careful consideration, Sheng Zhao recognized the value. The palace was rife with treachery, and a moment's carelessness could cost her life. With her elder sister's carefree disposition, she could easily fall prey to someone's malice. Moreover, the Dai family had a relentless vendetta against the Sheng family. Resolutely, Sheng Zhao declared, purchase one for my elder sister, to safeguard her from any malicious intent. Done. The purchase was successful. It's now in your sleeve. The system's voice brightened. Sheng Wan, overhearing their conversation, felt deeply touched. Her younger sister, so frugal that she would not splurge on herself, had chosen to buy for her an invulnerability pill? Such a treasure was coveted even by the emperor. That her sister would willingly give it to her made her heart swell with emotion. With her heightened sensitivity, due to her condition, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She silently vowed that henceforth, no one in the palace would dare to bully her younger sister, even if it meant sacrificing her own wealth and status. Noticing her sister's unusual demeanor, Sheng Zhao inquired, elder sister, what is it? Why are your eyes so red? System. She must be feeling regret for not having consumed that pearl-nourishing soup. Sheng Wan thought, is that how my younger sister perceives me? A glutton who cannot resist temptation? I'm still a favored concubine. Sheng Zhao felt conflicted, but how do I present it? My elder sister should be cautious about what she consumes while pregnant. System. Why not say it was a gift from your father to nourish her body? Beneficial for her pregnancy? If it came from her father, she should not be worried. Sheng Zhao agreed and took out the pill from her sleeve, presenting it to Sheng Wan. Elder sister, this is from father. Before she could finish her sentence, Sheng Wan had already taken it and popped it into her mouth, chewing and swallowing eagerly. Sheng Zhao thought, my elder sister is truly a glutton. She devours anything without hesitation, without even asking. System. I told you. She must have been heartbroken over that spilled pearl-nourishing soup. Gigi, you are remarkably astute, seeing right through everything. Sheng Wan thought. She only trusts her younger sister enough to eat it. Your second sister has consumed the indestructible pill, so she need not fear the nefarious schemes of concubine Rong any longer. However, she is currently quite occupied. Sheng Wan feigned nonchalance as she sipped her tea, yet her ears were attuned to the conversation, pondering what was so urgent. Surely it couldn't be another scheme to harm her? Sheng Zhao couldn't help but wonder. What could she possibly be busy with? System. She is currently entangled with Dr. Zhang in a torrid affair. Ahem, ahem. Sheng Wan choked on her drink, coughing incessantly, while Sheng Zhao stood up to assist her in recovering her breath. She frantically waved him off. Don't mind me. It's inconsequential. I simply wish to know the nature of this torrid affair. The maid, Amber, instantly grasped her mistress's intent and hurried over to pat Sheng Wan's back. Sheng Zhao was taken aback. What? Are you saying concubine Rong is involved with Dr. Zhang? Is it the kind of torrid affair I think it is? Indeed. The relationship between these two is truly scandalous. Sheng Zhao grew excited. Do tell, spare no details. System. Concubine Rong, whose birth name is Dai Qingrong, ascended to her position within 2 years of entering the palace, thanks to her own cunning and the backing of her family. However, this has garnered her many enemies within the palace, leading to her being secretly administered harmful concoctions that have rendered her unable to conceive. Sheng Zhao pondered. No wonder she has remained childless. Has she not sought the physician as assistance? Oh, she certainly has. Dai Qingrong, unwilling to concede, relentlessly sought out physicians for prescriptions and would often resort to threats and violence. The medical personnel avoided her like the plague, ultimately passing this hot potato on to the new talent, Zhang Zheng. Zhang Zheng is quite the charming young man, and despite Dai Qingrong's outbursts, he patiently counseled her. While she felt neglected by the emperor, she found warmth in Zhang Zheng's presence. As time passed, their interactions grew intimate, leading to them sharing the bed in the sleeping quarters. Dai Qingrong has conceived twice. Can you guess whose child it is? Sheng Zhao was on the edge of her seat. Could it be Zhang Zheng's? Sheng Wan leaned in to catch the gossip, oblivious to the fact that her book had been held upside down. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Amber folding one of her garments repeatedly. Sheng Wan thought to herself, this girl truly has a penchant for gossip. The first child was the emperor's, but due to Dai Qingrong's poor health, she was unable to carry it to term and suffered a miscarriage shortly thereafter. And what of the second child? Was it Zhang Zheng's? Sheng Zhao could not contain her curiosity. In truth, she herself was unaware of the second child's paternity, as the emperor visited her during the first half of the night, but was called away by urgent matters. In the latter half, she feigned illness and summoned Zhang Zheng, leaving even her in ignorance of the child's father. Sheng Zhao. Sheng Wan. Such audacity, to take the emperor's place. How could she be so unbothered? What happened next? You must finish the tale, Zhi. System. The child, under Zhang Zheng's prenatal care, was delivered safely. But the infant bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhang Zheng. When the emperor saw the child, how could that end well?
To safeguard her life,
Dai Qingrong resorted to an exchange, substituting the child with a deceased infant smuggled into the palace. Sheng Zhao's eyes widened in shock. Is such a thing even possible? When the emperor arrived and found the child lifeless, his eyes turned red with grief, realizing that she had lost 2 children, thus bestowing upon her the title of concubine. Their true child now resides with Zhang Zheng's family, recorded under his parents' names, and refers to Zhang Zheng as brother. Sheng Wan felt as if she were turning to stone. The enormity of today's gossip was too overwhelming to digest. She only knew that Concubine Rong's child had perished at birth, and that the emperor had indeed shown her compassion by granting her the title of concubine. Little did she know they had executed such a swap of their biological child. Sheng Zhao was bewildered. Was this truly permissible? To address one's biological father as brother? How audacious. Truly, a perilous affair in the realm of infidelity. Chapter 13, Shock. Caught in the act. Why is Concubine Rong so preoccupied with Zhang Zheng when she should be focused on scheming against my second sister? System. Host, do not forget Concubine Rong, like Dai Yunshu, belongs to the Dai family, which has long instructed her to eliminate you and your sisters at the first opportunity. The intent to harm your second sister was never for the sake of favor. She holds no interest in the emperor. Currently, Zhang the physician is yet again entangled with Concubine Rong while discussing matters of child-rearing. Such audacity. In broad daylight. Are they not afraid of being discovered by the emperor? System. She deliberately provoked the emperor yesterday, ensuring he would find her irksome. Thus he would refrain from visiting her palace. Besides, her maids are guarding the door for her. Sheng Zhao could not help but marvel at the lengths one might go to in pursuit of infidelity. There truly is no challenge too great for those with a mind to deceive. Sheng Wan had long harbored grievances against Concubine Rong, who nearly caused her a double tragedy today. After a brief contemplation, she turned to Amber, who had finally finished folding her clothes. Amber, perceptive and astute, caught the subtle shift in her mistress's demeanor and discreetly withdrew. Outside the Xianzheng Hall, a young maid, her face unfamiliar, pressed a handful of coins into the hands of a young eunuch, her face etched with urgency. Esteemed eunuch, our beloved concubine is in great distress, suffering from relentless vomiting. We implore you to convey a message. The eunuch weighed the heavy pouch of coins in his hands and hesitantly replied, Very well, return for now, and I shall inform His Majesty, though I cannot promise the outcome. The young maid's face brightened and she bowed gratefully. If you can relay the message, our concubine will surely reward you handsomely. Thank you, esteemed eunuch. The eunuch shook his head and proceeded into the hall. Had he known he would have to go to such lengths to summon the emperor, he would have reconsidered his earlier defiance. These ladies of the palace, all so pretentiously virtuous. The eunuch stealthily entered the hall, casting a cautious glance at the emperor, who was engrossed in reviewing memorials, bowing his head low. Your Majesty, a message has arrived from Hucking Palace. Concubine Rome has suffered a sudden illness, experiencing severe abdominal pain and vomiting blood, and requests your presence. The emperor, upon hearing this, set aside his documents, a frown creasing his brow, concern etched across his features. How could it be so grave? Where's the physician? The eunuch replied. Your Majesty, the physician is en route to Hucking Palace. Shall I inquire if you intend to visit Concubine Rome? The emperor rose swiftly, striding purposefully towards the exit. The eunuch, quick to read the situation, called out, To Hucking Palace we go. The emperor hastily arrived at the entrance of Concubine Rome's chamber, casting a wary glance at the closed doors. Was it a sudden illness? Why the closed doors? Several maids stood at the entrance, their expressions fraught with anxiety. Upon seeing the emperor's sudden arrival, they were struck with terror, hastily dropping to their knees in salutation. However, the emperor noted their shifty eyes and trembling legs, a chill of suspicion creeping into his mind. He raised a hand, signaling for silence among his entourage, and whispered, No one is to make a sound. The guards, understanding the command, drew their blades, poised at the maids' throats, their faces pale with fear yet silent. The emperor forcefully pushed open the chamber doors. The sight before him sent his blood running cold. Concubine Rome, disheveled and in disarray, was entwined with Dr. Zhang on the bed. The two were so lost in their passion that they remained oblivious to the intrusion. The emperor's eyes glinted with murderous intent. How audacious! Concubine Rome and Zhang Zheng were abruptly jolted from their reverie. As they turned, shock washed over their faces, paling them instantly. Your Majesty, allow me to explain. Concubine Rome hastily grabbed her garments to shield her modesty. Zhang Zheng, in his panic, tumbled off the bed, kneeling before the emperor, pleading for mercy. Concubine Rome, how bold you are! Your Majesty, my heart belongs solely to you. The emperor, without casting a glance at the weeping and sorrowful Concubine Rome before him, turned sharply and commanded fiercely, Bring the imperial physician Zhang Zheng and drag him away for immediate execution. Concubine Rome was taken to the dungeon, and summoned the Minister of Personnel, Dai Yudao, to see me. All the servants of Hucking Palace shall be executed. In the next moment, the palace guard stormed in, and Concubine Rome struggled desperately, crying out, Your Majesty, I deserve 1,000 deaths. But my grandfather has been unwaveringly loyal to you and has devoted himself tirelessly to the court. He is innocent. The following day, Sheng Zhao rose early to have breakfast with her elder sister. She swiftly consumed a bowl of green rice porridge and then savored a flaky goose oil roll, relishing it with almond tea. Sheng Wan glanced at her younger sister, leisurely taking a spoonful of red date and yam paste. She couldn't help but marvel at the youth's appetite, which surpassed her own, despite her being with child. Host, do you see the palace maid Lioli before you? The system suddenly interjected. The maid Lioli, who was serving the noble Lady Yu, felt a jolt in her heart. Sheng Zhao discreetly lifted her gaze to Lioli. What is it? Is there some gossip? Speak quickly. There is a low-ranking eunuch named Alu stationed in the silk warehouse of the Internal Affairs Bureau, who is pursuing Lioli. Lioli's face flushed crimson. Sheng Zhao sensed a whiff of scandal. Lioli is beautiful and is my sister's personal maid. It is not surprising that she has suitors, but this Alu is merely a lowly eunuch. How dare he entertain such thoughts? The system replied. Alu has made numerous attempts to curry favor with Lioli. Every time she goes to fetch materials for Lady Yu, he deliberately flatters her, secretly slipping her scraps and trinkets. Sheng Zhao curled her lip, incredulous that such paltry offerings could win Lioli's affection. Lioli, being in my sister's service, has seen countless treasures. My sister would never treat her poorly. Would she really be swayed by such trifles? Sheng Wan silently agreed. Both Lioli and Huapa were her trusted confidants, and she often bestowed gifts upon them. Lioli was indeed a well-cared-for maid of high standing. Naturally, she would not be impressed, and moreover, Lioli has no intention of dining with eunuchs. She only wishes to marry well once she leaves the palace. Sheng Zhao nodded in agreement. Exactly. That is the mindset of a normal maid. Eunuchs are destined to remain in the palace for life, serving as mere slaves. Anyone with a modicum of sense would know how to choose. The system chimed in. Not to mention Alu has been brainwashing Lioli, constantly telling her that by the time she leaves the palace, she will be 25, a so-called old woman. unable to find a good match, and even as a concubine, no one would want her, thus sowing seeds of self-doubt in her. Moreover, he has defended Liuli against harassment from other eunuchs, even enduring beatings for her sake. Liuli has gradually lowered her guard around him. Sheng Zhao exclaimed, "Goodness, we have a hero saving the damsel in distress here." Chapter 14. The Frenzied Fan of Miss Xing 5, Why the Frantic Run in the Imperial Garden. The system continued. This morning, Alu sent a message to Liuli, urging her to come early to collect fabric, claiming it was specially reserved for Lady Yu. But what do you think the truth is, host? Liuli's heart tightened. Could there be another layer to this matter? Sheng Zhao hurriedly inquired, envisioning 100 melodramatic scenarios. The fabric is a ruse, designed to deceive Liuli? Is he actually a scoundrel? He is not merely a scoundrel. The silk he intends to give her is secretly embroidered with phoenixes and peonies, the exclusive embroidery of the empress. If it were to appear in your sister's palace, what would the emperor and empress think of her intentions? Even the eunuchs who harassed him were hired by him with a bit of silver. Sheng Zhao sensed a whiff of conspiracy. This elaborate scheme is clearly aimed at my sister. It is a grave offense to usurp the throne. How could a mere eunuch possess the audacity to take the empress's fabric? Could it be at the behest of the empress? If the system had a physical form, it would surely give a thumbs up. Host, you are exceptionally astute. It is indeed the empress. Liuli was just about to finish your breakfast and had to gather the materials for your sister. Liuli's face turned pale with terror. What Miss Sheng said was undeniably true. Alu had come early to deliver a message, stating that there was limited new fabric and not every palace could receive a share, urging her to go collect it sooner. If it truly bore the phoenix embroidery, a cold sweat broke out on Liuli's brow as she nearly knelt to plead for forgiveness. Sheng Wan shot her a glance to halt her, forbidding her from revealing the younger sister's thoughts. The empress, while appearing to treat the concubines in the palace as sisters, was likely orchestrating schemes behind the scenes. Perhaps she couldn't contain herself, anticipating the impending birth? If this matter were framed as a plot to usurp the position, neither Liuli nor herself, nor even the child in her womb, nor the entire general's residence would escape unscathed. Elder sister, I am full, Sheng Zhao announced, wiping her mouth with a handkerchief. I would like to play in the Imperial Garden for a while. Can I have Sister Liuli accompany me? An idea struck Sheng Zhao, concocting a clumsy yet seemingly plausible excuse to divert Liuli, preventing her from seizing the opportunity to collect fabric from the silk warehouse, perhaps allowing them to evade this calamity. She would then remind her sister to keep an eye on palace matters, ensuring that no malicious individuals exploited any openings. Liuli looked at Miss Sheng with tearful gratitude, her eyes brimming with anticipation. I will accompany you. I shall follow you to the ends of the earth. The fervent gaze from Liuli was unmistakable. Sheng Wan turned to see Liuli's ardent eyes. In the Imperial Garden, Sheng Zhao sprinkled a small handful of fish food into the water, and the fish in the pond eagerly swam toward her. She delightedly fed them, finding it amusing. Suddenly, faint voices drifted from a path behind her. Did you hear about last night's incident? The emperor was furious. Sheng Zhao's eyes lit up, her ears perked up. Her feet unconsciously began to move toward the voices. Was there more gossip she missed? Word has it that the imperial physician was truly deserving of his fate. He administered the wrong medicine to concubine Rome, resulting in her spitting blood and dying. The emperor executed him on the spot. That minister of personnel, Dai at his age, has lost a child to death. He resigned and returned home that very night. Sheng Zhao was so shocked that the fish food slipped from her fingers into the water. What? Concubine Rome is dead? Poisoned by Zhang the physician? Were they not entangled in a passionate affair just yesterday? How had it turned into a tale of love and betrayal? The system interjected. It's not what you think. Yesterday, upon learning that concubine Rome was ill, the emperor hastily set aside his duties to visit her, only to stumble upon concubine Rome and Zhang the physician in bed, entwined in a compromising position. His blood pressure skyrocketed, and he executed Zhang on the spot. Concubine Rome is not dead. She has been imprisoned, and the emperor summoned Minister Dai into the palace that very night. As the head of the 6 ministries, Dai Yudao was well aware of the emperor's intent to spare his granddaughter, so he voluntarily resigned, taking the shorn-haired concubine Rome back home. Sheng Zhao's mouth hung agape in shock, and amidst her astonishment, she couldn't help but scold the system. You wicked system. Why are you only telling me such a monumental piece of news now? Weren't you too preoccupied with Liuli's gossip this morning to notice? Liuli exclaimed. So the emperor intentionally spared Dai Yudao's life for other reasons. It's not that simple, host. The heart of an emperor is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. The two women who had been conversing froze in place, hesitant to take another step forward. What had they just heard? Concubine Rong had not died due to a medical mishap, but had committed adultery with Zhang the physician. How bold was Concubine Rong to deceive the emperor? Moreover, the emperor had spared her life and allowed Dai to take her back. Their initial reaction was sheer shock. What a colossal scandal. Their second reaction was one of fear. This is indeed a royal secret, since the emperor intends to conceal the truth. It must be to protect the dignity of the imperial family. It also involves the intricate machinations of the court. They have no desire to know what to do. Perhaps they should cover their ears and flee. In the next moment, the two of them darted through the imperial garden, lifting their skirts as they ran. With the palace maid scrambling behind them, the commotion was so great that even Sheng Zhao took notice. Utterly baffled, she called out, "Sisters, why are you running?" "Host, these are Jing Pin and Pin. They must be exercising, right?" Sheng Zhao replied, "On what logic are these titles assigned? They hardly seem calm or secure." When Jing Pin and Pin realized they had been discovered, they could only stop to greet her. Awkward smiles plastered on their faces. "This is my sister," Liuli said, bending slightly at the knee in a courteous gesture. "This humble servant offers her respects to the two noble ladies. May they enjoy long-lasting peace and prosperity. She is the younger sister of our esteemed concubine Yu." The two exchanged glances. Understanding dawned upon them. So she is the sister of concubine Yu. "Host, Jing Pin and Pin enter the palace with your second sister and share a decent rapport. However, they are rather peculiar." Upon hearing this, Sheng Zhao's interest piqued. "Quickly, tell me, in what way are they peculiar?" Only then did the two realize that the voices they had heard were not their own conversations, but rather the innermost thoughts of this young lady from the Sheng family. However, what does it mean to be peculiar? All they knew was loquats. Previously, the emperor had instructed Jing Pin and Pin to refrain from overeating and to be mindful of their figures. They resolved to supervise each other in their weight loss endeavors. However, one night, Jing Pin, unable to endure her hunger any longer, sneaked into the imperial kitchen and stole 2 pig knuckles, one in each hand, only to trip over the threshold and fall unceremoniously. Now I understand why the emperor bestowed the title Jing upon her. He likely wished for her to be quiet. Jing Pin, exposed before the crowd, felt utterly humiliated and yearned to escape this place of gossip. And Pin, witnessing her distress, struggled to suppress her laughter. That night, Pin was equally famished and made her way to the imperial kitchen. Coincidentally, she stumbled upon Jing Pin sprawled on the ground. Their eyes met, and Pin threatened Jing Pin to share one of the pig knuckles with her, or else she would call for help. And what do you think happened next? Chapter 15. To evade the emperor's nightly summons, Pin contemplated, the two of them shared a pig knuckle each, then merrily returned to the palace, vowing to repeat the escapade next time. But Jing Pin would never agree to share. They quarreled fiercely over the unequal spoils, only to be caught red-handed by a patrolling eunuch. Ultimately, to silence the eunuch, they not only surrendered both pig knuckles but also paid him a sum of silver. And Pin's smile froze at her lips. How could she be aware of such private matters? Truly a disgrace to be exposed beyond the palace walls. Ha ha ha, Gigi. This is what we call failing to steal the chicken and losing the rice. Hee hee, host, you are quite cultured. Look at that round-faced little maid behind Pin. Not only Sheng Zhao glanced over, but everyone quietly turned their attention. The round-faced maid, noticing the collective gaze, felt as though she were being roasted over an open flame. She harbors a secret affection for Pin. The crowd, competing for the emperor's favor? She may be small in stature, but possesses quite the audacity, rivaling even Dr. Zhang. Pin, nonsense. Sheng Zhao, intrigued, exclaimed, "Heavens! What manner of secret affection is this? Pray, elaborate." This little maid is named Hai Bai. Every time she finishes styling Pin's hair, she stealthily collects the fallen strands, weaving them into a love knot, which she hides beneath her pillow. She is also quite attentive to Pin, personally testing the temperature of her tea before serving it, ostensibly to prevent her from burning herself, but in reality, it is a means of indirect kissing. The crowd, wow! This revelation is sensational. Pin, how could such a secret be lurking so close to me?
Hi bye. Oh heck no.
Oh no. Will Pin disdain me in the future? Yet, considering how much hair Pin has shed, how did she come to fall for her? Sheng Zhao probed further into the gossip. Previously, she did not serve Pin. Instead, she was in the service of another consort who had fallen out of favor. A consort who often mistreated her. One day, and Pin witnessed this and brought her into her service. The stark contrast between the two mistresses was akin to heaven and earth, and with such a redemptive narrative. It is not surprising that Hai Bai harbors feelings for Pin, and Pin felt a surge of joy. After all, who could resist her gentle kindness? Jing Pin glanced at Pin, who was secretly relishing the moment, still wearing that charming smile. Indeed, if not for Pin, she would have either been beaten to death or ended up in the cold palace, doomed for life. Exactly. However, host, do refrain from viewing her through a tinted lens. Although Hai Bai is infatuated with Pin, she is fully aware of her station and does not overstep her bounds. She merely wishes to serve Pin diligently. You must not expose her secret. Ji, you can rest assured. Hai Bai's secret will remain safeguarded by me. Hai Bai closed her eyes, feeling an overwhelming desire to disappear. What to do now that everyone knows? The crowd, we know nothing. We heard nothing. Jing Pin gazed at Sheng Zhao, her eyes sparkling. This young lady from the Sheng family is truly a remarkable person, brimming with delightful revelations. Heaven knows how much she loves to indulge in gossip. Following this sister around guarantees a daily dose of juicy tidbits. The palace is rife with intrigue. And gossip is the best remedy for boredom. Ji, why do I get the feeling that Jing Pin's gaze towards me is anything but innocent? Could she possibly be infatuated with me? System. Host, you have only just met. How could she possibly be enamored with you?
Ving Pin, Plessily.
This must be what they call love at first sight. Jing Pin hastily averted her gaze. I do not speak such nonsense.
Hai Bai, haha.
At long last, this path is no longer a solitary one, and Pin and Jing Pin found the palace rather dull. How could they let such a walking treasure trove of gossip slip away? Sheng Zhao observed that it was time to depart, having also missed Liuli's opportunity to collect her garments from the silk store. She intended to return to her second sister's palace. But Pin and Jing Pin immediately expressed their desire to visit Concubine as well. When Sheng Wan saw her younger sister leaving with one companion and returning with two, she was taken aback. Upon recognizing the newcomers, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that the empress had come to search the palace. After his midday meal, Emperor Jing intended to stroll about, first visiting the Empress Dowager in Xinang Palace. However, the matron informed him that the Empress Dowager was napping. Just as he remembered Pin, he learned from the palace maids that she was not in her quarters. Thus, he decided to visit Jing Pin, who resided in a different hall within the same palace. In response to Her Majesty, Jing Pin is also not in her quarters. Emperor Jing, where has everyone gone at this hour? He then resolved to check on Concubine Yu. With a flick of his sleeve, he strode towards Shuyang Palace, unwilling to believe that Concubine Yu, in her condition, could still be out and about. Ha ha ha. How amusing. Yao Gonggong still had no idea. Before he even reached the palace gates, he heard peals of laughter resonating from within. Emperor Jing furrowed his brows. What could be the cause of such merriment? The head eunuch, Yao Gonggong, upon hearing his name, felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. What could possibly be happening that all the concubines in the inner palace knew? Yet he remained in the dark? His curiosity was gnawing at him. Furthermore, the steward from the imperial kitchen adds a dash of sleeping powder to the emperor's soup daily. Can you guess why? Sheng Zhao shared her insights on the gossip. He dares to drug the emperor? And Pin covered her mouth with a handkerchief, astonished at his audacity. Oh dear sister, do tell why? Emperor Jing An's expression darkened as he stood at the doorway, his curiosity piqued. To dare drug him, he would ensure their entire lineage faced the consequences. Yao Gonggong felt a cold sweat forming on his back, as if an invisible blade was poised at his throat, ready to claim his life. As the chief eunuch in close attendance to the emperor, he remained blissfully unaware of the daily administration of a soporific to the sovereign. Sheng Zhao proclaimed with pride, "It is all for the sake of ensuring the emperor takes his midday rest on time." This scheme was even devised at the behest of the Empress Dowager. The mere mention of the Empress Dowager raised questions. Why would she administer such a drug to her own son? Sheng Wan not only articulated the collective curiosity, but also echoed the emperor's own bewilderment. After all, the emperor often sought the dowager's company for casual conversation post-lunch, yet she, desiring her own rest, discreetly instructed the imperial kitchen to add a touch of the soporific to his soup, just a pinch, harmless to his health, yet effective in lulling him to sleep at the appointed hour. The emperor mused, "Ah, indeed. No wonder I find myself drowsy every afternoon, save for today." It became clear why, upon his recent visit to the dowager's palace, the maid had informed him that she had already retired. He dared not question his current wakefulness. attributing it to the unseasonably aged winter bamboo shoots in the deer sinew soup served today. He had not taken a single sip. An insightful thought crossed in Pin's mind, leading her to wonder if she could employ a similar strategy during her own nocturnal visits. Chapter 16. The tragic demise of Princess Zhuang Yi, abandoned in the wilderness. Cough. Cough, cough. Suddenly, Lu Gonggong erupted into a fit of violent coughing, interrupting and Pin's seemingly treasonous musings. The assembly turned in alarm. Goodness, it is the emperor. Silence fell instantly. Exchanged glances revealed a shared trepidation. Surely, the emperor had not overheard their earlier remarks? They bowed in deference, subtly gauging the emperor's demeanor, which remained unperturbed, devoid of any sign of displeasure. Perhaps he had indeed missed their conversation. Thankfully so. Is this truly Emperor Jing'an? Just yesterday, he bore the weight of such a monumental humiliation. Yet today he still graces the inner palace with his presence? Is he not inclined to take a nap? Did today as soup lack its usual sedative? In the stillness of Shuiyang Palace, Sheng Zhao's inner voice struck a chord deep within the hearts of all present. All. Sheng Wan swayed unsteadily, feeling a wave of dizziness. The Sheng family's fate hung perilously in the balance. System. Indeed, host. This is none other than the Emperor of Dijing, Emperor Jing'an. Xiaolingyi, do not be deceived by his recent misfortune. He is a wise sovereign. He ascended to the throne at the tender age of 20, bravely leading campaigns to quell the northern rebellions, and he resolutely advocated for the inclusion of commoners in the imperial examinations. Moreover, he is diligent, having dealt with the affairs of concubine Rome until the late hours just yesterday. Though Emperor Jing'an may not grasp the concept of overtime, he presumed it to be a commendation. His expression softened slightly. Sheng Zhao nodded, her respect for Emperor Jing'an growing as she absorbed the system's insights. What a multifaceted ruler. His allowance for commoners in the examinations speaks volumes of his broad-mindedness. No wonder he remains untroubled by the recent scandal. The assembly exchanged knowing glances, silently acknowledging the flattery bestowed upon the emperor. The more they praised, the less likely they would incur his wrath. Sheng Wan remarked, "Sister, our family's survival now rests upon your shoulders." Emperor Jing'an felt a swell of satisfaction within, thinking, "Ah, such is the burden of being a good emperor." However, might we refrain from mentioning the words green hat any further? Indeed. Host, you are astute. There lies another reason for sparing concubine Rong's life. The emperor raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, his gaze momentarily clouded. Sheng Zhao pondered deeply. Is it connected to the recent reforms in the imperial examination system? System. Precisely. You would make a fine official, host. The Minister of Personnel, Dai Yudao, was a pivotal figure in the examination reforms. Should his granddaughter face public execution now, the conservatives would surely retaliate, resulting in a one-sided political landscape. Sheng Zhao understood. At that point, it would be inevitable for Dai to resign, preserving the integrity of the ruler-minister relationship, safeguarding the old official's reputation, and stabilizing the political climate. How astute of him to prioritize statecraft over personal grievances. The emperor observed the young girl kneeling before him. Realizing why Ning Wang deemed her exceptional, words failed him as he grappled with his emotions. This girl, despite her youth, possessed remarkable insight into court affairs. The earlier comment from the entity called Ji Zhirang true, it was a pity she did not pursue a political career. Sheng Zhao, her gaze fixed on the tiles below, remained oblivious to the radiant eyes studying her from above. Why hasn't he the emperor allowed us to rise? My second sister is with child. System. Who told you to gossip about his private affairs? He likely relished the moment. Emperor Jing'an interjected, "Do you not believe me?" I merely forgot to acknowledge her flattery. With a grand gesture, he commanded, "You may rise." "Thank you, your majesty." Sheng Wan, still cradling her belly, instructed, "Amber, serve tea to his majesty." The emperor regarded Sheng Wan, noting her burgeoning form. "How fares Yu Fei these days? Is she eating well? Thanks to your majesty's blessings." "She is well. Since Zhao Zhao's arrival, her appetite has improved significantly, and her spirits are much higher," Sheng Wan replied with a smile, gently caressing her belly, filled with anticipation for the new life soon to arrive. The emperor nodded appreciatively. "That is well. How could she not be well? Today she was poisoned, and tomorrow she may be framed. Were it not for my cleverness, she might have found herself imprisoned for childbirth." Sheng Wan gasped, "Sister. Such words are ill-suited for the emperor's ears. We cannot bear the consequences of unfounded accusations against the empress. My younger sister is merely playful. I hope your majesty does not take offense," she added, her voice steady despite the tension. "Fear not," replied Emperor Jing'an. waving a hand dismissively. In this vast palace, how many could speak the truth? This girl's candor was a rare treasure. Yet, as he reflected on her words, a shadow crossed his countenance. Who dared poison his beloved Yu Fei and frame her for wrongdoing? Now, it was Sheng Zhao's turn to feel discontent. Second sister, what mischief have I wrought? And Pin and Jingpin both adore me, as do the maids in your palace. And Pin and Jingpin nodded fervently in agreement, while a chorus of maidens silently echoed their support. Sheng Wan, was that not mere humility? Who knows what indiscreet words may leap from my sister's lips next? I must prepare the emperor's heart for any eventuality. Host, Gigi adores you as well. Sheng Zhao beamed. I cherish Gigi too. Host, I believe the emperor will surely take a liking to you, for his daughter is of your age, and she is quite the mischievous spirit. In comparison, you are practically an angel. Sheng Zhao racked her brain to recall the narrative of the original text. Indeed, there was a particularly troublesome princess. Gigi, are you referring to Princess Zhuang Yi? The one notorious for her antics, such as climbing trees to steal bird eggs and causing mayhem throughout the palace? Precisely, host. You remember her well. Sheng Zhao mused. The title of this princess truly mirrors that of Jingpin and Inpin. I now understand. Perhaps the emperor bestows titles based on his own aspirations. Jingpin and Inpin protested. Nay, their titles are based on their virtues, not mere labels. As Emperor Jing'an listened to the recounting of Princess Zhuang Yi's escapades, a hint of indulgent amusement graced his features. Sheng Zhao, contemplating deeply, hesitantly inquired, if I recall correctly, Princess Zhuang Yi met a tragic end due to her reckless ways, discarded in the wilderness? Upon hearing Sheng Zhao's words, the emperor's expression turned suddenly cold, his features hardening into silence. How dare she utter such a curse against his beloved Zhuang Yi? As anger surged, he found himself speechless. His countenance darkened as he fixed his gaze on Sheng Zhao. Chapter 17. The first female official of this dynasty. Sheng Wan felt a tightening in her stomach, a sign of her mounting anxiety, as Amber and Liuli supported her on either side. Sister, please stop talking. Princess Zhuang Yi is a formidable presence within the palace. Our Sheng family is already short on people. Have some consideration for us. Liuli secretly tightened her grip on her lady's hand, reassuring her not to disturb the baby. Anpin and Jingpin noticed the change in Emperor Jing'an's demeanor. At that moment, all they could think about was sneaking into the kitchen for some pork knuckles. Being caught while stealing pork knuckles wouldn't result in losing their heads, at least. Sheng Zhao was oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere surrounding her. It's a pity for Princess Zhuang Yi. But how could she have ended up so tragically? The system responded, Princess Zhuang Yi is the emperor's only daughter, immensely cherished, and has never left the palace for her protection. Raised in the inner court since childhood, she is curious about the outside world. Sheng Zhao frowned. Isn't it quite normal for a lively princess to want to explore the world outside given the oppressive and rule-bound nature of the palace? The system affirmed, indeed. It is entirely normal. Therefore, when the princess first expressed her desire to leave the palace to her father, the emperor, after much deliberation, agreed and dispatched numerous guards for her protection, providing her with ample silver. If there were guards for her protection, how could such a tragedy occur? The princess, being mischievous and experiencing the outside world for the first time, was fascinated by everything. The guards, being overly cautious, annoyed her, leading her to devise a way to slip away from them and wander alone. Unfortunately, while purchasing pastries, she unwittingly revealed her wealth and caught the attention of a few unsavory characters. Those thieves, seeing the princess alone, deceived the naive princess outside the city and, in a deserted temple, conspired to commit heinous acts against her before disposing of her body at the mountain's foot. In the end, they divided the spoils and fled. Sheng Zhao remained silent for a long while after hearing this. The original text merely glossed over Princess Zhuang Yi's fate with a single line, but the details were heartbreakingly tragic. At this moment, Emperor Jing'an's countenance darkened, emanating a terrifying aura, for he was acutely aware that Sheng Zhao's thoughts were indeed true. After the morning court session, Princess Zhuang Yi had come to the study to seek him out. Father, the palace is simply too stifling. I long to see the outside world. Today is my birthday, and I have come to request a favor from you. If you are concerned, you may send more guards to protect me, and I promise to return before dark. The words of Princess Zhuang Yi from that morning echoed in Emperor Jing'an's mind, word for word. How dare those thieves? To subject them to 1,000 cuts would be too lenient. By now, Princess Zhuang Yi must have already left the palace. Without a moment's hesitation, Emperor Jing'an turned and strode out, immediately instructing eunuch Yao in a hushed tone. Convey my urgent decree. Command General Sheng Huaishu of Anbei to mobilize troops throughout the city to search for Princess Zhuangyi and ensure her safe return. Should there be any illicit individuals around her, execute them on the spot. Proclaimed by the emperor, it was decreed, I uphold the principle of governance, elevating only those of talent. I have heard of Sheng Zhao from General Sheng's estate in Anbei. Though young, she is perceptive and of good conduct. I hereby appoint her as the supervisory censor, a 7th-rank official, allowing her to attend court sessions without negligence. Thus it was decreed. Once eunuch Yao had departed, Sheng Zhao flaunted the imperial edict before her father and older brother. Haha, father, I've become an official. I have a guaranteed position now. Sheng Huaishu looked at his daughter with a pained expression. The emperor most likely understood Sheng Zhao's true sentiments, hence the special appointment. But how could she, at such a tender age, navigate the complexities of the court without becoming a target? Who knew when this girl might utter something irreverent? Moreover, the position of supervisory censor was itself fraught with the risk of offending others. With the decree now in place, the die was cast. All he could hope for was that his daughter would behave herself. He could not discern whether the emperor's actions would ultimately be a blessing or a curse. Brother, don't envy me. There's nothing I can do. I'm just that exceptional. Sheng Zhao cheerfully hummed a tune. Sheng Yenshu felt a pang of jealousy, recalling the years of hard study he had endured while still preparing for next year's provincial examination. His little sister, merely 12 years old, had already been appointed out of turn, leaving him far behind. How would his classmates mock him now? Humph, don't get too cocky. I will participate in the provincial examination next August, and by the following spring, I can take part in the imperial examinations. It won't be long before I am seen in the court. It would serve you right if you were dismissed for being too incompetent. Sheng Zhao, undeterred, grinned mischievously. I'm definitely better than you, brother. The system chimed in, Host, you are truly remarkable. The emperor must have recognized your innate brilliance. Not only are you the first female official of this dynasty, but you are also the youngest official. Sheng Zhao beamed, of course. The decree states that I am perceptive and of good conduct. I can recite it again for you. Zhao Zhao, take a break. Father's going to practice martial arts. Brother also needs to study. Sheng Huaishu and Sheng Yenshu hastily made their excuses, disappearing as if fleeing a disaster. Hurry and go. I've already recited it 10 times. I could memorize it by now.
Huh?
Why did they leave? The system replied, Host, perhaps they were discouraged and wished to strive harder.
Indeed.
With such an exceptional daughter and sister, they must be secretly pleased. The next morning, at the break of dawn, before the sun had risen, Sheng Zhao was tortured by the system's alarm, feeling utterly miserable. She knew that ancient officials had to rise early for court, but she had not anticipated the pain of it when it was her turn.
Ugh.
According to our timing, it's only 3 in the morning.
I still need to grow.
I can't take this anymore. Saying this, her head lolled, and she fell back asleep. Sheng Huaishu had already dressed and was ready to depart. Yet he had not seen his little girl. Upon reaching her door, he overheard her grumbling complaints, and at once, he was filled with ire. Without giving it a second thought, he burst into the room and yanked Sheng Zhao from her bed. Get up, get up! Missing court without cause results in 20 strokes of the cane and a 6-month salary deduction. If you don't go, I won't plead for you. And soon all the officials will be laughing at you.
What?
20 strokes of the cane? That's too harsh. Can I just refuse this position? Sheng Zhao, frightened, became somewhat more alert, entirely forgetting her previous fervor to become the first female official of the dynasty. Sheng Huaishu, undeterred by her protests, single-handedly dragged her toward the door, hastily stuffing her into the carriage. To defy the decree is to face exile of 3,000 miles, and family members will bear the consequences. Sheng Zhao felt like crying without tears, but her mouth remained defiant. You can't just issue a decree and expect me to comply. What if I don't want to go? What about the people's voices? Sheng Huaishu's voice resounded from outside the carriage, filled with grievances. You will be publicly shamed and wear a heavy iron collar for a month. Just yesterday, you were so proud. Let's see how willing you are now. Sheng Zhao opened her mouth but ultimately refrained from shouting. Chapter 18. Not joining the group? I can hardly wait to offer my counsel. The carriage hurriedly arrived at the palace gate for inspection just as the clock struck the 2nd hour. Given Sheng Zhao's official rank, she could only stand at the end of the civil officials' line. The officials of the Honglu Temple, upon seeing such a young female official, were astonished. After repeatedly verifying the insignia in their hands, they finally led her toward the main hall. Am I still dreaming? Who is this little yellow-haired girl? An official stroked his beard, pausing in disbelief and glancing back several times. Lord Qin, your information is lacking. This young lady is the supervisory censor appointed by His Majesty, and the daughter of General Sheng of Anbei. She is no ordinary child. Another official responded with a laugh. Hearing this, one of the officials widened his eyes in disbelief. A supervisory censor? My son, a newly minted graduate, still needs to intern in the office for 3 years before being appointed as a censor? After 30 years of hard study, I am outdone by a little yellow-haired girl? Does she truly deserve such an honor? It is a disgrace to all our civil and military officials. Esteemed lords, shall we not unite in petition today? Must we truly await for that young child to accuse the officials in the court? Very well. Lord Zhang, please proceed with your petition. We shall undoubtedly lend our support. Unbeknownst to Sheng Zhao, she was presently following the protocol of the Ministry of Rights, seeking her designated position. Little Lord Sheng, His Majesty has specifically instructed that this is your place, remarked an official. Sheng Zhao obediently nodded, expressing her gratitude. Not far away, Sheng Huaisu observed his daughter's quiet demeanor and decorum with a sense of deep gratification. Zhao Zhao still understood the gravity of the situation, and her temperament had matured considerably. Perhaps she might indeed excel in this role. Sheng Zhao cast a glance at the threshold behind her. Why must they stand so far back? Why not step further away? I might as well stand outside the hall. This thought resonated throughout the grand hall. Leaving Sheng Huaisu with a singular notion, the heavens seek to extinguish the Sheng family, the entire assembly of civil and military officials. Whence comes this ghostly sound? Everyone turned simultaneously, aware that yesterday, His Majesty had made an unprecedented decree, appointing a 12-year-old girl as an inspector. Some scoffed, while others adopted a watchful stance. Humph! Such a young child, lacking knowledge of decorum even in the court. Minister of Rights Zhang Tingjing let out a cold snort. How could His Majesty entertain such a notion? A person of such character is hardly fit for such a weighty responsibility. Are there truly no worthy individuals in the court? Sheng Zhao raised her gaze, meeting the curious eyes of many. Squeak, why are they all looking at me? System. Host. You are the first female official to attend court. It is natural for everyone to be curious about you. Sheng Zhao found the system's reasoning sound, standing up straight. Indeed, I sense admiration in their gazes. The assembly? Who admires her? They merely wish to ascertain who is so ignorant of the rules. Wait a moment. Is she conversing with someone? She did not speak aloud, did she? The officials who could hear thoughts exchanged bewildered glances, silently inquiring with their colleagues, each reflecting confusion and uncertainty in their expressions. Without virtue or ability, utterly arrogant. Guo Yaoxing, the director of the Literary Selection and Qing History Department, shook his head in disapproval. He primarily handled the appointments of officials below the 4th rank, while there had been instances of direct imperial appointments. They were typically bestowed upon those of merit or proven accomplishments, often with the endorsement of the 9 ministers. Yet, a rude girl of no achievement such as her was unprecedented. Our esteemed great Jing state has always upheld humility. How can such an arrogant and ignorant child hold such a position? He cast a discontented glance at the seemingly calm, yet internally despondent general in Bei. It was truly lamentable that such a distinguished general had raised a child of this nature. Sheng Huaisu maintained his composure, deliberately ignoring the multitude of scrutinizing gazes directed at him from the hall. I can no longer concern myself with them. Let them meddle as they please. Emperor Jing entered the hall, catching sight of Sheng Zhao at the rear, kneeling gracefully alongside the officials. Lords, do you have petitions to present? The emperor surveyed the assembly of ministers. Though his countenance remained unchanged, the innate aura of imperial authority compelled the restless officials to reconsider their intentions. Your Majesty, I have a petition to present. Minister of Rights Zhang Tingjing stepped forward, bowing deeply, his voice resonating with suppressed ire. Your Majesty, historically, inspectors must be over 30 years of age and well-versed in legal matters. Now, a mere child is appointed. Will not the world mock our court as a farce? The elder minister implored the emperor to retract his decree. It was Sheng Zhao's first attendance at court, and she had eagerly anticipated witnessing the proceedings. However, she never expected to be the subject of the first petition. It felt as though she were a spectator in a play, yet now cast in the spotlight. She was unwilling to concede, preparing to voice her rebuttal, when another figure, having caught Zhang's eye, also stepped forward. Your Majesty, how many scholars have toiled for 30 years to attain the 7th rank? She has not even passed the imperial examinations, nor is she acquainted with the law. By what right does she overshadow those who have achieved the title of Jinshi? At this declaration, The officials began to stir, reflecting upon their own arduous journeys in academia, inciting feelings of indignation. I beseech your majesty to dismiss the daughter of the Sheng family to uphold the integrity of the court. Otherwise, I will prostrate myself against the pillar in protest. Upon hearing this, Sheng Zhao was astounded. How could this man threaten to die in protest against her? Intrigued, she inquired of the system. Squeak, who is this person? It's not as if I sought this position for myself. Who is he trying to threaten? The system swiftly provided an update. Host, I have gathered information. However, he is not a virtuous individual. The grand hall fell into a sudden silence. Some ministers, capable of hearing thoughts, displayed incredulous expressions, glancing at the emperor, who appeared unfazed, leading them to understand the situation. They were relieved they had not acted rashly.
Meanwhile,
those unable to hear thoughts presumed that the earlier petition from Lord Wu had provoked the emperor's displeasure. After all, no ruler appreciates being threatened by their ministers. Lord Wu, noticing the stillness, desperately gestured to Lord Zhang, hoping for support, yet Zhang kept his gaze lowered, ignoring him. Confused, Wu wondered why Zhang had ceased to act after initially joining him. Emperor Jing furrowed his brow, observing Lord Wu with profound implications in his gaze. Did Wu truly intend to protest to the death? Wu's spine chilled. He had merely spoken in jest, never intending for it to escalate. Hadn't they agreed to unite in petition? Why were those beside him now silent? With no other recourse, faced with a figurative knife to his throat, he steeled himself. Reflecting on how his own son could not attain the position of inspector, only for this young girl to surpass him, he took a deep breath. Your Majesty, our dynasty has never entertained the notion of women or children in governance. Is it not an embarrassment for neighboring states to witness a child governing? He bowed heavily to the ground, first voicing his grievances for the struggling scholars, then expressing concerns for the nation's reputation. Willing to spill blood on the court floor if necessary. Anyone observing would laud him as a loyal minister, devoted to the realm. If Emperor Jing allowed such loyalty to perish, choosing to stubbornly support a child in governance, it would not only dishearten the ministers but also be meticulously recorded by the court attendants, leading to a legacy of disgrace. Sheng Zhao witnessed the escalation of this man's rhetoric and urged, Squeak, hurry and tell me, what misdeeds has he committed? I am eager to admonish him. Chapter 19. What is this? Accusations against little Lord Sheng have taken a turn of emotional intensity. System. This man is named Wu Zhengqing, Deputy Minister of Personnel. His household consists only of a half-witted son. In a desperate bid to secure a position for his sole offspring, he bribed the examination officials with 10,000 taels of silver to leak the provincial examination questions. Presently, that foolish son is serving as a county magistrate. Sheng Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. Good heavens! This scoundrel, purchasing his son's position, dares to speak. Regardless of the circumstance, I am appointed by the emperor himself. By what right does he threaten me? Surely, a woman in office is preferable to a fool in power. In the court, some were astonished while others struggled to contain their laughter. With such a statement, it seemed not entirely unacceptable for a woman to hold office. Unbeknownst to whom, someone failed to stifle their mirth, letting out a chuckle. Emperor Jing cast a glance, and the assembly of officials instantly regained their composure. Yet, this remark stirred considerable waves among the ministers. Wu's son's position was purchased? A sum of 10,000 taels? Engaging in examination fraud was a grave offense. Moreover, where did he acquire such wealth? System. There's more. This incident was exposed by a humble scholar, prompting Wu Zhengqing to send men disguised as bandits to intercept and assassinate him on his way to the capital. The body was dismembered and disposed of in various locations. Sheng Zhao exploded with fury, her anger ignited. Such a person dares to hold an official position? Did no one raise this issue? Have these ministers allowed their eyes to become so dull? Why did no one report this? The officials, who had seemingly allowed their eyes to grow dim, remained silent, not daring to utter a word. Shang Huai-Su furtively observed their reactions before quickly averting his gaze, fearful of inadvertently meeting the eyes of any official. On her first day at court, the daughter inadvertently offended the entire assembly of civil and military officials. It seems that not a single ancestor heeded her prayers at the ancestral hall last night. The system noted. His son is utterly ignorant of legal matters, causing chaos in the administration regarding both significant and trivial issues. For instance, a woman suffered severe abuse at the hands of her husband and finally seized an opportunity to seek justice, only for him to rule that she was disloyal to her husband, resulting in her legs being broken and her husband taking her back home, where she met a tragic end shortly after. There was also a tea merchant whose shop was maliciously burned down by a competitor when he sought redress. The foolish son ruled it as mere property damage, prompting the rival to set fire to his remaining shop, leading to the merchant and his family perishing in the flames. Additionally, a wealthy local businessman abducted a common girl, and when her elderly widowed mother brought the matter to court, the foolish son dismissed the case, believing the wealthy man was merely helping the impoverished mother support her daughter. Not only did he fail to punish the businessman, but he also compelled the widowed mother to pay 50 taels to the wealthy man for her daughter's upkeep, a sum she could not muster, resulting in her tragic demise right there in court. At this moment, Sheng Zhao was seething with indignation, wishing to tear apart the man surnamed Wu on the spot. How could such a scoundrel not fear inciting public resentment? Those who suffered injustice believed the county magistrate would advocate for them, only to find themselves pushed into a deeper abyss. Outrageous! Emperor Jing'an suddenly erupted in fury, while Wu Zhengqing lay prostrate on the ground. Convinced the emperor was intent on protecting this young girl, a flicker of resentment arose within him. If a mere girl could serve as an inspector, then his son could too. He aimed to incite the discontent of these literati, compelling the emperor to dismiss this ignorant child. Sheng Zhao observed the emperor's dark expression. The emperor truly appreciates me from the depths of his heart. He cannot tolerate a single word of reproach against me. Emperor Jing'an was both exasperated and amused. The ministers discreetly shifted their positions, wishing to distance themselves from him, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. Bribery of examination officials, malpractices in the imperial examinations, and a local magistrate who was utterly foolish. How many grievances remained unresolved? This was no trivial matter. Emperor Jing'an glared at Wu Zhengqing. Realizing that his decision to have Sheng Zhao attend court was indeed wise, the parasites within the court required thorough cleansing. Wu Zhengqing noticed the ministers around him distancing themselves and was perplexed. The emperor wore a sullen expression, remaining silent. So, he immediately turned to the first minister to address the issue, Minister Zhang of the Rights Department, casting a look of desperation towards him. Wasn't it agreed that they would jointly petition the emperor? He was on the verge of a heartfelt remonstrance. Where was everyone else? Your Majesty? As Minister Zhang of the Rights Department has stated, the young one is quite capable, isn't it splendid. Minister Zhang immediately interrupted and stepped forward. Your Majesty, this old minister believes that young Master Sheng is astute and knowledgeable. It is indeed a fortune for our great Jing to have him in this role. Wu Zhengqing. Sheng Zhao. How is it that Minister Zhang simultaneously criticizes and praises me? Did he develop feelings during the impeachment? The assembly fell into a silent contemplation, recognizing that young Master Sheng's sentiments were rather peculiar. Although one who stands upright need not fear shadows, they were reluctant to be scrutinized. Minister Zhang glanced back at Sheng Zhao, offering her a friendly gaze. Sheng Zhao. Uncertain of Minister Zhang's intentions, Sheng Zhao decided to disregard him. Her sole focus was on finding an opportunity to expose that corrupt official Wu Zhengqing and his foolish son, refusing to allow them to continue wreaking havoc. Squeak, do we have any evidence? I must expose this scoundrel. With so many capital offenses against him, how dare he impeach me? Host, indeed. That scholar from a humble background was pursued and nearly killed while on his way to the capital to report wrongdoing. Realizing he could not escape, he concealed the evidence of the crimes behind a deity statue in a dilapidated temple. Sheng Zhao's eyes sparkled with mischief. Why not reveal this immediately? We might even earn significant merit. If the emperor is pleased, perhaps I will receive a promotion. At this moment, Sheng Huaisu wiped the sweat from his forehead, thinking, this girl, does she believe acquiring an official position is so simple? Upon returning, he would need to offer more incense to the ancestors. The Sheng family could not afford to be careless. The system interjected. Host, will this work? You are making enemies on your first day at court. Will it not make you an easier target later? How about you inform your father of this matter when you return, allowing him to discreetly draft a memorial for the emperor? That way, the credit still belongs to the Sheng family. Once we have established our footing in court, we can address it ourselves. How does that sound? Sheng Huaisu contemplated this suggestion. However, given that the entire assembly was already aware of the situation concerning his daughter, how could he seize that credit without losing face? No way. A nearby official, witnessing the once formidable General Sheng now behaving so timidly, could barely contain his laughter. Sheng Huaisu, having caught the sound of muffled laughter, promptly shoved the individual beside him forward. Your Majesty, the Minister of Personnel, Lord Go, has a matter to present. Sheng Zhao's appointment was already quite conspicuous, and to impeach someone on her first day at court might attract unwanted attention. It was wiser to maintain a low profile. Furthermore, he could not snatch his daughter's credit. Yet, Lord Go was different. He was a regular at court, free from such concerns, and could relish the opportunity to claim merit for himself. Instantly, all eyes in the court turned toward Lord Ge. Lord Ge. Now it was Sheng Huaisu's turn to suppress a laugh. Go on, Lord Ge. That corrupt official is your superior, and defeating him could lead to boundless prospects. As the center of attention, Lord Ge felt the immense pressure as he stepped forward. Lord Ge, what brings you to court? Emperor Jing'an's imposing demeanor was evident, though a glimmer of approval shone in his eyes as he regarded Lord Ge. Your Majesty, I wish to impeach the left Assistant Minister of Personnel, Wu Zhengqing, for bribing officials to secure a position for his foolish son, leading to countless injustices and the suffering of the people. The words reverberated like thunder, striking Wu Zhengqing with a jolt. At that moment, he felt as though his head was spinning and a chill coursed through him. Your Majesty, I am innocent. Emperor Jing'an played the role to perfection, his gaze fixated on the prostrate Wu Zhengqing, exuding a glacial intensity, as if the man before him was already a corpse. Upon hearing this, Sheng Zhao was immediately displeased. Hey, how did the credit that belonged to our Sheng family suddenly vanish? Squeak, how could he know that the surname Wu is problematic? The system responded. That shouldn't be the case. He has already ascended to the position of the new Minister of Personnel, and no one has ever reported him. How did Lord Ge find out? Let me investigate. The assembly held their breath, a palpable tension filling the air as silence enveloped the grand hall. Lord Ge was drenched in sweat. Had it not been for the emperor's encouraging gaze, he would have reconsidered his decision. The system explained. Host, Lord Ge is responsible for verifying the backgrounds of candidates for county magistrates, such as whether they are using false identities or the authenticity of their qualifications. Perhaps he uncovered something during his investigation. Sheng Zhao lamented. Well, that is unfortunate. At least his crimes have been exposed. It's a pity that my father missed out on a chance to achieve merit. The assembly. Sheng Huaisu. No worries, my daughter. We can hold back for now. Seeing that the situation had been deflected, Emperor Jing'an sighed in relief. He must not let this girl discover the truth. What evidence do you possess? Emperor Jing'an inquired. Lord Ge promptly recounted what he had gleaned from Sheng Zhao's inner thoughts. Your Majesty, a scholar from a humble background has come to the capital to report a grievance, only to be ruthlessly murdered by your emissaries. The document detailing this atrocity is hidden in a temple along the route outside the city. If your Majesty sends someone to investigate, the truth will surely come to light. As for that foolish county magistrate, it would suffice to inquire locally, and the whole truth will be revealed. Wu Zhengqing's face turned ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably, fear stripping him of all composure. How could he have known? This matter was executed with such secrecy. Emperor Jing'an's gaze pierced through Wu Zhengqing like a blade. Seize this beast, he commanded with a thunderous voice. The imperial guards waiting outside the hall immediately entered and dragged the man away. Wu Zhengqing was left in shock. Was he to be apprehended without any verification? Your Majesty, I am wronged, he pleaded. Your Majesty, my son is exceptionally gifted. He is not a fool. The courtiers murmured amongst themselves. Can we not discern the sanity of those whose cases he has judged? That is merely a singular instance. There are many more cases that Lord Sheng has yet to disclose. It is hard to believe that a public official has become a butcher. What sort of life must the local populace endure? Yet, this young Lord Sheng is indeed a prodigy. No wonder the emperor has made an exception to grant him a position in court. Even Minister Zhang of the 6 ministries has unexpectedly switched sides. Fortunately, they did not expose their own faces. Sheng Zhao could not help but feel a twinge of regret. Had she known this opportunity was fleeting, she would have seized it herself. Ah, that Lord Ge indeed has some skills. The system interjected. Host, he has a scandal as well. Would you like to partake? Sheng Zhao eagerly responded. Yes, yes, yes. Lord Ge was left dumbfounded, tension coursing through his entire being. Initially, he cast a resentful glance at General Sheng, who had pushed him forward. At that moment, General Sheng looked up at the beams of the hall, silently wishing him good fortune. Then, he glanced pleadingly at the Emperor Jing'an. The emperor feigned a headache, rubbing his temples. I am powerless to assist. Lord Ge was at a loss for words. The entire hall fell into a hushed silence, all ears pricked in anticipation, fearing they might miss some juicy gossip. The system revealed, this Lord Ge, known as Ge Yaoxing, serves in the Ministry of Personnel. Just a few days ago, he drank excessively with friends and mistakenly entered the wrong room upon returning home, stumbling into the quarters of the housekeeper, who is quite elderly. In the middle of the night, she discovered a large man in her chamber and was thoroughly startled.
Ha ha ha.
The housekeeper should have called for help to apprehend him. The system continued. The housekeeper immediately screamed and brandished a broom to chase Lord Go out. The next day, when he encountered her again, he was surprisingly flushed with embarrassment.
Goodness.
Could it be that he harbored any inappropriate thoughts toward the housekeeper? Was the wine emboldening him? The assembly turned their gazes toward Lord Ge. The embarrassing incident being aired in public left him crimson-faced, and even the emperor wore a smile, relishing the spectacle. His naturally thin skin turned even redder. The civil and military officials exchanged knowing glances, fully understanding the situation. Who would have thought that this Lord Ge was indeed? The housekeeper assumed Lord Ge had ulterior motives, prompting her to resign and return to her hometown. Now, the Ge household is once again seeking a housekeeper. However, before leaving, the housekeeper warned her friends not to go to the Ge residence, claiming Lord Ge had peculiar habits, which has resulted in the Ge household struggling to find help. Sheng Zhao couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, vividly imagining the scene.
Ha ha ha.
The housekeeper must think he is some sort of deviant. Who would have thought Lord Ge, so presentable, would have shared such a fleeting romance with her?
Now,
it must be the talk of the town. The courtiers stifled their laughter, desperately trying not to erupt, yet their shoulders trembled with suppressed mirth, catching Lord Ge's attention. What was this? His reddened face was merely a sign of guilt and embarrassment. It was not shyness. It was not as if he had intentionally entered the wrong room. No wonder he couldn't even find a single maid willing to apply. It turned out the rumors had painted him as a pervert. Lord Ge was now frantic, unable to explain his predicament, feeling immensely constrained. Beside him, Sheng Huaishu was laughing so hard he was shaking, leaning in to whisper. Who would have thought Lord Ge had such inclinations? If the general's residence comes across any suitable housekeepers in the future, why not send them to Lord Ge? Thank you for your kind offer, General Sheng, but my wife will handle such matters at home. It would be better to keep any potential help for my own household. Lord Ge retorted with a sarcastic tone. Sheng Huaishu puffed up with indignation. Are you mocking me for lacking a lady of the house? Just wait. Next time, I will have Zhao Zhao expose you. Do not think I did not hear you disparaging Zhao Zhao's character when you first entered court. How arrogant. Upon hearing this, Lord Ge immediately fell silent, reluctant to speak further. His daughter truly had that ability. Your Majesty, an urgent report from Sheng Zhao. 3 days ago, a strange epidemic broke out. Over 100 lives have already been lost. The envoy from the Ministry of Rights, holding a crimson plume, hurriedly entered the grand hall and knelt to present the memorial. Upon receiving a nod from Emperor Jing'an, Eunuch Yao took the memorial from the envoy's hands and read it aloud. The governor of Xingzhou, Jiang Xian, reports, a sudden outbreak of high fever and vomiting of blood has occurred within the region, with patients exhibiting purplish-black spots on their skin, resulting in death within a day. I suspect it to be the plague and humbly request the court to dispatch imperial physicians for disaster relief. The revelation sent shockwaves through the civil and military officials, all inhaling sharply. A plague in Xingzhou? Emperor Jing'an furrowed his brow tightly, deeply concerned. Did all of you hear? What are your thoughts? Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Revenue Zhao Lian stepped forward, holding his ivory tablet to his forehead. Your Majesty, last year Xingzhou falsely reported a drought, and now they are claiming a plague. I suspect the disaster is fabricated, while the real issue is tax evasion. Chapter 21. Who dares to blame even the emperor? What is there that she would not dare? Upon hearing these words, the assembly began to recall last year's events. Last year, Xingzhou had sent a similar urgent report, claiming a prolonged drought had left rivers and crops parched, causing the populace to be displaced, and requested assistance from the court. The emperor, empathizing with the people's plight, not only dispatched aid but also allocated a substantial sum of money, waiving Xingzhou's taxes for an entire year. Yet as soon as the decree was issued, Xingzhou was greeted with 3 consecutive days of rain. Several officials from the Ministry of Revenue had previously petitioned on this matter, but the emperor's orders had been given, and it was unreasonable to retract them, so the matter was dropped. Privately, however, there was much gossip and rumors of Xingzhou's fraudulent reporting spread like wildfire. Now, with another report of a plague, it was no wonder the deputy minister had his suspicions. Your Majesty, I too believe this requires further investigation. If there is indeed a plague, why do we not see refugees fleeing? Minister Mao of the Ministry of War also raised a question. Your Majesty, the matter of the plague is of utmost importance. If it truly is the plague, we cannot afford to delay. This Xingzhou, why does it sound so familiar? Sheng Zhao thought, as the crowd continued to bicker. She felt she had heard this name somewhere, but could not recall where. Now she regretted skimming through the original text so hastily. She had been too engrossed in the love-hate entanglements of the female protagonist's maid and the crown prince to remember these seemingly trivial matters. Host, do you not recall? This is the infamous Dead City. The system chimed in. And Jiang Xian, the one who was posthumously honored. The crowd was struck with astonishment. Sheng Zhao was known as a dead city, but it seemed to be in good condition. The name derived from vitality. How could it be a dead city? And Jiang Xian, the governor, had he truly died? Why was he posthumously honored? A cloud of confusion hung over the assembly. Sheng Zhao felt the same, as she truly could not remember, having been preoccupied with the romantic entanglements of the main characters. I cannot recall the dead city. Please elaborate. The system responded. Sheng Zhao previously faced a drought that lasted 3 months without rain, leaving the crops barren and the people in misery. Governor Jiang Xian sought aid from the court, but as soon as the assistance arrived, rain fell upon Sheng Zhao, leading to rumors that the region had fabricated the disaster to extort funds and evade taxes. However, this rumor was intentionally spread by someone.
What?
The first to emerge, the Minister of Revenue Zhao Lian, was akin to a thunderclap on a clear day. Last year, he was the most severe critic, and this year, he was again the most zealous accuser, drawing the attention of all civil and military officials in the court. Their gazes brimmed with disbelief and skepticism, almost spilling over. Minister Zhao steadied his wavering form. He was not mistaken. He had conducted his investigations. He spoke with conviction, alleging that the seemingly insignificant Governor Jiang was fabulously wealthy, claiming that the people of Shengzhou had already commissioned astronomers to ascertain the timing of rainfall, even presenting evidence that had ensnared a foolish official who believed wholeheartedly and took the lead in accusing Jiang. Sheng Zhao tiptoed forward to observe. Surely, you don't mean that foolish official? As she spoke, the collective gaze of the court swiftly turned once more towards Minister Zhao. He felt a wave of perspiration wash over him. The system interjected. Indeed, it is Zhao Lian, true to his name. He is an incorruptible official who detests those who engage in corruption. However, he is not one to readily accept others' words. He deliberately dispatched someone in disguise to investigate the Jiang household. So he did his due diligence, albeit a bit naively. Zhao Lian's thoughts echoed fervently. They truly investigated. Though perhaps a tad simple-minded, the system continued. The individual Zhao dispatched immediately observed the newly constructed opulent residence of the Jiang family and subsequently encountered the so-called expert in celestial observation. Thus, he concluded that Jiang Xian was deliberately fabricating reports of disaster for personal gain. However, unbeknownst to him, this extravagant mansion was the result of the Jiang family's ancestral wealth amassed through commerce, and the residence was not newly moved into. Jiang Xian had mortgaged his ancestral home to raise funds for the populace. Sheng Zhao suddenly comprehended. No wonder Zhao Lian was the first to leap into action upon hearing of Shengzhou's calamity. It was because he truly believed Jiang Xian was hoarding wealth. So, Jiang Xian is indeed a rare good official? But what of the celestial observer? The system teased. Yes, dear host. The crowd, engrossed in the unfolding drama, felt a burning impatience, yet could devise no means to expedite the revelation.
Do tell.
Sheng Zhao momentarily faltered, then immediately grasped the crux of the matter. It must be that Shengzhou had just suffered severe drought, followed by 3 consecutive days of torrential rain. Thus, Jiang Darren sought the assistance of the capable observer out of concern for potential flooding. Host, I believe His Majesty has wasted no time in appointing you. I sense you could ascend to the cabinet. Let us maintain a modicum of humility. The assembly, Shang Huaisu dared not meet the gaze of Emperor Jing'an, lowering his head to discreetly wipe the sweat from his brow. This little rascal ought to keep a low profile. Your father's heart is racing. The capable observer was even funded from Jiang Darren's own purse. One must wonder what purpose the Bureau of Astronomy serves if they cannot forecast disasters and then proceed to report. The head of the Bureau of Astronomy felt a sudden pang in his chest, as if his heart might leap from his throat. The geography of Shengzhou, known for its gentle terrain, had enjoyed favorable weather the previous year, yielding bountiful harvests. The onset of a drought was indeed unforeseen. Their negligence was glaring. The system continued. Thus, when the urgent report of the plague arrived, Minister Zhao Lian was the first to voice dissent, advocating for the emperor to ascertain the truth before rendering assistance, which ultimately delayed the optimal response time to control the plague, allowing it to spread rapidly. In a mere fortnight, the corpses piled high in the charity cemetery, wild dogs scavenging on dismembered limbs, the epidemic spiraled out of control, forcing the emperor and the cabinet to order the incineration of the city to prevent the contagion from spreading. The grand hall fell into an oppressive silence, broken only by the system's somber narration. To protect the citizens, Jiang Xian stood resolutely at the city gates of Sheng Zhao, attempting to thwart the destruction, yet the soldiers, unwilling to defy imperial edict, forcibly removed him. Seizing a torch, he ignited himself upon the city wall, declaring his intent to share the fate of Sheng Zhao. Tears welled in the eyes of ministers present, the atmosphere heavy with despair. Zhao Lian, whose actions had indirectly precipitated this tragedy, bowed his head in silence. Overshadowed by a pall of gloom, each breath a weighty reminder of his misjudgments. He had believed the rumors, misjudged Jiang Darren. He had dissuaded aid to Sheng Zhao, thereby exacerbating the calamity. A tumult of emotions surged within Sheng Zhao. Thus, after the incineration of Sheng Zhao, not a soul survived, earning it the grim title of Dead City. And the emperor, in recognition of Jiang Xian's loyalty and valor, posthumously honored him. Everything began to make sense. Yet, she felt compelled to chastise the blind Zhao Lian. Surely, Zhao Lian's position was purchased by his parents. He hardly appears any more astute than that foolish son. He had the fortune to dine while the city suffered, credulously believing in rumors, and it was he who brought ruin upon Sheng Zhao. His obstruction of aid was inexcusable. Reports of urgency had been received. Yet he failed to see the glaring red flags. Was he blind? It was clear the situation was dire, yet he refused to believe, suspecting greed. I think he should personally journey to Sheng Zhao to provide aid. The assembly, indeed, a valid point. They unanimously agreed. He had dug his own grave. He should be the one to fill it. After all, it involved the fate of an entire city. And the emperor. How could he allow such a grave matter to be delayed? Can he still command the throne? If he cannot, then let him relinquish it. The assembly. Emperor Jing'an. The ministers stole glances at the emperor's demeanor, surprised to find him unperturbed. How could he remain calm amid such reproach? This young Sheng Darren was truly remarkable. Sheng Zhao snapped back to reality, noticing the sudden silence in the grand hall, and curiously inquired, "What? Why is it so quiet? Where did we leave off?" Chapter 22. Uncovering enemy spies, the whole hall shocked. In the next moment, the ministers in the court resumed their fervent debate. Sheng Zhao retracted her puzzled gaze. Emperor Jing'an fixed his eyes on Zhao Lian, signaling with his expression, "You must bear the consequences of your own actions." Zhao Lian quickly comprehended, "Your Majesty, after careful consideration, I still regard the disaster as paramount. It is better to make a futile trip than to place the populace in peril. I humbly request permission to personally lead a contingent to Sheng Zhao." Sheng Zhao and the system were momentarily bewildered, as the situation had shifted dramatically. Why has Zhao Lian suddenly changed his stance and expressed a desire to go in person? Is he plotting something nefarious? Zhao Lian's heart was heavy, yet he could not voice his distress. He genuinely wished to go. There was no ulterior motive. After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Jing'an issued an edict. The Ministry of Revenue would allocate 200,000 taels in disaster relief, alongside 50,000 stones of rice and 300 carts of medicinal supplies, all to be overseen by Minister Zhao Lian as he traveled to Sheng Zhao. Zhao Lian knelt to receive the edict, his sole wish to alter the fate of the dead city, harboring no resentment. "I will accept the edict." The Ministry of War would dispatch 500 men, led by Deputy Minister Mao Luliang, to proceed to Sheng Zhao. Any who took advantage of the chaos to plunder food and medicine would face immediate execution, and any who embezzled disaster relief supplies would be punished, without delay. Mao Luliang, upon hearing he was also to journey to Sheng Zhao, displayed a flicker of panic, hastily lowering his head to conceal his unease. He too was perplexed as to why Zhao Lian, who had recently opposed the aid, was suddenly eager to go. Yet, an imperial decree was not to be refused. "I will accept the edict." The director of the Imperial Medical Office, Chief Physician Fong, was now summoned to the palace. The medical bureau would select 10 physicians and 20 apothecaries to accompany them, establishing a temporary medical camp outside Sheng Zhao to treat the afflicted citizens, with daily reports on deaths and recoveries, ensuring absolute accuracy. Fong, having heard of the plague in Sheng Zhao from an attendant on the way, immediately knelt. "I shall accept the edict." With the decree issued, it seems this is no trivial matter. It appears genuine aid for Sheng Zhao is forthcoming. Why does it differ from the outcome in Sheng Zhao? System, have you malfunctioned? Upon hearing the voice, Dr. Fong dared not lift his head, instead casting a furtive glance at the adults surrounding him. Noticing their indifferent expressions, he refrained from speaking further. He wished to surreptitiously discern the emperor's demeanor, but, upon slightly raising his gaze, found the emperor's penetrating stare fixed upon him, the warning in his eyes unmistakably apparent. Startled, his legs quivered, and he promptly prostrated himself once more. It was a girl's voice, What could this mean? He recalled a recent idle conversation with the head of the Imperial Medical Bureau, who had mentioned that the emperor had granted permission for the illegitimate daughter of General Sheng to attend court. Could this voice belong to her? His mind raced with thoughts. But he dared not turn around. The system's conflicted voice echoed in his mind. Wait, something seems amiss. How could my data be inaccurate? Could our arrival here have disrupted the course of events, causing alterations in other matters as well? Sheng Zhao pondered for a moment, but soon dismissed the thought. I suppose that's true. After all, I perished in the original narrative, yet here I am, serving as an official. Let it be. As long as Sheng Zhao is saved, that is all that matters. The tension among the gathered crowd dissipated. Fortunately, the young Lord Sheng did not dwell on it further. The system continued, however. These machinations cannot alter the ultimate fate of Sheng Zhao. This situation is, in essence, 3 parts natural disaster and 7 parts human folly. The collective sigh of relief quickly transformed into renewed anxiety.
What?
The emperor's decree this time was significantly more prepared than in previous years when other cities faced calamities. Even if they departed immediately, could they still change the fate of Sheng Zhao? Human folly? Why label it as such? Are you implying that this plague is of human origin? The system affirmed, indeed. The rumors of Sheng Zhao exaggerating the disaster were deliberately spread. There are individuals intent on orchestrating the city's downfall. Moreover, the plague was initiated by someone releasing infected rats into the wells of Sheng Zhao. By the heavens! Who could be so vile as to poison the water supply? Is that not an insurmountable threat?
Precisely.
Sheng Zhao is located in a prime area, having paid countless taxes and provided abundant grain over the years. Who stands to gain the most from Sheng Zhao's destruction? Could it be a rival nation? They would infiltrate from within to allow the plague to spread while simultaneously delaying support from the court. Brilliant deduction, host. Ultimately, as a fortified city, Sheng Zhao would fall, and the northern Yan would seize the opportunity to invade, leading to the downfall of the Great Jing within a decade. At this revelation, the assembly erupted in chaos. Dr. Fong, still prostrate, trembled at the audacity of young Lord Sheng, who dared speak of national ruin in the court. The emperor's face darkened ominously. If his gaze could manifest into blades, Zhao Lian would have been pierced by 1,000 arrows on the spot. Could the Great Jing, after flourishing for millennia, truly meet its demise under his reign? Zhao Lian fell to his knees, horrified at the thought that, through a moment of careless judgment, he had led to the downfall of Sheng Zhao and opened a door for the enemy, ultimately resulting in the nation's ruin. All was lost. He had aspired to serve his country and bring honor to his ancestors, yet now he faced eternal disgrace.
So,
Zhao Lian was merely a pawn in the hands of enemy spies. Overcome with shame, Zhao Lian could not bear to face his ancestors, nor the official robes that adorned him, nor the trust of his sovereign. Your Majesty, I deserve death 1,000 times over. What is he plotting now? In truth, it is not entirely his fault. He was misled. Deep down, he remains loyal to the country. The true blame lies with that scoundrel, Mao Luliang from the Ministry of War. He is the spy from Northern Yan. Zhao Lian, a moment ago moved by someone understanding him, now found himself unable to believe his own ears.
What?
Minister Mao is a spy for Northern Yan? The astonishment among the ministers was palpable. It was no wonder that, upon receiving the urgent report from Sheng Zhao, Zhao Lian was the first to leap into action, with Mao Luliang closely following. Zhao Lian was indeed foolish. Yet, what of Minister Mao? Was he the one using Zhao Lian as a pawn? How could a spy from Northern Yan attain the position of Deputy Minister of War without anyone noticing? This nation is doomed. The envoy dispatched to Sheng Zhao must either be a fool or a spy. It is a miracle if Sheng Zhao survives, truly a stroke of misfortune.
Today,
Sheng Huaishu had developed a heart of steel after enduring his daughter's training. Initially, he had sweated profusely upon hearing her berate the civil and military officials, as well as the emperor. Now, listening to her words, he could only wish to applaud her fervently. Minister Ge, still reeling from the impending national crisis, was shoved forward by Sheng Huaishu. One might wonder why Sheng Huaishu pushed him and not someone else. It was simply convenient. Seeing Minister Ge display such resolve, Emperor Jing'an subtly nodded in approval. Minister Ge, do you have any objections? Ge Yaxing glared at Sheng Huaishu, who seemed to revel in his misfortune, and struggled to concoct an excuse. Your Majesty, I wish to accuse Deputy Minister of War Mao Luliang of being a spy for Northern Yan. He has been frequently corresponding with foreign nations, and I happen to intercept a letter revealing that Minister Mao seeks to disrupt our Great Jing court to facilitate Northern Yan's invasion. He even sent individuals to Sheng Zhao to contaminate the water supply and maliciously spread the plague. You slanderous wretch! The civil and military officials trembled in fear. This morning's court session had become utterly chaotic. Mao Luliang was preoccupied with how to maintain his position without defying the emperor while avoiding a trip to Sheng Zhao. Although he was unconcerned about the plague, he knew that no one could survive in Sheng Zhao given the master's plans. If he went, he might very well lose his life there. He never imagined someone would accuse him of being a spy, claiming that letters had been intercepted. While it was true he was a spy, he had never used letters, as they would leave evidence. He was confident that this accusation was baseless. Your Majesty, I am wholly loyal to the great Jing and harbor no treacherous intentions. If the plague were indeed of my design, would I willingly travel into danger? Would I not be leaping into the fire? Humph. That is only because he possesses a remedy for the plague, hidden beneath his bed. Of course he is unafraid. When the time comes, he will concoct a tale of narrowly escaping death and continue to serve as an official. That scoundrel. He is truly wicked. He should be cast into the midst of the plague-ridden corpses to experience the suffering of the common folk who perish in agony. The crowd echoed, a splendid idea. May the emperor take heed. Emperor Jing'an surveyed the expectant faces around him, and Dr. Fong seized upon a crucial detail. A remedy for the plague? His eyes gleamed with hope. The journey to Shengzhou would be fraught with peril. One misstep could lead to infection and death. If they were to concoct an antidote, contact with the afflicted was inevitable, and finding a successful remedy was not an overnight task. If an effective formula were available, it would undoubtedly save much time, and the plague could be contained swiftly. Young Lord Sheng possesses such wisdom. Your Majesty, I have submitted the intercepted letter to General Sheng for verification. It is currently in his possession. A glance will surely reveal the truth. In a moment of desperation, Ge Yaoxing tossed this hot potato back to Sheng Huaishu. Ah! You wretched Minister Ge, seeking vengeance now, are you? Seeing the glare from Sheng Huaishu, Ge Yaoxing shot back defiantly. Humph. You started this. Sheng Zhao, witnessing his father step forward, was utterly bewildered. My father? He already knew that scoundrel was a spy for the enemy? Perfectly normal. Host, you have altered your family's fate. It is only natural that some events deviate from the original plot. Sheng Zhao nodded. That makes sense. We should first examine that letter. The assembly, now fully engaged in this theatrical display, turned their attention to Emperor Jing'an, who wore a bemused smile. General Sheng, since the letter is in your possession, why do you not present it forthwith? Sheng Huaishu was utterly at a loss for words. While others might question the existence of the letter, he was well aware of its contents. What could he possibly present? Yet, as the emperor, he could only stifle his indignation, feeling immensely constrained. Your Majesty, I have indeed verified the letter, and it is unmistakably in the handwriting of Lord Mao. It was not brought to court, however. I have learned that the remedy for the plague lies beneath Lord Mao's bed. If your Majesty sends someone to search, the truth will be revealed. With a heavy heart, I can only feign the crafting of a letter to submit it later. Crack. The ivory tablet in Mao Luliang's hand slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. His complexion turned as pale as a ghost, devoid of any color, as cold sweat drenched the back of his clothing, causing him to tremble uncontrollably on the floor. How could they have discovered the remedy hidden beneath his bed? It appears that the matter is utterly exposed. Realizing that he could no longer escape the palace alive, the fear within Mao Luliang vanished in an instant, replaced by an aura of defiance in the face of death. Ha ha ha. I once thought the rulers of Dejing were nothing but mediocrities, and yet here I am, holding a significant position in the Ministry of War without anyone noticing, only to find such talent among them. He slowly rose from the ground, casting a gaze filled with admiration towards Lord Ge and General Sheng. The two exchanged glances, bewildered. Is he referring to me? Lord Ge Yaoxing remarked, it is not him. He is merely a pawn pushed forward to take the blow. General Sheng added, neither is it him. This is all merely to smooth things over with the little girl. Yet now, with the appearance of this hairless child at court, foolishness threatens the nation, and I am convinced that your country's fortunes are dwindling. Soon, our northern yen shall undoubtedly trample upon this land. He cast a scornful glance at Sheng Zhao and Zhao Lian, sneering derisively. The hairless child and the fool. You insolent wretch, you may insult Zhao Lian's intelligence, but you dare to include me. This infuriates me. Gigi, how many points do we have now? I must teach him a lesson. Zhao Lian, indignant, retorted. What do you mean by just me? Host, we have accumulated a plethora of gossip during today's court session, currently totaling 1,200 points. Sheng Zhao immediately opened the marketplace to browse. Accumulating 1,200 points was no easy feat, yet the goods within the marketplace were not inexpensive. This one will not do. That one is also impractical. These prices are far too exorbitant. They do not deserve to be used against that wretch. Suddenly, a flash sale appeared on the page, and Sheng Zhao's eyes widened at the peculiar item. Laughter pills? What are those? Host, a marvelous item. Simply toss this laughter pill at someone, and they will erupt into uncontrollable laughter. Everyone was perplexed, wondering what good such a thing could possibly serve. Was it merely a tool to amuse children? This is utterly useless. I do not wish for him to laugh. I want him to weep. System. Host. This is not mere laughter. It is uncontrollable. Hysterical laughter, so intense that it brings tears, causes muscle spasms, leads to difficulty in breathing, and can result in asphyxiation, continuing for 3 days and nights without respite. The crowd shuddered. The thought of such uncontrollable laughter was daunting, though they felt no sympathy for the spy. They were indeed curious about the wondrous treasures in little Sheng's possession. Sheng Zhao listened to the system's introduction with great satisfaction. The cost-effectiveness was simply unparalleled, nearly prompting him to leap with joy. Does he not enjoy laughter? Let him have his fill. Sheng Zhao clutched the laughter pill in his hand. So, I simply need to throw it at him, correct? System. Yes, host, but be sure to aim accurately. Do not mistakenly hit someone else, as that would be unfortunate. Upon hearing this, the crowd shivered and discreetly distanced themselves from Mao Luliang. In the blink of an eye, a wide circle formed around where Mao Luliang stood. They silently prayed for Sheng Zhao's aim to be true. Just as Sheng Zhao was about to take aim, he suddenly noticed that there was no one standing beside Mao Luliang. The ministers had pressed against the walls of the grand hall. They had encircled Mao Luliang, creating a wide berth. Why are they all running over there? What sudden formation is this? System. Perhaps they fear that Mao Luliang might go mad and harm someone. After all, he is from an enemy nation. Who knows what he might do? This has conveniently cleared a space for me. Sheng Zhao raised his arm, gathering strength, and threw with all his might. The laughter pill struck Mao Luliang squarely on the head, just as he was berating the failures of the Jing state and boasting of the splendor of northern Yen. Suddenly, he was struck by an unknown object, and as he turned to see, he burst into a series of raucous laughs. Who dares to strike me? Ha ha. Who would dare to throw something at me? Ha ha ha. Is your Jing truly a nation of scoundrels? Ha ha. Resorting only to sneak attacks? Ha ha ha. Your Jing is doomed. Ha ha ha. It is only a matter of time. The crowd gasped in astonishment. They would return home today and tell their families. One should never provoke little Sheng. Sheng Zhao surveyed his masterpiece with great satisfaction, clapping his hands. The grand hall echoed with laughter, driving Emperor Jing into distraction. He ordered that Mao be dragged away for severe interrogation, hoping to uncover more spies. Today, this girl had not only eliminated 2 pests on her first day at court but also secured the remedy for the plague, leaving Emperor Jing'an in high spirits. Chapter 24. Selecting an unfortunate soul as a scapegoat. In contrast to previous mornings when ministers arrived just in time for court, today they came early. Even Emperor Jing'an awoke earlier than usual. As everyone opened their eyes, anticipation for the morning court session filled the air. As it felt as though since little Sheng began attending court, there was newfound hope. Yet, as Emperor Jing'an and the civil and military officials gathered, they noticed little Sheng had yet to arrive, and they craned their necks in curiosity. Could it be that little Sheng had taken the day off? They fervently hoped not. Hurry, we are nearly ready. Come on, father. Must you not regain your battlefield vigor? Do not let them think you have grown old and useless. Hearing this unruly outburst, the ministers collectively sighed in relief. It was little Sheng. Sheng Huaishu, while running, adjusted his official hat. He intended to reprimand his rebellious daughter for her words, but upon entering the grand hall, he found everyone standing in perfect order, prompting him to seal his lips in silence, unwilling to speak further. It was simply that Zhao Zhao had been sluggish in rising this morning. How unfortunate, as it made everyone believe he was unable to keep up. Why had everyone arrived so early? The time was precisely right. There was no delay at all. Upon entering court, Sheng Zhao felt drowsy from the early hour and, hiding behind the crowd, began to doze off. Gigi, I will rest for a moment. Keep an eye out for me, and wake me immediately if anything arises. Rest assured, host, Gigi is vigilant over the entire scene. Emperor Jing'an's gaze immediately turned toward Sheng Zhao, observing her small figure attempting to conceal herself behind several taller officials, even shrinking her body further. If one did not look closely, they would not notice her presence. Sheng Huaishu felt a headache coming on. Why could she not simply sleep quietly without announcing it in her thoughts? Now, the entire court was aware of her intention to nap. He cautiously glanced back at his daughter, who had already leaned against the door frame, completely oblivious to her surroundings. This is outrageous. Your Majesty, in Qingshi town, a woman has beaten the drum of injustice, claiming her husband was wrongfully sentenced to death and requesting a retrial. The resounding voice of Minister Liu Jiugao echoed through the hall as he presented a memorial, which was delivered to Emperor Jing'an by eunuch Yao.
Clang.
Oh my! Who shouted so loudly, sending a shiver through me. Sheng Zhao awakened in an instant, nearly tumbling to the ground, fortunate that the door frame was there to catch her. Minister Liu stood frozen, pondering what he could do. In such a spacious hall, a louder voice was necessary for the emperor to hear. Ignoring her internal complaints, Liu Jiugao continued, Your Majesty, Qingshi town has witnessed a series of heinous flower-picking incidents over the past month, with the perpetrators specifically targeting unmarried women, entering their homes to commit foul acts, leading 3 women to take their own lives, inciting public outrage. County Magistrate Zhou Jingqin has apprehended the thief Wang He, whose physique, appearance, and attire all align with the witness testimonies. Following the proper procedures, a death sentence has been decreed. However, Wang He's wife, Zhang, has been incessantly wailing at the yamen, claiming his innocence, even resorting to beating the drum for petitions. I implore for review by the 3 departments to avert a wrongful execution. Logically, the case presents no ambiguity. The surviving victims have unequivocally identified the criminal. One victim even fainted upon seeing him. Yet, Zhang insists her husband is wronged, weeping daily, though she offers no tangible evidence. Magistrate Zhou suspects either her ignorance or a desperate attempt to absolve her husband. Thus, he disregards the matter, planning to carry out the execution as scheduled. Unexpectedly, she strikes the drum for petitions. According to the laws of our dynasty, once the drum sounds, Magistrate Zhou must present the complaint for review by the Dali Temple. However, whether to reopen the case ultimately rests upon the emperor's decree. Minister Shen of the Ministry of Justice raises doubts. With evidence as solid as a mountain, it is merely a case of a troublesome woman. If a mere villager can challenge the authority of the government, what becomes of justice in our great Jing dynasty? What kind of beast is this? Breaking into the homes of unmarried maidens, surely he harbors some psychological affliction or seeks revenge on society. Upon awakening to the commotion, Sheng Zhao lost all drowsiness, listening intently to the case, unable to suppress his indignation. Host, indeed he seeks revenge on society. Wang He is indeed wronged, for the true criminal lies elsewhere. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Minister Shen abruptly lifted his head, astonished. Could it truly be a miscarriage of justice? Then why do all testimonies and evidence align with Wang He? Is someone deliberately framing him? Who bears such animosity towards him? System. This tale is rather lengthy. If the system had a physical form, Sheng Zhao would have throttled it in frustration. Then make it brief. System. The actual criminal is Wang He's friend, a destitute scholar named Liu. In his youth, Liu was betrothed to a wealthy young lady, but in recent years, he has become complacent, failing the imperial examinations repeatedly, developing a gambling addiction, and resorting to violence against his parents for money to settle debts, leading the young lady to break off the engagement. Sheng Zhao scoffed at the situation. She was right to break the engagement. Nobody should marry a man who would beat her and squander her family's wealth on gambling. The wealthy young lady acted sensibly, demonstrating she wasn't merely infatuated. Exactly. Yet, Liu believed she rejected him for his poverty, harboring resentment, and concocted a scheme involving narcotics to incapacitate the night watchman, sneaking into the young lady's chamber to defile her. The following day, the girl hanged herself. Sheng Zhao spat in disgust. Damn it. What a perverse monster. If she truly despised him for being poor, would she have ever accepted his proposal? He is clearly the one who is utterly lacking in merit. A true beast. But that is not all. Liu thinks all wealthy young ladies share the same disposition. After the tragic fate of that young lady, he relished the thrill of his acts of revenge. He then turned his attention to other unmarried ladies of affluence in Qingshi town, employing the same tactics, familiarizing himself with their homes and the night watchman's routines, administering narcotics under the cover of darkness, and committing his vile deeds. So far, he has harmed 5 women, 3 of whom have taken their own lives. The assembly was filled with righteous indignation. The emperor's expression darkened, his displeasure palpable. How could our great Jing nation harbor such scoundrels and allow them to roam free? Are these officials merely drawing salaries without fulfilling their duties? Sheng Zhao furrowed his brow, clenching his fists, his teeth grinding audibly. How did he manage to shift all the blame onto Wang He? Why do even the victims identify Wang He? The crowd shared his curiosity, listening intently, fearful of missing any crucial details. The officials from the Dali Temple and the Ministry of Justice, wary of exposure, nearly brought out paper and pen to take notes. System. Before committing his crimes, Lu intentionally befriended an unfortunate soul resembling him, inviting him for drinks. Sheng Zhao, if I am not mistaken, this unfortunate soul is Wang He, correct? The crowd gasped in shock. Such an elaborate conspiracy? They had assumed Lu bore a grudge against Wang He, only to discover he had never known him before. Revenge against the wealthy young lady, framing an innocent man. All intricately linked and meticulously planned, while Lu emerged unscathed. Truly despicable. Chapter 25 is absurd. Minister Song hastily retreated home after pulling up his trousers. Indeed, before each crime, he would invite Wang He for drinks, getting him intoxicated and unconscious, then donning Wang He's clothing to infiltrate the young lady's chambers, deliberately leaving behind Wang He's personal belongings. He executed these deeds under the cover of darkness, with no lights in the victims' rooms, making it impossible for them to discern his face. They could only recall a vague outline, leading the authorities to swiftly identify Wang He. Sheng Zhao struggled to contain his rage. What an abhorrent scoundrel. He deserves to be castrated. The crowd concurred, even without the system's further explanation. Sheng Zhao could surmise the remainder. Thus, all evidence pointed toward Wang He, coupled with the victim's identification, resulting in his inevitable death sentence. He was left with no recourse, save for his wife's unwavering belief in his innocence, which compelled her to beat the drum for petitions. System. Precisely. Wang He remained oblivious from the very outset. Lu's fortuitous encounter with him was meticulously orchestrated. Upon seeing Wang He for the first time, Lu had chosen him as his scapegoat. Outrageous. How utterly vile. Such depravity warrants a punishment beyond comprehension. After the emperor was apprised of the detailed events and inner workings, he tapped his fingers on the dragon table. Addressing the Dali Temple minister, "Tell me, have the victimized women ever laid eyes upon the thief?" Lu Jiugao understood the emperor's intent, pondering for a moment, as if meticulously recalling the case details. "Your Majesty, the women all stated that it was dark at midnight, and they could only identify him by his stature and voice." The emperor's gaze sharpened. While their builds may be similar and voices imitable, no one has seen the thief's face. I deem this case fraught with uncertainties and not to be hastily concluded. Lu, Shen, what are your thoughts? I too believe the evidence is insufficient and requires a retrial. I second that. The emperor nodded, decisively striking the table. The Dali Temple, the Ministry of Justice, and the Supervisory Court shall conduct a joint review within 3 days. You must thoroughly investigate this case. Ensure the true criminal is apprehended without error. Yes, Your Majesty. This matter swiftly became known among the court officials, and the trio dared not exhibit any negligence. By any means necessary, they must trace the matter back to Lu. The emperor truly embodies the essence of royalty. Suspecting deeper implications in the case from a single clue, the joint review will surely vindicate Wang He. No wonder he is fit to reign. This praise resonated deeply with the emperor, prompting him to straighten his posture slightly. Truly, he is worthy of the throne. System. Indeed. We are fortunate that the emperor of our great Jing is an enlightened ruler. Zhang's drum for petitions was not struck in vain. Squeak. If my father were imprisoned, would I also be able to beat the drum for him? Sheng Huaishu appeared utterly flustered. What prison? What daughter wishes for her father to be imprisoned? As a distinguished general of Anbei with countless military achievements, what crime could he possibly commit to warrant imprisonment? Yet, he felt a warm glow in his heart, knowing that he maintained a positive image in his daughter's eyes, who believed in his innocence. Otherwise, she wouldn't he think to beat the drum for him? You certainly could, host. In order to demonstrate their resolve, the drummers must first endure 10 strikes from the court officials. Any resulting severe injuries or fatalities shall be deemed entirely their own responsibility. Sheng Zhao's eyes widened in terror as he exclaimed, "Perhaps I should reconsider. I doubt my father harbors any grievances." The crowd responded, with Sheng Huaisu declaring, "Unfilial daughter." A stifled laugh escaped from an unknown official, unable to contain himself. Sheng Zhao prodded the official in front of him with his ivory tablet and, in a conspiratorial whisper, inquired, "My lord, what is it that amuses you?" The prodded official yelped in surprise, covering his rear, and upon noticing the collective gaze of the assembly, quickly lowered his head to fixate on the tiled floor. Sheng Zhao, puzzled by the lack of pain from his gentle prodding, ventured another poke, eliciting further restraint from the official. "Host, please refrain from poking him. He suffers from hemorrhoids, and your jabbing must be quite painful. The audience, reveling in the unfolding spectacle, turned to see who stood before the young Master Sheng. Curiosity piqued. They wished to ascertain the identity of the one afflicted with such a condition. Upon realizing the attention directed at him, Lord Song felt a wave of humiliation wash over him, knowing that his secret was now irretrievably exposed. Alas! How could a man so young be plagued by such an ailment? Could it be that he indulges in literature while attending to nature's call? The system interjected. Not quite. His predicament stems from his proclivity for handsome young men, having kept several charming attendants in his quarters. How could he escape such a fate? Sheng Zhao's eyes sparkled with intrigue, eager to uncover the details about this intriguing figure. The crowd gasped collectively, astonished to discover that Lord Song had an affinity for men, explaining his perpetual bachelorhood at the age of 27 or 8. Lord Song, feeling utterly despondent, shot a fierce glare at Sheng Zhao, who, in turn, gasped. So this is how he appears. Indeed, he possesses a striking countenance. No wonder he attracts male admirers. Lord Song's expression froze in disbelief, and he swiftly turned away, regretting the laughter that had escaped him moments prior. If only I could turn back time, he lamented, I would have stifled my laughter. Host. It is worth noting that Lord Song is quite handsome and previously had a perfectly conventional attraction to women, having long cherished a certain lady. Sheng Zhao was captivated by this gossip. So, did Lord Song not possess a natural inclination towards men from the outset? What then caused this shift in preference? Lord Song had a childhood sweetheart, a girl he adored. When they reached marriageable age, he planned to confess his feelings during the Lantern Festival. However, on that very night, the girl chanced upon another man, and they fell in love at first sight, promptly pledging their lives to one another. Sheng Zhao shook his head in disappointment. It seems that childhood bonds cannot compete with fate's whims. Such a pity. The assembled officials cast sympathetic glances at Lord Song, who glared back at them in discontent. The heartbroken Lord Song found himself by the riverside, releasing lanterns while weeping inconsolably. A lovely maiden, noticing his sorrow, approached to comfort him and even gifted him a poem, prompting him to weep in her embrace. The audience was taken aback. Did Lord Song truly weep in the arms of a lady? Sheng Zhao mused. This is understandable. Having lost one lady, he found solace in another. Let us not forget, the two shared a drink, laughing and crying, becoming inebriated at a tavern, until, in a moment of passion, the lady revealed more than he bargained for, causing Lord Song to flee home in fright. Laughter erupted, filling the hall with an odd ambience. Some ministers lowered their heads, trembling with suppressed mirth, while others struggled to contain their laughter, their necks reddening with effort. Sheng Huai-Su exchanged a glance with Lord Ge beside him, nearly bursting into laughter, only to focus intently on the pillar-esque dragon motif, as if it could provide an escape. In that moment, the hall was filled with a cacophony of gasps, an atmosphere both bizarre and humorous. Even the emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, covered his expression with his sleeve, feigning a cough to mask his amusement. Lord Song, utterly defeated, closed his eyes and consoled himself, thinking perhaps it was for the best that his colleagues would no longer seek to match him with ladies. Meanwhile, Sheng Zhao, engrossed in the gossip, remained blissfully unaware of the peculiar expressions around him. Alas, poor Lord Song, to be wounded by two ladies in a single day. He must carry a heavy psychological burden. Indeed, from that moment onward, he would come to appreciate the charms of masculinity, the system remarked. Sheng Zhao, ever empathetic, responded. No wonder he glared at me earlier. I can now understand his plight. Lord Song's inner turmoil was palpable, while beside him, Lin Xuechuang, a fellow official, whispered teasingly, Lord Song, your feelings are not only understood by young Master Sheng, but I too empathize. However, restraint is necessary. Hemorrhoids are not easily cured. Lord Song's frustration boiled over. If not for the decorum of the court, he would have kicked Lin Xuechuang. He shot a look at Lin, who wore a smug expression, and concocted a plan. With an air of mock gravity, he turned to Lin, furrowing his brow.
Lin,
how could you speak ill of young Master Sheng's stature? He is simply at an age of growth, and as colleagues, we ought to treat one another with kindness and respect. To utter such words in my presence is unacceptable. His voice was perfectly pitched for Sheng Zhao to hear. Lin Xuechuang's smile faltered, his jaw agape in disbelief. You what of it, my dear Lin? As fellow officials, we should support one another in our duties to the emperor. While I may allow you to speak such things in front of me, do refrain from doing so in the future. Lord Song admonished earnestly, feigning concern for Lin's well-being. Sheng Zhao seethed with indignation. Quickly, Help me uncover what scandal this Lin has, for daring to mock my stature. I shall ensure that all of the capital knows of it. The system shared in Sheng Zhao's fervor. How dare he belittle our host? It appears he is tall in stature, but lacking in intellect. Rest assured, I shall expose him thoroughly. The crowd, keenly observing the exchange, felt a mix of sympathy and disdain. They pitted Lin Xuechuang, now the next target of Sheng Zhao's wrath, while also recognizing that he had brought this upon himself by mocking the young master. At that moment, Lin Xuechuang's anxiety heightened, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Do you think I ever spoke of such things? Lord Song reveled in his newfound camaraderie. You have sealed your own fate by jesting about my hemorrhoids. Finally, I am no longer alone. Host, this man Lin Xuechuang is a literary editor at the Hamlin Academy, and while his name is quite melodious, he has lost his true identity in front of the emperor, the system noted. Sheng Zhao tilted his head in curiosity. Lost his true identity? Does the emperor not favor his name, and thus bestowed upon him a new one?
Indeed.
Lord Lin possesses a particular fondness for wontons. On one occasion, a memorial he submitted exuded the aroma of wontons, which left His Majesty increasingly famished as he reviewed it. He ultimately summoned the imperial kitchen to prepare a bowl of wontons before he had finished. This incident, while potentially grave, did not incur any punishment from the emperor. On another occasion, a greasy mark from wonton oil marred his memorial, much to the emperor's vexation. He even resorted to using absorbent paper to soak up the oil before he could proceed. In a fit of frustration, he imposed a 2-month salary deduction on Lord Lin, secretly dubbing him Wonton Lord. Whenever eunuch Yao presented Lord Lin's memorials, he would directly inform the emperor that it was from Wonton Lord, prompting immediate recognition. The emperor would remark that while the memorials smelled delightful, they appeared rather unsightly. The onlookers were astounded. Is it customary for the sovereign to bestow nicknames upon his ministers in private? Who would have thought such a monarch existed? They chuckled. Tomorrow, no. Today. After court, we shall sell this juicy gossip to the storyteller at Zue Xianlu. Within 3 days, the title Wonton Lord will resonate throughout the capital, and we shall profit handsomely. How astute the host is to devise a scheme to profit from gossip. We shall never have to worry about sustenance again. The crowd now turned their gaze towards Sheng Huaishu, for the Sheng family was indeed a military household. How could the young Lord Sheng be so financially constrained? If memory serves, he was a concubine-born son. Could it be that a prestigious general's household would withhold resources from a concubine's child? Sheng Huaishu felt the weight of skeptical glances upon him, a pang of distress coursing through his heart. Lin Xuechuang cast a mournful look towards Emperor Jing'an, who remained unperturbed, steadfast as a mountain. Meanwhile, eunuch Yao offered an apologetic smile to Lord Lin. He had little choice. Every time Lord Lin was mentioned, the emperor struggled to remember who he was. Yet, upon mentioning Wonton Lord, comprehension dawned instantly. Lin Xuechuang could only console himself with the thought that at least the emperor still remembered him, albeit in this rather peculiar manner. Alas, Wonton Lord is also quite pitiable. Having cherished another's daughter for over a decade, his own daughter toils in servitude as a maid to his enemy's child, enduring daily beatings and injuries. Goodness, the 15 or 16-year-old girl is so emaciated, she resembles nothing more than a skeleton, while her parents remain blissfully ignorant. As these words were uttered, Lin Xuechuang's countenance turned ashen, devoid of color. The daughter he had raised was not his flesh and blood? His biological daughter had become a maidservant to his enemy's offspring? How could this be? Lin Xuechuang remained engulfed in shock and doubt, while Sheng Zhao impatiently inquired. How could he be unaware of his own daughter? The system replied, he was deceived. The steward of his household bribed the midwife, and during Lin Madam's delivery, they swapped his newborn daughter with the true Lin Mississippi. The young lady, whom the Lin family dotes upon, Lin Jinju, is actually the steward's daughter, while the genuine Miss has been placed into Lin Jinju's courtyard as a lowly maid, named War. Lin Jinju, fully aware of the truth, mercilessly bullies War. Last night, Lin Jinju deliberately sought to provoke War, forcing her to kneel in the courtyard for an entire night. This morning, despite Water burning with fever, she insisted on continuing her chores, leading War to collapse from exhaustion. Consequently, Lin Jinju commanded the servants in the courtyard to beat her awake, compelling her to resume her work, and as of now, they are still assaulting her. It is likely that she will soon be at death's door. Sheng Zhao's thoughts slithered into Lin Xuechuang's ears like a venomous serpent, and at that moment, he could only hear a dull buzzing in his head.
Vaya.
Chapter 27. Slapping the face of the false young lady who stole my grand entrance. Lin Xuechuang was consumed with anxiety. preparing to beseech the emperor to allow him to return to his estate, but before he could voice his request, Emperor Jing'an had already perceived his intent. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed court. Lin Xuechuang disregarded the formalities, swiftly turning to exit.
Hey?
Wanton lord, why the haste? Sheng Zhao called out as he observed Lin Xuechuang moving as if propelled by the winds of urgency. Lord Lin, now unbothered by the moniker Wanton Lord, only sought to return home swiftly to rescue his daughter. Host, if Lord Lin returns home now, he will arrive just in time to witness War being beaten. Perhaps he can even save her. But he is unaware that War is his daughter. If he were to indulge Lin Jinju, would he not regret it for a lifetime? Perhaps we should follow him, wait for the opportune moment to rescue War, and reveal the truth to him. Surely, he would be eternally grateful and reward me handsomely. This is far more lucrative than selling the gossip of Wanton Lord. Sheng Zhao became increasingly excited, practically bursting with pride for his cleverness. The onlookers murmured, General Sheng is certainly neglecting the young Lord Sheng. However, they also mused that such a grand revelation would be a shame to miss firsthand. The system chimed in, excellent idea, quickly. Let us follow him. As Sheng Zhao arrived breathlessly at the palace gates, he caught sight of Lord Lin's carriage departing swiftly. A Shinger, dozing against the carriage at the palace entrance, was just about to approach when Sheng Zhao leapt onto the carriage, shouting, hurry, to the Hamlin Academy to amend Lord Lin's estate. Miss, I shall accompany you, Shinger exclaimed, jumping onto the carriage in haste. What is happening? Is there trouble?
Xinger asked.
Her face etched with concern. To confront the fraud.
Sheng Yao replied mysteriously, leaving Xinger utterly perplexed. What?
Confront whom? Shouldn't we bring more people? With just the two of them and a coachman? Sheng Zhao's coachman had been specially selected by General Sheng from the army. One could only marvel at how formidable he was, as the carriage quickly caught up to Lord Lin. Uncle Jiang, take a detour. Let us enter through the side gate of Lin's estate. Sheng Zhao leaned out of the carriage, patting Uncle Jiang's shoulder. Understood. Miss, hold on tight. Stop, Uncle Jiang. Here will do. Lean against the wall, closer, a bit more. Uncle Jiang, baffled, wondered why they were sneaking into Lin's estate without using the main gate, let alone the side gate. What could they possibly be doing beneath the wall? Sheng Zhao retrieved a stool, lifted her skirts, and climbed atop the carriage roof, steadying herself. Uncle Jiang and Shinger watched the swaying carriage with bated breath, gripping tightly. Shinger nearly wept. Miss, this wooden carriage roof cannot withstand this. Be quiet. Sheng Zhao, balancing on the roof, peered over the wall, her eyes darting around.
Slap.
Indeed, that is a slap. A resounding slap. Woo, miss, I truly did not take your hairpin. Please forgive me. A feeble voice wailed from within the courtyard, accompanied by sobs of desperation. You wretched maid, merely a lowly servant. How dare you compare yourself to me? If I say you took it, then you have taken it. Someone, strip her bare and throw her into the beggar's den on East Street. If she claims to be cold, let her warm up there. Miss, please spare me.
No.
Do not touch me. What a heartless usurper. Truly believing herself to be a lady of status. Such cruelty. Gigi, I can no longer contain myself. We must rush in to save her. Stop right there. A furious roar erupted as the courtyard gate swung open with a violent kick. The individuals within the courtyard froze in fear, their eyes darting towards Lin Jinju. Sheng Zhao, poised to leap from the carriage, was momentarily stunned. Isn't this the dramatic entrance I envisioned for myself?
Lin Xuechuang, spotting weiter.
Bruised and desperately clutching her clothing in the corner, felt his heart clench painfully. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his eyes reddened as if they might bleed. In the next moment, he seized a nearby wooden stool and hurled it at the leading matron. With a thud, the stool shattered upon impact, leaving the matron's body numb and causing her to kneel instantly. What on earth is happening? Lord Wanton has come out swinging. Does he know that Lin Jinju is an impostor? Hearing that familiar voice, Lin Xuechuang glanced around. Was that not the voice of Lord Shaoxing? But there was no one else around. Never mind, saving my daughter is of utmost importance. Lin Jinju was equally startled by Lord Lin's demeanor. Throughout her life, her father had always been lenient with her, yet today he was furious over merely disciplining a servant girl. Father, it was this wretched maid who stole my hairpin. A birthday gift you gave me last year. I cherish it dearly. Lin Jinju pouted, clinging to Lord Lin's sleeve in a feigned innocence. Smack. In the past, Lord Lin would have surely softened at her antics, but now, armed with the truth, he felt only revulsion. He delivered a heavy slap, sending Lin Jinju reeling. Sheng Zhao nearly applauded in delight. My lord,
How could you strike a child?
Lady Lin rushed in, witnessing the scene unfold, and hurriedly embraced Lin Jinju, checking her face for marks, glaring at Lord Lin in indignation. Lin Jinju, feigning injury, buried herself in Lady Lin's arms, sobbing, "Whoa, mother, father hit me. Are you addicted to abuse, you wretched creature?" Sheng Zhao observed with amusement, noting that Lord Lin seemed to be fully aware of the truth. Thus the girl was temporarily safe. She had no urgency, finding pleasure in watching the unfolding drama. A child? What is she to be considered my offspring? Madam, our daughter is on the verge of death. Lin Jinju's pout faded, her face paling in shock at his words. Lady Lin was still processing, her mind reeling at the thought of her husband going mad, striking their beloved daughter. Yes, she is going to be killed. You're the one who will do it. As a father, how could you be so ruthless? Lin Xuechuang drew his sword, pressing it firmly against Lin Jinju's throat, the hatred in his eyes silencing Lady Lin. Bring them here. Several robust servants escorted a man and a woman into the courtyard. Host, these are Lin Jinju's parents, those heartless scoundrels. Incredible. Lord Lin came prepared. Lady Lin heard Sheng Zhao's thoughts, her heart skipping a beat. They were Lin Jinju's parents. What did that make her? What did her husband's earlier words about their daughter nearing death imply? Glancing at the maid in the corner, bloodied and barely alive, Lady Lin's realization struck her hard. Housekeeper Lu, my daughter has accidentally killed your war. Today, a life for a life, I shall kill this unfilial daughter to atone. Lin Xuechuang gritted his teeth, each word dripping with venom as he moved his wrist, ready to slice Lin Jinju's throat. My lord, please no, the lady cried out in horror. War has served the young lady since childhood. Her life is of little worth, and how could the young lady, a daughter of nobility, pay for a servant's life? The lady trembled, her spirit seemingly lifting away. An eye for an eye is just. Such cruelty disqualifies her from being a member of my Lin family. It is as if I have never had this daughter. Lord Lin kicked Lin Jinju several meters away, charging forward with his sword, his eyes filled with resolve, striking terror into Lin Jinju's heart. Father, mother, save me. He knows everything. He truly intends to kill me. The lady lunged forward, shielding Lin Jinju with her body. But Lord Lin had anticipated this. The sword's hilt turned, piercing her shoulder, blood gushing forth. Wonderful. Truly splendid. It is such a pity that Lord Lin is reduced to a mere fifth-rank official, Sheng Zhao mused, thoroughly entertained. Suddenly, she heard applause from nearby and turned to see a line of officials peering over the wall, all dressed in official robes. When did they arrive? Why do they have a ladder? Is it common knowledge that today is a day of scandal for Lord Lin? Upon noticing Sheng Zhao's gaze, the ministers waved at her. Mother, are you all right? Lin Jinju cried, pressing her hand against the lady's wound, anxiously looking to housekeeper Lu. Father, why are you still standing there? Quickly, summon a doctor for mother. But housekeeper Lu remained frozen, paralyzed by fear, as a servant held a knife to his throat. Lady Lin felt as if struck by lightning, the realization dawning upon her. She sprang to her feet, her complexion shifting from pale to green, her chest heaving violently as she cradled the bloodied War in her arms. Weeping inconsolably, someone quickly call for the physician. Seeing War in such a state, Sheng Zhao felt a twinge of sympathy. Is this Lin family's young lady all right? She appears gravely injured. Do not worry. It is nothing serious, just a cold and fever, with some superficial wounds.
She needs some rest.
Fortunately, Lord Lin intervened in time, otherwise, she could have been killed. Sheng Zhao nodded. That is a relief, but why does housekeeper Lu harbor such animosity towards the Lin family to orchestrate such harm? Out of envy, perhaps. Both his wife and Lady Lin were pregnant simultaneously, but with starkly different statuses, one the daughter of a servant, the other of a court official. He resented the disparity, wishing for his daughter to live comfortably, while secretly benefiting from the Lin family. Upon hearing this, Sheng Zhao scoffed. For this? What a despicable wretch. Thriving on the suffering of others while expecting his daughter to serve as a maid to Lin's daughter. How shameless. May I inquire, Lord Li of the Ministry of Justice, how should we adjudicate the actions of these three thieves, according to our laws? Lady Lin was dumbfounded. Lord of the Ministry of Justice? Where is he? Could my husband have truly lost his sanity in anger? Lady Lin followed Lord Lin's gaze and gasped in horror. Ah! There, on their own brick wall, a row of heads emerged, each adorned with black caps, their hats bobbing as they peered over, resembling a group of mischievous children caught in the act. Lady Lin exchanged glances with the gleeful onlookers. What is this? Ha ha ha. Caught red-handed in the act of gossiping. Aren't we? Ha ha ha. Sheng Zhao laughed heartily, pounding the wall in amusement. With a resounding crash, the wooden cart finally collapsed under the weight. Ouch, my backside. Miss. Amidst the chaos on one side, there was an eerie silence on the other. Everyone coughed awkwardly, with the Deputy Minister of Justice, Lord Li, clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment. My lord. According to our laws, the exchange of children resulting in servitude for 15 years warrants the death penalty for human trafficking. He turned to Lin Zhenju. Pretending to be a noble and claiming kinship should incur 100 lashes and 3 years of imprisonment. However, having posed as one for 15 years, failing to report such knowledge while benefiting, and subjecting the Lin family's daughter to long-term abuse, the severity of her actions merits the death penalty by hanging. Lin Zhenju trembled, her body going limp as if her bones had been extracted, her lips quivering but unable to utter a word.
Hang?
On what grounds? I have been the Lin family's young lady for 15 years. All of this wealth and prestige rightfully belongs to me. She crawled towards Lord Lin, trying to tug at his official robe. Father, I am Zhenju. You have always favored Zhenju. Haven to you? Housekeeper Liu, still under threat, stood motionless. His usual arrogance stripped away as he soiled himself in fear, his gaze vacant. I do not wish to die. I only wanted my daughter to have a good life. I never intended to harm anyone. Spare me, my lord. Lin Xuechuang found their plight nauseating, offering a courteous nod to Lord Li atop the wall. Then I shall trouble you, Lord Li, to take them directly back to the Ministry of Justice. Lord Li originally intended to enjoy some gossip, yet he returned with a plethora of official duties, resigned to his fate. The officials from the Ministry of Justice swiftly ushered individuals into the rear courtyard, where Lin Zhenju suddenly erupted into a fit of laughter, her mirth escalating to a near-manic crescendo.
You have seen me.
Yet, she shall not find peace. After serving as a lowly maid for over a decade, subjected to my daily indignities, do you believe she can reclaim her status as a young lady?
Dream on.
At her core, she has always been base. Before she could finish her tirade, Lord Li coldly gestured, and the constables promptly silenced her, dragging her away. The commotion here bore no relation to Sheng Zhao, who had fallen from her carriage, sustaining a grievous gash on her arm. Amidst the cries of Shinger and Uncle John's exclamations, she was forcibly stuffed back into the leaky carriage, returning to Sheng Manor. As Sheng Huaisu stepped through the courtyard gate, he beheld Sheng Zhao seated beneath the corridor, with Shinger tending to her wounded arm. The sight of the ghastly injury on his daughter's arm made him gasp in shock. Ah, the pain! His expression darkened, akin to iron. He had anticipated that Zhao Zhao's candid thoughts would offend many, yet he had not expected such swift retribution. Who did this? A tempest of murderous intent swirled in his gaze, countless possibilities racing through his mind. Shinger wore a troubled expression, stammering incoherently. Sheng Zhao feigned unconsciousness. The young lady merely fell on her own. Sheng Huaisu furrowed his brow, utterly unconvinced. Can one truly sustain such an injury merely from a fall? Chapter 29. I have treated you to so many meals, and you dare indulge in idle play? The young lady had heard of a scandal at Lord Lin's residence in the Hamlin Academy and insisted on eavesdropping over the wall, yet lacking a ladder. She dared to stand atop the carriage roof. Unfortunately, the roof was insufficiently sturdy, and with a crack it gave way. Shinger shrank back, her voice dwindling. The young lady fell into the carriage, and a nail from the yoke caused her injury. Sheng Huaisu's previously menacing demeanor froze, feeling as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him. The muscles in his face twitched uncontrollably, as if torn between scolding and laughter. Taking a deep breath, he gradually relaxed his clenched fists, silently reminding himself, "She is my own flesh and blood." Finally, he roared, "You, a young lady, climbing over someone else's wall." Sheng Huaisu seized a broom from nearby and charged toward Sheng Zhao. Help! Father, wait. You must hear me. The affair at Lord Lin's house is truly fascinating. Sheng Zhao, having lagged behind, felt the broom strike her backside, sending her scurrying about the courtyard. Sheng Huaisu's anger had his beard bristling as he spotted his daughter hiding behind a fish tank. Fascinating? Is it more fascinating than me beating your backside until it blossoms? He flung his sleeves in frustration and bellowed, "Go. Dismantle the young lady's carriage. From now on, she shall only ride in an ox cart at a leisurely pace." Noticing that Shinger and Uncle Jiang were shielding her from her father, Sheng Zhao seized the opportunity to slip away. Ouch! My head! Just as she dashed out of the manor, she collided headlong with Sheng Yanshu, stumbling back 2 paces. Upon recognizing her, Sheng Yanshu, one hand clutching his chest, grasped Sheng Zhao. "Sister, What kind of iron-headed skill are you practicing? Where are you rushing off to in such a flurry? Third brother. Father is about to enact a severe punishment. I must flee to avoid the storm. Sheng Zhao wriggled free from his grasp, attempting to escape.
Wait.
How about I take you out for some fun? Sheng Yanshu smiled warmly at his younger sister, but Sheng Zhao detected the scent of mischief. At the Drunken Moon Tower? Sheng Zhao looked up at the sign, exclaiming wonderful. Third brother, you're taking me to drink. I will tell father to break your. Sheng Yanshu hurriedly covered her mouth.
No shouting.
I will treat you to delicious food, no drinking. With that, Sheng Zhao relented, determined to enjoy a delightful meal at his expense. Reflecting on her time since entering the story, she realized she had yet to savor the cuisine of a restaurant, as the dishes in Sheng Manor were rather mundane and grew tiresome with repetition. The meals served in the palace had been bland and insipid, tailored to accommodate her pregnant second sister. Upon entering the Drunken Moon Tower, a young waiter greeted them with a beaming smile. Master Sheng, you have arrived. Room 3 in the Heavenly Hall has been prepared for you. Sheng Yanshu nodded slightly, tossing a piece of silver to the waiter, who deftly caught it, his smile broadening. Please, this way. We have just received the freshest four-guild base, and I have saved the finest for you. Sheng Zhao glanced at Sheng Yanshu, unable to suppress her internal critique. Look at how at ease he is. He must frequent this establishment often. Meanwhile, I have endured hardships in the inner courtyard, while my third brother dines lavishly outside. What a disparity between us, both of humble birth. System. Host, it is simply the way of things, after all. Your third brother is the only male heir of the Sheng family, but I am the only female official in dying. Humph. Bravo, host. Sheng Yanshu, enough. The waiter, discreetly observing Sheng Zhao, suddenly realized, could this be the renowned young lady of Sheng family that everyone in the capital has been buzzing about?
Indeed.
She matched the descriptions perfectly. As they entered, a young man clad in a pale blue robe rose to greet them. Sheng brother, you have finally arrived.
Please sit.
This must be the young lady of the Sheng family. I am Cui Jianyue. We met briefly at the poetry gathering. I never expected you to ascend to officialdom in such a short span.
Stop.
Sheng Yanshu casually settled into a seat, utterly unconcerned, gesturing towards his sister.
Cui brother.
Do not flatter her too much. If you do, her head will soar to the heavens. Just call her Zhao Zhao, as we are family. Seeing Sheng Zhao nod in agreement, Cui Jianyue smiled and said, Very well, Sister Zhao Zhao. Today Cui brother treats you. Order whatever you desire. Thank you, Cui brother. Sheng Zhao accepted the gilded menu from the waiter, momentarily at a loss as to what to choose among the myriad of delectable offerings. So it is not my third brother treating us. What a pity, I cannot feast upon his expense. Noticing Sheng Yanshu's exasperated expression, Cui Jianyue suppressed a chuckle. System. Host, feel free to indulge. It's all right, for Cui brother is the proprietor of the Drunken Moon Tower. What? He is the owner of this establishment? How unexpected. He appears so young. Cui Jianyue, taken aback, had never revealed his identity as the owner of the Drunken Moon Tower, remaining largely unknown. It seemed Sheng Zhao's perceptiveness had unveiled his secret at first glance. He had witnessed her prowess at the poetry gathering, yet indulging in someone else's gossip was always delightful. Now that the tables had turned, he felt an unusual nervousness. His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Sheng Yanshu's face, darkened with ire. Oh no! Sheng Yanshu's previously cheerful demeanor instantly hardened, as if struck by lightning. What? This Drunken Moon Tower belongs to you? No wonder you order the most expensive base each time, and always select the finest aged wine. Every time I paid the bill, you feigned modesty with that insincere smile. His eyes glinted with cold fury as he forced a smile, fixing his gaze on Cui Jianyue. Well done, Cui Jianyue, I have treated you to countless meals, and you are here enjoying the fruits of another's labor. At that moment, Cui Jianyue shrank back in his chair, akin to a quail. Sheng Zhao remained oblivious to the undercurrents, yet she noticed that the once confident Cui brother now bowed his head, fiddling with his teacup, puzzled. What has happened to Cui brother? Why does his face look so green? Cui Jianyue. Isn't it because your brother's glare has frightened me? System. He has recently been entangled with troublesome romantic interests. How could he not look green? Upon hearing about this juicy tidbit, Sheng Zhao's interest was piqued. Troublesome romantic interests? What kind of troubles are we talking about? Host, you may not yet be aware, but Cui Jianyue is the son of the wealthiest man in the capital, with a fortune beyond measure, an appearance reminiscent of the handsome Pan and a character that is equally admirable. He has never indulged in frivolous affairs and consistently ranks at the top of the list of the most desired suitors among the young ladies of the capital. Am I truly going to encounter the top contender while merely stepping out for a meal today?
Chapter 30. Day.
Once he starts digging, he becomes relentless, losing himself completely, as if he has put his very life on the line. Sheng Zhao cast several glances at Cui Jianyue, who indeed possessed a strikingly androgynous beauty, akin to a radiant jade tree. With wealth and good looks, along with an unblemished reputation, it is no wonder that he has captured the hearts of many young maidens. Noticing the gaze directed at him, Cui Jianyue straightened his posture, for who could blame him for his good looks? Sheng Yenshu, observing his flamboyant demeanor, could not help but discreetly kick him under the table. What is he flaunting about? Did he not hear that he is a bad omen for romantic pursuits? Sheng Zhao curiously inquired, so, where does my third brother rank on the list? Oh, your third brother? He did not make the list.
PFFT, Cui Jianyue.
Having just taken a sip of tea, suddenly spewed it out, hurriedly explaining, I apologize, the tea is too hot. How rude of me. He felt a surge of pride, exchanging sly glances with Sheng Yenshu. I am at the top while you remain nameless on the list. Sheng Yenshu retaliated with another kick. The system continued. The empress has a niece whom she treats as her own, who has been conferred the title of Princess Huayu. This princess has fallen head over heels for Cui Jianyue, declaring that she will marry no one else, and has pursued him for 3 long years, her affections deeply rooted. Sheng Zhao asked, since she is a princess of noble birth, why does brother Cui not reciprocate her feelings? Has he not succeeded in 3 years? The system replied, Cui Jianyue is accustomed to a carefree life and dislikes being constrained. The princess has a somewhat domineering personality, which does not appeal to him. However, soon he may have no choice in the matter. Cui Jianyue was taken aback, and before he could ponder the implications, Sheng Zhao had already voiced his inquiry. What do you mean by he may have no choice? Is it possible that Princess Huayu can seek an imperial decree for marriage? Indeed. The princess has directly petitioned the empress, who in turn has requested the emperor to issue a decree. It is likely that the imperial edict has already been proclaimed. Sheng Zhao was puzzled, but from this perspective, if the emperor grants the marriage and the princess is infatuated, what could possibly be wrong? Why label it a bad omen for romance? That is because Princess Huayu's identity is problematic. She is actually the daughter of a remnant of the previous dynasty, raised beside the empress. In public, she behaves decorously, but behind the scenes, she is sharpening her knives, preparing for rebellion. Less than half a year into their marriage, Cui Jianyue was imprisoned by the princess, who used the vast wealth of the Cui family to secretly forge weapons and recruit soldiers. In the end, their forces were defeated, and all associated individuals were executed, with Cui Jianyue as a co-conspirator suffering the fate of extermination of his lineage.
Cui Jianyue,
biting into a piece of osmanthus lotus root, suddenly froze upon hearing the mention of the extermination of his lineage. Cough, cough, cough. A half-chewed piece of lotus root lodged in his throat, causing him to turn crimson. He pounded his chest with one hand while reaching for the teapot with the other, inadvertently knocking over the vinegar dish, saturating his trousers with dark, aged vinegar. Sheng Zhao looked at him in horror, as the once elegant young master was now a mess, with oil dripping from his mouth and vinegar soaking his trousers, pounding his chest in distress. Squeak, are you certain he is that so-called top contender? He should be. Yes. Before Sheng Zhao could respond, the door to the private room creaked open. A young lady clad in opulent attire entered with a cheerful smile, followed by 2 maidservants carrying a pair of mandarin duck jade pendants. Host, this is Princess Huayu. The princess entered holding the imperial edict, striding directly towards Cui Jianyue and presenting the decree before him, sweetly declaring, Brother Jianyue, His Majesty has issued the decree. Our auspicious day is in 3 days. Are you happy? Cui Jianyue felt as if struck by lightning, his complexion draining of all color. The edict has been issued? What Sister Zhao said was true. It's over. The countdown to extermination has begun. Thud. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed backward, only to be swiftly caught by Sheng Yenshu.
Brother Cui, Brother Cui.
Princess Huayu was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted, rushing forward. Brother Jianyue, what has happened to you? The maidservants rushed to console her. Do not worry, Your Highness. Master Cui is simply overwhelmed with joy, perhaps fainting from excessive happiness. Sheng Zhao and Sheng Yenshu exchanged bewildered glances at the maidservant's words. To be a personal maid to the princess requires a certain level of competence. Princess Huayu adopted a childlike demeanor. I knew Brother Jianyue held me dear. As if just noticing Sheng Zhao and Sheng Yanshu, she regained her regal composure, pointing imperiously at them.
Hey,
You two, hurry and carry Brother Genua to my carriage. I shall take him back to my residence for treatment. Sheng Yanshu understood that this fellow had fainted in an attempt to evade the princess. If she truly took him back to her residence, once he regained consciousness, he might blame him for it. Your Highness, in 3 days, you and Brother Cui are to be wed. If he enters your residence now, it may tarnish your reputation for propriety before marriage. Let us return Brother Cui to the Cui residence first, and visit on the wedding day. Upon hearing this, Princess Huayu's expression soured. This is an imperial decree. Who dares to speak out of turn?
come.
Take him down. Several guards rushed up from downstairs, ready to carry him away. Wait. In the next moment, Cui Jianyu gasped, slowly opening his eyes. I think I am all right. Sheng Zhao harbored doubts. Is he truly not pretending? The system interjected. Host, he is indeed pretending. He does not like the princess and wishes to avoid her. However, the princess genuinely harbors feelings for him. What good is genuine affection if, shortly after the wedding, his entire family faces annihilation? The decree has already been issued. There is no way out. Unless the princess grows to detest him and actively seeks the emperor to annul the marriage. Upon hearing this, Cui Jianyue's eyes sparkled with determination. Of course. How had he not thought of this sooner? As long as he made the princess despise him, she would naturally wish to avoid the marriage and would certainly approach the empress for a solution. Brother Jianyue, are you alright? Princess Huayu looked at him with deep concern. Cui Jianyue, however, was too preoccupied to acknowledge her as he suddenly thrust his index finger into his nostril, nonchalantly beginning to dig. Princess Huayu momentarily froze in disbelief, but managed to suppress her discomfort, pulling out a handkerchief from her bosom, ready to assist him once he finished. Until he leisurely excavated a glistening booger, then flicked it away. Everyone in the room was petrified, as they had not witnessed where that booger had flown off to. Sheng Zhao's face was a picture of horror, keeping his distance, fearful that it might land on him. Goodness, is Cui Jianyue truly this wild in private? At least, he could have the decency to avoid the crowd. Has he lost his mind? Sheng Yanshu was equally distressed, frantically searching for the rogue booger as if he had been infested with fleas, restlessly shifting about. Cui Jianyue's antics were indeed a double-edged sword. But where did that booger land? It was maddening. What if it landed on me? Cui Jianyue, seemingly not yet satisfied, switched nostrils and continued his excavation.
They.
Once he began, he was relentless, utterly lost in the act. Countless boogers flew about the elegant chamber like hidden projectiles. Princess Huayu's maid was nearly in tears, pleading softly, Your Highness, let us leave. I am frightened. Chapter 31. In order to avoid the annihilation of his lineage, he resolved to become a pervert. Just as Princess Huayu was at a loss, Cui Jianyue finally ceased his digging, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. He gently rubbed his thumb and forefinger together. With some suspicious residue still lingering on his fingertips, he picked up a piece of cloud hair pastry from the table and presented it to Princess Huayu's lips. I hope you will indulge in this. It is a new delicacy from Zuyu Tower. Do give it a try, Your Highness? The princess's eyelashes fluttered, her spine stiffening as her gaze fixated on the very finger that had just explored his nostrils. Her lips parted slightly, as if she wished to speak, yet hesitated to utter a word. She feared that if she opened her mouth, that piece of cloud hair pastry would simply slip right in. Princess Huayu wrestled with her inner turmoil, torn between the desire to indulge and the fear of appearing disdainful. How could she reject such a thoughtful gesture from Brother Jianyue, who had never shown her such consideration before? If she chose to eat it, her gaze returned to that piece of cloud hair pastry, her stomach churning violently as she fought the urge to retch. She stepped back 2 paces to create distance before daring to speak. Brother Jianyue, I sincerely apologize. I've had quite a substantial lunch today and am still feeling a bit unwell. I truly cannot eat anymore. Turning her head, she spotted Sheng Zhao and seized upon her like a lifeline, pointing at her. Why don't we give this sister a taste? She looks rather petite and surely has never savored such a delicacy before. It would be a kind gift. Sheng Zhao clutched her elder brother's arm tightly, shaking her head fervently. I never want to see cloud hair pastry again. Thank you for your kindness, but my brother adores it. Let him have it. Sheng Yanshu clamped a hand over his mouth, his eyes wide with terror. Please don't come near.
This is horrifying.
I don't want to eat that disgusting pastry. What on earth was Cui Jianyue trying to accomplish? Did he intend to incite the princess's ire, hoping she would willingly break off the engagement? Cui Jianyue cast a look of approval, truly deserving of the title Little Sheng, as he discerned the truth at a glance. System. Host, you have unraveled the truth. It seems he genuinely harbors a dislike for this princess and would rather tarnish his reputation than wed her. Cui Jianyue internally lamented. He merely wished to avoid death. Reputation and family legacy could not coexist. Faced with the threat of Sheng Zhao and Sheng Yanshu's death glares, he had to rethink his strategy. The moment he set the cloud hair pastry down, the atmosphere in the elegant chamber lightened considerably. Then, he raised his hand, gently brushing the corner of the princess's mouth with his thumb, a playful smile curving his lips. Little glutton, do refrain from overindulging next time. Princess Huayu froze, her entire being stiffening, not daring to move, her eyes wide with astonishment. It was over. She felt sullied. Who could tell her that Cui Jianyue was such a person of disregard for propriety? Had his previous elegance merely been a facade? An idea struck Sheng Zhao, and she tilted her head. Brother Cui, since the princess is feeling unwell, why not accompany her for a stroll to aid her digestion? Hand in hand. What an excellent idea! Cui Jianyue immediately grasped Princess Huayu's hand, their fingers intertwining. At that moment, her stomach roiled, and the sensation of his warm palm amplified her awareness of the contact. She swiftly withdrew her hand, her expression awkward. We are not yet married. This seems rather inappropriate. Cui Jianyue's face darkened, striking the table with a resounding bang. What is inappropriate about it? Soon we will be husband and wife. What difference does it make whether it's a day sooner or later? Was it not you who sought my embrace? Now you feign innocence. I have seen many such wanton women. Everyone present was taken aback, and before the princess could react, Cui Jianyue continued unabated. Princess, I know there is a small pavilion at the center of Qianquan Lake, seldom visited by anyone. I shall take you there. Let us consummate our union in that secluded spot. Just think of the thrill. You would surely enjoy it. Princess Huayu could scarcely believe her ears, her fingertips digging into her palms, feeling as if struck by an invisible dagger. A rush of color flooded her face, not from embarrassment but from fury. The humiliation of being laid bare before all felt unbearable, nearly igniting her cheeks. You shameless rogue! How dare you speak to the princess in such a manner? How could one of her esteemed status accompany you? The maidservants who had served Princess Huayu for years were astounded to witness anyone daring to speak to her so disrespectfully. Cui Jianyue furrowed his brow, then relaxed, flashing a confident smile at the maid. Are you envious? The princess is not fit, but you, a mere maid, are? Perhaps you should inquire with your mistress. If she agrees, I might begrudgingly allow you to join us. He followed this with a scornful laugh. Cui Jianyue had completely lost his sanity, opting for madness to avoid annihilation. This display left Sheng Yanshu in awe, casting a sidelong glance at his sister. This fruit we are consuming today is quite intriguing, is it not? Sheng Zhao marveled internally. With such audacity, he is bound for success in whatever he pursues. Princess Huayu could no longer contain her rage. She seized the pair of mandarin duck jade pendants and hurled them to the ground, shattering them into countless pieces.
Cui Jianyue, I misjudge you.
A wretched, vile creature like you does not even deserve to tread upon the threshold of my palace. Mark my words, I shall ensure you suffer for this affront. Fuming, the princess stormed out of the elegant chamber, pausing at the door to cast a threatening glance at Sheng Zhao and Sheng Yanshu. You too shall await your reckoning. How dare you revel in my humiliation? With that she strode away. Sheng Zhao exclaimed, what does this have to do with us? This is pure misfortune. Could it be that the princess is plotting my assassination? As a defenseless young girl, how can I protect myself? Host, do not panic. Our marketplace offers numerous life-saving items. Buying a rebound shield, speed shoes, or stone guardians would suffice to ensure your safety. Cui Jianyue and Sheng Yanshu exchanged eager glances. Such treasures exist?
Buy.
Let's check our points. Host, due to our tireless efforts in gathering intelligence, our points have now reached 8,888. Wonderful. Sheng Zhao nearly leapt with joy. She opened the marketplace, examining the items the system mentioned. Rebound shield. Purchase. Speed shoes. Enhance my escape?
Buy.
Stone guardian? Too conspicuous right now. I'll add it to the cart for later. The invulnerability pill? I bought one for my second sister last time. I must get one for myself now. Glancing at her elder brother, she thought, my brother has also incurred the princess's wrath. I should get him an invulnerability pill too. Hearing this, Sheng Yanshu felt warmth in his heart, grateful for his sister's affection. Beside them, Cui Jianyue tugged at Sheng Yanshu's sleeve, frantically signaling, I want one too. The princess has set her sights on me as well. Sheng Zhao raised an eyebrow at Cui Jianyue. Should I get one for brother Cui too? Cui Jianyue's eyes lit up, nodding vigorously in his mind. Yes, yes, yes. But this is all his fault. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have attracted the princess's ire. His family is wealthy, he won't miss this small expense. But he does. Especially now. No amount of wealth can buy these treasures. Cui Jianyue was desperate, yet unable to voice it, while Sheng Yanshu ignored him altogether. Chapter 32. A conclusion reached. The court of the great Jing dynasty cannot function without little Sheng. In a moment of desperation, Cui Jianyue looked up at the ceiling and sighed heavily. Alas, I have truly offended the princess this time. I can only return home and have my father spend a fortune on protective items, or else how will I ever exhaust the riches of the Cui family? Sheng Yanshu, must you be so obvious? My sister's avarice has become notorious in the capital, hasn't it? However, though this plan may seem foolish, it is genuinely beneficial for Sheng Zhao. How could we have forgotten about that simpleton from the landlord's family? He is rich and naive. Why not sell him an invulnerability pill for 10,000 taels? What do you think? Cui Jianyue nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. 10,000 taels? An item given for free to Sheng Yanshu, now being sold to him for a fortune? This truly is treating him like a fool. He cast a reproachful glance at his companion beside him. Sheng Yanshu straightened his chest and declared, There's nothing to be done, my dear sister. If you have the ability, why not persuade your father to grant you a sister as well? Host, this indestructible pill is truly one of a kind here. No amount of money can procure such a treasure, especially since he is the sole heir of the Cui family. Is his life truly worth only 10,000 taels? Let us not forget, the Zuiyu Tower belongs entirely to him. That makes sense. Gigi, you are truly remarkable. With you by my side, we are destined for wealth. Let us charge him 50,000 taels. Cui Jianyue was nearly moved to tears at the thought of 50,000 taels. Did she truly grasp the magnitude of that sum? Was it really acceptable for them to brazenly swindle her like this? Sheng Zhao swiftly produced an indestructible pill and, with the speed of lightning, popped it into Sheng Yanshu's mouth, saying, Brother, enjoy this candy. Sheng Yanshu, fully aware of the situation, cooperatively chewed and swallowed the pill. Delicious.
Quite sweet.
Thank you, Zhao Zhao. With a grand gesture, Sheng Zhao nonchalantly tossed one into her own mouth as well. No need for formality. It's merely a piece of candy. She then mysteriously produced another one. Brother Cui, just the other day, I dreamt I saved a transcendent being. And in gratitude for my life-saving act, he bestowed upon me this item. You would never guess what it is. She lowered her voice. This is the indestructible pill. Consume it, and you shall be immune to all toxins. You need no longer fear being poisoned by others. Would you like to purchase it? Just offer what you believe your life is worth. Honestly, I'm not looking to profit from you. I genuinely pity you and worry about potential retribution from the princess. Otherwise, I would never part with it. Sheng Yanshu.
Cui Jianyue.
Do you take me for a fool? This is clearly identical to the candy you both just consumed. Having learned the price, Cui Jianyue, with tears in her eyes, reluctantly produced a banknote for 50,000 taels. Take it, take it. Sheng Zhao had never seen so much money. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she hurriedly tucked the banknotes into her sleeve, fearful that he might change his mind. Then, with an air of mystery, she added, Brother Cui, by accepting my 50,000 taels, you are the one who truly profits. Oh my, Gigi, I hadn't even made a price yet. And he directly offered 50,000 taels. I thought he would at least bargain down a half. I was prepared to sell it for no less than 10,000 taels. Truly, the Cui family is the wealthiest in the capital, possessing remarkable resources.
Cui Jianyue.
A moment ago comforting herself that such treasures are hard to come by, and thus not a loss, now found herself dumbfounded. Why had no one mentioned that 10,000 taels was also an option? Could the excess 40,000 taels be returned to him? Host, you have struck gold this time. Perhaps consider offering him a complimentary gift? A complimentary gift? Cui Jianyue regained her composure and was eager to learn what wonderful treasure was in store. If an additional life-saving gift were included, then 50,000 taels would be acceptable after all. Sheng Zhao opened the marketplace, heading straight for the discounted area, carefully selecting her items. Since it's a gift, let us opt for something inexpensive. This beauty fragrance looks promising, only 1 point. Beauty fragrance? It sounded rather innocuous. Could it truly be life-saving? Brother Cui, as a token of gratitude for your generous invitation to dinner today, I will bestow upon you this life-saving item. Completely free of charge. Cui Jianyue, wary from being swindled, still held a skeptical attitude. What kind of good thing? Sheng Zhao retrieved an exquisite wooden box, carefully opening it to reveal a small container filled with pink powder. Do you see this? It's called beauty fragrance. When you find yourself in danger, simply open it and blow a puff in the direction of your assailants. Anyone who comes into contact with this powder will be unable to see you for half an hour, even if you stand right before them. They will only perceive you as an enchanting beauty. This gives you the perfect opportunity to escape. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Cui Jianyu gave a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. Although this item appeared unassuming, it might indeed prove invaluable in a life-or-death situation. Such wondrous objects existed in this world, and this sister Zhao Zhao had truly opened his eyes. Just as Cui Jianyu tucked the items safely away, Sheng Zhao inched closer. Brother Cui, don't you think we, as subjects of the Great Jing, should adhere to the principle of reciprocity?
Cui Jianyu.
Ultimately, Cui Jianyu gifted Sheng Zhao a shop he owned in the capital in return, bringing this farcical exchange to a close. At morning court today, the ministers, waiting expectantly, found themselves disappointed by the absence of the young Master Sheng. Sheng Huaisu, worried about his little daughter's unhealed injuries, had submitted a sick leave to the inspectorate. Today's court ended unusually early, with ministers lacking enthusiasm. They quickly reported their memorials before departing. Even Emperor Jing'an found it dull, maintaining a stern expression throughout. Emperor Jing'an, no pests were caught today. I am displeased. The ministers, no gossip to savor today. How boring. Everyone greatly missed the young Master Sheng. It was concluded that the Great Jing court could not function without him. After court, they flocked around General Sheng. General Sheng, why did the young Master Sheng not attend today? Thank you for your concern, Lord Qi. My daughter is quite unruly. She was injured yesterday and has taken a day off. As Sheng Huaisu recalled yesterday's events, he felt a headache coming on. He was too embarrassed to explain how his rebellious child had sustained her injuries. You all might not know, but yesterday, the Lin family's residence was quite lively. The young Master Sheng attempted to climb the wall for gossip and unfortunately fell, which is why he took leave. Lord Li, who had witnessed the spectacle firsthand, chuckled as he recounted the tale.
Puffed.
The young Master Sheng was injured while scaling the Lin family's wall? What a pity. Had I known, I would have gone to see for myself. Sheng Huaisu shot an exasperated glare at the loquacious Lord Li. Given how well-informed he was, it seemed he had also indulged in some wall climbing. Lord Li fell silent, his gaze catching sight of Lin Xuechuang approaching briskly. If I may say so, it's truly the fault of the Lin family for building such high walls. Lord Lin, to accuse without evidence, what excuse is there? Several ministers who missed the young Master Sheng felt that Lord Li spoke the truth. It's all the Lin family's fault. Perhaps Lord Lin should consider demolishing the wall and rebuilding it to match the young Master Sheng's height. Lin Xuechuang, unable to retort, quickened his pace, almost breaking into a run. He simply wished to put as much distance as possible between himself and this contentious gathering. Chapter 33. The palace banquet begins with a jolt. Sometimes, I truly wish I could kneel down and plead with him to stop devouring that hand-pulled chicken. In the Sheng household, Sheng Huaisu instructed Shuer, tomorrow is the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, and all officials must bring their families to the palace to celebrate. You must accompany Zhao Zhao and keep a close eye on her. Ensure she does not cause any trouble. The thought of this event gave Sheng Huaisu a headache. It was one thing for His Majesty to indulge her, but the Empress Dowager was a person of decisive authority. Offending her would lead to serious complications.
Dad.
My little sister's mischievous heart is beyond my control. I can hardly contain her. Sheng Yenshu replied dismissively, setting his book aside. But rest assured, she possesses many life-saving treasures. Even if she stirs up trouble, no one will dare to harm her. Sheng Huaisu remained skeptical, his worry unabated. With so many people attending the banquet, he feared potential calamities. A palace banquet? What palace banquet? Sheng Zhao, passing by the study, overheard her father and brother discussing the palace banquet and felt a surge of curiosity. Upon seeing his daughter, Sheng Huaisu's expression grew stern as he cautioned. Tomorrow is the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. We must go to the palace to pay our respects. You must behave and stick close to your brother. Do not create any disturbances, understood? Oh, I won't go. Father, please request another day of leave for me, citing that my injury has not yet healed. Having said that, Sheng Zhao turned to leave. The palace banquet required strict adherence to decorum. She had no desire to attend. Why should she have to follow her brother the entire time? What fun could that possibly be? Come back here. Sheng Huaisu felt a throbbing headache. The emperor's decree had already been issued. explicitly stating that no one was to be absent, especially you. Sheng Zhao sighed heavily. Being an emperor is truly delightful, especially when one can compel everyone to celebrate one's mother's birthday. If I were the emperor, I would declare a 3-day holiday for my birthday, with all expenses covered by the royal treasury, a grand celebration for all. Hearing such words, Sheng Yanshu quickly covered his little sister's mouth, drenched in cold sweat from fear. Fortunately, no servants had come to the study. Sheng Huaishu faltered, nearly losing his balance, exclaiming, "You insolent child! What foolishness are you spouting? You wish for her to be emperor? Why doesn't she ascend to heaven then? If this gossip spreads, the Sheng family will be doomed." Noticing her father's frantic search for a broom, Sheng Zhao swiftly made her escape. "All right, I want to do it. Will you take the role then?" Sheng Huaishu. Sheng Yanshu patted his furious father's shoulder, offering comfort. "Father, do not worry. Tomorrow, I shall procure a sturdier stick. If my little sister continues her fanciful musings, I shall knock her unconscious to protect our family's lineage." Sheng Huaishu opened his mouth, then closed it again, his expression one of utter exhaustion. Is there not a single reliable descendant in the Sheng family? After a few moments of silence, he finally exhaled slowly. "Just don't strike too hard. We wouldn't want to render your sister senseless." As this celebration was in honor of the Empress Dowager's birthday, the banquet was held in the main hall of Sinang Palace. At the hour of Qin, they lined up to enter the palace and present their tributes, only taking their seats in the afternoon. Throughout the entire process, Sheng Zhao remained quiet and obedient, following her father and elder brother. From the moment they left home, Sheng Yanshu had not put down the wooden stick in his hand. Even when searched by the palace eunuchs, he managed to keep it, claiming he had injured his leg and required a crutch. Occasionally, Sheng Zhao would glance back at the stick behind her head. Her elder brother was too ruthless. Silently, she took out the rebound shield she had purchased at the marketplace the previous day, a transparent aura enveloping her instantly, unnoticed by anyone. Sheng Zhao was already so hungry her stomach pressed against her back. Having not thought to eat a little beforehand, she gazed longingly at the food before her. Stealing a glance at Sheng Yanshu, clack! The wooden stick struck the ground with a resounding echo. Sheng Yanshu shot her a warning look. The Emperor and Empress Dowager have yet to arrive. Behave yourself. Look at how everyone is staring at you. Sitting up straight, Sheng Zhao raised her head, only to meet the derisive gazes of several young ladies and gentlemen, who whispered amongst themselves without any discretion. Is that the much-discussed Sheng Zhao? She doesn't look like much. Does she? Just a concubine's daughter, riding on General Sheng's coattails to gain her position. Who takes her seriously? A concubine's daughter?
No wonder.
Look at the way she's eyeing those pastries. She must not have tasted anything good before. Sheng Zhao, so, what if I don't eat? Am I not allowed to look? She glared at Sheng Yanshu. Brother, what use is this wooden stick? The familiar voice of eunuch Yao rang out. His Majesty has arrived. The Empress Dowager has arrived. Her Majesty, the Empress, has arrived. Sheng Zhao, still entranced by the feast before her, was abruptly pressed to the ground by Sheng Yanshu. Joining the others in bowing, once reseated, she quietly asked Sheng Yanshu, "Brother, may we eat now?" Sheng Yanshu, helpless, nodded as he noticed her evident hunger.
Wow.
This dragon and phoenix presenting auspiciousness is actually a bird's nest mixed chicken? It tastes quite exquisite. So fresh and rich. I've never had anything like it.
Goodness.
A quail stewed with ginseng? This is too lavish. I'm so glad I came. Look at this, 7 treasure tea. I heard it's made with walnuts and almonds. The palace truly knows how to indulge. System. Host, these are all standard fare at palace banquets. More delicacies will follow. Enjoy. Sheng Yanshu, this is bad. Her thoughts are starting to race again. The resounding noise echoed throughout the hall, startling many, causing them to spew their drinks in surprise. Looking around to discover who was so audacious as to make such a ruckus. Especially the Empress Dowager, who dropped her chopsticks with a clatter. The matron beside her quickly stepped forward to replace them. Realizing her faux pas, the Empress Dowager frowned slightly, yet failed to notice the instigator. However, the ministers who attended the morning court found their spirits lifted upon hearing that voice. After 2 days, they finally heard the voice of little Sheng again. How nostalgic. Second brother, just now that sound was ugh.
Ugh.
The 4th prince, Xie Rongpei, was curiously about to question his second brother regarding who had been so bold as to cause such a disturbance during the Empress Dowager's banquet. However, before he could voice his inquiry, he nearly choked. Fortunately, Prince Ning swiftly covered his younger brother's mouth, preventing him from posing the question. In the next moment, Feeling the greasy residue on his face, he realized it was from Prince Ning's hands, which were covered in oil from tearing into a chicken. He nearly retched. Sometimes he truly wished he could kneel and beg his second brother to stop eating shredded chicken. The commotion caught Sheng Zhao's attention, and seeing her glance over, Prince Ning casually nodded. Sheng Zhao returned the gesture, and then her inner voice echoed. I wonder if Prince Ning is still enjoying that chicken from the old woman? I wonder when he'll discover the truth and stop indirectly kissing her. The entire assembly fell into a stunned silence. What? Prince Ning and the old woman? Kissing? What kind of peculiar preference is that? Xie Rongpei gaped at his second brother. Second brother, you. Prince Ning, unable to bear the unusual gazes any longer, shoved a chicken leg into the wide-open mouth of his fourth brother.
Spit it out.
Just as Xie Rongpei prepared to take a bite, he recalled the earlier mention of the old woman's shredded chicken, and in a panic, expelled it from his mouth. He did not wish to kiss the old woman. Prince Ning's face darkened, his patience wearing thin. This is a palace banquet. How could it possibly be from the old woman? Don't go too far. Chapter 34. Shocking Scandal. The official family's daughter works part-time as a headliner? Good fortune abounds. System. Host not long ago. Prince Ning dismissed all the maids and servants in his household. Now he can't even get the old woman's shredded chicken. Prince Ning. I don't even want to eat it. Why does her tone sound somewhat disappointed?
Why?
Why did he suddenly dismiss all the maids and servants? I don't know. Perhaps he has a preference for handsome men. Everyone. Prince Ning has a preference for handsome men? Even Emperor Jing'an and the Empress Dowager were taken aback, finally understanding why Hanu, in his 20s, had yet to marry. Some young ladies who had harbored hopes of marrying into the royal family found their dreams shattered.
Meanwhile,
those ministers who had sought to curry favor with Prince Ning began to ponder, realizing that was why he had been so indifferent to their advances. Their gifts had not struck a chord with him. However, now they understood his preferences. Next time, they would select some refined and charming entertainers, handsome scholars, and delicate musicians to present to him. They must thank little Sheng for this revelation. Prince Ning, too exhausted to explain, merely continued to eat his shredded chicken. Suddenly, the system exclaimed, "Host, look! That young lady is about to eat nose-snot pastry." Upon hearing this, Sheng Zhao quickly turned her gaze, only to see the very girl who had mocked her for being a concubine's daughter, holding a piece of cloud tassel pastry, about to take a bite. For heaven's sake, it really is nose-snot pastry. Ugh, I never want to see that again. How could such a thing appear at a palace banquet? Sheng Zhao was reminded of the chaotic scene with nose-snot flying everywhere in the private room. Now, she completely lost her appetite. Sheng Yanshu, haunted by terrifying memories, quickly covered the plate of nose-snot pastries with something. He couldn't bear to look at it. The crowd was bewildered, unsure of whom the voice referred to. And which dish was the nose-snot pastry? Why was it called nose-snot pastry? Was it made from snot? The young lady consuming the peculiar delicacy known as nose-picking pastry indeed has quite the scandal. Would the host care to partake? Sheng Zhao took a bite of the lamb leg in his hand. Absolutely. The entire assembly of ministers and officials erupted in excitement. How splendid! They could once again indulge in the gossip along with Lord Sheng. Only Sheng Huaisu continued to cast sidelong glances at Sheng Yanshu. Understanding his father's intent, Sheng Yanshu hesitated to strike the wooden stick he held, as all eyes were fixated upon them. Even the emperor was watching with barely contained anticipation. He dared not dampen his majesty's enthusiasm. She is the legitimate daughter of Guan Qiuhe, the head of the Bureau of Currency, named Guan Yu. Can you guess her age this year? Sheng Zhao glanced over, observing Guan Yu's slender figure and relatively beautiful appearance. She seems to be around 18 or 19, wouldn't you say? It was then that everyone realized the young lady enjoying the nose-picking pastry was indeed Guan Yu, as they noticed the delicacy she held in her hand. So, this was the infamous pastry. Those who had not tasted it felt relieved, while those who had wanted nothing more than to gag. Close enough. Although she is quite young, she has actually borne 4 children already. And there's another one on the way. Sheng Zhao popped a grape into his mouth, nearly choking upon hearing this revelation. No way. She's had 4 children already at such a young age. She certainly doesn't look like a mother. Furthermore, she appeared quite slender, showing no signs of pregnancy whatsoever. She never carried them to term. All were terminated. How could she marry if she had given birth? She is to be wed soon, and she doesn't even know about the one in her womb now. This statement sent a wave of shock through the assembly. The legitimate daughter of the Bureau of Currency was apparently betrothed to the eldest son of the Minister of Works. Everyone turned their gaze to Minister Jiang. And beside him sat Jiang Yue, the very man betrothed to Guan Yu. At this moment, Minister Zhang's face turned crimson. His soon-to-be daughter-in-law was pregnant? And judging by the conversation, the child was not even his son S? The events witnessed during court sessions were ample proof that Lord Sheng's insights had never been mistaken. His face darkened. Did this house truly consider his family to be a backup plan? Humph. Yet Jiang Yiwei remained oblivious. At that moment, Jiang Yiwei was filled with indignation, thinking to himself, how could this ignorant girl tarnish Guan Yu's reputation so baselessly? Though he and Guan Yu shared a mutual affection, their relationship had always remained within the bounds of propriety. They had never even held hands. How could there possibly be a child? Jiang Yiwei, furious, stood up, directing his gaze toward Sheng Zhao. But the next word caught in his throat, utterly unable to speak. Those aware of Sheng Zhao's true thoughts held their breath, praying that he wouldn't expose them. The emperor, sensing the awkwardness of the situation, cast a stern glance at Minister Jiang, who was now drenched in cold sweat, hastily pulling his unfortunate son back to his seat.
Ha! Who is that? Is he speaking to me?
The system responded, host, that is Jiang Yiwei, son of Minister Jiang. And he seems to be in urgent need of a restroom. Oh, so that is the green-haired turtle. The crowd erupted in laughter. It was rather fitting to call him that, considering his fiancée was pregnant with 4 children, and he was utterly unaware. How could he not be a green-haired turtle? Jiang Yiwei felt a profound sense of disgrace, but could not voice his reproach. Both the emperor and his father were casting threatening glances, forcing him to swallow his indignation. Squeak. So whose child is Guan Yu carrying? This is quite audacious. Host, are you asking about the child from which pregnancy? The crowd gasped. Could it be that each child had a different father? My heavens! If this were to spread, the entire capital would have enough gossip for the next month. Sheng Zhao, realizing this, hastily urged, come on, don't keep us in suspense. Elaborate on each pregnancy. The system replied, this requires some background. Guan Yu is naturally beautiful but possesses a wild spirit. She detests confinement within the inner chambers and prefers frequenting pleasure houses. Pleasure houses? What business does a young lady have there? To admire beauties? The system clarified, not at all. She revels in flattery and enjoys being the center of attention. So she adopted a stage name to work as a courtesan, mingling with various men. Before she knew it, she became pregnant, and upon discovering her condition, she secretly took medicine to abort, only to continue entertaining guests, becoming pregnant again and again. And now she is expecting once more. Sheng Zhao's eyes were glued to Guan Yu, astonished, nearly losing grip of the teacup in his hand.
Goodness!
This scandal is utterly explosive. How can her body withstand such treatment? An official S-daughter, yet she willingly becomes a courtesan? Is she afraid of being recognized? That S not a concern. She typically wears a veil when meeting clients, and has even changed her name to Yu Xingyan. Even if her fiancé were to visit, he might not recognize her. Such audacity. It appeared she genuinely enjoyed her work. Yu Xingyan. The warmth of the blue field shines upon Yu Xingyan, with a veil obscuring her beauty. She is indeed Guan Yu. How perplexing that someone so talented and beautiful would willingly degrade herself for the sake of those men. The assembly erupted into chaos. Even the ministers, who had grown accustomed to various scandals, were struck as if by lightning. Minister Jiang was particularly affected. Chapter 35. The Premier Assistant of the Great Jing. The Empress Dowager. A divine assist, slapping faces with a resounding echo. The carefully chosen daughter-in-law, instead of embracing her role as a dignified official's daughter, willingly chose to become a courtesan. This was a scandal that tarnished his family's honor and disrespected the integrity of the literary and martial community. Furthermore, to conceal her 4 pregnancies while intending to marry into his esteemed household, such audacity was unfathomable. Jiang Yiwei could hardly believe it. How could such a splendid girl be so misrepresented? Sheng Zhao was truly malicious, wantonly ruining another's reputation. Yet several young scions of noble families sat dumbfounded. Was Yu Xingyan not the renowned courtesan from the Qilua courtyard? Oh no, they seemed to be regular patrons. Could it be that the child she carried was theirs? In the corners, a few young gentlemen, upon hearing Yu Xingyan's name, felt as though they could sink through the floor. After realizing the truth, they were overwhelmed with both dread and exhilaration. The dread stemmed from the possibility of exposure and its repercussions, while the thrill arose from the realization that the enchanting beauties they had spent nights with were none other than the future daughter-in-law of Minister Jiang. No wonder Yu Xingyan was so accomplished in the arts. She was indeed a refined lady of high birth. At this moment, the steward remained oblivious to the audience's perceptions, but Guan Yu noticed the furtive glances directed toward her, prompting her to carry herself with even greater poise.
Yes,
This was the feeling she craved. The admiration of the crowd. The scene stirred the Empress Dowager's blood. Little did she know how dull her days spent in the palace had become. She turned to Emperor Jing'an. Your Majesty, is the young lady's heartfelt expression genuine or not? The emperor's lips curled into a faint smile, feigning profundity, whether true or false. Mother, you may discern for yourself. Still keeping them in suspense. The Empress Dowager cast a glance, and a waiting maid quietly withdrew. Moment latte. A young palace maid approached Guan Yu, holding a plate of cloud-tressed pastries. Miss Guan. The Empress Dowager noticed your fondness for these cloud-tressed pastries and specially sent this plate for you. Guan Yu was taken aback, and upon lifting her gaze, she met the Empress Dowager's affectionate gaze, hastily rising to pay her respects. The Empress Dowager had noticed her. She had even observed her fondness for cloud-tressed pastries. Among so many, she was the only one to receive such attention. What could this signify? Surely, the tides of fortune were finally turning in her favor. As the maid arranged the pastries, she casually remarked, Miss Guan, this cloud-tressed pastry actually has another name, you know? Guan Yu paused, intrigued. What is it? Cloud-tressed pastry is also known as nose-picking pastry. It is said that each delicacy is crafted from the nasal mucus of 21 individuals, rendering its flavor particularly unique. Miss Guan, you truly possess a remarkable fortune. Ugh. Upon hearing this, Guan Yu felt a wave of nausea surging within her stomach. Swiftly discarding the cloud-like pastry in her hand, and began to retch uncontrollably. Nasal mucus. She consumed the nasal mucus of 21 people. Ugh. The young palace maid's eyes widened in bewilderment and shock as she rushed to support her, exclaiming, Miss Guan, what has happened? Why are you vomiting so suddenly? Someone, come quickly. The sight of the vomit on the floor rendered Sheng Zhao unable to eat. How could she vomit everywhere? Did she overindulge in the nasal mucus pastry? Before anyone could react, the Empress Dowager had already summoned the imperial physician who had been on standby. Miss Guan is unwell. Physician, please attend to her. Witnessing the Dowager's concern for her, Guan Yu leaned more weakly against the palace maid, feebly placing a hand over her chest. Thank you for your care, Your Highness. I am fine. Sheng Zhao felt a pang of anxiety for Miss Guan. Once the physician took her pulse, everything would be revealed. She was doomed. Host, a spectacle is about to unfold. What a pity. I wish I had brought some sunflower seeds. The Dowager's actions were understood by all present. Everyone internally marveled, acknowledging the Dowager as a formidable figure. This drama was becoming increasingly riveting. Guan Xiuhua and her husband wore expressions of deep concern. How could she suddenly be ill? Could someone have poisoned her? Gripped by this thought, Guan Xiuhua seized the young palace maid delivering the food. What have you done to Yuer? Speak. Did you poison her? I am wronged. I am merely following the Dowager's orders to bring the pastry to Miss Guan. How could I possibly poison her? Guan Xiuhua remained unconvinced, her gaze sharp and accusatory as she scrutinized the maid. You must have deceived the Dowager. If you claim you did not poison her, then eat the rest of it. The palace maid's eyes widened in horror, utterly terrified. Eat the nasal mucus pastry? No, please. Empress Dowager, save me. Her eyes darted toward the Dowager, pleading for rescue. You dare not eat? Yet you assert you did not poison her. The Dowager's displeasure was palpable. This Guan Xiuhua, merely a fifth-rank official, had the audacity to disregard her authority. Seeing the Dowager's displeasure, Emperor Jing'an finally spoke up. I understand Lord Guan's deep concern for his daughter. But this pastry was gifted by the Dowager because Miss Guan enjoys it. Let the physician examine her before we draw any conclusions. With the emperor's words, Guan Xiuhua dared not retort. Yes, Your Majesty. After taking her pulse, the physician bowed toward the Dowager and the emperor. To Your Majesty and Your Highness. Miss Guan's health is not in grave danger. Nausea during pregnancy is a common occurrence, especially since the fetus is still in the early stages. However, given Miss Guan's history of frequent miscarriages, her foundation has been weakened and she requires proper care. As the physician's words fell, astonishment rippled through the crowd. Those who had previously witnessed the inner thoughts of others were already aware of Lord Sheng's truthfulness. Witnessing the shocked expressions of others, they felt a sense of pride. They had known all along. Lord Sheng's insights had never been mistaken. Were they stunned? Guan Yu's complexion turned pale. She was pregnant? And the physician had revealed her past miscarriages? It was over. She was so frightened that her back felt drenched. Was her carefully maintained reputation about to be shattered? Today, at the banquet, the ladies and young gentlemen who heard the truth for the first time wore expressions of sheer astonishment. No wonder the officials had warned their families not to provoke Lord Sheng. They had finally witnessed her formidable power. Guan Yu was truly pregnant, and her history of multiple miscarriages was indeed real. How utterly shameless. They must ensure their children kept their distance from her, lest their reputations be tarnished. The crowd's gaze toward Jiang Yiwei grew complex. He truly was a man destined to take on a burden. Jiang Yiwei felt a surge of blood rush to his head, his fury igniting within him. You shameless woman! I took you for an educated and refined lady, yet you turn out to be worse than a common harlot. I nearly wed a withered flower, bringing ridicule upon myself throughout the capital. Sheng Zhao relished the unfolding drama. It seems Jiang Yiwei is about to lose his mind. This is an utter disgrace for any man. System. Had he known, even if they married, Guan Yu would still be unable to let go of her benefactors, continuing to seek pleasure while maintaining the facade of Zhang's matriarch. At that point, it would be more than just a matter of face. Chapter 36. Sister-in-law and brother-in-law? This gossip is rather colorful. The Guan couple had long been aware of their daughter's peculiar preferences. Previously, they had only cautioned her to be careful and avoid creating new lives. After a series of unexpected pregnancies, they had been forced to find ways to dispose of them. Prior to this banquet, they had confined Guan Yu at home, preventing her from visiting the establishments of ill repute, fearing further complications. Who would have thought she had become pregnant again? Her highly fertile constitution was a troublesome matter. They had not allowed her to step outside for nearly a month. Faced with the emperor and dowager's furious expressions, as well as the Shang's family members who looked ready to devour them whole, Lord Guan and his wife were on the verge of tears. Yet Guan Yu was genuinely weeping, her tears delicate and sorrowful. Yue, I truly love you. You must believe me. After we marry, I will devote myself to being a good wife, raising our children, and spending my life with you. Jiang Yiwei turned his gaze away, unwilling to look at her any longer. What do you take me for? Would I want a discarded shoe that so many have worn? Not to mention, you carry an unknown bastard in your womb. The earlier pregnancies were indeed uncertain, but she knows the timing for this one. Sheng Zhao was thoroughly entertained by the unfolding spectacle, regretting her earlier inclination to take a leave of absence.
Wow.
Whose child is it? System. Her parents feared she would cause trouble before the banquet, hence they confined her for a month. She has been at home every day. Guess who the father is? My goodness. Confined for a month and still ended up pregnant? She really is unstoppable. Did she sneak out? System. Not at all. It was someone from their household, specifically her brother-in-law, who entered the Guan family. The crowd. This is too outrageous. Her brother-in-law too? Her brother-in-law. And he is so unrestrained after marrying in? Humph. Indeed, men must be kept in check to ensure they behave. System. However, this cannot be blamed on her brother-in-law, for he remains entirely unaware. Bored in her confinement, Guan Yu sought entertainment and ultimately focused her attention on her brother-in-law. One day, when her sister and brother-in-law had a quarrel and he was sent to the study to sleep, she seized the opportunity during the stillness of the night, donned her sister's attire, and stealthily entered the study wearing a veil. Her brother-in-law, believing it to be his wife seeking reconciliation, did not refuse her advances, and in a moment of passion, they succumbed to their desires. She and her sister were of entirely different temperaments. One was exceedingly reserved, while the other was quite liberal. Her brother-in-law, having never encountered such a proactive and creative partner, still reminisces fondly about that night. The crowd. What a colossal scandal. The wives of several officials instantly straightened their spines. It was too late to cover their daughters' ears. Many unmarried young ladies had attended the banquet, initially oblivious, but as they grasped the underlying implications, their ears flushed with embarrassment. More gazes sought out the sister and brother-in-law, who sat nearby, their faces cold with mortification due to their sister's pregnancy being exposed by the physician. Don't be upset. This child is yours. Although Minister Jiang was angry, he felt a greater sense of relief. Had he not heard Lord Sheng's insights, he might have remained in the dark. His complexion turned ashen, and he immediately knelt, bowing his head. Your Majesty, I have been betrothed to the daughter of the Guan family for many years, hoping to unite our two families. However, this woman has betrayed her marital duties, consorting with other men, even engaging in debauchery in brothels, and has undergone multiple abortions.
Now,
she has even taken up an affair with her brother-in-law, bringing disgrace to our humanity. The malice of her actions tarnishes our family's reputation and deceives the court. If she is not severely punished, how can we uphold propriety and serve as a warning to others? I have suffered such an extraordinary humiliation. It is unbearable. and my entire household is left with no face. I implore your majesty to investigate thoroughly and exact severe punishment on this treachery, restoring justice for me. Minister Zhang, a worthy second-rank official, spoke with precision, his words resonating with heartfelt sincerity, demonstrating his skill in stirring emotions. It was only then that those unaware of the inner turmoil realized that Guan Yu's indiscretions were not merely limited to premarital pregnancy and multiple abortions. Engaging in debauchery? An affair with her brother-in-law? Sheng Zhao was inundated with questions. How does he know about Guan Yu's visits to brothels? How does he know about her affair with her brother-in-law? Even he himself is unaware. Did Minister Zhang really crawl under their bed that night? The system, too, was perplexed. Why is the situation unfolding this way? Wasn't Guan Yu supposed to marry into the Jiang family peacefully, continuing to deceive Jiang Yue, ultimately resulting in children of different fathers scattering throughout the Jiang household? The crowd was bemused. Children of different fathers running about? Such a notion was hard to comprehend, and even harder to envision. Jiang Yue rolled his eyes, nearly fainting. Suddenly, a sharp slap echoed, drawing everyone's attention. Huang Zirong, are you having an affair with her? Is the child in her womb yours? That's absurd. My lady, I have always been loyal to you. Huang Zirong protested. Minister Zhang, you needn't tarnish my name just to break off the engagement. Host, this is the unfortunate brother-in-law of Guan Yu. Sheng Zhao glanced over, seeing Huang Zirong clutching his face, the shock in his eyes appearing genuine. Truly the most unfortunate soul of the great Jing kingdom. Seeing Minister Jiang so recklessly lay bare the situation, Emperor Jing'an felt a headache coming on. Did he not notice that Sheng Zhao was already suspicious? He fixed his gaze on Minister Jiang. You had better smooth this over. How did you learn of her brothel activities? And how did you come to know of her affair with her brother-in-law? The emperor's eyes warned Jiang. Unfazed, Jiang had long prepared his response. Your Majesty, Guan Yu is the famed courtesan Yu Xingyan. I have several friends who frequent such establishments and are quite familiar with her. For nearly a month, Guan Yu has been confined within her home without stepping outside, while Yu Xingyan has also not received any guests for a month. Is this merely coincidence? Guan Yu's face turned ashen, collapsing to the ground. What a calamity! Her benefactor was a friend of her future father-in-law. Speaking of the affair, Huang Zirong, I must ask you, a month ago, during a quarrel with your wife, did she not come to your study in the middle of the night and spend the night with you? Huang Zirong was taken aback, recalling the tenderness of that evening, his face involuntarily flushing. Indeed, my wife and I were quite in harmony that night. Another crisp slap rang out as Guan Yu's blood surged with anger. I remained in my chamber that night and never sought you out. Huang Zirong looked at his wife's furious expression, which appeared all too real, then glanced at the kneeling, lip-biting Guan Yu. It was you. Huang Zirong felt as though struck by lightning. He truly had no inkling of this affair. There are no walls that can keep secrets. The young servant who was on watch that night saw everything, and it did not take much inquiry to uncover the truth. Minister Jiang bowed his head once more, pleading for the emperor's scrutiny. Thus, he attempted to weave the narrative back together. The crowd felt a surge of anxiety. Could this flimsy explanation convince the young minister Sheng? They held their breath, awaiting Sheng Zhao's next reaction. Chapter 37. The Empress Dowager's Favor, bestowing the direct advisement seal. Minister Jiang is indeed astute. It seems he has long known that Guan Yu is not a simple woman, conducting secret investigations, perhaps waiting for this very moment. I must learn from Minister Jiang to aspire to rise to greater heights in the future. Host such lofty ambitions. I support you. The crowd thought they were overthinking it. Young Minister Sheng was indeed quite gullible. At this moment, Guan Yu had collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. Guan Daren and Madame Guan were incessantly begging for mercy. Emperor Jing'an would never condone such actions. The great Jing has always valued virtue. A reputable woman willingly becoming a courtesan is a grave taboo, especially for a daughter of an official family. This could no longer be treated as a mere moral failing. It had reached a level intolerable by both ritual and law. If not severely punished, all women in the kingdom might follow suit. What would propriety and law even mean then? Suppressing his fury, he issued an edict. Guan Yu of the Guan family, having sullied virtue and disrupted order, shall be exiled 3,000 miles to serve as a warning to others. Guan Qiuhua, having failed to govern her household, permitting her daughter to engage in prostitution and deceiving the throne, shall be dismissed from her position, and all her family assets will be confiscated. Jiang Yue, having been unjustly humiliated, is permitted to break the engagement. The Guan family lay prostrate on the ground as soon as the emperor's words fell, as if all their bones had been pulled from their bodies. Your Majesty, they attempted to plead, but Minister Jiang would not afford them the opportunity. He immediately joined Jiang Yiwei in exclaiming, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your magnanimous grace. Long live Your Majesty." One family rejoiced while another lamented. The once promising Guan Yu, destined to marry into the minister's household and enjoy wealth and prosperity, was now condemned to exile. Her father had been stripped of his office, reduced to commoner status. Meanwhile, Jiang Yiwei, who might have faced a life filled with illegitimate children, successfully withdrew from the engagement. It was indeed a twist of fate. All thanks to young Minister Sheng. The crowd regarded him with renewed warmth in their eyes. The instigator of it all remained blissfully unaware. Sheng Zhao, impatient and sensing something was amiss, directly purchased a bag of seeds from the system marketplace. What a fortunate coincidence for the Empress Dowager to bring food to Guan Yu, just as she was experiencing morning sickness. Otherwise, the Jiang family would have faced dire consequences. I truly believe the Empress Dowager has a fondness for her. Just the fact that she got the emperor to take regular afternoon naps suggests she is no ordinary person. The Empress Dowager nearly choked, realizing that she was aware of this. She quickly glanced at Emperor Jing'an, who was looking at her with a reproachful expression, clearly also enlightened. Coughing lightly, the ever-aware consort Jing and consort and stifled their laughter behind their handkerchiefs, catching the attention of the Empress Dowager. This girl is wonderfully candid and charming. It is no wonder the emperor allowed her to serve in the court. Raising her voice, she inquired, "Which of you is young Minister Sheng?" As Sheng Zhao was munching on seeds, engrossed in the system's gossip, the sudden call from the Empress Dowager startled him, causing him to scatter seeds everywhere. Replying to the Empress Dowager, "It is I. May the Empress Dowager be well." Sheng Zhao dutifully knelt in greeting. "No need for formalities. I merely wish to see what the first female official of our dynasty looks like. Today, I must say, you indeed possess a certain grace." The crowd murmured, "The Empress Dowager is wise. Young Minister Sheng is truly deserving." The Empress looked at the Dowager with an expression of disbelief, wondering if she had lost her senses. This young girl showed no decorum or propriety, appearing utterly uncultured. The emperor's granting of her title was already a breach of ancestral teachings. Now the Dowager too appeared to have lost her discernment. Moreover, this insolent girl was the sister of Consort Yu, and thinking of Consort Yu and her unborn child, the Empress felt her teeth grinding in frustration. Let her revel in her triumph for now. Once the palace banquet concludes tonight, she will find little to smile about. "Thank you for your praise. It is all due to His Majesty's favor. I am unworthy." Sheng Zhao recalled the admonitions from his elder brother before departing. "Be humble. Be humble. Ji, he. The Empress Dowager praised me. Have I brought honor to the Sheng family? From now on, if my father tries to beat me with a broom, he will need to weigh his actions carefully." Host, the first female official of the Great Jing. You shall be remembered throughout history. Haha, say it again. The first female official of the Great Jing. The first female official of the Great Jing. The crowd, Sheng Huaisu and Sheng Yanxiu, could hardly bear to watch. This was truly a moment of wasted humility. The lively sounds echoed throughout the grand hall, bringing amusement even to the Empress Dowager, who had not witnessed such vivacity in the palace for quite some time. Everyone else seemed to be utterly dull, adhering rigidly to the rules. The warmth in her gaze toward Sheng Zhao softened considerably. This girl's straightforward nature reminded her of her own youth. Perhaps she should bestow upon her something to alleviate her boredom. "Come, bring forth the direct advisement seal of the late emperor." Gasps of astonishment filled the room. Even the Emperor Jing'an paused in surprise. The direct advisement seal? Sheng Zhao, still prostrate on the ground, dared not rise. "What is the direct advisement seal?"
Host.
"You are about to prosper. This seal bears the inscription of direct and unreserved counsel, allowing any memorial you write to be stamped with this emblem, ensuring it reaches the emperor without hindrance. It signifies the Empress Dowager's support for your candid advice." Sheng Zhao's face radiated joy. "Are you implying that I can freely speak ill of the ministers henceforth?" "That is one way to interpret it, but it must remain truthful. Fabrication is not permitted." I understand. "Humph. If anyone dares to provoke me in the future, you shall help me expose their every misdeed. And I will present it in my memorial to the emperor." This was indeed a remarkable treasure. The Emperor Jing'an cast a glance of admiration toward the Empress Dowager. This reward was splendid. Those scandals that could not be uncovered in the court could now be secretly observed within the imperial study. It seemed that the pests of the court would soon be eradicated one by one. The emperor felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment and anticipation for the future. The others trembled in fear. Even without the seal, they would not dare to provoke the esteemed Lady Sheng. A flicker of barely perceptible resentment flashed in the Empress's eyes before she quickly masked it with a facade of concern for the nation. Your Majesty, this Lady Sheng is still young and inexperienced. Bestowing such a precious item upon her may be unwise, and it could hurt the feelings of the senior officials. I implore you to reconsider.
What is unwise about it?
I find it entirely appropriate, the Empress Dowager replied, her brows slightly furrowed, dismissing the concern. The Emperor remained silent. Yet the Empress felt an urge to object. Those who deemed it unwise could not hear Sheng Zhao's true thoughts. The Empress certainly could not, and thus they had no common ground. Sheng Zhao reverently accepted the direct advisement seal from the matron, expressing her gratitude for the Empress Dowager's favor. Her eyes sparkled. Look, this is pure gold. Even if we fall into hard times, we can pawn it. The crowd gasped. This was no ordinary gold. This was the direct advisement seal. There was only one in the entire nation. Chapter 38 Host. Look behind the Crown Prince. Oh no, have the male and female leads met after all? It must be valuable. Look at how radiant the Empress Dowager appears when she smiles. No wonder my father often says that when a noble person smiles, fortune arrives.
Today,
Witnessing the Empress Dowager, I finally understand what he meant. My fortune has arrived. Oh, the Empress Dowager truly is the most esteemed woman in the entire capital. No wonder she raised such a fine emperor, like mother, like son. Sheng Zhao, having received the direct advisement seal, was in high spirits, unable to part with it. Her praises for the Empress Dowager flowed freely, inciting envy among those present. Sheng Yan's grip on his staff subtly loosened, previously fearful that she might utter something disrespectful. He had planned to strike her down at the opportune moment, but unexpectedly, she had endeared herself to the Empress Dowager. The Crown Prince has arrived. Everyone turned to see Crown Prince Xierongza, covered in wounds, being supported as he walked slowly into the hall. The Empress gasped, "Sir." He knelt slowly, performing the 3 kneels and 9 bows. Your imperial son pays respects to Father Emperor. May Father Emperor enjoy longevity, and may Mother Empress attain peace. Your grandson wishes for Grandmother Empress to enjoy enduring blessings. I have arrived late. Please forgive me, Grandmother Empress. The Empress Dowager waved her hand, urging him to rise. Sir, what happened to your injuries? This is the male lead, Xierongza? Not bad-looking, but why does he appear as if he has fled from a calamity? The system was preparing to consult the data when it suddenly exclaimed. Host, look behind the Crown Prince. This was the first time the system had used such language. And Sheng Zhao's gaze shifted, nearly losing her composure. What in the world? Guan Yue, what is she doing here? Sheng Zhao's mind buzzed. To prevent the male and female leads from meeting, she had kept Guan Yue in her courtyard under surveillance. She had seen her diligently working there just that morning. How had she ended up in the palace with the Crown Prince in such a short time? Everyone turned their attention to the maidservant standing behind the Crown Prince. Dressed in a simple maid's attire with a green skirt and a cotton rope tied around her waist, her extraordinary beauty shone through even the coarse fabric, making it seem like mere embellishment. Who was this woman? Why did Lady Sheng appear so shocked upon seeing her? Lady Sheng, who was not afraid of the Emperor or the Empress Dowager, could there really be someone capable of eliciting such a reaction from her? Emperor Jing'an looked at the Crown Prince with a puzzled expression. Sir, what transpired? Replying to Father Emperor. I traveled to Jiangnan to investigate the salt issue, as per your command. I learned of Grandmother Empress's upcoming birthday and set out early to return to the capital. Unfortunately, my carriage lost control midway, and I fell off a cliff. Fortunately, this young lady saved my life. I hope Father Emperor does not hold it against me for bringing her into the palace. Guan Yue knelt gracefully, not even glancing at the Sheng family at the banquet. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. I only followed out of concern for the Crown Prince's health. Sheng Zhao was dumbfounded. A life-saving grace? Had she saved the male lead in just a brief moment? Is this even possible? Truly worthy of being the leads. System, quickly explain what is happening. The system replied. Host, according to the original plot, the Crown Prince meets Guan Yue when he visits the general's residence, but since we have hidden Guan Yue, this chance encounter could not unfold as intended, thus altering the nature of their meeting. Sheng Zhao furrowed her brow, her entire face scrunching together. She had not expected that despite all her efforts to prevent their meeting, the male and female leads would still encounter one another. What do we do now? Am I to simply watch as Guan Yue becomes the Crown Princess and implicates the Sheng family in a massacre? What of Prince Ning? He is doomed too. Soon he will be harmed by her, and over half the ministers in court will perish for opposing the Crown Prince's regicide. As Sheng Zhao's voice trailed off, the entire grand hall erupted in chaos.
What?
This maidservant is to be the crown princess? The crown prince did not choose a noble maiden from among the esteemed officials, but rather a mere maid? Not as a concubine, but as the legitimate crown princess? No, that is not the point. The point is, what does it mean that over half the ministers will perish? Prince Ning was taken aback, recalling that when he first met Sheng Zhao, she had mentioned that he would be harmed by a maidservant. He had dismissed all the maidservants in his residence, only to discover that it was this very maidservant before him. This maidservant had a close relationship with the crown prince. Could it be that his demise was linked to the crown prince? The Empress Dowager and Emperor Jing'an exchanged glances, each recognizing the gravity of the situation reflected in the other's eyes. The matter of the crown princess could be set aside for now. But the crown prince's regicide? He was already the crown prince. After the emperor's passing, the throne would naturally be his. Why would he resort to regicide? Sheng Huaisu and Sheng Yan were drenched in cold sweat. They remembered this maidservant, as Sheng Zhao had specifically requested her from Sheng Rui's courtyard and instructed them to keep an eye on her. Yet, in just half a day after leaving the residence, this maidservant had latched onto the crown prince. She was certainly no ordinary person. Throughout the palace banquet, those who could hear thoughts felt a wave of trepidation. This concerned their very lives, as well as the fate of the great Jing dynasty. Could such a mere maidservant possess such capabilities? Yet, doubts notwithstanding, they had all witnessed Lady Sheng's thoughts. She had never been wrong before. My ambition for power has only just awakened. I do not wish to die. Alas, I must find a way to prevent her. Your Majesty, this young lady is Guan Yue, a maidservant from my household. I am at a loss as to why she has sneaked out of the estate today, causing a disturbance to the crown prince and interrupting the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. It is indeed my failure to discipline my subordinates. Allow me to take her back for reflection. Sheng Zhao, obstinate and disregarding the crown prince's earlier hints of favor towards Guan Yue, hastily accused her of escaping like a mere servant. With a faint fury, he shouted at Guan Yue, commanding her to come forth at once. Before the emperor could voice his thoughts, the crown prince, visibly displeased, shielded Guan Yue behind him and glared at Sheng Zhao. Is this person unwell? Guan Yue has saved the future heir. How can she be sent back for punishment? Who are you to speak while I converse with my father? He frowned, glaring at Sheng Zhao. Lady Guan Yue is my savior. Even if she left the estate without permission, her life-saving act far outweighs any transgression. The emperor alone shall determine right from wrong, and it is not your place to take it upon yourself. As the mother of the crown prince, the empress naturally stood by her son. Your Majesty, Zeker speaks true. Our great Jing dynasty has always maintained a clear distinction between reward and punishment. To penalize one who has saved the heir to the throne is indeed hard to justify. The crown prince was about to nod in agreement. The disdain in the empress's eyes was unmistakable. I see that Zaire holds a particular fondness for this girl. Why not reward her as a concubine? She is merely a maidservant, and such a role would suit her much better.
Guan Yue.
A concubine? Did you not promise him the position of crown princess when he first awoke from his coma? To deny her even a secondary consort position, let alone a favored concubine, is unthinkable. To reduce her to a nameless, ridiculed concubine? It is all Sheng Zhao's fault for ruining her good fortune. While at the Sheng household, Guan Yue felt that Sheng Zhao was constantly wary of her, preventing her from venturing out or mingling with the esteemed guests, which compelled her to use some silver and cunning to slip away. Her resentment towards the Sheng family burned fiercely. Mother, Lady Guan Yue and I share a deep connection. How can she be forced into a role without status? If my crown princess is not Guan Yue, I would rather remain unmarried for life. The crown prince looked at Guan Yue, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, and felt a profound ache in his heart. Sheng Zhao was left dumbfounded by the scene. Indeed, the heroine possesses boundless power. The crown prince fights against the royal family to marry her as his legitimate wife, willing to eliminate all obstacles in his path. Remembering how he applauded the love story of the main characters, he felt a strong urge to slap himself. Was my mind really so clouded by this book that I became such a fool? Chapter 39 has sounded the first shot against the heroine. What a farce! A royal heir marrying a maidservant as his crown princess. What a disgrace. Without a moment's hesitation, the empress firmly rejected the notion. As long as I am here, I will not permit it. I have already chosen a suitable crown princess for you. Do not utter such words again. Other matters may be left to you, but this one is non-negotiable. Though he is the crown prince, until he ascends the throne, his position remains precarious. And he is not the only prince in the royal family. What support can a mere maidservant provide him? Guan Yue, witnessing the empress's resolute opposition, felt a flicker of resentment. If she cannot be the crown princess, she shall strive to be. Deep down, she sensed that she was destined for more than a life of servitude. If she were to become anything, it would be the most esteemed woman in the world. The emperor observed Guan Yu, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease rise within him. Especially after hearing Sheng Zhao's inner thoughts, this unease intensified. This girl has saved the crown prince. She must be duly rewarded. Guan Yu, as a maidservant of the general's household, remains a slave of the Sheng family. Even in the great Jing dynasty, there is no justification for overstepping bounds. All must be prioritized according to your master's wishes. Therefore, I shall grant you 100 taels of gold and 20 bolts of silk to be managed by the general's household. Guan Yu could hardly believe her ears. The prince she saved is being rewarded to the Sheng family? On what grounds? Just because she is a slave of the Sheng family? If they refuse to let her go, will she be bound by this servitude for life? She will not allow it, unless the Sheng family ceases to exist. In the next moment, Guan Yu concealed the cold glint in her eyes and expressed her gratitude for the emperor's generous favor. Guan Yu must be furious inside. The emperor is wise. The first shot against the heroine has been fired. 100 taels of gold. All hers. System. Host. Your expression resembles that of a certain someone. What? A small person gaining merit. Sheng Zhao instantly suppressed her smile. Humph. Does this mean I have saved the life of Prince Ning and spared the lives of the court officials? Oh, and the emperor. If the crown prince were to usurp the throne, the emperor will not hold on to this position for long. Certainly. As long as Guan Yu cannot claim the position of crown princess, the original plot cannot proceed, and all remains possible. What a pity. To do such a great deed, yet remain unrecognized. Everyone, we know. The crown prince took a seat, and Guan Yu, as a servant of the Sheng family, could only stand behind Sheng Zhao to serve. The crown prince gazed longingly, as if waiting with bated breath. Sheng Zhao felt as though she was the cosmic river separating the lovers, feeling utterly uncomfortable no matter how she Saturday. I can't take this any longer. The crown prince's gaze is utterly revolting, always directed towards me, creating an impression of harassment. System. Host, he is looking at Guan Yu. Just pretend you don't see it. Sheng Zhao picked up a cup of fruit wine, prepared to drink, but then hesitated. She could not bear it. Even though he is not looking at me, his peripheral vision can still see the top of my head, which is equally disgusting. The system pondered for a moment. Host, it's fine. Ji will share gossip with you. Distracting herself will alleviate the discomfort. Choose someone you wish to hear about. Sheng Zhao's eyes sparkled. There was gossip to indulge in. All right, let me see who I shall select as the fortunate one. The sound lingered in the air, and the hall fell into an eerie silence. Everyone held their breath, bowing their heads, backs tense, fearing to be caught in her gaze. It felt as though a knife hung over their necks. Even the emperor and the empress dowager counted the grapes on their plates. I am the son of heaven. Do not point at me. I am the empress dowager. Spare me. Second brother, why are you under the table? A clear, youthful voice broke the silence. Deliberately lowered in volume, yet strikingly clear in the stillness. Prince Ning. Second brother dropped his chopsticks, just picking them up. Prince Ning smiled with a veneer, not wanting to admit that he was pretending to crouch down to evade detection. This foolish brother can be claimed by anyone. He is no longer of interest to him. Sheng Zhao turned to look. Oh?
Who is that?
Why is he calling Prince Ning second brother? Is he also a prince? System. Host, that is the fourth prince. Xierongpei, a full-blooded brother of Prince Ning. Do not underestimate his youth, he is quite astute. The crowd sighed in relief upon seeing Sheng Zhao take an interest in the fourth prince. Let us all express our gratitude to the fourth prince. Prince Ning crawled out from under the table, feeling quite pleased, patting his fourth brother's shoulder. May you seek your own fortune. At this moment, the fourth prince remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, basking in the praise of Sheng Zhao's inner thoughts. Sheng Zhao could not help but glance at the fourth prince again, who was inexplicably laughing to himself. He seems quite innocent. How clever can he truly be? Can he rival me, the most esteemed female official of the Jing dynasty? The system interjected. You are unaware. The fourth prince possesses 2 shops outside the palace, devoid of any signs, yet they are bustling with patrons, raking in gold by the day. Can you guess why? The fourth prince felt a sudden unease. How could she be privy to his secret enterprises? This was information that no one should know. Sheng Zhao rested her chin on her hand, deep in contemplation, yet could not fathom the rationale. No signboards, yet such a throng of customers? What business could it possibly be? The system replied, they sell merchandise related to popular culture. The crowd was bewildered. What did related merchandise even mean? How could such a venture yield such wealth? The allure of such goods piqued their interest. They too wished to partake in this lucrative trade. Sheng Zhao marveled silently, such avant-garde thinking. Who are they selling merchandise for? The system clarified, naturally. It is for the emperor. The fourth prince is the youngest royal in the imperial family and thus enjoys the emperor and empress's favor. Having not yet been bestowed a title, he remains within the palace, leading a life devoid of grand ambitions, save for his penchant for wealth. Sheng Zhao nodded approvingly. She too had an affinity for making money. Since the age of 8, he has realized that all imperial gifts and treasures are exceptionally sought after outside the palace, often fetching several times their original value. Initially, he merely sold the small trinkets bestowed upon him by the emperor, and as those sold well, he began to acquire more items from his father. Sheng Zhao remarked, so he is pilfering items from the palace to sell? Quite the economic acumen. For instance, the emperor's shed hair, which he dubs true dragon hair, he claims wearing it can help one find their true destiny, selling it for 50 taels each. Much to the delight of unmarried young ladies. Sheng Zhao's jaw dropped. 50 taels for a single strand of hair. He scrapes the gold dust from the dragon throne, calling it true dragon heart powder, asserting that applying it to one's feet will lead to promotions, while dabbing it on one's head will bring wealth. Selling it for 20 taels a pouch, a product in high demand. What an ingenious idea. He even offers soil from the imperial garden, claiming it as fortune soil walked upon by the true dragon, selling it for 15 taels a scoop, with merchants fighting tooth and nail for it. He occasionally visits the consorts in the cold palace, collecting tears of resentment from the disgraced ones, selling a vial for 100 taels, claiming it can ward off rivals if buried in the backyard or disrupt romantic entanglements when sprinkled before a competitor's door, leaving those young ladies utterly enchanted. He even markets the leftover tea leaves from his father's morning rinse, advertising that 1 grain grants immunity from kneeling before the county magistrate, while 3 grains embolden one to confront the governor. He sells uneaten pig trotters from the emperor's meals, branding them as true dragon kisses, for 55 taels each, claiming that a whiff will transport one back to the royal banquet, while a bite brings forth envy of the immortals. Sheng Zhao exclaimed, and the crowd echoed. What an astute entrepreneur the royal family has produced. Chapter 40. Who says men are inferior to women?
What?
An assassin? At this moment, the emperor's countenance darkened. This youngest son of his, no wonder, he had always trailed behind him like a shadow. He recalled a time when Xie Rongpei would stand vigil at his door each dawn before the sun rose, eager to personally comb his father's hair as a display of filial piety, even bringing him the water for rinsing his mouth. At the time, the emperor felt deeply touched, but little did he realize it was merely a ruse to collect his hair for profit. He lamented the tightness he felt in his scalp each time he had his hair styled, but out of respect for the child's good intentions, he refrained from voicing any complaints. The pain he felt, surely the child had intentionally pulled out more strands. And as for the pig trotters, words failed him. Each time, the child would take away leftovers, claiming that although he lived in the royal household, he must cherish food, and that he could continue to eat it elsewhere. The emperor had once reflected on this with a sigh, only to discover that the child did not even spare the consorts of the cold palace. Those women were condemned to a life of seclusion, yet he would deceive them into shedding tears for his profit. If not for the need to protect Sheng Zhao's secrets, he would have shouted in outrage. Did the palace lack for a silver? Where was Consort Kong? The emperor's gaze darted towards the back palace, but found no sign of her. He quietly inquired of eunuch Yao, who replied, Your Majesty, Consort Kong has just hurriedly gone to change her attire. A tactical retreat, was it? She knew he intended to confront her. Look at the son she has raised. The emperor's expression shifted from fury to absurdity, finally settling into a state of despair as he slowly raised his gaze towards the crumpled figure of Xie Rongpei. Little did Xie know that Sheng Zhao had divulged every detail of his secret endeavors. The look on his father's face indicated impending doom. Prince Ning was nearly convulsing from suppressed laughter, having been called out by name earlier. Now, he fully grasped the prowess of that girl. Even the normally stern empress could not suppress a cough, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter, while secretly wiping the tears of mirth from her eyes. She lifted her teacup, hoping to compose herself, yet upon gazing into the cup, she recalled the emperor's mouthwash and sputtered, spraying tea everywhere, causing her to cough uncontrollably as the attending lady-in-waiting rushed to assist her. The emperor looked at the empress, his eyes filled with a mix of grievance and accusation. He took a deep breath, slowly closing his eyes as though contemplating the meaning of life. Had it not been for the stick wielded by his third brother, Sheng Zhao would have been rolling on the floor with laughter. With such intellect, he could succeed in any endeavor. She could now concede that the fourth prince's mind was indeed sharper than her own. The system remarked, indeed, although he is still young, the wealth he has amassed over the years surpasses that of Prince Ning's entire fortune. Prince Ning's smile faltered, unable to maintain his facade. Sheng Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Gigi, do you think I could invest in this? Selling related merchandise is not a sustainable business model, and should the emperor discover it, it would certainly lead to dire consequences. However, I could provide him with gossip and later transition into selling royal secrets. After all, with the system at her disposal, she faced no risks nor incurred costs. It was an undeniably lucrative venture. Upon hearing this, the fourth prince stretched his neck like a curious goose. What a splendid idea. The ministers perked up their ears. Royal secrets, how marvelous. Even if they could not meet the esteemed Sheng Zhao, they could still be privy to the latest royal gossip. In addition to royal secrets, we could also diversify our offerings, selling gossip about the civil and military officials, as well as the young ladies and gentlemen of the capital, which could yield substantial profits. The crowd murmured in agreement. Hee, I am truly brilliant. This will surely lead to a windfall. Next time, I shall boldly enter the fourth prince's shop. He will never suspect that I am aware of his true identity as the mastermind behind it all. At that moment, I shall leverage this knowledge to blackmail him. Should he refuse to comply, I will expose him.
Ha ha ha.
The fourth prince, under Sheng Zhao's gleeful gaze, remained as still as a statue, fearing any movement might draw her attention again. What a calamity! No wonder everyone treated the esteemed Sheng Zhao with utmost respect. Sheng Zhao was resolute in her ambitions, feeling a wave of satisfaction wash over her as she confidently dined on fish under the scrutinizing eyes of the crown prince and Guan Yue.
Oh.
This palace banquet is dreadfully dull. Why is there no song or dance performance? Must we simply sit here and eat? The crowd murmured in response. Actually, there is. But the captivating tales from the esteemed Sheng Zhao have left no room for it. The emperor exchanged glances with the empress, who promptly instructed eunuch Yao to summon the performers waiting outside the hall. Gigi, look. Here they come. So many beautiful ladies. Host, you must restrain yourself. You are drooling. A troupe of dancers clad in sheer veils entered gracefully, their movements enchanting, the jingling of golden bells at their waists ringing melodiously with each step. This one is beautiful, and that one too, my goodness. The lead dancer is the most stunning. The lead dancer stood out, her features exquisite, her slender waist captivating. Her dance graceful yet powerful. Sheng Zhao watched with rapt attention. This was her first time witnessing such a performance in this world. No wonder some women can enter the palace as consorts through their dancing. If I were the emperor. Thud. What was that sound? Sheng Zhao turned back to see Sheng Yanshu lying flat on the ground, still clutching that wooden stick.
Oh, dear.
Third brother?
What has happened to you?
Sheng Zhao exclaimed in shock, rushing to help him up. Sheng Yanshu grimaced, holding his head in pain. It's nothing. I just lost my balance and fell. Third brother, you really do give me quite a scare. How can you fall while simply sitting? Sheng Zhao shook her head, mimicking the way he often admonished her. This time, it was her turn to turn the tables on him. Sheng Yanshu looked up to the heavens in silence, wondering how else it could have gone wrong. Just moments ago, she had been on the verge of dreaming that she was the emperor. This was a palace banquet, with all the ministers and their families present, and the emperor himself in attendance. The empress dowager was also there, having just received a significant glance from their father. He had decisively raised the wooden stick to strike Sheng Zhao on the back of her head. Unexpectedly, his own head received a solid blow instead, leaving him dazed and his head ringing. Regardless, he had managed to prevent her from uttering that fateful phrase. Seeing that her third brother was unscathed, Sheng Zhao's attention was once again drawn to the beautiful dancers. However, the scene that had just unfolded was witnessed in its entirety by Guan Yu, who stood behind Sheng Zhao. She remained silent, her lowered eyes concealing all her emotions. As the dancers twirled, one inadvertently brushed her sleeves against Sheng Zhao's face. Ah! How fragrant! The beautiful sister sleeves are so delightful. The system remarked, Host, you seem rather peculiar. Sheng Zhao huffed. What do you know? Everyone has a love for beauty. Just look at that young gentleman in green over there. He can't take his eyes off her. Everyone turned to look, startling the young gentleman in green, who quickly composed himself. Host, that is Master Du Chongfeng, son of Lord Du, the vice minister of the Dali Temple. He isn't gazing at the beauty. He is admiring the dance. Admiring the dance? Does he understand such things? Indeed, despite his burly frame, He practices dance diligently every night and was the champion of last year's folk dance competition. Sheng Zhao couldn't help but glance at him again. Champion. That's impressive. Isn't the folk dance competition open to both genders? It is, but only for women. He participated in disguise, using a pseudonym. Sheng Zhao gave him a thumbs up. Who says men are inferior to women? The crowd gasped. He is the champion of the last folk dance competition. Lord Du is taken aback. My son is a dance champion. And he has this hobby? Du Changfeng felt his cheeks burning with embarrassment, wishing he could disappear. When would this banquet end? The system suddenly raised its volume. Host, just so you know, the leading dancer is an assassin. She has a dagger hidden in her sleeve. Sheng Zhao's complexion drained of color. What? An assassin? How could she infiltrate the palace? Who does she intend to assassinate? The system replied you. Sheng Zhao was baffled. Chapter 40. When the assassin was taken aback, her employer hadn't mentioned that this person was so formidable? This was not what was agreed upon. Retreat. Before Sheng Zhao could react, as the dancer turned, a glint of cold steel flashed from her sleeve. A dagger slipped into her palm, her gaze turned icy, devoid of any allure, as she lunged straight for Sheng Zhao's seat. Miss, be careful, Guan Yu shouted, pushing Sheng Zhao forward by a step. Sheng Zhao's pupils constricted, but Sheng Yanshu reacted swiftly, raising the wooden stick to block the incoming dagger. Chaos erupted among the crowd, as Eunuch Yao shouted at the top of his lungs, "Protect His Majesty! You dare to harm me? Get lost!" The fire of fury blazed in Sheng Zhao's eyes as she lifted her foot and kicked Guan Yu into the throng of dancers. The dancers drew daggers from their sleeves, attacking in all directions, completely ignoring Guan Yu at their feet. The military officials, including Sheng Huaisu, were not permitted to bring weapons to the banquet. He was currently raising a chair to strike the assassin rushing toward the emperor and the empress dowager, fiercely guarding their sides. Shuer, protect your sister. The only weapon available was the wooden stick in Sheng Yanshu's hands, but he too was entangled with an assassin and could not free himself. The lead assassin reversed her dagger, aiming directly for Sheng Zhao's heart. Everyone held their breath. Please, little Sheng, do not come to harm. Clang. The dagger tip stopped just an inch from Sheng Zhao's chest when the assassin suddenly let out a cry, having inexplicably sustained a wound to her own chest. Blood pouring forth. The assassin looked bewildered. Did I just injure myself? At that moment, the system calmly interjected, Host, do not worry. You activated the rebound shield. All damage will be reflected back to the attacker, and you will not be harmed. Upon hearing this, Sheng Zhao's courage surged. Ah, how could I have forgotten about this? Seeing her third brother blocking the assassin's dagger with the wooden stick, she boldly pulled Sheng Yanshu aside and lunged toward the assassin's dagger. Third brother, I'm here to save you. Even knowing she possessed the rebound shield, Sheng Yanshu was still terrified by her reckless action. Who would willingly throw themselves at a blade? Bang! The assassin cut her own throat with her own dagger, collapsing to the ground. The astonishment in the eyes of the crowd was genuine. It was possible to do it this way? Sheng Zhao was filled with pride. Third brother. I just saved your life. I am now your savior. Sheng Yanshu was speechless. The fourth prince stared at Sheng Zhao, his eyes gleaming with admiration, and suddenly dropped to his knees, clutching her leg tightly and refusing to let go. What are you doing? Sheng Zhao exclaimed, shaking her leg vigorously. Yet he would not budge. I am scared. The fourth prince protested defiantly. Sheng Zhao found herself utterly speechless. Here was a grown man hiding behind a young girl. Utterly shameless. The assassins exchanged glances and made hand signals that were incomprehensible to others. Among them, 3 or 4 suddenly abandoned their current targets and turned their blades. Swish. For daggers shot toward them. Puffed. Once again, the assassins injured themselves, gasping in pain. What kind of sorcery is this? Weren't we told it was just an unarmed girl? This was not what they had signed up for. The fourth prince chuckled, tightening his grip around her leg. Sheng Zhao slowly turned her head, giving the fourth prince a death stare. Let go. No. I want to let go. Very well, if you want to let go. Sheng Zhao gritted her teeth and suddenly produced a pair of dazzling golden shoes. She plopped down on the ground and began changing her shoes. You're changing shoes now? I'm not bothered by your dirty shoes. The fourth prince was momentarily stunned. Sheng Zhao slipped one foot into the shoe. This is specially for shameless people like you. The next moment, whoosh. Sheng Zhao, with the fourth prince in tow, became a blur, racing in circles around the grand hall. The fourth prince clung tightly to her leg, his feet lifted off the ground, his robes billowing, hair disheveled, resembling a flag waving in the wind. He no longer resembled a prince. Sheng Zhao, slow down. I'm going to be sick. Sheng Zhao coldly laughed. It serves you right. Who told you to cling to my leg? The fourth prince felt as if his soul had left his body. The onlookers were left speechless. The assassins stood agog. Boss, should we continue the chase? This is beyond bizarre. Chase. The lead assassin's lips twitched, mentally cursing their employer. The intel was false. We've been deceived. That person likely tricked us into believing there would be a reward for our families after the job was done. Find a way to retreat. We must return and settle the score. Now that they wished to leave, it was likely too late. With a furious roar, the Imperial Guards burst into the hall, surrounding the assassins. Amidst the clash of blades, all the assassins were slain on the spot, blood splattering across the main hall of Sinang Palace. Emperor Jing'an's expression darkened as he glared at the corpses on the ground, barking, "Investigate. Find out who sent them. Zhao Zhao, are you alright?" Sheng Huaisu anxiously examined Sheng Zhao from head to toe, relieved to find her unscathed. I'm perfectly fine, father. Squeak, are these people specifically targeting me? Who is behind this? Do I really have such a detestable reputation? Even if the assassination at the banquet were to succeed, they wouldn't be able to escape, would they? Am I going mad? Host, have you forgotten about Princess Huayu? She harbored resentment towards you last time. The assassins she hired are all fearless individuals who never intended to return alive. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Princess Huayu. Isn't she the niece of the empress? What enmity could she possibly have with Lord Xiaosheng to go so far as to invade the palace? Upon this revelation, it indeed seemed that Princess Huayu had not attended the banquet today. Sheng Zhao was on the verge of a breakdown. Is Princess Huayu out of her mind? If she wants to take revenge, it should be on Cui Jianyue, not me. Is it because I witnessed her in a compromising situation that she seeks to kill me? The crowd exchanged knowing glances. It turned out that Lord Xiaosheng had become embroiled in Princess Huayu's scandal, and she came to silence him. System. There's nothing to be done. Cui Jianyue is in a terrible predicament as well. He has been ruthlessly punished by Huayu in the capital and has already fled outside the city to escape the storm. Now, Princess Huayu has no choice but to redirect her vengeance towards you. This is utter nonsense. What does this have to do with me? I was merely an observer. My third brother was also present. Why doesn't she take revenge on him instead? Sheng Yanshu's sturdy figure trembled. System. That's not comparable. At that moment, Cui Jianyue's behavior was so lascivious that it only highlighted your third brother's grace. Now she wishes to marry your third brother instead. Sheng Zhao abruptly turned to Sheng Yanshu, her mouth agape in shock. Oh no. Doesn't he that make Princess Huayu a remnant of the previous dynasty? If her family is plotting rebellion, wouldn't he that implicate my family? Are we now facing the annihilation of the Sheng clan? No, I vehemently oppose this marriage. At this moment, not only Sheng Yanshu, but even Sheng Huaisu could hardly remain composed. Rebellion? Annihilation? Why are there so many people wanting to extinguish the lives of the Sheng family? Who have they offended? The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Princess Huayu is the daughter of a remnant from the previous dynasty, and they are plotting rebellion? Although the last two emperors of our current dynasty passed away shortly after ascending to the throne, it has been 3 generations now. The previous dynasty still clinging to hope. This scandal is explosive. Emperor Jing'an's eyes darkened like a deep abyss as he glanced at the empress, who had appeared flustered since the assassins were slain. If memory serves, Huayu is indeed the empress's niece. Could this matter also be related to the empress? Ouch. A delicate cry of surprise drew the attention of everyone present. They turned to see Guanyue seated on the ground, clutching her injured arm, her eyes glistening with tears. The sight was utterly pitiable. The crown prince hurried over to help her up. Guanyue, are you alright? Are you hurt anywhere? Your Highness, I am unscathed. As long as the young lady is fine, even if she intentionally pushed me into the midst of the assassins, I bear her no ill will. The crown prince grasped Sheng Zhao's arm fiercely and barked at her. You wicked woman, quickly apologize to Guanyue. Sheng Zhao. Chapter 42. How dare you call Lord Xiao, Sheng a demoness? Crown Prince, you are finished. Sheng Zhao doubted her ears, pointing an incredulous finger at Guanyue. Me? Apologize to her? The crowd's eyes brimmed with disdain. They had witnessed clearly that when the assassins charged, that maid had pushed Lord Xiaosheng forward. Individuals who betray their masters in such a manner are universally reviled in the capital. The crown prince looked disgusted. What else could it be? If not you, then who? I truly cannot fathom how a sinister and ruthless person like you is fit to hold an official position. Guanyue risked her life to warn you of danger. Yet you plotted against her in secret. Do you think I am blind? Sheng Zhao was nearly laughing in anger. How can someone like this even ascend to the throne? It must be the emperor, who is blind. Emperor Jing'an closed his eyes momentarily. He had initially appointed the crown prince without hesitation, considering him the legitimate son of the empress. Now, it seemed he must reconsider the issue of succession. The crowd's expression stiffened as they stole glances at Emperor Jing'an. He isn't furious? It seems only Lord Shaosheng would dare to speak to His Majesty in such a manner. What about those who had previously offended the emperor and faced punishment? Emperor Jing'an, consider yourselves unfortunate. My position was conferred by the emperor himself. Is the crown prince questioning my authority, or the emperor's decree? So difficult to decipher. You, the crown prince, in a fit of rage, wanted nothing more than to land a punch on her. What is this? If the emperor himself deems me worthy, do you think I am unworthy? This is not a question of the emperor's decree. It seems you aspire to be emperor yourself. What is it? Is the crown prince unable to satisfy your desires? Upon seeing Emperor Jing'an's face darken, the crown prince's heart sank, and he quickly changed the subject. Father must have his reasons. When have I ever questioned father? Do not slander me. However, it is true that you intentionally pushed Guan Yu out. You disregarded human life. Today, you must apologize to Guan Yu. Sheng Zhao furrowed her brows, having grown weary of engaging in senseless arguments with the dim-witted crown prince.
Slap.
She raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap across Guan Yu's pitiful face. Guan Yu screamed, covering her face. Not only did I push her, but I also struck her. She is a servant of the Sheng family. What business is it of yours how I discipline my maid? Shouldn't she protect her master? Where were you when those guards who escorted you back to the capital perished? Did you offer them a bow or an apology? You, a mere crown prince, meddling in the affairs of the general's household? What do you think? Should my family bow down to you? Should I ask my father to relinquish his military power to you instead? What say you, your majesty? The mention of your majesty sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. This Lord Shaosheng is exceptionally formidable. Given the foreboding prophecy that the crown prince would usurp the throne, the emperor already harbored suspicions. Now that your majesty had been uttered aloud, it only heightened the emperor's apprehensions. Emperor Jing'an's expression instantly chilled, his eyes glinting with a menacing coldness. You wish to ascend to this throne? The crown prince was taken aback, cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he hurriedly knelt before Emperor Jing'an. Father, do not listen to her nonsense. I am utterly devoted to you, with no treacherous thoughts whatsoever. The empress subtly signaled to the crown prince, rising to gently grasp Emperor Jing'an's hand. Your majesty knows that Zaire has always held the utmost respect for his father. Even if you gave him 10 lives, he would not dare. He is merely standing up for that maid. After all, he is kind-hearted. The crown prince quickly retorted, Father, she is deliberately sowing discord between us, a demoness. I saw with my own eyes that the assassin's attack had no effect on her. She was able to escort the fourth prince swiftly away. If she is not a demoness, then what is she? At this proclamation, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The ministers and officials looked at him as if he were a fool. The secret of Lord Shaosheng had been strictly ordered by the emperor to be kept under wraps, yet the crown prince had so brazenly exposed it. Now he was truly finished. Sheng Zhao had long anticipated that using such a precious item in public would surely attract attention. With a quick thought, she concocted an excuse. Kneeling down with righteous indignation to weave her tale. Your Majesty, I beseech you to listen. Last month, on the night of the full moon, I dreamt of an elderly man with a white beard arriving on a crane, telling me of a celestial connection. Trembling, I extracted an ancient jade pendant from my bosom. The celestial being bestowed upon me this protective jade pendant, instructing me that it can ward off 3 calamities. As for my swift movements, she smiled shyly. The celestial being mentioned that I had a bond with the celestial crane under her command, thus lending me a touch of its power. Emperor Jing'an. After Sheng Zhao concluded, she glanced at Emperor Jing'an, who remained silent, her heart fluttering with anxiety. Squeak, do you think they will believe this? They should, I hope. I perceive that the host speaks with remarkable sincerity. Gigi awards the host a perfect score for the performance. Recently, I purchased a jade pendant from the marketplace, which cost me 10 points. It pains me deeply. I had suggested that you merely buy a piece of paper and draw a couple of talismans to suffice. But you would not heed my advice. That paper only costs 1 point. But was I not pressed for time? Can this jade pendant be pawned? It serves no purpose for me. Having squandered 10 points, it would be wiser to exchange it for silver. It is unlikely to be pawned. They would not recognize such craftsmanship, and it might only fetch a few coins. I shall hold on to it for now. If I encounter my future husband, I will present it to him, proclaiming its immeasurable worth, and perhaps he will be so moved that he bestows upon me a fortune. Everyone, we are all still present. Can you two cease your chatter for a moment? Ha ha ha. The crown prince laughed heartily, for it seems he has truly exhausted his wits, resorting to such a clumsy excuse. And what of the old man with the white beard, or the celestial crane? Does he take us for fools? Do you not realize how utterly absurd your excuse is? Ask the esteemed officials of the court, who among them would believe you. As the crowd pondered whether supporting Sir Sheng was perhaps too conspicuous, someone boldly declared, I believe. Just as the crown prince's words fell, another voice echoed, even preceding that of Sheng Huaisu and Sheng Yanshu. Sheng Zhao turned towards the source of the voice, and was surprised to see Lord Lin Xuechuang and his wife. Lord Lin nodded in acknowledgement to Sheng Zhao, as, without the timely warning from Sir Sheng, his own daughter would have faced a dire fate, and he would have unknowingly raised his enemies for a lifetime. This gratitude is forever etched in his heart, not to mention believing her tale of celestial beings and cranes, even if she claimed to be a deity incarnate. It would not be beyond belief. Sheng Zhao's eyes brimmed with tears, deeply moved. It is Lord Lin. Oh, how could Lord Lin trust me so? I vow never to indulge in frivolous gossip about Lord Lin again. Everyone, such a delightful turn of events. Heaven knows how tormented they are each time Sir Sheng calls upon them. That old rogue, Lin Xuechuang, why did he not speak up sooner? I believe as well. Chapter 43. The Crown Prince is stunned. Has the entire court succumbed to madness? That wretched green tea, weeping incessantly. Lord Song raised his hand second. Lord Song, I apologize for the incident regarding your hemorrhoids. Next time, I shall procure hemorrhoid ointment for you from the marketplace, and even select handsome men to deliver it to your residence, ensuring you have a man to embrace daily. Many officials' families were hearing of Lord Song's hemorrhoids for the first time and cast curious glances. So Lord Song has hemorrhoids, and he favors men. Some who also suffer from hemorrhoids felt a twinge of envy. Hemorrhoid ointment. The items purchased by Sir Sheng from the system are treasures. That ointment must surely be a miraculous remedy. How enviable! One might hope that Sir Sheng would also poke at their own hemorrhoids, for perhaps they too could receive a hemorrhoid ointment. Lord Song, there is no need. I also believe in Sir Sheng. Sir Sheng possesses an extraordinary countenance. With a glimmer of divine light between his brows, he is surely a reincarnation of a fortunate star. Sheng Zhao covered her face, feeling somewhat embarrassed. That is quite an exaggeration, esteemed sir. I believe what Sir Sheng has said to be true. I have heard that Sir Sheng narrowly escaped drowning in childhood, surely indicating a celestial affinity. Sheng Yanshu wanted to laugh. What celestial affinity? That incident occurred because his little sister insisted on personally picking lotus pods from the pond, only to accidentally fall in. He had to jump in to rescue her. In the end, he saved her but failed to retrieve the lotus pods, leading her to cry and demand to jump back in, causing quite the scene until their father spanked her, and she fell asleep with tears in her eyes. A celestial crane bears prophetic dreams. Surely, this is the mark of a virtuous being, as evident by the birthmark on her tiger's mouth, which aligns with the protective seal described in Taoist texts. Sheng Zhao, in a daze, raised her left hand. Oh, there truly is a mark? Look, it is real. Sir Sheng indeed has a celestial guardian. My heavens! Someone exclaimed. Sheng Huaisu. That is merely a mark from when Zhao Zhao insisted on riding the dog outside, and the dog refused, resulting in her being bitten. Seeing the crowd's unwavering conviction, Sheng Zhao began to question her own memories. I had no idea my reputation in the court was so grand. Everyone supports me so fervently. System, of course. The reputation of the first female official of Dejing resonates far and wide. Sheng Zhao pondered. Gigi, do you think it is possible that I truly... The system interrupted her. Host, it is one thing to deceive them, but how could you deceive yourself? You know precisely where that old man and celestial crane, along with that jade pendant, originated from. Sheng Zhao, oh. The crown prince was momentarily stunned. Could it be that someone genuinely believes this? Have these individuals lost their senses? Surely, you must have been bribed by this malicious woman to speak on her behalf. What benefits has she bestowed upon you? Bribing court officials is a grave offense. I shall report you. The Dejing court is indeed plagued by these inept individuals, utterly foolish and absurd. I also believe, murmured Emperor Jing En, slowly uttering 3 words. The crown prince. His father has lost his mind too? So, you think I have been bribed as well? The crown prince trembled, uncertain if it was from rage or fear. He could not fathom why, after a mere month in Jiangnan, the Dejing court seemed to have succumbed to madness. including his father, who had been ensnared by this enchantress. It is not that I believe her words to be riddled with flaws, thus raising suspicion. The Empress Dowager shook her head, observing her foolish grandson's distraught expression. There was nothing to be done. After all, he could not hear Zhao Zhao's true feelings. There was no way to explain. Guan Yu, witnessing the crown prince's isolation, inwardly cursed, useless fool. Her eyes began to well with tears once more. I am fine.
Slap.
Just as it appeared she was about to indulge in another dramatic display, Sheng Zhao approached and delivered a slap to her other cheek. Guan Yu's voice was abruptly silenced. Sheng Zhao had forcefully interrupted her spell. Wretched green tea, weeping endlessly. Is it? As the crowd pondered the meaning of wretched green tea, the system's voice suddenly blared. Urgent in tone. Host. Trouble has arisen. Your second sister has been deliberately pushed in Shuiyang Palace and has gone into premature labor. Her life is at risk. Sheng Zhao's complexion turned ashen. Under normal circumstances, her second sister still had a month until her delivery, due to her advanced pregnancy and the bustling palace banquet. It was inevitable that there would be collisions, thus Emperor Jing had permitted Sheng Wan to forego attending the banquet. Now, due to external force causing premature labor, the situation must be dire. Sheng Yanshu swiftly supported Sheng Huaisu, feeling his father's hand tremble slightly, while his own heart raced with anxiety. Time was of the essence. Sheng Zhao had no desire to waste time with Guan Yu or the crown prince. Saving her second sister was paramount. She stepped forward, bowing. Your Majesty, the matter of the assassin entering the palace remains unresolved, and there may be accomplices yet unknown. The noble consort Yu is alone in the palace. I fear for her safety and the well-being of the heir within her womb. As sisters, I beseech your Majesty to allow me to visit consort Yu in Shuiyang Palace. Otherwise, I cannot rest easy. Emperor Jing's gaze turned ominously fierce.
Exuding a oppressive aura.
Who had the audacity to harm his beloved consort Yu? How could I deny the concern of the esteemed Sir Sheng for her sister? I, too, am worried for consort Yu. Let us accompany Sir Sheng. Sheng Zhao did not refuse and nodded. If any nefarious individuals sought to harm her second sister, having Emperor Jing present would facilitate matters. Zhao Zhao, your second sister. Sheng Huaisu looked at his little girl, filled with urgency, yet unable to voice his concerns. Oh, second sister, it is nothing. I merely worry she might feel lonely in the palace. So, I wish to check on her. Father, you men are not permitted in the inner palace. You should return to the residence. Sheng Zhao observed the hesitant demeanor of his father, realizing that his earlier remarks had likely sparked concern regarding his elder sister's encounter with an assassin. Offering a few casual words of comfort, he turned to his father and said, By the way, please bring Guan Yu back as well and ensure she is well looked after, before hastening towards the direction of Shuiyang Palace. I want to go too. The fourth prince exclaimed, immediately matching Sheng Zhao's pace alongside their father. How could he possibly miss out on such an adventure? Having lived in the palace since childhood, he had dined in every concubine's quarters, so he was certainly able to join. Besides, consort Yu had always favored him. Perhaps he could be of assistance in this time of peril. Prince Ning observed the carefree demeanor of his younger brother with a twinge of jealousy. For the first time envious of this oblivious sibling. He had already been granted a title, and without their father's permission, it would be quite inappropriate for him to venture into the inner palace. However, a spark of inspiration ignited within him as he summoned a nearby attendant. The Empress went to change her attire in the middle of the banquet, yet she is yet to return. Come, let us see how she fares in the Empress's quarters. His mother and consort Yu had always shared a close bond. If something were amiss with Yu, the Empress would certainly want to check on her, thus providing him a legitimate opportunity to accompany her. As the crowd dispersed and returned to their respective residences, even the Empress Dowager made her way to the Buddhist hall, claiming she wished to chant scriptures for consort Yu and her child. Only the Empress remained, her fingers tightly clutching a handkerchief, her gaze filled with venom as she fixed her eyes on Sheng Zhao's retreating figure. She then whispered furtively to her trusted maid, who promptly vanished at her command. She had long since arranged for something to be added to consort Yu's meals to provoke distress in the pregnancy. This dual assault would surely lead to the demise of both mother and child. Moreover, this scheme was executed with utmost secrecy. No matter how thoroughly the Emperor investigated, he would never trace it back to her. Chapter 44. A torrent of blood was being carried away, indicating that consort Yu's time was running short. Frustrated by the slowness of his own legs, Sheng Zhao wasted no time in donning a pair of running shoes, propelling himself swiftly towards Shuiyang Palace. The fourth prince, upon spotting the shoes, felt a wave of nausea wash over him. In the brief moment of distraction, Sheng Zhao had already vanished from sight, leaving both Emperor Jing'an and the fourth prince in a state of shock. Hurry! We must catch up to her, Emperor Jing'an protested, refusing to be carried in a palanquin, as it could not match his speed. He grasped his younger son's arm and began to run. The fourth prince, held in his father's grip, dared not voice his frustration. Today, he had certainly poked the hornet's nest. As Sheng Zhao sped past, palace attendants failed to discern who had rushed by, believing they had witnessed a ghost in broad daylight. Suddenly, he collided with something, sending him sprawling backwards. He quickly halted to find a young palace maid on the ground, clutching her leg and crying out in pain. Disoriented from the impact, the maid shook her head to clear her thoughts, only to turn and see Sheng Zhao standing before her, a cold sweat breaking out across her body as she endeavored to maintain her composure, focused solely on rescuing others. Sheng Zhao did not turn back, leaving behind a perplexing remark. My apologies. Please get up on your own. I have urgent matters to attend to. Whatever it is, we can discuss it later. I assure you, I will compensate you. I won't flee. System. Host. Do not run away just yet. You must stop that maid. She is the one who deliberately pushed your elder sister, causing her to be in peril. She is an agent planted by the empress. Damn it! Sheng Zhao abruptly halted, turning back to locate the maid. Seeing that she had already scurried far away, the young maid let out a sigh of relief, dragging her injured leg towards the palace gates. However, before she could take more than a few steps, she was suddenly kicked several meters away. Ah! You vile creature! How dare you harm my sister? Sheng Zhao shouted, seizing her by the hair and lifting her head. Aren't you a maid for my sister's quarters? What are you so flustered about? In that moment of delay, Emperor Jing'an and the fourth prince caught up. What is this? Emperor Jing'an inquired, his gaze scrutinizing the scene before him. Realizing that the emperor had arrived, the maid's heart sank, and she immediately fell to her knees. Your servant, indeed. Is Concubine from Consort Yu's quarters. It was Consort Yu who was unwell, and I was sent to find a physician, which is why I appeared so anxious. Emperor Jing'an, not suspecting any foul play, found it entirely reasonable that a messenger would be dispatched to fetch a physician in the event of Consort Yu's premature labor. His expression filled with concern, he urgently asked, How is Consort Yu? Is she safe? Your Majesty, Consort Yu is unharmed, but she is experiencing some morning sickness. And I was sent to seek a physician to alleviate her discomfort, Concubine replied, trembling as she spoke, her hands shaking uncontrollably, though her words remained defiant. Just morning sickness? Emperor Jing'an sensed something amiss. Sheng Zhao's intuition could not be wrong. How could such a significant matter as premature labor be dismissed as trivial morning sickness? He narrowed his eyes at Concubine, his presence commanding respect. If you were indeed seeking a physician, why did you choose this path? I must have taken a wrong turn in my haste, she stammered. System. What utter nonsense. She pushed Consort Yu, leading to her severe bleeding. Liu Li and Hubo were unable to leave, and thus sent the maid Yingluo with her to fetch the physician. This treacherous servant had a hand in incapacitating Yingluo, plotting instead to escape and rendezvous with the empress's people at the palace gates, ensuring that Consort Yu would receive no aid. 2 lives for 1. In the end, she could shift the blame onto Yingluo, disappearing without a trace. Emperor Jing'an was seething with rage, wishing he could strike her down with a sword. Yet, the fourth prince intervened, whispering urgently, Father, do not act rashly. We need her to uncover the true culprit. Emperor Jing'an's teeth ground together in fury. The empress. Sheng Zhao felt as if his lungs might explode with anger. Not only had this wretched woman pushed his sister, but she also sought to sever the lives of both his sister and her unborn child, denying them even the chance for rescue. What a malicious heart she possessed. He glared at Concubine with clenched teeth. System. Host, do not delay. Hurry, and save your sister. They are merely trying to buy time to prevent her from receiving treatment. Do not allow them to succeed. Sheng Zhao turned to Emperor Jing'an and stated, Your Majesty. This person appears flustered and has just fled from Consort Yu's quarters. I suspect she may be a disguised assassin. It would be prudent to detain her. Emperor Jing'an, having no reason to disagree, fully supported this course of action. Anyone bold enough to harm a consort, and the heir could not be allowed to escape. Seize her at once, he commanded. Your Majesty, I have done nothing wrong. I truly was following Consort Yu's orders. Ignoring her, Emperor Jing'an turned to Eunuch Yao, instructing, Convey my decree. Summon all available physicians from the Imperial Medical Department to rush to Shuiyang Palace immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. Eunuch Yao acknowledged, hurrying off towards the medical department. The gravity of the situation compelled him to personally ensure that nothing akin to the previous incident transpired. Only then would he feel at ease. At Shuiyang Palace, where are the physicians? Why have they not arrived yet? The lady has lost too much blood and is becoming weak. Liu Li, consort Yu's personal maid, cried out hoarsely, her voice strained from repeatedly scanning the surroundings for any sign of help. Liu Li, Ing Luo has gone to fetch the physician. It has been a while. So she must be on her way, a maid reassured her, though her own anxiety was palpable. What of the midwife? The child is stuck and cannot be born. The baby is turning blue. Why has the midwife not yet arrived? Has anyone gone to urge her? Liu Li's hands trembled slightly, but she dared not falter. She had to maintain her composure. As the chief maid beside the lady, if she were to collapse, what would become of the lady? A small maid's voice broke into a desperate sob. They have all gone to seek help, but no one is responding. Quickly, go to Xinang Palace and fetch His Majesty. Hurry, run faster. Liu Li urged. The small maid wiped her tears and lifted her skirts, dashing toward the palace doors. Liu Li collapsed onto the ground, tears streaming down her face as she lamented the lady. The lady cannot hold on any longer. Amber's voice rang out sharply, yet as she turned, she beheld the Yuhuang concubine on the bed, her complexion ashen, her lips devoid of color, and only faint, labored breaths remained. Her fingertips clutched the quilt tightly. Cold sweat had drenched her hair, and the mattress beneath her was already soaked with blood. Liu Li knelt by the bedside, trembling as she grasped the concubine's hand. Your Highness, please don't sleep, I implore you. Amber rushed forward, gripping the concubine's tiger mouth tightly, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible sob. No. We cannot allow Her Highness to sleep. Please, you must hold on. If you cannot endure, the child will not survive either. Have you not been longing for the birth of your child? You do not yet know whether it is a princess or a prince. Amber picked up the tiger head shoes from beside the bed. Look, Your Highness, these are the tiger head shoes you crafted for the child with your own hands. Please, just a little longer. The physician and midwife are on their way. Everything will surely be well. Yet, the concubine's eyelids grew increasingly heavy, her breaths becoming so faint they were nearly imperceptible. The two women standing vigil at the bedside were on the verge of tears, a palpable air of despair enveloping the entire Shuiyang Palace. Sister, sister. Sheng Zhao's voice echoed from outside the chamber before she even entered. Liu Li and Amber exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with tears, overwhelmed with joy. The fifth miss has arrived. Heaven be praised, Her Highness will surely be safe. Chapter 45, The Hemostasis Pill. The Life Preservation Talisman? If you die, I'll make the tiger head shoes you crafted for the child into a harness for the ox. Amber recalled the last time the fifth miss entered the palace. Not only had she uncovered the plot of Concubine Rong to poison, but she had also turned the tables on Concubine Rong's infidelity, using it as an opportunity to bring her down. And Liu Li, had it not been for the fifth miss, Liu Li would have long since committed a capital offense and would not be alive today. The fifth miss, possessing extraordinary treasures, had repeatedly helped the Shuiyang Palace avert disaster. Surely, she would find a way to save the concubine. Sheng Zhao pushed open the chamber door, and a thick wave of blood-stained air assaulted her senses. Upon seeing Sheng Wan lying on the bed, barely clinging to life, her eyes turned crimson. She raised her hand and pressed her fingertip against Sheng Wan's neck. Ji, quickly assess her condition. Through the connection established by Sheng Zhao's touch, the system swiftly relayed the data. Host, the birth canal is torn, the placenta has abrupt. There is significant blood loss, and the fetus is in shoulder dystocia. The situation was dire. She retrieved a hemostatic pill, which she had purchased on the way, and handed it to Amber. Quickly, feed it to my sister. Though Amber was unaware of its nature, she hesitated not for a moment and immediately placed the pill into Sheng Wan's mouth. The pill took effect remarkably well. The moment it was ingested, the bleeding subsided significantly. Sheng Wan heard her sister's voice and wished to open her eyes to see her, yet her eyelids felt impossibly heavy. The system urged, Host, you must purchase a life preservation talisman to save your sister, otherwise, she will not survive until the physician arrives. Sheng Zhao hurriedly searched the marketplace. Life preservation talisman, 20,000 points. Not enough points. Ji, I only have 12,000 points at most. What can I do about the remaining 8,000? Can I take out a loan? The system replied, Host, it is possible, but the interest rate is quite high. Are you sure you want to proceed with the loan? Sheng Zhao glanced at the pale face of Sheng Wan, gritting her teeth. Loan it. Points can be earned again, and since I am here, I cannot allow them to perish before my eyes. Moreover, if my sister dies, who will watch over the harem's amusements with me? And what of my unborn niece or nephew? I am still waiting for them to grow up and be my little helpers. Upon hearing this, Liuli and Amber could not help but smile through their tears. With a swift motion, she cast out a life preservation talisman. The golden talisman melted upon contact with Sheng Zhao, and her breath visibly steadied. Just as Sheng Zhao grappled with the predicament of the fetus, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the palace. They had arrived. The midwives were here. A young maid accompanied by 2 older midwives rushed in. Upon witnessing the scene on the bed, their expressions shifted dramatically, yet they quickly regained their composure. Sheng Zhao stepped back to allow the midwives to take over. The 2 midwives were seasoned professionals. One swiftly checked the fetal position while the other pressed on Sheng Wan's abdomen, solemnly declaring, "It is shoulder dystocia. We must turn the fetus." They worked in harmony, supporting Sheng Wan's waist while gently applying pressure to the bulging area of her abdomen, simultaneously urging, "Your Highness, push. One last time." In this moment of utmost urgency, Sheng Zhao interjected, "Sister, if you die, I will give the tiger head shoes you made for the child to the ox that pulls my cart." Sheng Wan, in a daze, clenched the bedclothes. Incensed enough to attempt to sit up, instinctively following the midwife's instructions. "It's coming. The head is out." Amber cried out, tears of joy streaming down her face. With a faint cry, a bruised little infant finally emerged, and the midwives quickly patted her back until the amniotic fluid was expelled, producing her first resounding wail. Everyone in the chamber breathed a collective sigh of relief. "Oh, it's a little princess," Amber exclaimed as she cradled the child. "The emperor has arrived. The physician is here." Emperor Jing'an strode in, breathless, clearly having rushed. The 4th prince was held back by the maids outside, anxiously peering in. "How is it inside? Is the Yuhuang concubine all right? I thought I heard the child cry. Is it a royal sister or a younger brother?" The maids, unaware of the situation within, could only shake their heads in response. Turning, the 4th prince spotted his mother and 2nd brother waiting at the door and waved excitedly. Consort Kong, disapproving of her youngest son's eagerness, ignored him. Now that the midwives had arrived and the child was safely delivered, it was time for them to leave. Consort Kong promptly tugged on the 4th prince's ear, leading him away. "Your audacity grows by the day. You dare to meddle in every commotion? Huh. You come to witness a woman giving birth. Do you have any shame?" Mother, please be gentle. I was only concerned," the 4th prince lamented, feeling the weight of his misfortunes as he was pulled along by his mother. Sheng Zhao, witnessing Emperor Jing'an's late arrival with the physician, rolled her eyes and could not help but voice her irritation. Why did the emperor only arrive now? Had I not exhausted my points to purchase the hemostatic pill and life preservation talisman, my sister and the little princess would likely have perished by now. Gigi, what use is a man? Emperor Jing'an retorted. He does not possess shoes that allow him to run swiftly. He relies on his 2 legs. The attending physicians, shocked by little Sheng Zhao's blatant criticism of the emperor, were taken aback. Yet, to their surprise, the emperor's expression was not one of anger, but rather a look of helplessness. This little Sheng Zhao was truly remarkable. However, what were the hemostatic pill and life preservation talisman she mentioned? Were they miraculous pills that could immediately stop bleeding? Talismans that could halt the flow of life? This was extraordinary. The physician's professional instincts kicked in, and they longed to acquire one for study. Seeing the child safely delivered, the Yuhuang concubine finally felt at ease. Succumbing to exhaustion and drifting into a deep slumber, the head physician, Feng, withdrew his hand from checking Sheng Wan's pulse. Your Majesty, thanks to the miraculous medicine of little Sheng Zhao, the Yuhuang concubine's life is not in jeopardy. However, she has suffered significant depletion due to this premature birth and will require long-term recuperation. Emperor Jing'an waved his hand decisively. Proclaim my edict. All rare medicinal materials from the Imperial Medical Department required for the Yuhuang concubine's recovery shall be utilized immediately, without the need for approval from the Ministry of Internal Affairs or the Empress. From today forth, meals for the Shuiyang Palace shall be prepared separately by the Imperial Kitchen, with ingredients subject to inspection by the Imperial Medical Department. I shall personally review the list. A wave of astonishment washed over everyone present. This effectively placed the Yuhuang concubine's safety directly under the scrutiny of imperial authority, beyond the reach of even the Empress. Sheng Zhao poked the baby's face, remarking, Now that's what a man should be like. Emperor Jing'an, the esteemed consort you has given birth to a royal heir, a merit that fortifies our state. Thus, she is exceptionally elevated to the rank of imperial noble consort. The Empress feigned urgency as she hurried in, only to overhear such decrees, almost losing her footing. That wretched consort you has survived? The child was born safely?
How can this be?
And she has been promoted, directly surpassing the rank of noble consort to become an imperial noble consort? Has the world gone mad? It is merely a girl child. Such favor, should she bear a prince in the future, would surely see her ascend above me. I shall never permit this. She masked her emotions, donning a facade of concern. Your Majesty, I have heard that consort you has given birth prematurely. I rushed here immediately. How could this have happened? Are both mother and child safe? Chapter 46. The court officials were struck as if by thunder. They did not wish to be usurped by the previous emperor's machinations. The system, sensing the arrival of the individual, spoke with a hint of ire. Host, this wretched empress has bribed Concubine to intentionally push your second sister. And it was also her directive to prevent the physician from being summoned. Sheng Zhao cast a furious glare at her. This is infuriating. Who is she pretending to care for at such a moment? Does she even deserve to be empress? The two of them, the crown prince and his mother, are nothing but foolish and malevolent. With them around, the fate of our great Jing is surely at risk. The emperor is truly blind. When they eventually commit regicide and rebel, I will not aid him. Let our great Jing perish. I will flee with my father, my third brother, my second sister, and my little niece. Flee? What does that mean? To leave the great Jing and seek refuge elsewhere? Upon hearing this, Emperor Jing'an felt a flicker of panic. Little ancestor, you may bicker as you wish, but you cannot abandon the great Jing. Sheng Zhao's expression darkened. Your Majesty, my second sister claims she was pushed, which led to her premature labor. This vile maid is attempting to escape the palace. Perhaps the empress might assist in investigating? The imperial guard forced the gagged Concubine to the foot of the steps. Sheng Zhao stepped forward and tore the cloth from her mouth. The empress fixed her gaze on the fallen figure and suddenly smiled. Ah, you are a servant of Shuiyang Palace. Before she could finish, Concubine began to kowtow frantically. I am wronged. It was all coerced by Ying Luo. She said she would take revenge for consort Xian. Everything was instigated by consort Xian. You lie. Ying Luo's loyalty to the empress is evident to all in Shuiyang Palace. How could she harm the empress? She has never even interacted with consort Xian. Liuli stepped forward to argue but was pulled back by Amber. Sister Liuli, one cannot judge a person's character solely by appearances. How do you know Ying Luo hasn't secretly conspired with consort Xian? Please, your Majesty, grant this maid justice. I am willing to die to prove my innocence. In the next moment, Concubine bit her tongue, ending her own life. This act wholly shifted the blame onto Ying Luo and consort Xian, causing Liuli to tremble with rage. For her to die so easily is too lenient. Emperor Jing'an roared. Where is Ying Luo? Eunuch Yao stepped forward to respond. Your Majesty, just moments ago, a corpse was discovered at the corner of Jinyan Palace. It is indeed Ying Luo, who was slain by having her throat cut.
What?
Ying Luo is dead? Amber and Liuli were momentarily stunned, nearly shedding tears. The empress, meanwhile, breathed a quiet sigh of relief, her previously tense shoulders now relaxed. I recall that recently, consort Xian often cursed consort Yu in secret. I even punished her for it. They must have harbored a grudge, which led to this plot against consort Yu. It is likely that consort Xian, upon learning of consort Yu's successful childbirth, feared exposure and silenced Ying Luo. Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, we should summon consort Xian from Jinyan Palace to confront her directly, to seek justice for consort Yu. The system interjected, this is outrageous. What charade is this? This vile woman is twisting the truth. It was she who orchestrated Ying Luo's assassination to eliminate witnesses. Just days ago, she deliberately guided consort Xian to speak ill of consort Yu and then seized the opportunity to punish consort Xian, framing her as one who harbors resentment towards consort Yu, thus rationalizing consort Xian's motive to harm her. Truly devious. Host, consort Xian has already been poisoned and made to appear as if she committed suicide. She has died in Jinyan Palace. Everyone present could scarcely believe their ears, their worldviews shattered. The empress had meticulously orchestrated every step.
Kẻ xin phê met Jing Lu,
who then took her own life, while Ying Luo was murdered and left in Jinyan Palace. In drawing out consort Xian, she too met her demise within her own quarters. Sheng Zhao was consumed by rage. She has plotted each move, diverting blame with precision. Now, the accusations rested firmly upon consort Xian, with the empress appearing blameless.
Squeak.
Can you uncover any additional evidence? Can we truly let her escape unscathed? The system's tone grew somber. Host, there is indeed no evidence left. The empress has ensured that every detail is airtight, leaving no loose ends, and the few witnesses have perished. Moreover, the empress's father is the general of the state, commanding considerable military power and holding a distinguished reputation. He is currently negotiating peace with the Lanxi kingdom, should we fail to produce compelling evidence against the empress. She may retaliate, potentially allying with foreign enemies. Even in consideration of the greater good, the emperor will not act rashly. At this moment, Sheng Zhao felt as though she had swallowed a fly, utterly stifled. The empress remained unperturbed, smiling confidently. Your Majesty, as the matriarch of the harem, such heinous deeds occurring under my watch are indeed a failure on my part. I humbly request your punishment. Emperor Jingen's glare was as though he wished to consume the empress whole. He had never anticipated that the empress, as the mother of the nation, would conspire against her fellow consorts, murder the royal heir, and frame others without a second thought. Such lawlessness. She relies on her father's backing, acting with impunity. Does she truly believe the realm is merely the property of the Qiao family? The following day at court, Emperor Jingen sat upon the dragon throne, his expression calm. Yet the fingers lightly drumming against the armrest betrayed his inner impatience. Your Majesty, this old minister dares to advise, although consort Yu has given birth to a royal daughter. Promoting her to imperial noble consort beyond her rightful rank contradicts ancestral edicts. According to Arda Jing regulations, consorts must ascend in rank step by step, requiring the empress's formal petition and your imperial decree. Currently, without the empress's approval or the endorsement of the imperial clan court, it may be difficult to gain consensus. Zheng Lu, Minister of War, spoke loudly and with conviction. Before Emperor Jingen could respond, the Crown Prince's tutor, Kong Jingda, who was tremblingly supported by the Crown Prince, stepped forward as well. Your Majesty, my concern lies in the fact that the rank of imperial noble consort is equivalent to that of a secondary empress. He paused meaningfully. With the central palace still intact, establishing a secondary empress may lead to turmoil in the harem. I beseech your Majesty to reconsider. Emperor Jingen cast a significant glance at the Crown Prince. Kong Jingda was a veteran of 3 reigns and the Crown Prince's mentor. Considering his advanced age, he had been excused from court for 2 years. It seemed that the Crown Prince and the Empress were unable to remain calm, thus requesting his counsel. Truly, my good son, Sheng Zhao, standing at the back, rolled her eyes openly. What nonsense is this? My second sister is unworthy of becoming an imperial noble consort, yet that despicable Qiao man is fit to be empress? The court officials were left in shock, gasping at her audacity. Did the esteemed Sheng dare to insult the empress so openly? Kong Jingda furrowed his brow, ready to chastise the audacious individual who dared to speak such insolence in the grand hall. However, as he opened his mouth, he nearly fell into a fit of shock. His heart raced as he discreetly glanced at the reactions of those around him. Some wore expressions of shock while others hunched down, as if most could hear the bold words. The insult was directed at the Crown Prince's mother, yet the Crown Prince remained unfazed, indicating he had not heard. The earlier voice mentioned that Sheng Fei was her second sister. Could it be that the recently prominent lady official from the Sheng family? The queen has caused my second sister to give birth prematurely, nearly resulting in a tragic double demise. She has silenced all witnesses and murdered the innocent Xian Pin. Is she truly deserving of such power? Are these individuals' minds infested with ignorance? Those who are not in their right minds should promptly seek a remedy. Must we truly allow the Crown Prince to successfully commit regicide and usurp the throne, thereby relinquishing the mighty Jing dynasty to foreign hands? If the late emperor were to learn of this, he would surely rise from his grave to weep at their bedside. Every individual who dared to speak for the queen today shall be remembered. None shall escape justice. The hall was suddenly engulfed in a profound silence. These words struck like a thunderclap within the grand hall, draining the color from the faces of all present. The esteemed Confucian scholar, Kong Taifu, bore an unprecedented expression of astonishment. What did she just say? Chapter 47. The minister's performances reveal their secret favor for Sheng Zhao. Taifu, no one informed me that court sessions could be so exhilarating. The queen has harmed Yu Fei and slain Xian Pin. The Crown Prince seeks to commit regicide? The Jing dynasty surrendered to foreign powers? Even if the Crown Prince were to commit such treachery, the realm would still belong to the Xia family. How could it possibly fall to another nation? Is there doubt regarding the Crown Prince's lineage? Is this information, as a venerable elder statesman of 3 reigns, something he can bear? Just moments ago, Zheng Lu, the Minister of War, who had been advocating for the Queen, felt darkness envelop him, nearly fainting.
Did she not?
Has she truly been murdered by the Queen? The queen had disguised herself and visited his residence yesterday, insisting that he oppose Yu Fei's elevation at court the following day. Initially, he hesitated, for this would mean aligning with the crown prince's faction, and he was reluctant to offend the Sheng family, well aware of Lord Sheng's sentiments. But the queen revealed a devastating truth that plunged the Zheng family into sorrow. His daughter, the emperor's Concubine, had died unexpectedly in the palace. Merely for having offended Yu Fei with her words. She was avenged by Yu Fei's wrath. Last night, he had been sleepless, resolved to seek justice for Concubine, despite Yu Fei being the biological sister of Lord Sheng. But what had he just heard? The queen had slain Concubine merely to frame Yu Fei? Lord Sheng's insights had always been accurate. His words were precise, his judgments unfailingly correct. He had nearly unwittingly aided the perpetrator of Concubine's demise. Zheng Minister. Zheng Minister. The crowd scrambled to support him, understanding the turmoil within him, as those who could hear Sheng Zhao's thoughts knew the gravity of the situation. Zheng Minister was clearly struggling to come to terms with this revelation. Sheng Zhao observed Zheng Lu, who had just opposed his sister's elevation, suddenly on the brink of collapse, and felt a surge of confusion. What has happened to Zheng Minister? System. He is the father of Concubine, who has just tragically passed away. Having recently endured the loss of his daughter, it is understandable that he is unwell. Sheng Zhao sighed. Alas, Concubine is indeed a tragic figure. Ensnared in the queen's treachery, bearing the blame for my sister's plight, only to be silenced by the queen, she was, without a doubt, an innocent soul. System. And that is not all. Host, you remain unaware that the queen approached Zheng Minister yesterday, claiming that Concubine was responsible for your sister's demise, urging him to align with the crown prince's faction to exact revenge for Concubine. Sheng Zhao spat in disdain, wishing to see the queen suffer 1,000 deaths. Not only has she harmed Concubine, but she also seeks to drag the Zheng family into this quagmire. Is Zheng Lu so foolish as to believe every word spoken? He would stoop to becoming a tool for his enemies. Zheng Minister smiled bitterly within, feeling as though Sheng Zhao's words were daggers, poised to pierce his heart. Emperor Jing'an's countenance darkened immensely. He had not anticipated that the queen had ventured to the minister's residence yesterday, sowing discord and secretly rallying support among the ministers. Observing Zheng Lu's state, it was evident he had grasped the truth conveyed in Sheng Zhao's thoughts, and the emperor sympathized with his recent loss. Zheng Aiqing. If you are unwell, you may return to your residence to rest. Zheng Lu struggled to rise, expressing gratitude for the emperor's concern, insisting he was unscathed. No. He would not leave. He wished to unveil the queen's crimes and serve as a sword to topple her faction. Sheng Zhao stepped forward, deliberately displaying the direct admonition seal bestowed by the Empress Dowager prominently at his waist. Advancing a step, he declared, Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present. The assembly gasped in unison. The esteemed Sheng Zhao was personally intervening. He had always remained in the background, observing, unless he sought monetary gain. Otherwise, he maintained an attitude of detachment. It seemed the queen had indeed stumbled upon a formidable opponent in the Sheng family, and the minister's expressions were tinged with excitement. The atmosphere was so charged that even Emperor Jing'an felt a twinge of tension. Little Sheng Aiqing, you have a memorial to present. Sheng Zhao raised the memorial he had hastily penned the previous night, albeit under coercion from his elder brother. I hereby impeach Queen Xiao for forming factions and manipulating court affairs. Her father, General Qiao Rongzhao, under the guise of peace negotiations, has colluded with enemy nations, harboring treasonous intentions. The crown prince vehemently countered, preposterous. Sheng Zhao, you mere 7th-rank censor, dare to slander the queen? Sheng Zhao coldly chuckled, producing the direct admonition seal for all to see. I wield the Empress Dowager's personal seal, which permits me to admonish the sovereign above and to impeach treacherous ministers below. What? Does His Highness the Crown Prince dare to question the Empress Dowager's edict? The hall fell into a profound silence, awaiting Sheng Zhao's next move, while only the Crown Prince seethed in frustration. Wait, something feels amiss? System. Host, they may be too stunned to react, rendering them speechless. Emperor Jing'an cast a warning glance across the gathered ministers, prompting them to begin their performances. Minister of Rights Zhang Tingjing was the first to step forward. He staggered back 3 steps, colliding with a colleague and collapsing to the ground, his lips trembling. Heavens! How can this be possible? The crowd murmured. This old man is laying it on a bit thick, isn't he? Zhang Tingjing scoffed inwardly. He had once inadvertently been impeached by Sheng Zhao during her inaugural court appearance. This time, he was determined to seize the opportunity. Lin Xuechuan, a staunch supporter of Sheng Zhao, was equally unwilling to be outdone. He slammed his ivory tablet to the ground, gripping his clothing tightly, his breath quickening, as if he might faint at any moment. Those nearby jumped back, fearing he was stricken with illness. Heaven seeks to destroy our Jing dynasty. Heaven seeks to destroy our Jing dynasty. Lin Xuechuan's voice was hoarse, his face filled with despair. The crowd was genuinely struck as if by lightning. Minister Ji's forehead bulged with veins, tears streaming down his face. How could the Qiao family harbor such treachery? This is a calamity, a calamity. Gasps echoed throughout the assembly, with many inwardly praising the veteran actor. Tears flowed at will. An official's eyes brimmed with disbelief as he shook his head, retreating until he found himself against a pillar, slowly sliding down to the ground. Some civil officials murmured to themselves, displaying expressions of incredulity. Military officers whispered amongst themselves, debating the veracity of the claims. Some ministers, with righteous indignation, vowed to investigate the matter thoroughly, pledging to stand with the Jing dynasty through thick and thin. Chaos erupted in the grand hall. Sheng Zhao finally relaxed her furrowed brow, exhaling in relief. Now, this is more like it. Just moments ago, there was silence. I nearly thought they all knew beforehand. Kong Taifu felt as though his worldviews were shattering. He had not attended court in a long time. No one had informed him that court sessions could be so enthralling. Were they living in such a prosperous manner daily? His brow furrowed, as if he had made some resolution. With a sudden roar, he pushed away the crown prince's supporting hand, infused with 3 parts sorrow and 2 parts disbelief. Your Majesty! The civil and military ministers were startled by his outburst. As the crown prince's teacher, Kong Taifu had spoken in defense of the queen today. They had all anticipated him to argue on her behalf, pausing to watch him. He took a step forward, staggering, before ultimately kneeling. Your Majesty, as an elder who has served through 3 reigns, if such rumors circulate within our Jing dynasty, they cannot be baseless. Should anyone conspire and disrupt the court, I earnestly implore your Majesty to investigate thoroughly. We must not allow such treachery to endanger our Jing dynasty. This series of actions left not only the ministers, but even Emperor Jing utterly dumbfounded. The crowd inwardly cursed. Was this audacious act of stealing the scene? Indeed. The cunning was palpable. The crown prince choked back his words, his expression frozen in disbelief. You Grand Tutor? Were you not the savior I summoned? Chapter 48. A spectacle of the crown prince's acting skills? Live evidence of infidelity. The crown prince's visage flushed a deep shade of purple, rage seething as he directed his ire at Sheng Zhao, an absurdity unfolding before him. How could my mother, revered as the nation's matriarch, and my grandfather, a distinguished hero of the great Jing, conspire with the enemy? But that is precisely because of you, Sheng Zhao retorted, her petite finger pointing directly at him, a wicked smile curling at her lips. You are not the emperor's true bloodline. 17 years ago, when the hostage from the Blue Stream Kingdom, Lan Yechuan, visited the capital, the empress, under the guise of a banquet, clandestinely engaged in an affair with him. The crown prince is not of the great Jing's lineage, but rather the progeny of Lan Yechuan. The empress and her father, the general of the state, were well aware of this matter. To conceal the scandal and fearing exposure, they have maintained close ties with the Blue Stream royal family over the years, plotting for future usurpation. Now, under the pretense of peace negotiations, the general of the state leads his trusted confidants to the Blue Stream Kingdom, secretly conspiring with them. When the opportune moment arises, they will collaborate from within and without, assassinate the emperor, and assist the crown prince in ascending to the throne, thereby reducing the great Jing to a vassal of Blue Stream. And let us not forget Princess Huayu, a remnant of the previous dynasty. The empress deliberately raised her nearby to exploit her former faction. At this moment, a shrill voice from the system broke through. Host! The empress has again gone to the hostage residence. She intends to indulge with the hostage as usual and whisper in his ear, persuading him to write a letter to Blue Stream, urging their emperor to support the crown prince. We must act swiftly to catch them in the act. Hurry. So exciting. Upon hearing this, Sheng Zhao felt an urgency as well, her words quickening. Heaven has truly favored me. If your Majesty doubts this, you can dispatch someone to the hostage residence right now. The empress is with Lan Yechuan, and besides the crown prince, they have adopted a daughter, merely 5 years old, raised in his household. The evidence is irrefutable. Please, your Majesty, discern the truth. The news struck like thunder, sending shockwaves through the court. Gasps echoed throughout the hall. The crown prince is not the emperor's child, but rather the offspring of the Blue Stream hostage? The empress had been entangled with him for 17 years? They adopted a daughter? Why would they take in a child? Sheng Zhao, too, felt perplexed. Squeak, why would the empress and the blue stream hostage take such a risk to adopt a child? Do they prefer daughters over sons? System. Host, you could never guess the true reason. It is utterly bizarre. This piqued Sheng Zhao's curiosity.
What could it possibly be?
System. Because the crown prince has been raised as the emperor's child, calling him father. While his biological father is someone else, Lan Yechuan undoubtedly feels a sense of imbalance. He and the empress have never truly experienced the joys of marriage. Hence they adopted a girl so that they could occasionally enjoy the semblance of a happy family of 3 at the hostage residence. Sheng Zhao. Curse system. How could I have deduced such a perverse rationale? The crowd. Indeed, it is quite unfathomable. Who would ever conceive of such a thing? A blissful family of 3? How quaint. Yet, they have placed the emperor under a green hat for 17 years. As the implications sink in, the crowd fell silent, cautiously raising their eyes. Emperor Jing'an's countenance twisted in extreme fury, his eyes ablaze as if flames burned within. His lips twitched with suppressed murderous intent, his face contorted in wrath. He rose, unsheathing the sword from beside the dragon throne with a sharp sound, descending step by step, the sword's tip aimed directly at the crown prince's throat. The wretched spawn I have raised for 16 years. The crown prince turned pale, devoid of all color, disbelief and terror filling his gaze. In the next moment, he knelt heavily upon the ground, his voice hoarse, quivering with emotion. Father, your son is wronged. My mother has been unwaveringly loyal to the great Jing, exhausting herself for the realm, while my grandfather has fought for you for years. How could you trust her words? This wicked woman speaks falsely. He suddenly lifted his head, tears brimming in his eyes, yet his gaze was fierce as he pointed at Sheng Zhao. Sheng Zhao, you have no evidence, yet you slander the empress, defame the crown prince, and vilify the general of the state. He struck his forehead heavily upon the ground, the sound resonating through the hall. When he raised his head again, a bruise marked his forehead. Father, I have been taught by you since childhood. How could I possibly be of the enemy's bloodline? How could I ever surrender the great Jing to others? The once proud crown prince now appeared utterly disheveled. Witnessing his plight, the crowd felt a twinge of sympathy, realizing he was likely unaware of the empress's schemes. Even Emperor Jing'an felt a pang of reluctance. After all, he had nurtured the crown prince with more care and guidance than any of his other sons. System. Bravo. Truly commendable. Squeak. What is so commendable? System. Of course, the crown prince's acting skills are remarkable. He has known for a long time that his biological father is Lan Yechuan. Every year, during the festivals, after dining with the emperor and empress, he would secretly rendezvous with the empress at the hostage residence, not wanting to neglect his real father. Sheng Zhao cast a surprised glance at the crown prince. A complete family unit? He seems to be managing things quite evenly. The emperor must be secretly pleased. Emperor Jing'an. Do I appear pleased to you? Sheng Zhao recalled the crown prince's earlier performance. If he had known all along, then his act just now was truly convincing, wasn't he it? Just look at that forehead he knocked, so determined. The crowd, that was a close call. We nearly fell for his deception. We feel rather ashamed of our earlier sympathy.
System. Ah.
The crown prince not only aimed to extricate himself from this situation, but also sought to buy time. Hurry, we must witness the unfolding drama. Indeed, the main event had yet to commence. Your Majesty, whether I speak falsely or incite the crowd, you can simply visit the hostage residence to discern the truth. Hurry and agree. Don't miss this opportune moment. Emperor Jing'an cast her a glance, suppressing his impatience. Was it merely his illusion? Or did he perceive an air of expectation in her gaze? Commander of the Imperial Guard, heed my command. I am here. Detain the crown prince in a side hall, guarded by the Yulin guards in shifts for 12 hours, and prevent him from any contact with others. Confiscate all seals from the Eastern Palace, severing all internal and external communications. All ministers, remain here. No one is to leave the palace until I return. The imperial censor shall document all actions and words within the hall, and should there be any signs of conspiracy, they shall be deemed accomplices, and the Jinui may execute them on the spot. Seal the palace gates. All who enter or exit must present my edict. The carrier pigeons are to be grounded, and all horses shall be detained for inspection. The crowd trembled, no one daring to voice dissent. Control the crown prince, seal the court, and cut off all avenues. A significant move was afoot. Sheng Zhao appeared displeased. Must I remain here too? System. From the emperor's orders, it seems that is indeed the case. With no pigeons or horses allowed, a person of your stature certainly cannot leave. Little Sheng was indignant. On what grounds? I was the one who provided this information. Do they fear I might relay messages? How could the emperor be so ungrateful, forgetting the one who nursed him? Emperor Jing'an was exasperated. Was this language appropriate in this context? It was not that he intended to leave this little troublemaker behind, but with the entire court's movements restricted, taking her along posed a risk. If the operation failed, how could she explain herself? This was for her own good, to avoid alarming anyone. Emperor Jing'an took only 20 trusted imperial guards, all elite troops. Everyone changed into casual attire for this mission, truly prepared for what lay ahead. Watching Emperor Jing'an's figure recede, Sheng Zhao felt a restless anticipation. The commotion was utterly unbearable, a torment to the senses. She rolled frantically on the ground, her anxiety palpable. After a moment of silence, the system addressed her, "Host, if absolutely necessary, I can provide you with a real-time projection." In an instant, Sheng Zhao sprang up from the floor. The onlookers were left bewildered, pondering what this projection entailed. As they finally discerned the wondrous glowing object at the forefront of the hall, their eyes widened in astonishment, their minds buzzing. Chapter 49. Do not let her see anything unsightly. The officials exclaimed, "We must take the plunge." Sheng Zhao declared, "The moment it shows, we strike." As the projection illuminated, the foul visage of Emperor Jing'an hovered in midair. Sheng Zhao was ready to applaud, her heart soaring, a live broadcast. What an exquisite invention. Gigi, you truly are remarkable. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she cast a sly glance at the civil and military officials in the hall. Surely, others cannot see this projection, can they? The system, with a hint of pride, reassured her, "Fear not, host. Only those bound to this system can perceive it. No one else shall see." That is a relief. Sheng Zhao finally felt at ease. The crowd turned their gaze to the projection, revealing their sovereign's furtive figure lurking in the corner of the prince's residence. A hush fell over them. They had not anticipated that the emperor, so valiant and commanding in his orders, would resort to such clandestine behavior out of sight. Was this truly the monarch they revered? As the black-armored imperial guard silently encircled the prince's residence, Emperor Jing'an emerged from his hiding place, regaining the demeanor befitting a ruler. He raised his hand, signaling to his guards, who promptly produced a prepared ruse, a search warrant from the Ministry of Justice. As the gatekeeper attempted to intervene, a soldier from the Imperial Guard swiftly incapacitated him. "Search," commanded Emperor Jing'an, his tone icy. Once his figure vanished from before the prince's residence, the perspective of the suspended projection abruptly shifted, landing squarely in the prince's chamber. The empress, draped in her disheveled golden phoenix robe, leaned against the Prince Lan Yechuan, her hair in disarray, breaths coming in quick gasps. The onlookers held their breath. Even the system was taken aback by the explosive nature of the scene as the camera shifted into the room. It quickly diverted the view, trembling in its haste. Host, this is not suitable for children. Not suitable. Wrong cut. Look away." The crowd protested. "We are not children. We can watch." Yet Sheng Zhao's attention was drawn to another detail. "Gigi, am I seeing things? Did I just glimpse the empress's phoenix robe? Does she not always disguise herself to enter the prince's residence? So why is she brazenly adorned in her regal attire?" The system replied, She does disguise herself. But she always secretly brings her phoenix robe, as they believe it adds a unique flavor to their rendezvous. Prince Lan particularly enjoys this, as it gives him a sense of transgression over the emperor." Sheng Zhao replied, "How perverse." The crowd murmured their agreement. They certainly enjoy their antics. Behind the screen, candlelight cast the silhouettes of two entwined figures upon the sheer fabric, causing the bed to creak. Though only shadows were visible, one minister suddenly erupted with a nosebleed. The others cast disdainful glances at him. What a disgrace. Upon realizing the identity of the unfortunate minister, it was none other than the hemorrhoid-plagued Minister Song. That made sense. Surely he was overwhelmed by the sight of the prince's imposing chest. A fellow minister quietly cursed, in broad daylight, "What disgraceful conduct. This is utterly scandalous." He hastily raised his sleeve to shield his face, yet his eager eyes betrayed him. Emperor Jing'an, understanding the frailty of the aged Confucian tutor, had graciously provided him with a chair before departing. Suddenly, he began to cough violently, feigning distress from his own saliva, while cleverly inching the chair forward by 3 inches. He smirked to himself. After all, with failing eyesight, how else could he see clearly? The onlookers marveled at his seamless act, acknowledging that experience indeed lent wisdom. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed young Sheng Zhao staring intently at the screen, her bright eyes fixed upon it. The entire court was thrown into disarray. How could such a young girl be exposed to this? In the midst of their silent deliberation, 3 ministers suddenly began to adjust their official robes as they moved, culminating in a collective stretch, forming an unsteady human screen before Sheng Zhao. Sheng Zhao questioned, "Is this what age does to one's bones?" Among them was the Minister of War, Zheng Lu, whose considerable girth expanded and contracted with each breath, perfectly obscuring the critical scene on the projection. She regarded Zheng Lu with curiosity and could not resist sharing her thoughts with the system. Goodness, Minister Zheng's belly could easily hold a position in the Ministry of War, perhaps as the Deputy Minister of Belly Affairs. No wonder the border reports always claim the enemy cannot breach our defenses. I thought it was due to our military prowess. But it turns out Minister Zheng has absorbed the city walls into himself. If there were combat, he could simply stand there and the enemy archers would surely find themselves out of work. Alas, was she resorting to personal attacks? Minister Zheng, ignoring the scornful gazes of his peers, walked away, tears silently streaming down his face. Zheng Lu was defeated. At last, Sheng Zhao's gaze returned to the projection. Although she could only see a silhouette, the words exchanged were utterly unbearable. Just as the Empress rose to straddle, Minister Zhang Tingjing suddenly exclaimed in pain, clutching his lower back. "Oh, my back. I must stretch more often to maintain my health. Go. Allow me to demonstrate." With that, he struck a pose reminiscent of a white crane spreading its wings, his flowing robes accidentally splattering Sheng Zhao's face. What on earth? An elderly man suddenly performing calisthenics? Like a drunken old man chasing butterflies. Minister Zhang fled, exclaiming, I cannot. Young Sheng Zhao's attacks are too fierce." After a brief interlude, the scene had concluded, and the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. However, Sheng Zhao glared furiously at Zheng Lu and Zhang Tingjing. What madness was this? They had caused her to miss everything. The 2 men, sensing her wrathful gaze, trembled, realizing that such offenses against young Sheng Zhao should not befall them again. At this moment, the scene shifted back to the bed, where the Empress lay in the embrace of Lan Yechuan, her phoenix hairpin askew, drenched in fragrant sweat. Her fingertips traced his chest. "Once that dog of an emperor is dead, our Zaire shall ascend the throne, and I shall have you every day." Lan Yechuan lifted the Empress's chin with his finger, laughing softly. "At that time, I want you to wear the phoenix robe daily, ensuring you understand what true dragon and phoenix dance entails." The spectators were left speechless, their minds reeling. Dragon and phoenix dance? How had he conjured such a phrase? As the 2 prepared to engage in further indiscretions, the onlookers pondered who would bear the brunt of young Sheng Zhao's wrath this time. Suddenly, Emperor Jing'an kicked open the intricately carved wooden door, and the creaking of the bed abruptly ceased. Lan Yechuan's terrified expression lifted from the Empress's neck, only to meet the Emperor's frigid gaze. "Your Majesty." Sheng Zhao was beside herself with excitement, her fists clenched in anticipation. "Here it comes. We've caught them red-handed." Chapter 50. Young Sheng Zhao was truly their reincarnated savior. Do not isolate the septuagenarian. The Empress's eyes widened in horror upon recognizing the figure before her, as if ensnared by an invisible terror. Her formerly vibrant visage drained of color, turning as pale as parchment. Cold sweat beaded on her brow as she frantically adjusted her clothing. Before they could react, several soldiers from the Imperial Guard had drawn their swords, surrounding them. Emperor Jing'an's gaze upon her was as cold as that of a specter. Sheng Zhao let out a couple of scoffs. This time, the Empress is surely doomed. As anticipated, the Qiao family had plunged the palace into chaos, colluding with enemy nations, and was immediately stripped of the Empress's title, sent to prison, and ordered to take her own life. The hostage from Lanxi, Lan Yechuan, had illicitly appropriated military secrets from the great Jing, and was to have his tendons severed and placed under strict surveillance at the Honglu Temple. This individual could not be executed just yet. Should a hostage from another nation be killed, it would undoubtedly incite a war between the 2 countries. He was to be kept alive as leverage for future negotiations with Lanxi. However, that did not mean he would be let off lightly. Severing his tendons would render him utterly incapacitated, which was far more advantageous. A glimmer of ruthlessness flickered in the Empress's eyes as she sharply exclaimed, "Your Majesty, I am wronged." Her nails dug deep into her palms, yet a cold smile crept onto her face. "I am the mother of the Crown Prince, the mother of the great Jing. How could I possibly conspire with enemy nations? As the mother of the Crown Prince, and given how much Emperor Jing'an valued his son, he would not allow her to bear the stigma of infidelity as long as he wished to maintain the Crown Prince's reputation. At worst, she would merely be placed under house arrest. As for the notion of colluding with foreign powers, She would never admit to such a thing, even under duress. Emperor Jing'an, consumed by rage, laughed mockingly, slowly raising his hand as the imperial guards promptly presented a stack of documents. Mother of the crown prince? Mother of the great Jing? What then are these? He seized one of the letters and flung it at the empress's face, the contents scattering across the floor, revealing the unmistakable seal of the Lanxi kingdom. Do you think I would keep that wretched spawn? The empress's complexion shifted dramatically, but she still forced herself to maintain composure. Could it be that he was aware of the crown prince's true lineage? How could this be possible? Sheng Zhao, watching from the screen, couldn't help but clap in delight. Ah! Face slapped, right? The crown prince is finished. Before apprehending the culprits, the emperor had thoroughly searched the residence of the hostage, collecting evidence long before. Observing Emperor Jing'an's demeanor, it was evident he had likely discovered that the crown prince was not his son. She pulled a mocking smile, her gaze menacing. Your Majesty, if you dare to act against me today, have you considered the consequences? She rose slowly, her disheveled hair and attire betraying her chaos. Yet she held her chin high. My father is currently negotiating peace with Lanxi, commanding an army of 100,000. Should he learn of his daughter's humiliation, or if Lanxi hears of their prince in peril, she stepped closer, her voice dropping to a threatening whisper. Your Majesty, are you not afraid of disturbances at the border? The ministers, intently watching the screen, were seething with indignation. Just as Master Sheng had predicted, the Empress's father, General Qiao, was indeed scheming with Lanxi under the pretext of negotiations. Had it not been for Master Sheng, the great Jing would have been left vulnerable. Indeed. The words spoken by Master Sheng at the banquet yesterday, that half of the ministers would perish due to the crown prince's usurpation, would have come to pass. The ministers looked at Sheng Zhao with newfound admiration. Master Sheng was nothing short of their savior. Upon hearing the empress's threat, Emperor Jing'an suddenly burst into laughter. Yet his eyes bore no warmth. Fear? I have already forged your handwriting and sent a letter to Qiao Rongzhao in Lanxi, claiming you have fallen gravely ill and urging him to return swiftly. Your father, concerned for your well-being, will undoubtedly travel incognito. But last night, General Anbei laid an ambush on the route he must take, armed with troops. Tell me, does he have any hope of returning alive? And as for your niece's former subordinates, I have already dispatched men to capture them all. The Empress's expression shifted in astonishment, her body trembling. No, it cannot be. She shook her head vehemently, screaming, You lie. My father is the Grand General of the realm, renowned for his military achievements. How could you? Emperor Jing'an found her presence repulsive and coldly interrupted. Take her away. Sheng Zhao suddenly realized. No wonder my father did not attend court today. He told me he was overjoyed by my second sister's successful delivery, having stayed up all night in excitement, which triggered his migraine and prevented him from coming. Yet, unexpectedly, he went to ambush the general of the state instead? Such a scandal, and I was kept in the dark. From this moment on, he is no longer my biological father, but my uncle. The crowd stifled their laughter at the term uncle. Yet, they could not blame Master Sheng's uncle. He had concealed the truth so well, primarily because his daughter was such a loose cannon. If even the slightest whisper of this matter were to leak, it would result in total disaster. Half of the court could meet their demise, and who knew which half would be affected? Sheng Zhao furrowed her brows, sensing something amiss. Wait. Why did the emperor send someone yesterday to deliver a letter to deceive General Qiao? And why did he send my father to carry out the assassination? Did I not only present this matter for discussion this morning? The assembly held their breath, afraid to utter a sound. It seemed likely that after hearing Master Sheng's thoughts at the banquet yesterday, the emperor had grown suspicious of the Qiao family and decided to take preemptive action. However, this must remain a secret from Master Sheng. If the emperor were absent for a moment, and they were to botch this monumental affair, they would not need to wait for the crown prince's usurpation to witness half of them perish. They could meet their end at that very moment. Just as the ministers were anxiously wringing their hands, a voice from the system interrupted. Host, did you forget? You drafted that memorial with the help of your third brother yesterday. Is it not normal for your third brother to inform your father about such a significant matter when he saw you preparing to present it? Your father is a prominent minister. Knowing such a colossal secret, should he not report it to the emperor at once? Would it not be reasonable for the emperor to take immediate action upon receiving such explosive news? Sheng Zhao pondered for a moment. Indeed, it was quite normal, should be expected, and entirely reasonable. It made perfect sense. She gently tapped her forehead. Oh, right. My mind has been so clouded by all the gossip lately that I momentarily lost my clarity. My uncle indeed possesses foresight. Otherwise, I would fear that the emperor might truly hesitate to execute them out of concern for General Qiao. The tension within the assembly finally eased, and they exchanged knowing glances. It seemed they had successfully navigated this predicament. Confucian Grand Tutor Kong, observing the tacit understanding among them, felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. Why was he being isolated? Even a septuagenarian wished to partake in the court gossip. Emperor Jing'an returned in triumph, finally lifting the restrictions on the ministers in the hall, allowing them to return to their residences. Upon arriving at the study, the censor also delivered the list as per his instructions, detailing the behavior of ministers who had acted suspiciously during the proceedings. Upon reviewing it, he nearly spat out the tea he had just sipped. The document clearly detailed, Minister Song suddenly experienced a nosebleed, staining his front with blood. Claiming it was due to excessive liver heat, yet the flicker in his eyes suggested there was more to the story. Grand Tutor Kong hurriedly moved his chair, colliding with his colleagues in the front row, toppling them to the ground. Ministers Zheng, He, and Li simultaneously extended their arms, forming a human barrier that shielded Master Sheng's view for a brief moment. Minister Zhang from the Ministry of Rites, unexpectedly performing a graceful move, knocked the cap off Master Sheng's head, claiming it was due to a sudden onset of a waist ailment, yet his execution was far too skillful, indicating he was well-versed in the art. As I observed the conduct of these gentlemen, it seems their behaviors were not mere coincidences. Please, Your Majesty, discern the truth and investigate whether there are deeper machinations at play. Emperor Jing'an, Chapter 51, The Royal Version of the Rocking Horse? Enough of this. Uncle Jiang, who is this audacious fool? How dare they embrace the young lady? Upon exiting the palace gates, Sheng Zhao languidly leaned against the ox cart, swaying back to her residence at a leisurely pace. Ever since Sheng Huaisu discovered her previous escapade of climbing over Minister Lin's wall and subsequently falling from the carriage, he had strictly prohibited her from riding in carriages, opting instead for the ox cart. She tossed a candied fruit into her mouth and chewed. You know, this ox cart is indeed much steadier than the carriage, albeit a bit slow. It reminds me of my childhood days riding on a rocking horse. Uncle Jiang, who was driving the ox, couldn't help but feel puzzled upon hearing this. He was familiar with horse-drawn carriages, ox carts, donkey carts, and even dung carts. But what on earth was a rocking horse? Had the general ever taken the young lady on such a ride? It was something he had never heard of before. System. Host, would you like to ride a rocking horse? You can buy one in the marketplace, the battery-operated kind. Yet another version that aligns with the times. What does a version that aligns with the times mean? In the next moment, the system suddenly burst into song with a cheerful tone. What is your father's father called? Your father's father is called grandfather. What is your father's mother called? Your father's mother is called grandmother. What are your mother's sisters called? Your mother's sisters are called aunts. What are your mother's brothers called? Your mother's brothers are called uncles. Sheng Zhao. Uncle Jiang. Sheng Zhao wore a mature expression. Nonsense. Why would I sit in a rocking carriage? I am already an official. The system assumed she was dissatisfied. If you won't sit, then let the little princess have a turn. At the little princess's full moon banquet, while others gift mundane items, you could present a rocking carriage. How charming and unique that would be. We even have a royal version in our mall. A royal version of a rocking carriage? His Majesty's father, the imperial grandfather. His Majesty's mother, the imperial grandmother. His Majesty's elder brother, the imperial uncle. His Majesty's younger brother, the imperial uncle. Sheng Zhao. Silence. I am utterly exasperated. I never wish to hear the words rocking carriage again in this lifetime. It is like a cursed melody. The ox cart gradually came to a halt, and Uncle Jiang, visibly relieved, announced, Miss, we have arrived at the residence. Just as Sheng Zhao leaped down from the cart, she spotted a gray figure standing at the entrance of the general's residence, clad in coarse linen, with a haggard visage. Upon seeing her, he rushed over, excitement evident in his demeanor.
Zhao Zhao.
I am your uncle. Uncle? The system promptly reminded her. Your mother's brother is called Uncle. Sheng Zhao. Get lost. The man stood before Sheng Zhao, arms outstretched, attempting to embrace her. Zhao Zhao, when you were little, I used to hold you. Uncle Jiang was startled. How could he allow the young lady to be embraced by a strange man, even if he was indeed her uncle? Did this man not understand propriety? Boldly. Who was this ruffian to dare act so disrespectfully towards the young lady? Uncle Jiang swiftly intervened, blocking him, while Sheng Zhao recoiled in disgust. The man, realizing his attempt had failed, hesitated momentarily before making another move to embrace her. Sheng Zhao bent her waist and crouched to evade him. Uncle Jiang swiftly subdued his hands behind his back and warned him, "If you dare approach the young lady again, I shall not be polite. Do you take the general's residence for a place of lawlessness?" The man, visibly displeased, retorted, "I am your general's young lady's own uncle. You, a mere servant, ought to mind your manners when speaking to me. What on earth is this man doing? Coming right up to embrace me? How perverse." The system interjected, "Host. He truly is your uncle, the biological brother of your mother, concubine Cui, named Cui Yaozu. However, your mother, born of a peasant family, after becoming a concubine in the general's residence, nearly severed all ties with her family. They never visited her even once until her death." Sheng Zhao's eyes widened. Could this ruffian actually be her uncle? Uncle Jiang, having heard the internal dialogue, realized this man was indeed the brother of concubine Cui, complicating matters. He felt a knot in his heart. "Uncle?" Sheng Zhao scrutinized him, her brow furrowed. "Ah, it is I. Zhao Zhao, you have grown so much. Your uncle has missed you dearly." He eyed her attire, a flicker of disapproval crossing his gaze. "Why are you wearing official robes? Such an inappropriate choice. Can women wear official garments? This illegitimate daughter has no sense of propriety whatsoever." However, he quickly masked his emotions, adopting a sorrowful demeanor. "Alas, Zhao Zhao, your mother passed away early, and your uncle has grieved for a long time. I am but her sole brother, and you are my only niece." As he spoke, a hint of flattery appeared in his eyes. "Your uncle's family is in dire straits. You wouldn't turn a blind eye to your uncle's plight, would you?" He spoke while furtively examining Sheng Zhao's expression. Sheng Zhao remained silent, neither agreeing nor disagreeing to help, merely gazing at him. She rummaged through the memories of the original owner, but had no recollection of this uncle before her. Concubine Cui's family had 5 children, with her mother, Cui Shuwen, being the second eldest. Cui Yaozu was the youngest brother, his name signifying the hope of bringing glory to the family. When Cui Shuwen entered the general's residence, her family rejoiced, believing she would elevate them to prosperity. However, little did they know that as a concubine, Cui Shuwen had no authority over household matters. And with the general often away at war, the matriarch could be quite difficult, leading to a rather miserable existence. In the earlier days, Cui Shuwen could still send some of the jewelry gifted by the general back to her family, but soon, even daily expenses became a burden. When Cui Shuwen sought support from her family, hoping they would assist her for a time, the Cui family suddenly turned their backs, publicly declaring they had never given birth to such a daughter, fearing she might ask them for money. Even when Cui Shuwen passed away after giving birth to a daughter, they did not bother to visit her once. Sheng Zhao found this puzzling. If my mother had passed away, and they never visited, how could he have held me as a child? The system replied, "Oh, he is deceiving you, trying to ingratiate himself by taking advantage of your young age and lack of memory. Scoundrel."
No wonder.
Cui Yaozu, oblivious to her disdain, continued his lament. "Your aunt is gravely ill, and the doctor says 50 taels of silver are needed for her to recover." He rubbed his hands together. "Your uncle is truly at his wit's end. Although you are merely a concubine's daughter, you are still a master of the general's residence. 50 taels is a trifling sum for you. Surely, you cannot bear to watch your aunt perish, can you?" Uncle John's anger was palpable. He understood now. This man was here to extort from the general's residence. What did he mean by "although the young lady is merely a concubine's daughter"? Was this a way to plead? He was counting on the young lady's youth and good temper. If the general heard this, he would surely storm over to deal with him. Just then, the system called out, "Host, there's a big scoop. Do you want to hear it?" Sheng Zhao immediately perked up. She had debts to settle. Surely, she should seize the opportunity for more gossip and earn some points. What scoop? Quickly, tell me. Chapter 52. In Pursuit of Divorce. Equal opportunity to eliminate everyone. Filthy diplomacy? The 4th prince is fortunate. The system. His wife, your Aunt Lu, is not ill at all. She is merely pretending. Pretending? Uncle Jiang glared at him menacingly. Did this couple conspire to feign illness to extort from the Sheng residence? Why would she pretend to be sick? The system. This Lu is, in fact, quite a pitiful figure. The Cui family values sons over daughters. After marrying Yaozu, she only bore a daughter, which led to scorn from the entire Yaozu family. They subjected her to slights and ridicule, and even worse, she endured various forms of torment. For instance, being punished to kneel in the snow during winter, washing clothes in the snow, resulting in her fingers rotting and oozing pus, while being beaten by her mother-in-law. Moreover, her mother-in-law obtained some talismans from who knows where, compelling her to mix the ashes into the incense water and drink it. a substance that should not be consumed at all. This ultimately led to her intestines rotting. Now, even a small amount of food causes her to vomit blood. And the Cui family pays her no mind. And then there is her daughter, Chai. Just from the name, you can guess she is not well regarded at home. This child has never known a single day of happiness. Last year, in her hunger, she licked the grease from a bowl at home, only to have her father strike her with a firewood stick, breaking her leg, scolding her for putting on a show for whom. The Cui family was too stingy to even hire a doctor for a little girl, hastily binding her leg with a wooden board, leaving Chai permanently lame at just 5 years old. And your uncle, after having a daughter, became even more outrageous, taking the family's money to drink and indulge in the company of courtesans, flaunting his escapades in public, and even bringing them home to show off. If Lu dared to say a word, she would be met with beatings, and even her mother-in-law supported Yaozu, claiming this was the true nature of a man. What a load of nonsense about the true nature of a man. Sheng Zhao felt a surge of anger rising within her. This scoundrel. She cast a suspicious glance at Cui Yaozu, then turned to Uncle Jiang, who looked alarmed. Miss, please do not misunderstand. This is the true essence of Yaozu alone, not the genuine nature of all men, nor is it truly his character. To break his own daughter's leg and refuse to seek treatment, yet squander money on frivolous pleasures? Is this still human? The Cui family must be unaware that a trend for daughters has swept through the entire capital. Which family in the city does not yearn for a daughter akin to their esteemed miss? And yet, he remains unsatisfied? Sheng Zhao. So now he desires money out of a newfound sense of conscience to pay for Lu's treatment? I can't help but feel skeptical. After all, he has treated Lu and Chai so poorly, how could he possibly raise funds for her care? Host, you are mistaken this time. His quest for money is indeed a sincere endeavor to provide for Lu's treatment. Sheng Zhao found it hard to believe. Uncle Jiang considered it utterly preposterous. What? Has he truly turned over a new leaf? Uncle Jiang, what is this? A complete transformation, a rebirth? The system continued. Not at all. Lu and Chai have endured tremendous hardship over the years, leading to her consideration of a divorce. She wishes to leave with Chai afterwards. Sheng Zhao nodded in understanding. This was indeed a viable escape. At least she would no longer endure such suffering, never knowing when the Cui family might grind her down to nothing. So, the Cui family refuses the divorce, prompting Lu to feign illness? She wishes for them to initiate the divorce themselves? System. Clever host. The Cui family is adamantly opposed to signing the divorce papers, unwilling even to consider a separation, let alone allow her to take Chai with her. They intend to wait until Chai is older to sell her at a good price. Thus, Lu devised a plan, starting last month to feign madness and foolishness daily. Sheng Zhao was enlightened, curiosity piqued. What does feigning madness entail? Uncle Jiang was equally captivated, gripping Yaozu's hand and refusing to release it, rendering Yaozu's arm stiff. Yaozu dared not voice his anger, mistakenly believing Sheng Zhao was hesitating to part with money. System. For instance, in the dead of night, when everyone at home is asleep, she quietly sneaks into her mother-in-law's room, gazing at her sleeping face and laughing, scaring her half to death. Ha! What a brilliant tactic. A few more instances of this, and wouldn't her mother-in-law be at risk of a heart attack? Uncle Jiang cast a discreet glance at the young lady, who seemed to have completely forgotten. Lu's mother-in-law was none other than her maternal grandmother. When her mother-in-law asked her to cook, she would add chicken manure to the porridge, mix it well, and serve it to the Cui family. Yaozu would spit it out the moment he took a sip, and she would shove it into his mouth, claiming it was a fertility porridge that would ensure he fathered sons. Sheng Zhao's mind short-circuited. What? Chicken manure in porridge? A reverse fertility method? Quite audacious. Whenever guests arrived, she would suddenly burst out, throwing a handful of pig dung at them, declaring it would ward off evil spirits. Sheng Zhao was utterly astonished, nearly losing control of her expression. What a fecal diplomacy. During village celebrations, she would abruptly charge into the banquet, overturning tables, claiming the food had been touched by ghosts and would lead to infertility. Now, the entire village is urging the Cui family to expedite the divorce and expel Lu. The Cui family has yet to relent, claiming she can still be treated. And here they are, seeking money from you. Sheng Zhao and Uncle Jiang silently applauded Lu. Causing the Cui family's social embarrassment is, in a way, a form of death. She couldn't help but admire Lu, truly a heroine, for the sake of a divorce. She was determined to bring down everyone. She glanced at Yaozu, who was growing increasingly impatient, and decided that this money truly could not be given to him. Lu's illness must not be cured. Just as she prepared to refuse, the system exclaimed, "Host, let us go to the Chui family and witness the unfolding drama. I have just predicted the data using the system, and this event could allow us to clear all our debts and still have plenty left over." What? This one event could settle all debts. And even leave us with points to spare. But soon, she deflated again. "No, no, si. I fear that if I go, Lu will feed me chicken manure. Perhaps it's best I refrain." The system responded, "Host, have you forgotten about your rebound shield? Who could possibly feed you chicken manure? Just be careful not to eat or drink anything at their home, and you shall be fine." Sheng Zhao tilted her head thoughtfully for a moment. "Indeed, I do have a rebound shield. All right, let us go. The potential rewards are too great to miss. If I let this opportunity slip, I won't sleep a wink tonight. Fortune favors the bold." She looked up at Yaozu, her small face radiating sincerity. "Uncle, I am genuinely worried about my aunt's illness. How about I accompany you to check on her? I shall prepare the silver. Would 50 taels suffice? Or shall I fetch 100? What do you think?" 100 taels. Yaozu's eyes sparkled, though he feigned a sigh. "Your aunt is gravely ill. 100 taels should barely suffice. However, the amount is secondary. What truly matters is your heartfelt intention, isn't that right, Zhao Zhao? Uncle Jiang, what a schemer. Taking advantage of the situation while pretending to be virtuous. Humph." Sheng Zhao gathered the silver and changed into a more convenient outfit. She then set off with Uncle Jiang and Yaozu in a bullock cart. Sheng Zhao sat alone in the cart, while Uncle Jiang and Yaozu sat at the front. Yaozu, unable to contain himself, finally spoke up, "Zhao Zhao, is this cart not a tad too slow? The Chui family resides in a nearby village. While it's not too far, this cart is excruciatingly slow. At this rate, it may well be dark by the time we arrive." Sheng Zhao pulled back the cart curtain, lamenting, "Uncle, my father only permits me to ride in a bullock cart. If it's too much, you could spend a little to hire a horse-drawn carriage." Yaozu immediately fell silent. The fourth prince had just emerged from his beloved shop when he caught sight of a familiar face, momentarily stunned. Upon closer inspection, was that not Sheng Zhao? She sat in a bullock cart, her face peeking out from the curtain, filled with expectation and excitement. Seeing the cart heading towards the outskirts of the city, he couldn't help but wonder, what on earth was she doing out there? With her temperament, could it be she was off to witness some spectacle? Quick, prepare a horse for me," he suddenly shouted in a flurry, startling the guards nearby, who thought something urgent had arisen, and rushed to fetch a horse. Riding a horse was certainly faster than a bullock cart. It wasn't long before he caught up with Sheng Zhao. Seizing the moment, he jumped off his horse, pretending to fall dramatically in front of the bullock. "Uncle Jiang? Yaozu, what is this?"
Un stage d'accident?
Chapter 53. A grand event. What a magnificent spectacle. Who would have imagined that a normally lethargic minister could leap with such agility at this moment? The bull was startled, its half-closed eyes widening in shock. Its hoof slipped, nearly causing it to kneel. The cart jolted violently, and the candied fruit Sheng Zhao had just bitten into lodged in her throat. She choked, unable to make a sound, frantically pounding her chest. Oh dear, my leg. What is wrong with you all? Can't you drive properly?" The fourth prince, Xie, sat on the ground, cradling his leg. The fall was feigned, but the performance was genuine. While he lamented, he stealthily observed the cart, puzzled. Why hadn't Sheng Zhao emerged yet? Uncle Jiang noted that, though this young man appeared quite youthful, he exuded an extraordinary aura. This face seemed vaguely familiar, yet he could not recall where he had seen it. Uncertain of his intentions, he hesitated to speak, deciding it best to report to the young lady first. But Yaozu was different. He was rash. Sheng Zhao had only brought 100 taels of silver. If this individual were to swindle her, it would be a considerable loss. To avoid being duped, he resolved to take the initiative. This was also an opportunity to impress Sheng Zhao. If she were moved, perhaps there would be even greater benefits in the future. "Break your leg, you fool. Are your eyes in your trousers? This old bullock cart moves slower than a birthday celebrant. How could it possibly break your leg?" He leaped from the carriage, rolled up his sleeves, and seized Xie by the collar with a fierce grip. "At such a tender age, you indulge in such mischief, learning to scam like a common trickster? Is it because your father passed away too soon to guide you, or did your mother abandon you? Too lazy to teach you? You are better off as a chamber pot. At least it can collect urine at night." Xie stood frozen, disbelief filling his eyes. What did he just say? Insult my deceased father? Curse my mother for running away? Claim that I am worse than a chamber pot that can at least serve a purpose? These words exploded in his mind like a volley of firecrackers, leaving him in a daze. Shaking with rage, he thought, "How dare you insult my father?" Just as he struggled to rise from the ground, ready to confront the speaker, an enraged bellow of a cow erupted behind him. The old yellow bull, startled by Xie Rongpei's earlier fall, finally regained its composure. Its eyes widened, nostrils flared, and hoofs scraped the ground as it prepared to charge. Uncle Jiang, alarmed, gripped the rope tightly, but this enraged beast was far too powerful to restrain. Yaozu, full of malicious glee, had no intention of intervening.
Bam.
The bull's horns collided violently with Xie Rongpei's waist. Caught off guard, he stumbled forward, barely managing to stay upright. Before he could regain his balance, the bull's head swung fiercely again. Thud. Xie Rongpei landed hard on the ground, pain shooting through his coccyx, his expression twisted in agony. The force of the bull's charge sent the cart lurching, causing Sheng Zhao to involuntarily spit out the candied fruit lodged in her throat. Furiously, she threw aside the curtain, glaring at the boy sitting on the ground, clutching his backside. Yaozu quickly reported, "Zhao Zhao, this little rascal tried to scam us, and the old yellow bull got him." Sheng Zhao's eyes twitched in anger, disregarding his royal status as she yelled out, "Fourth Prince, what on earth are you doing? If I choke on a piece of candied fruit in this cart, my father will petition the emperor to demote you to a commoner." Xie Rongpei felt a deep sense of bitterness. What kind of misfortune was this? Why was everyone so bold in insulting him today? Wasn't he a prince? Yaozu chimed in. "Indeed, don't think just because you are a prince. What of your father who you just insulted?" Panic washed over Yaozu as he realized the implications. His face turned pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees, the sound echoing louder than his earlier insults. "Your Highness, I am but a lowly commoner with no insight." He prostrated himself, wishing he could dig a hole to hide in. Xie Rongpei, his backside throbbing, managed to stand, albeit with a noticeable limp. "Humph, weren't you quite the orator just now?" He poked at Yaozu on the ground. "Who did you say is worse than a chamber pot?" "The commoners are worse than a chamber pot? Whose father died too soon? Whose mother ran away?" "My father died too soon, and my mother ran away." Both Sheng Zhao and Uncle Jiang turned to him in shock, utterly taken aback. A dutiful son indeed. Oh dear, my uncle is far too obsequious. So embarrassing. System. There's no helping it. Being a commoner, he wouldn't dare act out in front of a prince. Hearing this, Xie Rongpei felt slightly better, ready to steer the conversation back on track. "Where are you all headed in this bull cart?" "To the commoner's home. My mother is unwell, and Zhao Zhao is kind enough to visit her aunt." Yaozu replied obediently, no longer daring to misbehave. It was evident he had kicked a hornet's nest. Xie Rongpei feigned seriousness, nodding. "Oh, to see Zhao Zhao's aunt? Then let us not delay, lest her condition worsens." He began to clamber back into the cart. Sheng Zhao, Uncle Jiang, and Yaozu were left bewildered. Why was he climbing aboard if they were visiting his aunt? Sheng Zhao squinted at Xie Rongpei sitting next to her. "Are you coming along?" "Of course. My father always instructs me to understand the plight of the common folk. I shall accompany you this time." Sheng Zhao hesitated. "My aunt is very ill. Treating her will require money." "You, a prince, wouldn't he come empty-handed, would you?" Both inside and outside the cart fell silent. They exchanged glances for a few seconds before Xie Rongpei, wincing in pain, pulled out several silver notes from his pocket. "Is this enough?" Yaozu, as curiosity piqued. He wondered how much the fourth prince would give. After all, he was a prince. Surely he wouldn't be stingy, would he? "Enough!" Sheng Zhao exclaimed, snatching the notes, her eyes crinkling with delight. She called out, "Uncle Jiang, uncle, let us go. Fourth prince, I'll take you out for something nice." Xie Rongpei nodded with an air of pride. In the end, he not only lost 500 taels but also a horse, as Sheng Zhao instructed Uncle Jiang to tie the bull cart's rope to the horse he had ridden. She even had her guards return the old yellow bull to the general's residence. Xie Rongpei could only console himself internally. Thinking of it as a small price to pay, he would just pull a few more strands of his father's hair later. But the chance to follow Sheng Zhao and enjoy the spectacle was an opportunity worth more than any amount of silver. The cart raced towards the city gates, a plume of dust trailing behind, the curtains billowing in the wind. On the second floor of a tavern, several court officials leaned against the window, drinking. Among them, Minister of Rights Zhang Tingjing accidentally dropped a piece of meat into his wine cup with a loud splash. He exchanged puzzled glances with his companions. Was that the fourth prince? Minister of Revenue He Zhan squinted to confirm, and he asked with young Master Sheng. The official's eyes met, An unspoken agreement igniting in the air. A major scoop indeed. In the next moment, cups were overturned, chairs kicked aside, and the elderly officials, typically slow, moved with an agility not befitting their age. One shouted as he ran, "Prepare the horses. The fastest ones." Minister Zhang sprinted, lifting the hem of his official robe. Relieved his carriage was parked just below. "Excuse me, I must take my leave." Chapter 54. The firewood room cannot contain her. The lady has gone mad. In the outskirts, Qing Shui village. The moment the cart came to a halt, Xie Rongpei eagerly jumped down. The four stood before the small courtyard of the Chui family, none willing to enter first. Xie Rongpei cast a puzzled glance at Cui Yaozu, wondering why he wasn't leading the way into his own home. What a simpleton! Sheng Zhao beamed brightly, stepped back, and performed a deep bow, gesturing for him to enter. "Your Highness, with your esteemed status, you should proceed first." Xie Rongpei eyed her suspiciously. Something was amiss. Why had Sheng Zhao suddenly become so courteous? Had her conscience pricked her after earlier insults? Uncle Jiang also stepped back to align himself with his young mistress, having heard her thoughts throughout. Lu Shi could be quite formidable when enraged. Cui Yaozu was sweating profusely, torn between wanting to flee and pushing himself forward. Commoner will open the door for you." Though he felt uncertain, he didn't dwell on it. For he was a prince, and it was only proper for these people to defer to him. Growing impatient, he urged the others, "Why are we dawdling at the door? Hurry up." He was eager to witness the unfolding drama. As the door swung open, Cui Yaozu expertly sidestepped. Xie Rongpei, adopting the princely demeanor, strode boldly over the threshold. Before he could comprehend what was happening, a disheveled woman with wide, bulging eyes lunged at him, clutching a handful of dark, sticky substance. "Noble one, this is longevity ointment. Apply it to your face for a long life." Xie Rongpei's eyes widened in shock, barely managing to dodge her advance. "Do you want this fortune for yourself?" His astonishment was almost palpable. Who will enlighten him on this peculiar situation? No wonder the expressions of the three were so strange, and their behaviors so erratic. Could it be that they were already aware of this? Uncle Jiang stood trembling outside the door, utterly terrified. Fortunately, he was not the first to enter. Even though Sheng Zhao had been prepared, upon witnessing the scene, she was left utterly dumbfounded, her mouth agape in shock. Surely, this must be her Aunt Lu? Oh my goodness! I have never encountered such a scene in my entire life. System. Do not be afraid, host, that pig manure cannot reach you. Sheng Zhao remained unsettled. But it is pig manure. Pig manure. Even with the rebound shield, who would dare to confront such filth directly? It was simply beyond her psychological threshold. Upon realizing her initial attempt had failed, the woman's face contorted with anger. This person must undoubtedly be the physician sent by Cui Yaozu to attend to her. Humph. She would not allow them to succeed. Grabbing a nearby clothesline pole, she cackled maniacally. "Ha ha ha, take this." Xie Rongpei turned around, only to see the madwoman brandishing the pole, atop which fluttered a pair of tattered, wind-blown undergarments. The woman laughed wildly, lunging towards Xie Rongpei. With a flick of her wrist, the red undergarments unfurled, revealing a clump that appeared to be 3-day-old fermented chicken manure stewed with sauerkraut. It hurtled directly towards Xie Rongpei's face. Holy cow! As the illustrious fourth prince, having lived a life of luxury for 13 years, he had never witnessed such a spectacle. Terrified, he executed a backflip, narrowly evading the projectile. Sheng Zhao's heart raced, and she inexplicably felt compelled to applaud him. Impressive. Who would have thought the fourth prince possessed such agility? Uncle Jiang nodded vigorously. Rumor had it that the fourth prince was indifferent to both literature and martial arts. However, in a moment of crisis, his innate talent had emerged. Xie Rongpei, observing his companions as if they were mere spectators, felt a vain throb on his forehead. He bellowed toward the door. "Are you all merely standing outside to watch the show?" The woman began to cackle again, but Cui Yaozu, sensing the situation was dire, swiftly grabbed a fishing net from the side and ensnared her, shouting, "Come help." Upon hearing this, Uncle Jiang knew he could no longer remain passive. After all, this was the fourth prince, and he could not simply stand idly by. Cui Yaozu discarded the small fishing net and retrieved a larger one used for fishing. Together, the three men managed to bind Lu and ultimately confined her to the woodshed. Only after Lu was secured did Xie Rongpei feel a slight release of tension. Yet, recalling the earlier scenes still filled him with dread, causing his hands to tremble. He, the esteemed prince, who feared neither heaven nor earth, had dared to pluck a few hairs from his father's head, had now encountered a woman who instilled fear in him. Cui Yaozu invited everyone to sit, serving tea and snacks. By the way, uncle, where are my maternal grandfather and grandmother? Are they not home? Sheng Zhao inquired curiously. They said they went away to hide for a few days and are temporarily not at home. Sheng Zhao responded with an indifferent "oh," for she held no affection for the Cui family, especially since they severed ties with Cui Shuwen during her most challenging times, refusing to even visit in death. Because of this, she harbored no good impressions of them. Their absence was fortuitous, sparing her the need to feign filial piety. To have startled the fourth prince, what you just witnessed was indeed my aunt's condition when she has an episode. Please forgive her, Cui Yaozu said, trembling with fear. Anxious not to offend the prince, he attentively poured tea for him. After the earlier fright, Xie Rongpei indeed felt parched and genuinely desired a drink to calm his nerves. He lifted the teacup, preparing to sip. Host, do you remember the instructions given to you before Gigi arrived? I remember. I mustn't drink a drop of water or eat a morsel of food from the Cui family. It's etched in my mind. Excellent, host. Xie Rongpei's hand trembled. Not drinking or eating.
Why?
He hesitated, mockingly bringing the cup to his lips to blow on it. Cui Yaozu shot him a perplexed glance. Wasn't this tea meant for him? What was he doing? How pretentious. Uncle Jiang sat quietly in his chair, afraid to drink or eat, not daring to move his feet, lest he tread upon some unknown substance. His hands remained firmly placed on his thighs. Gigi, do you think my aunt would put chicken manure in the teacup? Chicken manure steeped in tea. Experiencing the life of dung? Xie Rongpei's heart skipped a beat. The mere mention of chicken manure sent him into a panic. System. It's not chicken manure, as any foreign object would be easily detectable. Sheng Zhao agreed. That's true. The tea does seem quite robust. System. Oh, she added a bit of horse urine. Sheng Zhao, Uncle Jiang, Xie Rongpei. Horse urine. No wonder the tea is so yellow. The next moment, he placed the cup on the table, discreetly wiping his hands on his robe. This action did not escape the keen eyes of Cui Yaozu. Blowing for so long without drinking, what a farce. Outside the courtyard, several ministers pressed their ears against the door, straining to catch the sounds from within. What is happening? What is happening? Minister Zhang urged in a hushed tone. It seems there is no commotion? A dignitary, pressed against the wooden door, frowned. Your hearing is poor. Step aside, let me listen. Inside, Cui Yaozu wore a somewhat ingratiating smile. Zhao, you see, your aunt's condition is indeed beyond the capabilities of ordinary doctors. I had no choice but to seek you out. Xie Rongpei nodded vigorously, his head bobbing in agreement. He was the most qualified to speak on the matter. Indeed, her ailment was severe. And as for the silver boom, before he could finish his sentence, a sudden loud crash resounded. All four turned towards the source of the sound. The door of the woodshed burst open, and Aunt Lu emerged, wielding a belt caked with fresh chicken manure, swinging it with vigor like a meteor hammer. She shouted, "Ha ha!
Evadialize!
I am the chosen one of filth." The four of them erupted into chaos, screams echoing throughout. Chapter 55, Help. The destructive power of the mad ant surpasses even that of the system. Manure droplets rained down like a deluge in the courtyard. The group shrieked and scattered in all directions as the scene spiraled into utter pandemonium. Cui Yaozu grabbed a nearby dustpan to shield his head, his face a mask of fear. Huanyang, let us talk this through. Please don't be agitated. At this moment, Lu was reveling in her madness, utterly deaf to his pleas, her gaze towards Cui Yaozu filled with disdain. She recalled when she married into the Cui family, dutifully serving her in-laws, laboring tirelessly for their household, enduring hardships without complaint. But how had they treated her? They had never regarded her as a person. It was either humiliation or beatings, crushing any remaining dignity beneath their feet, treating her like a dog, completely indifferent to the lives of her and the girl from the woodshed. Now that she had gone mad, they expected her to converse with them? What a laugh. The Cui family was despicable. If she could not divorce, then she would die within the Cui household. What was there to fear? A fleeting look of derision crossed her eyes, quickly suppressed as she reverted to her frenzied demeanor. Lu charged at them, brandishing the manure-laden belt indiscriminately, pursuing anyone in sight. Whoever dared to run towards the door would face her divine scattering of filth. Her approach was marked by a relentless pursuit within the confines of the house. Xie Rongpei, realizing Lu had locked her gaze onto him, felt as if he might cry. Had he not come to join Sheng Zhao in witnessing the spectacle? Having spent 500 taels and lost a horse, was this his reward? A first-hand experience of such filth and chaos? The more he pondered, the more aggrieved and terrified he became. He opened his mouth, ready to cry out in despair, but was swiftly silenced by Uncle Zhang's quick reflexes. A lump of chicken droppings landed squarely on the hand that covered his mouth. Uncle Zhang recoiled at the sticky, foul-smelling substance, his entire body shuddering as he shook his hand vigorously. He was nearly driven to madness by the foolishness of this fourth prince. How could he dare to open his mouth at such a moment? Did he wish to feast on filth? Xie Rongpei was utterly terrified, promptly sealing his lips tightly. He truly felt like crying. Never in his life had he endured such humiliation. Lu Shi, noticing the eyesore of the dustpan in Cui Yaozu's hands, raised her manure fork and sent the object flying. Without the dustpan, Cui Yaozu lost his sense of security and soon found his face smeared with chicken droppings. He stumbled backward, tripped, and fell onto a chicken coop, the frail bamboo structure collapsing under his weight. He became entangled in the wreckage of the coop, besieged by startled hens.
Ouch.
Don't peck. Don't peck. He flailed his arms in a desperate attempt to fend them off. Sheng Zhao hid behind a large water vat, taking in the chaotic scene of the yard, utterly at a loss for how to react, merely shaking her head in astonishment. The spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking. Feathers filled the air, mingling with the stench and the cacophony of cries. She couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder you said the rewards for witnessing this were bountiful." Setting aside everything else, the sight of the fourth prince being chased around by chicken droppings is something ordinary people would never witness in a lifetime. This trip was truly worthwhile. The system reveled in its triumph. Host, did I not tell you? There are even more spectacles to come. More spectacles? Just as Sheng Zhao was conversing with the system, Lu Shi turned her head in curiosity, as if she had heard someone speaking. She recalled that a young girl was hiding nearby, which inadvertently reminded her of Chai Niu. If Chai Niu had not been limping, she would have likely grown into someone just as lively and adorable. However, what did they mean by chicken droppings as rewards? Was it possible that the droppings were considered a prize for her? Did this young girl have such peculiar tastes at such a tender age? Noticing Lu Shi's gaze upon her, Sheng Zhao felt a surge of anxiety. Will she discover my presence? The system reassured her. Do not worry, dear host. We have the rebound shield. That substance cannot touch you. Lu Shi questioned. What rebound shield? Xie Rongpei chimed in, yes. The rebound shield. She possesses a rebound shield. The bizarre scene from the palace banquet resurfaced in his mind, and he felt as if he had found a lifeline, his eyes gleaming with determination as he rushed toward the water vat. Uncle Jiang, unfamiliar with the power of Sheng Zhao's rebound shield, noticed that the fourth prince was charging toward the young lady and assumed it must be something extraordinary, prompting him to sprint in that direction as well. Unwilling to be left out, who had borne the brunt of the chaos, decided to follow suit, believing there must be a reason for their actions. Sheng Zhao, witnessing the three of them approaching, felt her pupils constrict in alarm. Outside the courtyard, several ministers dressed in ordinary attire were huddled together, peering through the crack in the door. Another piercing scream? The Minister of Revenue, He Zhan, held his breath, fearing that the young Master Sheng was subjecting someone to harsh interrogation. Does that sound like the fourth prince's voice? One of the ministers speculated. The others exchanged glances. The fourth prince had screamed? This must be a sensational secret. Minister Wang's goat-like beard bristled with excitement. Let me hear. Make way, make way. There's enough for everyone. Minister Li, the assistant to the Ministry of Justice, grumbled in dissatisfaction. My ears are like a ruler. None of you can compare. I was eavesdropping at the Honglu Temple long before you were even born. This is my spot. And now it's mine. Suddenly, another wail echoed through the air. The onlookers outside went into a frenzy, betting 10 taels that the young Master Sheng was subjecting someone to severe interrogation. Nonsense. This is clearly the sound of a scandalous affair. Minister Zhang erupted. Everyone, step aside. I brought the listening jar. In the midst of the pushing and shoving, the wooden door creaked open. Several elderly ministers tumbled into the courtyard, rolling and scrambling, instantly rendering the scene silent. The sight within the room left them collectively dumbfounded. 3 disheveled men were cowering behind the young Master Sheng, while a woman wielded a manure fork. At that moment, all 4 turned to look at them. What happened to the sensational scandal they had anticipated? What was going on? Were they playing a game of hawk and chick? Lu Shi furrowed her brow. Oh, Cui Yaozu, you scoundrel, have you summoned so many rescuers? While the ministers were still in shock, Lu Shi stealthily produced a chain and secured the door behind them. By the time they realized what was happening, Lu Shi had already locked the door with a resounding click, tossing the key into the pile of chicken droppings. What are you doing? Chapter 56, A Shocking Encounter. High-ranking ministers intrude upon a rural home, only to stumble upon. Sheng Zhao recognized these familiar faces and began to doubt her own eyes. Wait. Isn't that Minister Zhang? And Minister He? Minister Wang? Minister Li? What are they doing here? The system was momentarily at a loss. I have no idea. Could it be that they learned of Cui Yaozu's mistreatment of his wife and children? Or perhaps they discovered that your aunt is feigning madness to seek a divorce. Are the ministers collectively investigating this matter? Sheng Zhao was perplexed. Surely not. The Cui family has abused her and her daughter for so many years without anyone intervening. Moreover, my aunt's feigned madness should be unknown. Even my uncle believes she is genuinely insane. Even if they somehow found out, would it warrant so many high-ranking officials coming to this shabby courtyard? What could they possibly want? Are they here merely to join the fray? Ministers Zhang and he exchanged awkward glances, scratching their heads. If they claimed to be merely passing by, would the young master Sheng believe them? Yet what had the young master just mentioned? That her uncle's family mistreated her aunt and children? That her aunt was feigning madness? They couldn't help but gaze at the disheveled woman holding an unidentified object. If she truly were feigning madness due to abuse and seeking a divorce, she would indeed be a pitiable figure. Lu Shi felt a pang of anxiety. What had that young girl said? Did she know of the Cui family's misdeeds against them? Did she understand the truth behind her feigned madness? The individuals before her, were they truly prominent figures from the capital? Ministers? She was uncertain of the rank of a minister, but it surely could not be low. Could it be that they had come specifically to seek justice for her? That would be a grave offense. Her expression softened slightly, and she lowered the belt she held. At that moment, everyone exhaled in relief. Sheng Zhao greeted them. Hello. Esteemed ministers, what brings you here? Would you care to sit and enjoy some tea? Haha, just in time for them to sample my aunt's horse urine tea. Xie Rongpei chimed in, relishing the irony. The ministers' faces turned pale, their hands waving in protest. At this moment, Cui Yaozu was drenched in cold sweat. What kind of divine favor had their family received today, attracting such significant figures from the capital? Not only a prince, but also ministers. Had their ancestors' graves begun to smoke? Minister Zhang, noticing his colleague's silence, glanced around and with a stiff upper lip declared, Today, we were enjoying a banquet together when an anonymous letter was delivered to Minister Li, stating that the Cui family in Qingshui town was suspected of abusing women and children. Since we are not particularly busy with affairs, we decided to accompany Minister Li to investigate. He paused, then inquired, How did His Highness and the young master, Sheng, end up here? Several ministers cast appreciative glances at Minister Zhang. How clever. With the information gleaned from the young master Sheng's earlier thoughts, he managed to weave the narrative so seamlessly, even turning the tables. This is my maternal grandfather's home. Hearing that my aunt was unwell, I accompanied my uncle to pay a visit. And the fourth prince happened to join us along the way. Sheng Zhao covered her mouth, feigning astonishment. Goodness. What did you just say? My uncle's family, mistreat my aunt and her children. Goodness. How could that possibly be true? The crowd murmured, You are indeed a master of theatrics. Is it not your own heart that speaks these truths to us? They turned their gaze to the silent fourth prince, adorned with some unknown objects. Was his happen to pass by truly akin to theirs? At that moment, Cui Yaozu's eyes were filled with dread, his back soaked with sweat, and he was about to retort. Lu Shi suddenly fell to her knees, tears flooding down her face as she implored the esteemed gentleman to take her plight to heart. She tore open her sleeves, revealing arms marred with bruises, exclaiming that after over a decade of marriage into the Cui family, she had endured daily beatings and scorn. In the bitter cold of winter, she was forced to break ice to wash clothes, her fingers frostbitten yet unable to rest. She was denied food for days on end, compelled to chop firewood and toil, and if her work was deemed slow, punishment awaited her. Disobedience meant confinement with the pigs. Her mother-in-law, dissatisfied with her inability to bear a son, relentlessly forced her to drink talismanic water, even when it made her vomit blood. She pointed towards the tightly shut wooden door of the weeds, and my daughter, who is merely 5. She was beaten by that beast, Cui Yaozu, for merely licking a plate out of hunger, and her leg was broken. The Cui family wouldn't even summon a physician, leaving her to writhe in pain. She prostrated heavily, her forehead bleeding, declaring that offending the esteemed gentleman was of no concern. She only begged them to rescue her daughter from the depths of hell. Even though Sheng Zhao had already known of the Cui family's vile deeds in advance, the heart-wrenching accusations from Lu Shi made her heart tremble. She clenched her fists, shaking with fury. What a shameless old beast. Surely, he does not genuinely intend to seek funds for her treatment. Rather, He seeks to exploit her illness as a pretext to extract her final vestige of worth, only to squander the money on pleasures and concubines. System. Host. I must say, you speak the truth. Given how he treats his wife and children, how could he possibly seek funds for their treatment? Xie Rongpei also gritted his teeth in anger at such matters. He had not anticipated that Lu Shi was merely feigning madness to carve out a path for herself and her daughter. The anger he had felt moments ago when Lu Shi had chased him around the courtyard with chicken dung had now evaporated into the ether. Cui Yazu's face turned ashen upon hearing Lu Shi's words, and he jumped up, cursing furiously. Wretched woman, you speak such slander. He pointed at Lu Shi, spitting as he ranted. This madwoman has long lost her senses, tainting our food with filth and attacking others with it. My parents were driven away by her. And you all just witnessed it, he exclaimed, esteemed gentleman. How could one trust the words of a madwoman? He kicked over a chair in his rage, and continued. What family as daughter-in-law doesn't endure a few beatings? There are 3 unfilial acts, and bearing no sons is the gravest. Does she have any right to complain? Turning to the ministers, he forced a sycophantic smile. Esteemed gentlemen, surely you see this madwoman's words are untrustworthy. I am utterly wronged. Before he could finish, Lu Shi clutched her abdomen and spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the ground in a shocking display. Cui Yaozu was momentarily stunned, his complexion shifting between green and white, stubbornly insisting, this is nothing to do with the Cui family, it's due to this madwoman's prior consumption of filth. The door to the weeds was flung open, and a frail, emaciated little girl limped out. Mother. She clung to the blood-spitting Lu Shi. Panic etched across her face as her tender voice pleaded, esteemed gentlemen, please save my mother. I don't want her to die. She rolled up her pant leg, revealing grotesque, festering wounds. Her body bore numerous scars, not faring much better than Lu Shi. The onlookers trembled with rage. This person was utterly inhumane, outwardly appearing respectable. Yet inside, they were less than beasts. Even a donkey knows to protect its young, and a dog guards its home. Yet he, instead, feasts upon the flesh and blood of his wife and daughter while indulging in debauchery. Zhang Tingjing glared at Cui Yaozu and turned to Lordly. Lordly, as you are of the Ministry of Justice, how should such conduct be dealt with according to our Jing laws? Chapter 57. What? Do you want to hold my hand? How absurd. The Deputy Minister of Justice, Lordly, stared at the kneeling Cui Yaozu with a countenance as stern as iron. For spousal abuse, 100 strokes of the cane, and 3 years of hard labor. For beating a woman to injury, and intentionally delaying treatment leading to disability. The punishment is escalated, adding the crime of killing descendants, with exile for 2,000 li. The Cui family, including the in-laws, for the crime of elder abuse and the murder of the young, shall receive 90 strokes and 2.5 years of hard labor. Sheng Zhao had not forgotten that her aunt orchestrated this scene to escape with the children. She immediately raised her hand and inquired, then, there should be no objection to their separation, right? She can take the children with her, yes? Can Lordly make this decision? Lu Shi looked up in gratitude, realizing that this little girl who had just called her aunt must also be a member of the Cui family. As she saw her previously unknown niece articulate her deepest desire, the grievances she had harbored surged forth. Even this little girl, with no blood relation and whom she had never met, knew to empathize with her. The Cui family was indeed beneath contempt. Lordly nodded. Naturally, in such circumstances, separation can be enforced. Lu Shi may leave with her dowry and daughter. The husband's family shall not interfere. Sheng Zhao felt a weight lift off her shoulders. Smiling brightly as she praised Lordly, Lordly, Jing is indeed remarkable with you. Lordly chuckled. Heh, little Sheng is flattering me. The other ministers looked on at his smug demeanor with disdain. Did he think himself impressive simply because he was not from the Ministry of Justice? Humph.
What was so commendable about that?
Yet, little Sheng was indeed a sensible child. The Cui family was her maternal grandfather's kin, and she could boldly act against her own blood. The ministers regarded her with admiration. The first female official of Jing was truly deserving of her title. It was then that Cui Yaozu began to feel fear. 100 strokes, 3 years of hard labor, and exile for 2,000 li. Squeak. According to the Jing laws, 100 strokes would surely leave one maimed if not dead, right? System. Indeed. The rules of Jing's cane punishment are strict and severe. No mock blows allowed. Each stroke must be delivered with intent, resulting in flesh being torn and skin ripped. Many have not survived to the end of their punishment. Sheng Zhao smirked with a wicked glint in her eye. Even if he survives, he will endure 3 years of hard labor, shackled and chained, working long hours daily. I doubt he'll return alive. The system's tone brightened considerably. Even if he manages to escape death, he will still face 2,000 li of exile, burdened with heavy shackles and chains. Continuing to toil, his life will be forfeit. Should he die on the way, the authorities have the right to discard his body in the wilderness. Who told him to commit such heinous acts, treating his wife and children as less than human? He deserves it. Sheng Zhao glared at him fiercely. That uncle of hers was indeed a beast. She pondered, yet I must thank the person who sent the anonymous letter to Lord Li, otherwise, this matter might not have been resolved so swiftly. I wonder who the kind-hearted individual is. A few ministers nervously touched their noses. If all else fails, they might as well be considered that kind-hearted person. They too desired to be praised by little Sheng. Upon hearing the words of the Deputy Minister of Justice, Cui Yazu felt as if he might faint. In this day and age, which family's daughter-in-law did not endure a beating? What crime was there in beating his own wife? Many in the village did so without consequence. Why should his punishment be so severe? Esteemed gentlemen, I am wronged. This wretched woman is falsely accusing her husband. She deserves divine retribution. Lord Li scoffed, his gaze dripping with contempt. This case will be directly transferred to the Shuntian Prefecture Court, with the Ministry of Justice assisting in the investigation. Whether it is a case of wrongful accusation or not is not for you to decide. Furthermore, the village head and county magistrate of Qingshui village will also be held accountable. Whether for concealing the truth or failing to act, they shall not escape punishment. The Shuntian Prefecture and the Ministry of Justice will investigate thoroughly. Do not think that merely turning a blind eye will allow you to evade responsibility. If there are any similar cases in Qingshui village, they will be dealt with collectively. For the first time, Sheng Zhao felt that the Ministry of Justice was an admirable position. Lord Li is truly impressive. A tangy scent of jealousy filled the air. Cui Yazu was so terrified that his face turned ashen, and he seemed to have lost his very soul as he knelt there. Lu Shi, accompanied by Chai Niu, bowed deeply several times, expressing her heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed official for standing up for her. Subtly, she adjusted her knees to bow once more in the direction of Sheng Zhao. She understood that the officials had not come for this matter alone. They had heard the little girl's heartfelt plea, which unveiled the transgressions of the Cui family. It was she who deserved the deepest gratitude. As Lu Shi and Chai Niu lifted their heads, clarity shone in their eyes. From that moment on, the two of them would no longer have to live in fear. Cui Yazu was imprisoned, and a swift horseman from Lord Li's entourage hastened to the county office to report, while simultaneously dispatching men to apprehend Cui Yazu's parents, who were hiding outside. With the matter resolved, the assembly had no intention of lingering. Esteemed officials, your efforts today have been commendable. I sincerely apologize for any prior offenses. Might you stay for a humble meal? Lu Shi earnestly invited the officials. Goodness. Chicken dung with rice, horse urine as tea. No, thank you. Xie Rongpei was the first to cover his mouth, his eyes wide with horror as he vigorously shook his head.
Ha ha ha.
Fourth prince, look at your cowardice. Xie Rongpei, today, not only found himself in a most embarrassing situation before Sheng Zhao but was also witnessed by the ministers of the court. He felt that his princely image was at stake. It was all Sheng Zhao's fault. He shot a fierce glare back at her. If you're not afraid, then you should eat. Sheng Zhao stepped back, declaring, I shall not eat. Esteemed officials, you have labored today. Why don't you dine instead? The group waved their hands in unison, resembling windmills. Even Lu Shi could not suppress a stifled laugh. Yet, soon her mirth would fade, for she still needed to retrieve the key from the pile of chicken dung to unlock the door. It was her own oversight. She could not burden the esteemed officials with this task. As everyone prepared to leave in their carriages, only Lord Li remained with a subordinate, waiting for the county magistrate to arrive. Lord Li, we leave this in your capable hands. Sheng Zhao peered out from her carriage, waving at Lord Li. Lord Li, the grand scene of Dejing truly relies on you. Minister Zhang also leaned out, reveling in his misfortune with a hint of envy as he waved. Lord Li, we appreciate your hard work. Lord Li, eat something if you are hungry. Do not force yourself. Lord Li stood alone at the courtyard entrance, watching as his colleagues waved goodbyes, feeling utterly speechless. He felt like a left-behind child. Woe is me. I shall never again involve myself in the affairs of the illustrious Sheng. On the return carriage to the capital, Sheng Zhao distanced herself from Xie Rongpei, repulsed by the smell of chicken dung on him. Xie Rongpei, his face darkened with anger, reached out toward Sheng Zhao. What do you mean? Sheng Zhao questioned, puzzled. Are you trying to hold my hand? How absurd. Xie Rongpei suddenly exploded, his ears flushed with indignation. You're the one who is absurd. Who wants to hold your hand? I merely mean to ask for my silver note back. Wasn't that silver note meant to treat my aunt? Do you expect to reclaim it? As a prince, your audacity knows no bounds. Sheng Zhao clicked her tongue, aggravating Xie Rongpei further. Your aunt is not ill. You are deliberately deceiving me out of my silver note, and you dare criticize my boldness. Return it at once, or I shall inform my father. Sheng Zhao rolled her eyes. How old are you? Still running to your father with every grievance. Have you not weaned yet? If you dare tell your father, I shall spread the word about your chicken dung incident for all of the capital to hear. Xie Rongpei panicked. You shameless creature. When did I ever eat chicken dung? Is this not a complete fabrication? He wouldn't dare open his mouth, fearing a deluge of dung would fly into it. How could she dare to slander him thus? And to let the entire capital know? Would that not tarnish the royal family's reputation entirely? How despicable. Sheng Zhao smirked. Who knows, perhaps you indulged in a little. Xie Rongpei's ears turned an even deeper shade of crimson, this time fueled not by embarrassment, but by fury. Accustomed to luxury and pampering since childhood, had never encountered someone so shameless. His finger trembled as he pointed at her. You pocketed my silver note, and now slander me. You. He stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts, having no experience in quarrels. This flustered demeanor only amused Sheng Zhao further. System. Host. Why don't you tell him you left the silver notes for Lu Shur and Chinyo? Look how childish he is. He'll probably lose sleep over it tonight. Xie Rongpei was taken aback. She didn't pocket it? She gave it all to Lu Shur? Why did she not simply say so? Sheng Zhao appeared indifferent. Although my aunt feigned madness, she must now fend for herself and her child, without a single coin to her name. If her family is ignorant and refuses to assist them, finding a decent place to stay will be a challenge. Moreover, they bear various injuries and ailments. That child's condition must be treated by a skilled physician. The 500 taels from the fourth prince along with the 100 I had on me, I handed over to Lu Shur when I left. Ultimately, it's best not to disclose this to him. 600 taels is no small sum for many. And to avoid attracting attention, it's prudent that only Lu Shur and I are aware of it. The system cheered, and in the next moment, it began to flatter. Host, you are remarkable. This sum should sustain an ordinary family for quite some time. Gigi admires you. This is called hiding one's merits and fame. Xie Rongpei was momentarily speechless, realizing how thoroughly she had considered the situation. Even if misunderstood as hoarding the funds, she chose not to explain. Today, she had acted justly against her maternal grandfather's family, seeking justice for her aunt, with whom she shared no blood relation. This was an act that many would falter to accomplish. He gazed at the young girl before him, who, despite being a year younger, was already a 7th-rank official in the court. Her vision and breadth of mind seemed to surpass that of a so-called prince. He felt a twinge of shame for his earlier thoughts. However, he could not openly express what he had heard, turning his gaze toward the window, sulking. I must ask, fourth prince, will you be spending the night in this carriage? Sheng Zhao crossed her arms, observing Xie Rongpei. Coming back to his senses, he realized they had arrived at the gate of General Anbei's residence. How could the return journey be so swift? He leaped from the carriage, spotting his guards waiting for him at the entrance. The sky was darkening. It was indeed time to return to the palace. The following morning at court, the ministers arrived, brimming with energy. Upon seeing Sheng Zhao at the palace gate, they greeted her with exuberance. Good morning, little Sheng. Their eyes sparkled at the sight of her. They relished attending court. Sheng Zhao reciprocated their greetings, but was far less enthusiastic, as exhaustion weighed heavily upon her. Last night, she had dreamt repeatedly of the yard beset by chicken dung, waking in fright multiple times. That scene had left an indelible psychological scar. This morning, having risen early, her eyes felt heavy with fatigue. Shang Huaisu had set off to confront the general of the state, and as he had yet to return to the capital, the responsibility of waking Sheng Zhao for court fell to Sheng Yanshu, under the pretense of helping him acclimatize to court life. At this moment, Sheng Zhao leaned against the doorframe, dozing off deeply, her head tilted back and mouth agape, teetering on the brink of slipping down. Emperor Jing'an, seated upon the dragon throne, observed her several times, bemused by the girl's lack of decorum during court, feeling a sense of exasperation. He could only wonder where she had been indulging herself the previous night. The ministers, having entered court without hearing the usual chatter of little Sheng, found the silence somewhat disconcerting. As she continued to glance back incessantly, she could not help but notice the sight of her sleeping with drool cascading from her mouth. rendering her speechless. The system chimed in. Host, do not fall asleep. Many eyes are upon you. Do not allow those gossips an opportunity to impeach you. Thud. The system's voice penetrated her mind, jolting Sheng Zhao awake, and in her moment of unsteadiness, she tumbled to the ground. The crowd exclaimed, "Oh my backside! Who dares to impeach me?" Swiftly rising, Sheng Zhao met the gaze of a prominent official before her. Him? Does he intend to impeach me? The minister, observing her disheveled state, felt a surge of displeasure, his countenance reflecting dissatisfaction. He stepped forward, his robes billowing, his voice booming. Minister Yuanxiu of the Ministry of Rights has a petition. Emperor Jing'an turned his gaze towards him, commanding him to speak. The assembly held their breath, a mix of tension and anticipation hanging in the air. Surely, he would not truly impeach the esteemed Sheng Zhao. That would be simply splendid. Everyone was eager for the unfolding drama. Even the emperor's expression bore a hint of encouragement. Yes, do hurry and reveal your claims. Yuanxiu pointed accusingly at Sheng Zhao, who had just risen from the ground, and declared sternly, Your Majesty, the court assembly is a grave matter for sovereign and subjects to deliberate on national affairs, wherein all officials ought to hold their breath and focus to uphold the majesty of heaven. Yet, the female official Sheng Zhao appears in disarray, exhibiting a lack of decorum before the court, and worse, she slumbers in such a manner as to topple over and disturb the imperial audience. Such conduct not only shows contempt for court regulations, but also sullies your majesty's dignity. If this behavior is tolerated, all officials may follow suit in laziness. Where then lies the court's authority? The grand hall fell into a profound silence. Ironclad. Too ironclad. Just when one feared there would be no entertainment, he was finished. The esteemed Sheng Zhao would undoubtedly strip him bare of all pretense. Minister Zhang Tingjing of the Ministry of Rights cast a silent glance at his subordinate. As the Minister of Rights, he himself would not dare to reproach Sheng Zhao for her indiscretion, yet this one did so recklessly? How bold! The officials collectively held their breath not merely out of surprise at his actions, but because this Sheng Zhao was the emperor's lucky star, indeed, the good fortune of the entire Jing dynasty. Without her, one could scarcely ascertain if the Jing dynasty would still exist. Let it be known. As long as she refrained from relieving herself within the court, the emperor would turn a blind eye. Nay, even if she were to do so, the emperor would feign a loss of olfactory senses. Chapter 59. What is happening? How could an impeachment turn into an elevation? Unbeknownst to Yuanxiu, he remained oblivious to the peculiar gazes directed his way. Having sustained injuries in the line of duty, he had recuperated for some time. He had never been in favor of the emperor suddenly bestowing an official position upon a young lady, nor could he fathom what means she employed to garner no dissent from the officials in court. Witnessing her display of such ungoverned behavior for the first time filled him with further disdain. He continued to elaborate, moreover, as a seventh-rank female official. She has already been granted an exceptional position in court. She ought to act with prudence and caution to repay the emperor's grace. Yet, she appears so lethargic, which clearly indicates her unworthiness for her station. I implore your majesty to impose severe punishment upon her as a deterrent. A faint smile graced Sheng Zhao's lips, yet it failed to reach her eyes. How dare he suggest her unworthiness? Before she could respond, Deputy Minister Li of the Ministry of Justice stepped forth, articulating his words with precision, addressing Yuanxiu directly. Your Majesty, take heed. Yesterday, the esteemed Sheng Zhao collaborated with the Ministry of Justice in investigating her uncle's case of spousal abuse. She did not shy away from familial ties and upheld the law impartially, demonstrating the moral fortitude to act against her own kin. Such character could not possibly be construed as indifference towards court matters. Rather, she was undoubtedly sleepless due to the weight of her responsibilities, leading to her exhaustion. Li and Zhang exchanged glances. Yesterday, Minister Zhang and Minister He, along with other officials, had also been present at Qingshui village to address this matter. And all had borne witness. The truth of right and wrong lies within the hearts of men. If loyal subjects were to be punished for fatigue, who would dare serve the emperor in loyalty henceforth? Upon hearing this, the officials in the court collectively broke their composure, turning to one another with incredulity. What? What did he just say? The two old foxes, Minister Zhang and Minister He, had accompanied him to witness the spectacle? Did they not have enough fruit from the capital and needed to venture beyond its borders for more? While it was understandable for the Ministry of Justice to investigate a case, what concern was it of the Ministries of Revenue and Rights? Sheng Zhao favored them. Why were they the only ones allowed to partake? The gazes of the other officials turned hostile towards the few. Surely, they had employed some beguiling tactics to have trailed along. A number of the younger officials exchanged glances. their expressions tight with determination to stake out the entrance to the Sheng residence next time. Several elder statesmen who had missed the opportunity pondered whether to send someone to follow Sheng Zhao so they could be the first to know of any future spectacles. Emperor Jing'an felt a twinge of discontent. At times, he envied these ministers who could indulge in gossip at will. A hint of jealousy flickered across his face. Is what Minister Zhang and minister he stated accurate? Zhang Tingjing bore the weight of scrutiny from all angles, feeling a bitterness he could not articulate. He had not savored much of the fruit yesterday, but he returned home reeking of disgrace. Upon arriving home, he faced a thorough reprimand from his wife. And after much explanation, she finally dismissed her doubts regarding his involvement in a brawl. Then she began a barrage of inquiries about whether he had been splattered with waste while visiting a brothel. He swore on the heavens multiple times before she ultimately believed him. That night, he was abruptly awakened in the middle of his slumber as his wife shot up, insisting that he must have been in the boudoir of some beauty nestled in a chicken coop. The events of yesterday were too painful to revisit, and with heavy dark circles under his eyes, he could only respond with a stiff upper lip. Your Majesty, there is indeed truth to this matter. Yesterday, we were indeed at Qingshui village alongside the esteemed Sheng Zhao, uncovering a case of spousal abuse, which has now been handed over to the Shuntian prefecture for further investigation. His Highness the Fourth Prince was also present, should your Majesty harbor any doubts. You may dispatch someone to verify. Emperor Jing'an's teeth ground together in a fit of jealousy. Why did that wretched boy, Xierongpei, also have to join in the fray? They could all go, but why could he not? His expression darkened as he turned to the prefect of Shuntian, Minister Shi. Is it confirmed that this case has been transferred to the Shuntian prefecture? Minister Shi Xian stepped forth respectfully. Your Majesty, indeed. Yesterday, the Ministry of Justice transferred the case files to the Shuntian prefecture, and I have instructed my subordinates to expedite the review. The details of this case are severe, implicating several instances of spousal abuse in Qingshui village, where the local magistrate and village head have long protected and condoned such actions, leaving many without recourse. Under coercion, it was revealed that there have been 13 cases of spousal abuse in the village, resulting in the deaths of 3 women and children. Here are the case files. Your Majesty, please peruse them. I intended to report this matter to your Majesty in today's court. He presented the documents, which were received by eunuch Yao and handed to Emperor Jing'an. As the emperor examined the files, his brows furrowed with mounting anger. Preposterous. He slammed the documents down onto the dragon table with force, and the entire court of civil and military officials promptly knelt, none daring to raise their heads. Seeing everyone kneeling, Sheng Zhao hurriedly followed suit. The hall fell silent, save for the sound of breathing. Aside from the early rise required for court, do you know what else is unfavorable? Host, what is it? It is that the emperor becomes irate at the slightest provocation, and when he does, the ministers must kneel. They kneel far too readily. My poor knees endure great suffering. Upon hearing these words, Emperor Jing'an rubbed his forehead and massaged his temples, his expression softening slightly as he waved his hand. Everyone rise. I decree that the magistrate and village head involved in this case be escorted to the capital for execution by Lingqi, with their properties confiscated. The Ministry of Justice and Shuntian Prefecture shall commence a thorough investigation into similar cases throughout the Jing dynasty, and any officials found to be complicit shall be punished to the 9th degree. His gaze swept across the dignified figure of Sheng Zhao standing in the back row, the esteemed Minister Sheng. Just as Sheng Zhao had risen, he knelt again, exclaiming, "Your servant is here." He discreetly cushioned his knees with his hands, his heart racing with anxiety. What is wrong? Am I to be punished again? Emperor Jing'an spoke forth. Inspector Sheng Zhao, in the recent investigation of the case regarding relatives abusing their wives, you have demonstrated remarkable integrity, placing righteousness above familial ties to expose the evils of your kin. This brings me great solace. It is rare to see such collaboration with the Ministry of Justice, saving the abused women and children from peril and thoroughly unearthing this case, ensuring that local officials who offer protection to such crimes have nowhere to hide. Emperor Jing'an's eyes scanned the assembled ministers, capturing their expressions, his voice as cold as iron. From this day forth, you shall be appointed as the Assistant Inspector of Major Cases in the Ministry of Justice. Any case involving officials abusing their power to harm the populace shall be jointly reviewed with Minister Sheng, and no excuses shall be entertained. Additionally, a supervisory edict shall be granted, allowing the bearer to access the archives of the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court, enabling immediate detainment of suspects in urgent cases, with paperwork to follow. As his words echoed in the hall, an uproar erupted, the ministers' faces reflecting a spectrum of astonishment. Even the prostrate Sheng Zhao was taken aback. Yu Wenxiao was rendered speechless, his expression a canvas of disbelief. Had he not just sought to impeach this very Sheng Zhao? How had the tides turned? Granting her such enhanced authority, were they not discussing her previous indiscretions in court?
Chapter 60.
Finally, the dawn of justice breaks for the Ministry of Justice. Minister Sheng, the head of the ministry, and Deputy Minister Li were both astonished and elated, shocked that His Majesty had bestowed such significant authority upon her, that she could now jointly review major cases, and had been granted a supervisory edict. The difficulties faced by the Ministry of Justice when attempting to obtain documents from the Supreme Court were well known. The Supreme Court often delayed under the pretext of review, complicating signatures and stamps, or outright refusing the ministry's involvement under the guise of awaiting His Majesty's approval. In essence, they practiced four refusals: no rejection, no affirmation, no accountability, and no compromise. Consequently, the officials of the Ministry of Justice viewed their colleagues from the Supreme Court with disdain, their interactions fraught with frustration.
Now,
with His Majesty's decree, and with Minister Sheng taking the lead, what reason could the Supreme Court possibly conjure to deny cooperation? Moreover, with Minister Sheng's uncanny intuition, which case could remain unsolved? No matter how bizarre or perplexing the case, it would all be manageable. Not to mention, Minister Sheng had a penchant for gathering information, which meant there would be endless entertainment and gossip. The skies were finally brightening for the Ministry of Justice. His Majesty was truly wise. The other ministers cast envious glances, all wishing to have Minister Sheng's assistance. Zhang Tingjun was already contemplating how to find an excuse to accompany Minister Sheng to the Ministry of Justice, for surely there would be plenty of stories to relish. Even those ministers who could not hear Sheng Zhao's thoughts were astonished. This Minister Sheng was truly remarkable. His Majesty had shown her excessive favor in granting her the authority of a mere 7th-rank inspector to assist in major cases at the Ministry of Justice. Was it due to her exposure of the Empress and Crown Prince's conspiracy? But that seemed a bit excessive, did it not? However, Sheng Zhao was not as elated as one might expect. Anxiety consumed her. Squeak. Did Minister Li and the others say this to counter Yu Wenxiao's impeachment against me? System. Indeed. What is the matter, host? Sheng Zhao. But, upon reflection, did not Minister Li state yesterday that he had gone to my uncle's house based on an anonymous tip? Therefore, the credit should belong to that anonymous individual, right? If His Majesty suddenly bestows upon me such great authority, what if the truth is revealed later? Would I not be guilty of deceiving the Emperor? I do not wish to face execution. The crowd reassured her. Fear not, young Minister Sheng. Those old rogues surely followed you to eavesdrop on your thoughts, crafting this clumsy excuse. We are all familiar with this old routine in court. His Majesty will not hold you accountable. The credit is yours. Your head is safe. Zhang Tingjing and others bowed their heads, afraid to meet the Emperor's gaze or speak. Alas, had they known this would occur, they would have chosen a different excuse. Who could have guessed His Majesty would act this way? Emperor Jing'an chuckled softly, amused by her apparent fear of execution, as she seemed to think she was invincible. System. Host, you must not think this way. I have reviewed the original plot. Liu and Chino never escaped the Cui family and suffered greatly, resulting in their untimely demise. No officials in the capital ever reviewed this matter. It is undoubtedly your arrival that has altered many events related to you, leading to their eventual rescue, and your exposure of familial wrongdoing is indeed true. The Cui family is, after all, your maternal grandfather's family. Because of you, numerous cases from Qing Shui village have emerged. Many have been saved, no longer living in fear. All thanks to you. Host, do not overthink it. The credit is yours. Sheng Zhao's heart swelled with understanding as the system's words illuminated her mind. Indeed, if the original plot had no changes, then it must be due to my influence. How delightful. The Ministry of Justice is bound to be rife with intrigue. I can hardly wait. When shall we visit the Ministry of Justice? The crowd. Look, they had already mentioned that Minister Sheng was quite gullible. Sheng Zhao respectfully knelt again, proclaiming, I shall accept the decree. Thank you, Your Majesty. In the next moment, Emperor Jing'an waved his hand for her to rise, wishing to spare her any further discomfort from kneeling. The Emperor then turned his gaze toward the still prostrate Yu Qing. Do you have any objections to this matter? Cold sweat drenched Yu Wenxiao. What objections could he possibly raise? His Majesty's decree was clear, indicating no further inquiry would be pursued, and even praising her. He sighed softly. Your Majesty is wise. I dare not object. His voice was gentle, tinged with weakness, as he discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow, inadvertently revealing the bandaged cloth peeking from his sleeve. Though my arm is fractured and the physician advised 3 months of rest, considering the weight of state affairs, I cannot afford to be negligent and thus still attend court. As he spoke, he feigned a slight tremor of his injured arm, as if in excruciating pain. He winced, appearing to have exacerbated his injury. Today, witnessing Minister Sheng's selflessness in pursuing justice, even to the point of collapsing in court, fills me with admiration. Yet I worry that if everyone emulates Minister Sheng's disregard for their own well-being, the court may soon be filled with the ailing and faint-hearted, jeopardizing state matters. Of course. He suddenly smiled broadly, as if displaying great magnanimity. Minister Sheng is young and impetuous. Such lapses in decorum are understandable. I merely express my concern as an elder. With that, he pretended to cough weakly a couple of times. The crowd. Impressive. Sheng Zhao. She was genuinely incensed now. That insufferable green tea. Is this person unwell? Who is he speaking about in such a cryptic manner? Squeak. You must help me investigate this person. I shall unearth his entire lineage. The system, also intolerant of such individuals, promptly responded, Host, I am on it. The ministers, seasoned in the intricacies of court life, recognized the underlying motives in Yu Wenxiu's words. How could they not see that he was publicly praising Minister Sheng while harboring ulterior motives? However, what did Minister Sheng mean by insufferable green tea? Wasn't green tea something one drinks? Could it also be used to describe a person? System. Host. I have discovered that this individual had taken leave recently, claiming to be overseeing the national sacrificial ceremony. He injured his arm while attempting to repair the dilapidated stone steps. And the emperor, showing compassion, allowed him to recuperate at home for a few days. However, he did not sustain his injury in the line of duty. He actually broke his arm while attempting to flee over a wall. Sheng Zhao gazed at Yu Wenxiu in astonishment. What? Was he not injured on official duty? His earlier speech was remarkably convincing. The system replied, Indeed. He nearly convinced himself. Sheng Zhao pressed further. Then why did he climb over the wall to escape? Whose wall was he scaling? The crowd perked up, attentively listening. Chapter 61. Lord Sheng's favorite. Tear apart green tea, especially male green tea. The system remarked, Host. This matter is truly absurd. Gigi felt like dismembering him. He is utterly inhuman. Sheng Zhao was nearly beside himself, the fruit tantalizingly close yet unattainable. Speak quickly. If you keep this up, I shall deliver 2 punches. The officials, equally anxious, were on the verge of stamping their feet. Not just Lord Sheng. Even they could hardly contain themselves. The system chuckled before beginning its tale. This minister of rights, Yu Wenxiu, do not be deceived by his outwardly refined and incorruptible demeanor. He is, in fact, exceedingly fearful of death. Last year, he fortuitously encountered a wandering Taoist named Xianzhenzi, who, upon colliding with him, suddenly turned pale and declared that his fate was grim, predicting a great calamity within 100 days. Sheng Zhao tilted his head, bemused by such a cliched line. Is there still a market for such tricks? Why is this plot so trite? Could this man be a charlatan? Did Yu Wenxiu actually believe him? The system clarified. Ordinary people would typically dismiss such nonsense, and might even berate him as mad. However, Yu Wenxiu has been frail and ailing since childhood, and in middle age, he has been plagued by nightmares of sudden death. Upon hearing the Taoist's words, he became somewhat credulous. Moreover, Xianzhenzi promptly revealed that he had been experiencing night terrors lately and employed common tricks of charlatans to gain his trust, thereby ensnaring Yu Wenxiu's belief. The ministers became increasingly curious. What were these common tricks of charlatans? Sheng Zhao, intrigued, immediately inquired, eager to take notes. What tricks? I'd like to learn them to deceive my father and 3rd brother next time. The ministers collectively sighed in relief, thankful that her father was not present. Otherwise, he would surely face dire consequences. The system explained, for instance, using a peachwood divination stick to write on a sand tray, falsely claiming to be possessed by a deity. In reality, iron filings are hidden within the stick, and a magnet is placed beneath the sand tray to control its movement. The crowd gasped in realization. Lin Xuechuang's expression darkened, recalling how his wife had spent 50 taels on a ghost-repelling talisman, now affixed to their bedroom door. Deputy Minister Li of the Criminal Department furtively glanced around, and seizing the opportunity, he crumpled the promotion talisman he had just obtained, feeling a pang of regret for being swindled out of 100 taels by that wretched quack. For example, using alkaline water to draw talismans, then spraying turmeric juice to make it appear red, claiming it to be a blood letter, or using alum to write, which reveals itself upon contact with water, claiming it to be a divine oracle. Zhang Tingjing felt his face flush, having recently received such an oracle with great reverence, even bowing 3 times in solitude in his study. Charlatans certainly possess various tricks for survival. There are also common methods like extracting money from an oil pot, scaring souls with ghostly flames, and the likes of celestial children delivering dreams. The ministers listened in stunned silence. So, all of this was false? They resolved never to trust any fortune-teller again. Trusting Lord Sheng would be far more reliable. Sheng Zhao boldly conjectured. And then? Did Yu Wenxiu believe him? Only to be swindled out of considerable silver, and upon realizing the deception, attempted to reclaim his money from the Taoist's residence, resulting in his discovery and subsequent fall while escaping over the wall. A seamless deduction. It was utterly reasonable. The crowd nearly applauded in approval. The system interjected, not quite. Xian Jinzi told Yu Wenxiu that his time was short, a divine punishment, and that only through a life-borrowing ritual could he avert it. Life-borrowing ritual? One can borrow a life? From whom? Not only Sheng Zhao but also the ministers were filled with questions. The system elaborated. Xian Jinzi said that if Yu Wenxiu wished to lift the divine punishment and live a long life, he must find a living person whose fate was compatible with his own, to offer as a sacrifice to heaven for longevity. Each ritual required 100 taels of gold, under the guise of honoring heaven and harmonizing yin and yang. Yu Wenxiu believed this wholeheartedly, and since last year, he began secretly seeking suitable commoners. The victims were either lured or abducted to a secluded estate outside the city, where they were buried alive beneath a ritual altar set by Xian Jinzi. At that moment, the entire hall fell silent, the officials' breaths seemingly suspended. They could hardly believe their ears. He was sacrificing civilians to prolong his own life? Was this an act conceivable by any mortal? The gazes directed at him were now filled with fury. The civil officials were indignant. This man held a significant position in the Ministry of Rights. How could such a malevolent spirit arise from the teachings of the sages? Had the scriptures been devoured by dogs? The military officials were equally incensed, gritting their teeth, while they toiled at the border. This scoundrel feasted on human lives in the capital? Emperor Jing'an's chest heaved violently, the urge to exact vengeance nearly overwhelming him. Under the emperor's rule, such actions were intolerable. Sheng Zhao's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Borrowing life from heaven? Using living beings? Her expression darkened, fury boiling within, her entire face taut. Is he devoid of reason? Does he believe whatever the charlatan says? Why doesn't he just eat feces? A dignified minister. Foolish as a pig. The system retorted. Indeed. To compare him to a pig is an insult to pigs, for they are of value. His mind is infested with maggots. Xian Jinzi also employed certain drugs, making him genuinely feel invigorated after each ritual, thus deepening his belief. Sheng Zhao was momentarily taken aback. Ji, you have learned to insult. The ministers, not surprising. One is influenced by their surroundings. Sheng Zhao suddenly recalled something. Wait. Did none of the missing persons report their cases? Is the Shuntian Prefecture office neglecting their duties? Is there no household registration management in the marketplace? At that moment, Shuntian Prefecture's magistrate, Shi Xian, was drenched in sweat, keeping his head bowed, unable to meet the emperor's gaze. Yet, he distinctly felt the temperature around him plummet. However, it seemed no reports of missing persons had been filed recently. The system explained, there's no remedy. Yu Wenxiu's cunning lies in his strict adherence to the 3 no principles when selecting victims. 3 no principles? What? He adheres to principles while harming others? First, he does not choose individuals with established backgrounds, targeting instead the transient population without household registration in the capital. Second, he avoids reputable families, primarily preying on the marginalized. Third, he does not concentrate his crimes, performing the life-borrowing rituals only once every month or 2. The crowd gasped, for instance, those working as laborers in the stables. The temporary workers loading and unloading goods at night, many of whom lack relatives, thus their disappearance goes unreported, merely vanishing without a trace. Or performers in brothels. Or lowly courtesans that madams wish to rid themselves of, and itinerant merchants who come to the capital to sell goods, their absence often assumed to be relocation. Oh right. And the servants of wealthy families, as cases of runaway servants are quite common, usually dealt with as property disputes rather than missing persons. In any case, Yu Wenxiu has been rather cautious. Since last year, over a dozen individuals have been buried alive for sacrificial rites, and thus far, none have been discovered. Over a dozen? The crowd was struck, their expressions shifting in unison. A sharp intake of breath echoed throughout the hall. Sheng Zhao's anger was interrupted, looking quizzically at the ministers. What is wrong with them? Why are they hissing like that, as if they've eaten something spicy? The ministers. What is spicy? The system noted. They must have been disgusted by Yuanxio's earlier display of green tea behavior. Recalling Yuanxio's previous words, Sheng Zhao's fury intensified, her teeth grinding. She let out a cold laugh. Gigi, do you know what I cherish most in this lifetime? Without waiting for the system to respond, she continued to speak to herself, tearing apart green tea. Especially male green tea. Chapter 62. Lord Shaoxing takes matters into his own hands. Upon hearing these words, everyone around was taken aback. Lord Shaoxing was personally intervening again. The system's voice was tinged with excitement. Host, what do you wish to do? Sheng Zhao squinted her eyes. That charlatan possesses certain abilities. Even if we expose them now, should His Majesty send someone to apprehend him, there is a significant chance he will evade capture. Yu Wenxiu is utterly despicable. His crimes are unforgivable. She stepped forward immediately, clasping her hands in salute to His Majesty. I, the Imperial Inspector Sheng Zhao, hereby accuse the Deputy Minister of Rights, Yu Wenxiu, of defying the heavens and harming innocent lives. After Yu Wenxiu delivered a lengthy speech, expecting His Majesty's praise for his diligence, he was caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. As he grasped the implications of her words, a tremor ran through him. Could she possibly know about that matter? No, it was impossible. This affair was conducted with utmost secrecy. How could a mere female official be aware? The ministers, though maintaining their composure, were inwardly furious, all hoping that Lord Shaoxing would expose the misdeeds of this scoundrel. Some ministers who had not heard Sheng Zhao's internal thoughts were taken aback. Nonsense. Yu Wenxiu immediately retorted. Sheng Zhao advanced forward for quite some time. It must be said that traversing to the front from the last row was indeed a lengthy endeavor. She approached Yu Wenxiu, her lowered voice carrying clearly to all present. Lord Yu, have you been sleepless of late? When you close your eyes at night, do you hear the scratching sounds emanating from beneath the ground? The more than 10 wronged souls you buried alive in the Eastern Villa are seeking vengeance from you. The tablet in Yu Wenxiu's hand suddenly clattered to the ground, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. Sheng Zhao raised her gaze to Emperor Jing'an. Your Majesty, Lord Yu has been misled by wandering sorcerers, invoking the heavens with borrowed lives. He has privately established a blood altar in the Eastern Villa, using the birthdates of living individuals to perform forbidden name-changing rituals. The number of victims has reached dozens. I implore your Majesty to investigate. Emperor Jing'an, who had previously suppressed his anger for fear of being discovered by this girl, could finally express his outrage. His face revealed his fury. Lord Yu, what do you have to say for yourself? Your Majesty, I am truly wronged. Yu Wenxiu exclaimed. The crowd murmured, truly wronged? To commit such heinous acts, how can you utter such words? Yu Wenxiu's eyes reddened as he turned to point accusingly at Sheng Zhao, appearing utterly aggrieved. Does Lord Shaoxing know what crime it is to frame an official of the third rank? The villa and the sorcerers you mentioned, do you have any evidence to substantiate your claims? He remained unperturbed, having conspired with Daoist Xianzhan the previous day. This morning, as he attended court, the Daoist would proceed to the villa and use estate to destroy evidence and relocate, thereby avoiding detection. He glanced at Emperor Jing'an, tears suddenly streaming down his face. Your Majesty, my colleagues are well aware that I recently petitioned to increase funding for the common people. If I truly sought to harm the innocent, why would I take such benevolent actions? Sheng Zhao was incensed by his demeanor. At such an advanced age, how can this old man act so shamelessly? Crying, I simply cannot endure it. The system interjected. Host, he is merely feigning benevolence. He has profited significantly from these dealings. Or how else would he afford to establish that altar for the sorcerer? The crowd responded with astonishment. Well then, another crime added to the list. Lord Yu, you are finished. It seemed they were beginning to understand what Lord Shaoxing meant by green tea. It was the very appearance of someone who exudes a shameless, irritating demeanor. Indeed, a representation of green tea. Yu Wenxiu clutched the wound on his left arm tightly, coughing intermittently. I implore your Majesty to discern the truth. Lord Shaoxing's slander is unbearable. The crowd murmured. The sweetness of this matter is likely known only to you. The system urged. Host, there is a secret compartment in his study that contains a record of borrowed lives written in vermilion ink, which can serve as evidence. Hurry. That sorcerer has nearly exhausted his funds. He plans to destroy the evidence and flee. Everyone grew anxious. Sheng Zhao's speech quickened. There are over 10 corpses buried beneath the Eastern Villa, and Yu's study holds their birth date records. If your Majesty sends someone to investigate, the truth will be revealed. Emperor Jing'an immediately commanded, come forth. Lord Li, Deputy Minister of Justice, commandant of the Jinui, and the inspectorate summoned personnel to thoroughly investigate Yu's estate and the Eastern Villa. Any suspicious individuals must be brought in. The officials from the Ministry of Justice, the inspectorate, and the commandant of the Jinui all stepped forward to receive their orders. Yes. Sheng Zhao's round eyes sparkled with excitement. Gigi, would you like to go and witness the spectacle? To meet that ridiculous sorcerer? The system's voice brimmed with joy. Yes. But surely the Emperor would not send you to such an important event. With the Jinui, the Ministry of Justice, and the inspectorate all involved, it would be difficult for you to go. Sheng Zhao's expression was nonchalant, her face filled with anticipation for the unfolding drama. It matters not. I possess means of self-protection. Moreover, with the Deputy Minister of Justice present, I have just acquired the authority to assist in the Ministry's major cases. This matter concerns the lives of many. How could it not be significant enough to warrant my presence? Emperor Jing'an thought to himself, had I known this power would be bestowed so soon, I would have delayed. Sheng Zhao immediately petitioned, her face alight with eagerness. Your Majesty, as I am the one who exposed this matter, I am naturally well versed in its details. It would be most effective for me to accompany you, ensuring that the sorcerer does not escape. Emperor Jing'an was exasperated. This girl truly relished the limelight. However, that sorcerer was quite capable. Even with her so-called rebound shield, he felt uneasy. This was a crucial official for his dynasty. Furthermore, Sheng Huaisu had yet to return. If he learned that his daughter was engaging in such perilous undertakings in his absence, there would be hell to pay. While Emperor Jing'an hesitated, Sheng Zhao deliberately took out the inspection warrant he had granted her, playing with it. Occasionally, she would wipe it with her sleeve or blow on it. At times, she would squint at the details, and at others, she would pull nearby ministers to force them to admire it. Emperor Jing'an thought, very well. I am merely digging my own grave. Let her go. He relented, but you must prioritize your safety. Merely lead the way, and do not confront any thieves recklessly. Sheng Zhao nodded vigorously. The commandant of the Jinui, Su Fan, must ensure the safety of Lord Shaosheng. If there are any mishaps, you'll be held accountable. Su Fan immediately accepted the order. Yes, I shall follow your command. He dared not let Lord Shaosheng come to harm. The emperor regarded her as a precious gem. And with a throng of ministers watching closely, should anything happen to her, he would be the one to bear the consequences. A group of lively Sheng Zhao bounced out of the palace, leaving behind a collection of ministers who felt distressed. Not only the ministers, but even Emperor Jing'an felt a twinge of envy. Should he? He resolved to act, rising from the dragon throne with impatience, moving towards the palace entrance. Once outside, he lowered his voice to Eunuch Yao. Quickly, prepare my casual attire. Chapter 63. Why should those who come later surpass those who came first? The ground in front of the palace still bore the dampness of a night dew, and the commandant of the Jinui, Su Fan, stood in his dark flying fish robe, flanked by over a dozen Jinui cavalrymen, all ready with their horses. Sheng Zhao gazed upon this delightful scene, nearly ecstatic. Wow! Her exclamation shattered the somber atmosphere. The cavalrymen dared not move, their ears perked to catch the commotion. Gigi, look quickly. The Jinui is so handsome. This is the legendary flying fish robe, and there's the embroidered spring blade. My goodness, look at him standing there, exuding such charisma. Sheng Zhao even ran to stand amidst the ranks, mimicking their posture, puffing out her chest as she regarded Commandant Su Fan. Su Fan could hardly bear to look at her. The system. Squeak. Absolutely splendid. A perfect blend of martial prowess and scholarly elegance. Their attire in black and red is simply unimaginable. I can hardly fathom how striking they must appear when drawing their swords.
Su Fan's brows subtly arched.
No more flattery. He was well aware of this motley crew, and any further praise would surely inflate their egos. Sheng Zhaoming unabashedly scrutinized them, exhibiting none of the customary modesty expected of a young lady. She leaned in for a closer look. She rose on her toes to gaze. She twirled around to take it all in. Goodness! I recall that in previous dramas, the Jinui were directly under the Emperor's command, acting as his elite agents, scaling walls, handling cases with icy resolve, their martial prowess unmatched, all while donned in uniform. It's hard to resist such allure. She gazed up at the tallest of the Jinui. That stance, that waistline, the arc of the cape billowing in the air. The young T at the far end felt his ears redden at a visible speed. Young Master Sheng is rather forthright, speaking only the unvarnished truth. However, what is this drama? I have never heard of it. Wow. This elder brother's sword is so polished. It reflects light. The T who was singled out instantly straightened his back. Though his expression remained stoic, his fingers unconsciously rubbed the hilt of his sword.
Indeed.
Polishing it 3 times last night was the right choice. From now on, I must polish it thrice a day. No, 5 times. He couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth rise, only to forcibly suppress it, giving the appearance of a spasm. It's a pity about his somewhat unfortunate facial expression. Sheng Zhao waved her hand, moving on to the next one. The elder brother, unable to muster a smile. Young Master Sheng's affection is as fleeting as the wind, arriving swiftly and departing just as quickly. A subtle commotion began to ripple through the ranks. Some stealthily adjusted their stances, while others unconsciously touched their hairpins. The T at the back even began to discreetly suck in his stomach. Ahem. Su Fan cleared his throat, casting his gaze over them, attempting to maintain discipline. This conspicuous bunch. Must they not tarnish the reputation of the Jinui? In the next moment, Sheng Zhao exclaimed, "Good heavens! Even the commander's cough carries such authority." The commander nearly choked on his own saliva. At that moment, Lord Li Jiao from the Ministry of Justice, along with Lord Prung from the Supervisory Court, hurriedly emerged, their faces flushed and drenched in sweat, utterly devoid of composure. Lord Li leaned against his waist, gasping for breath, and said to Su Fan, "Commander Su, the coroner from the Ministry of Justice and the constables have been dispatched from the Yamen and will arrive shortly." Sheng Zhao looked at Lord Li's disheveled appearance with a hint of disdain. She immediately raised her hand to signal him to stop, her expression serious. "You may proceed." "My lord, I will accompany Commander Su." Lord Li, what did he miss? Sheng Zhao grinned at the Jinui, asking, "Esteemed lords, I cannot ride a horse. Who among you will lead me?" Lord Li gaped at the swiftness of her transformation. Why should the newcomer be prioritized? In an instant, the previously solemn formation of the Jinui erupted like a lake disturbed by thrown stones. The tall one, who had just received compliments, stepped forward eagerly, declaring, "I shall hold the reins for young Master Sheng." Another quickly followed suit. "Young Master Sheng, my horse is the most docile. Get lost. Your horse kicked 3 criminals just yesterday. Don't believe him. Young Master Sheng, my horsemanship is superior." The previously praised Jinui was shoved aside. Sheng Zhao beamed as she observed the handsome men vying before her. Heaven, it's simply paradise. Lord Li was taken aback, his jaw nearly dropping. Was it merely a matter of arriving a moment late? Did young Master Sheng possess some enchantment over hearts? "Everyone stand down," Su Fan said coldly, parting the crowd. "I shall personally escort young Master Sheng." Before Sheng Zhao could react, Su Fan effortlessly lifted her onto the horse. "Lord Li, Lord Prung, we shall proceed to the courtyard to intercept that charlatan. You two investigate the U residence." Lord Li felt a pang of regret. He too wished to accompany young Master Sheng to the courtyard. Subsequently, Su Fan spun around at an unprecedented speed, his cloak billowing in a perfect arc behind him. The Jinui, Sheng Zhao was riding for the first time, filled with exhilaration. She had previously only traveled by carriage and later by ox cart. Life was indeed improving, as she could now ride alongside handsome men. The future was bright. The sound of hooves echoed as the entire Jinui troop surged forth like arrows loosed from their bows. The horses galloped swiftly, the wind whipping against their faces. Su Fan's dark cloak fluttered behind him, while 12T formed a V formation, exuding an imposing presence down the street. Ha 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 ha. Sheng Zhaoming's raucous laughter was scattered by the wind, yet it could not conceal her excitement. "Make way. The Jinui are on a case." The townsfolk hurriedly stepped aside, though many couldn't help but pause to gawk. "It's the Jinui. And their SA young lady with them? The system. Host. That charlatan is returning to the courtyard. We shall take the left path and cut across." "Commander Su, to the left, to the left. We shall take the shortcut." Upon hearing the system's words, Sheng Zhao immediately pointed towards the fork in the road and shouted. Su Fan flicked the reins, and the entire horse troop instantly changed direction. Sheng Zhao couldn't help but ponder. Didn't he tell Yuan Xiao that he would destroy the evidence first thing in the morning? Why hasn't he destroyed anything now? Where did he go? The system. Oh, he intended to arrive early to destroy the evidence, but on the way, he caught a whiff of the aroma of braised pork and couldn't resist lining up for it. Halfway through, he realized he didn't have enough money. So he returned to fetch more. When he returned, the vendor said they were sold out, and he sat at the stall, wailing, until someone, feeling pity, sold him their braised pork at double the price. Sheng Zhao, just for that? He is a charlatan with a penchant for braised pork. Stop. This is it. Before them stood a rather inconspicuous courtyard, devoid of even a sign, with weeds flourishing in front. Su Fan instructed several Jinui to conceal themselves in the bushes to guard the back entrance while he, along with the remainder and Sheng Zhao, charged through the front. With a powerful kick, Su Fan burst open the door, revealing an expanse littered with paper money, swirling chaotically in the wind. While the pale ghostly currency danced in the air. "Commander Su, the charlatan should be returning soon. Let us hide and catch him unawares." Sheng Zhao chuckled mischievously as she closed the door, restoring the scene to how it had been upon their arrival. Chapter 64. There was no gleam of triumph in their eyes, only a palpable fear of the man's nefarious deeds. Upon entering the courtyard, the scene left everyone breathless. Indeed, there stood an altar, with a decaying pig's head atop a table, its maw agape, with a half-torn yellow talisman dangling from its tusks, rustling in the wind. A peachwood sword was slanted within the incense burner, its blade etched with countless intricate symbols, with a few strands of hair tied to the tassel. Several copper basins lay on the ground, filled with a thick, dark red liquid, the foul stench overwhelming, while a few finger bones lay at the bottom of the basins.
Ugh.
This charlatan is a lunatic, isn't he? Good grief. How many lives has he harmed? Even in death, he uses these things for suppression. He is a living embodiment of the king of hell. Sheng Zhao nearly retched, covering her mouth and nose as she stood aside. Su Fan's expression darkened. His face grew cold, and he spoke in a grave tone.
The
Jinui found a nearby shovel and began to unearth the soil surrounding the altar. With each scoop, a putrid odor seeped forth, causing several young and strong Jinui to retch on the spot. Before long, the shovel struck something hard. Clearing away the loose dirt revealed a segment of a bone, stark white against the earth. As the entire skeleton was unearthed, it became evident that it belonged to a young woman. Her skull bore a yellow talisman inscribed with her birth date, the paper now blackened, as if soaked in blood and then dried in the shadows. The Jinui grew increasingly alarmed with each excavation. The system promptly alerted. Host beneath the eastern wall, under the tree in the western courtyard, and beside that well behind, there are corpses below. Sheng Zhao immediately pointed out the locations for the Jinui to excavate. 3 small skeletons were buried at the eastern wall corner, their wrists and ankles shackled with iron chains, their skulls shattered, evidently bludgeoned to death. The onlookers felt as if their molars might shatter from horror. 5 bodies were unearthed beneath the tree in the western courtyard, each skull punctured with a copper nail. By the well in the backyard lay 7 or 8 adult male corpses. The young Jinui turned pale, his hand trembling around the dagger, unable to suppress his nausea. He retched uncontrollably. While gagging, he cursed, "Beasts. This is utterly inhumane." Sheng Zhao's expression mirrored his horror. This despicable creature was utterly deranged. To deceive for wealth. He had slaughtered so many innocents. Her face burned with fury, and she thought of that vile Yuanqiu, believing in the absurd notion of borrowing life. Trading so many lives for that scoundrel's. "Host, he is returning." Approaching swiftly. The Jinui could hear the miraculous thoughts of the young Master Sheng. Knowing that what was conveyed was undeniably true, they immediately fortified their positions, daring not to relax for a moment. They were determined to bring this demon to justice with their own hands. Outside, Xian Jinzi hummed a merry tune, his left hand clutching a fragrant braised pork knuckle wrapped in oiled paper, while his right hand held a half bottle of pear blossom wine, meandering towards the side courtyard. The glistening knuckle emitted an irresistible aroma even through the wrapping, making his mouth water. He envisioned indulging in a sumptuous feast upon reaching the residence, followed by setting everything ablaze. Then he could flee without ever having to face that pig-headed fool again. That imbecile truly believed he could extend his life.
Oh.
How vast is the sky, how wide the earth. Today, I shall feast like a king. The succulent pork knuckle, glistening with oil, would tempt even the divine. Just as he opened the side courtyard door and continued to hum his tune, his hands full of meat and wine, reveling in his carefree existence, he calculated his fortune and pondered how to deceive a few foolish officials. Haha, fools, fools. Xian Jinzi stumbled back, his voice breaking on the last word. At the entrance, a dozen Jinui clad in flying fish robes turned in unison to stare at him. In the courtyard stood a young girl, no more than 10, wielding a small shovel beside a pile of freshly unearthed corpses. The air became palpably tense. It was Sheng Zhao who shattered the silence, waving her little shovel. "Hey!" Xian Jinzi screamed in fright, the knuckle slipping from his grasp. Sheng Zhao shouted, "Su Ji, quickly catch that knuckle for me." She was eager to discover just how delectable it was, that it could delay his escape. Su Fan, wearing a frown, complied with a stoic face and caught the knuckle. Only then did Sheng Zhao feel a sense of relief, leaping up to point at Xian Jinzi. Seize him. He is the charlatan responsible for the deaths of so many. Xian Jinzi's small eyes widened in terror, the wine jug clattering to the ground, spilling pear blossom brew everywhere, causing him to wince in pain. Swiftly reacting, he flicked his sleeve, scattering a red powder toward the crowd. Behold my mesmerizing dust. The powder swirled through the air, and the nearest Jinui unwittingly inhaled a large breath of it. Instantly, they erupted into a flurry of sneezes, tears streaming down their faces. What in the world is this? Chili powder. Are you insane? Taking advantage of the chaos, Xian Jinzi attempted to flee, but the two Jinui guarding the entrance blocked him resolutely. Though their eyes were compromised, this beast thought he could escape? Not unless he stepped over their corpses. Su Fan swiftly shielded himself from the pepper powder, bellowing. Hold your breath. Form ranks. He drew his long blade and advanced toward Xian Jinzi, having practiced his deceitful craft for many years. Xian Jinzi possessed some skills and survival tactics, deftly evading the strike. With a flick of his robe, he unleashed several concealed weapons that shot toward the crowd. Su Fan immediately positioned himself in front of Sheng Zhao, wielding his embroidered spring blade with remarkable speed to deflect the projectiles. When one attempt failed, he initiated another. Xian Jinzi hastily loosened his robe sash. The crowd gasped. What is he up to? Surely he isn't going to scare us naked? No way. Young master, Sheng will be mortified. They quickly shielded Sheng Zhao, drawing their blades as they closed in. Xian Jinzi tore open his robe, revealing a lining studded with countless small mirrors. The reflections of the blades dazzled the Jinui, momentarily blinding them. Ah! My eyes! This sorcerer had donned a kaleidoscope. Amidst the tumult, Xian Jinzi flung out an iron claw lasso, which coiled around the eaves of the front courtyard like a living serpent, attempting to escape. The Jinui pursued him, with agility. Just as he seemed about to flee, Sheng Zhao suddenly shouted, Xian Jinzi, look at me. She tossed out a magnetic belt for clearing inventory, which, according to the system, could absorb all the small items on that sorcerer, be they iron or copper. She was eager to test it. With a whoosh, the coins, compasses, and protection mirrors from Xian Jinzi's robe flew towards Sheng Zhao, along with the iron lasso. Clinging to the lasso, Xian Jinzi wrestled with the choice to let go or not. Releasing it might mean a fatal plunge. Yet holding on was akin to walking into a trap. In the next moment, the copper buckle on his belt rebelled, flying towards Sheng Zhao as well. His trousers promptly slipped down, revealing a pair of bright red floral underpants for all to see. A man clad in red underpants hurtled toward her. Damn. The inventory clearance items are indeed nothing but trouble. Sheng Zhao's eyes widened in shock, her expression devoid of triumph over subduing an enemy, filled instead with dread at the sight of the man's undergarments. Chapter 65. I will report you to the authorities, accusing you of entrapment. As Sheng Zhao saw the vibrant red underpants approaching her, drawing ever closer, she could even clearly read the 4 characters wealth abounds embroidered upon them. Ah! You pervert! Wealth abounds. Who in their right mind stitches words onto underpants? Terrified, she scrambled backward, narrowly avoiding the spectacle. With a thud, Xian Jinzi crashed to the ground, his face meeting the earth, the floral pattern of his underpants embedded in the mud. The Jinui collectively fell silent for 3 seconds. Ah! Peonies in the mud, and the charlatan becomes a laughingstock. Sheng Zhao laughed heartily, hands on her hips. Xian Jinzi lay there, mortified and furious. How could this little girl be so uncanny? Could she possibly be a half-divine like him? That would simplify matters. Others might be oblivious. But he was well aware that half-divines were nothing but swindlers. Ah, a mera illusion. Gritting his teeth, malevolence flickered across his face as he pulled a dagger from his boot and lunged at Sheng Zhao's heart. Luckily, he had the foresight to hide a dagger in his boot. Otherwise, he would have been stripped of everything by that damn device. The Jinui, witnessing this, rushed towards Sheng Zhao without a moment's hesitation. However, Sheng Zhao stood her ground with a cold smile, allowing the dagger to approach her. Just as the blade was a mere inch from her clothing, buffed. A line of blood erupted from Xian Jinzi's own chest, his white inner garment tearing apart to reveal a wound perfectly matched to the dagger. The Jinui had just felt their hearts leap to their throats, only to let out a collective sigh of relief. What a thrilling spectacle! They were astonished at the scene before them. Could it be done this way? Indeed. Young Master Sheng was a remarkable figure. With a whoosh, a dozen embroidered spring blades were sheathed simultaneously, and all the Jinui retreated in unison. To deal with the sorcerer, Young Master Sheng alone was more than sufficient. Xianzhenzi, utterly dazed, momentarily failed to register the pain. He looked down at his suddenly blossoming chest, dipped his fingers in the blood, and tasted it. Is this really my blood? The crowd thought. Has this pervert lost his mind? Sheng Zhao prodded at his wound with a small spade, still fresh. Just as he bent to retrieve the dagger that had fallen to the ground, a panicked voice from the system echoed in his mind. Host, he has athlete's foot. Do not touch that dagger.
Ah.
Sheng Zhao. His hand froze abruptly, his small face contorting in disgust as he swiftly withdrew his hand, frantically rubbing his fingers on his skirt, stepping back in revulsion. She covered her mouth and nose, casting a disdainful glance at the dagger on the ground before slowly raising her gaze to him. Trembling, she inquired of Xianzhenzi. Do you usually use it to scrape your feet? Surely you must have, right? Xianzhenzi, with an air of indignation, retorted, Nonsense. I only occasionally use it to tend to my calluses.
Get lost.
A sharp pain surged through his chest, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Did you use a hidden weapon? He staggered back 3 steps, his face contorted in a grimace. At that moment, he remained blissfully unaware that he had been the victim of a rebound attack, mistakenly believing that this wretched girl had employed some trickery against him. With a wound as large as that on his chest, he was convinced he had fallen prey to her hidden weapon. What a vile girl, resorting to underhanded tactics. Sheng Zhao blinked innocently at him. The Jin Yiwei officers, witnessing this, struggled to suppress their laughter. Working alongside the young Master Sheng Zhao on this case was truly delightful. Su Fan, barely containing his mirth, encouraged Xianzhenzi. Daoist, perhaps you slipped? Why not give another try, this time aiming properly? The Jin Yiwei officers exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. It was indeed their leader, who was exceptionally crafty. Xianzhenzi's complexion darkened as he grasped his footcare dagger, repositioning it before thrusting it fiercely.
Ah!
He grimaced in pain. What have you done? Sheng Zhao spread her hands in a gesture of helplessness. Are you blind? I'm standing right here, not moving at all. The Jin Yiwei officers, realizing that this sorcerer could not harm the young Master Sheng, relaxed, knowing he could not escape, especially in his injured state. They began to jeer, Daoist. Your aim is lacking. Xianzhenzi's anger flared. Who dared to question his abilities?
Fine.
If close combat won't work, I shall resort to hidden weapons. He removed one of his boots and with a swift movement, hurled 3 darts from his ankle.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
Sheng Zhao remained stationary, even yawning, internally mocking. This charlatan has peculiar tastes, hiding weapons either in his boots or socks. System. Host, I understand why. He believes that if a normal person sees him suddenly sitting down to remove his shoes and socks during a fight, they would momentarily be taken aback and confused, allowing him to seize the opportunity to strike unexpectedly. The crowd, what an innovative approach.
Puff, puff, puff.
All 3 darts struck Xianzhenzi's own thigh, causing him to leap about in pain, howling, Ah, my leg. You must have employed some kind of illusion. Xianzhenzi, truly enraged now, picked up a nearby bench and hurled it at Sheng Zhao, gradually losing his temper. I refuse to be cursed.
Bang!
His head met the hard surface, blood spilling forth and his mind swirling. At last, he comprehended that every attack directed at the girl before him would rebound back onto himself. You witch. Sheng Zhao chuckled triumphantly, huffing in amusement. How dare he label her a witch when he, the one responsible for countless misdeeds, was the true sorcerer? Seeing that Sheng Zhao had played enough, Su Fan exchanged a knowing glance with the surrounding Jin Yiwei officers. Take him down. The Jin Yiwei officers instantly shifted gears, transitioning from amusement to professional duty. The foremost officer dashed forward, just as Xianzhenzi attempted to struggle. Removing his other shoe and sock, he was swiftly apprehended, his arm twisted painfully. Another officer deftly threw a rope, binding him securely. In tears, Xianzhenzi lamented, Why didn't you catch me sooner? Must I stab myself countless times first? Am I being walked like a dog? One Jin Yiwei officer nearly burst into laughter. Isn't this just for your entertainment? The most important part was that young Master Sheng Zhao was thoroughly entertained. Ultimately, Xianzhenzi, riddled with wounds and covered in injuries, was hoisted away, sprawled across a horse, still cursing, I will report you. I will accuse you of entrapment. Meanwhile, Li Jiyu, the Deputy Minister of Justice, and Lord Prung from the Supervisory Court led a surprise raid on Yu Wenxiu's residence. With a grave expression, Li Jiyu, though present at Yu's estate, was mentally elsewhere. He longed to accompany young Master Sheng Zhao to the other estate to witness the unfolding drama. He harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Yuan Xiao, questioning why the evidence had to be hidden in the estate and not at the other location as well. If he were not mistaken, he had spotted disguised colleagues on the way. More than one. Curse Yuan Xiao. Search. Leave no inch unexamined. Chapter 66. Jin Yiwei escorting a criminal encounters the emperor in cosplay. When Li Jiyu and the 6 officers from the Justice Ministry stormed into the study, Lord Peng was directing 4 officers from the supervisory court to rummage through the premises. Bookshelves, vases, and beds were overturned, yet they failed to uncover the secret compartment. Lord Peng's brows furrowed deeply. Where could that compartment be that young master, Sheng Zhao, mentioned? How could they search everywhere and still not find it? Where else could it be? Could there be a mechanism? Suddenly, a young constable collided with the bookshelf, wincing in pain. In the next moment, the bookshelf creaked, and everyone turned to look. To their astonishment, the bookshelf shifted slightly, revealing a gap. Li Ji was taken aback, eyes wide with disbelief. Did this mechanism require one to strike it with their head? Lord Peng sighed, placing a hand on his forehead. Did Li Ji you typically enter rooms by headbutting the door? Did he think that Yuan Xiao would always bump into the bookshelf to activate the secret compartment? Those of them in the Justice Ministry must have solved so many difficult cases that they no longer thought logically. What sort of reasoning was this? Together, they pushed the bookshelf aside, and indeed, a secret compartment was exposed, revealing a space large enough for 2. Upon entering, they discovered only an iron box inside. Li Jiyu eagerly opened it, finding neatly stacked yellow papers inscribed with birth dates, with an envelope sealed with wax on top. Exchanging excited glances with Lord Peng, they both discerned a spark of exhilaration in each other's eyes. Such meticulous packaging could only indicate irrefutable evidence. Cautiously, they opened the envelope, afraid of damaging the papers within. Upon unfolding it, they read, Certificate of Brotherhood between Xianzhenzi and Yuan Xiao. The evidence was as solid as a mountain. Indeed, it was indisputable evidence. At the intersection outside the city, a group of wealthy merchants anxiously paced. The leader opened his map for the 3rd time, slamming it down on the forehead of a nearby subordinate. Old Yao, you must have made a mistake with this map. It's said to take the western route. Yet we've ended up back in this wretched place. Old Yao rubbed his forehead, feeling unjustly treated. My lord, you said this way had a shortcut. You insisted silence. Old Yao obediently closed his mouth, not daring to utter another word. It was understandable. Disappointment over not witnessing the spectacle was palpable. Emperor Jing tugged at his beard in frustration, pacing back and forth. If they didn't find the location soon, that charlatan would finish his interrogation. What a monumental event they would miss. He would be unable to sleep soundly that night. As he lamented, a cloud of dust arose in the distance, revealing Su Fan leading Sheng Zhao at full gallop. Following closely behind were the Jin Yiwei officers, with a Taoist clad in bright red undergarments being dragged along. Mumbling incoherently, Emperor Jing was dumbfounded. The outcome was evidently a sensational scoop. Oh, dear, he exclaimed, stamping his foot and slapping his thigh, his false beard askew. Quick, quick, bring that. That eunuch Yao instantly comprehended the situation, flustered as he hurriedly presented the prepared props. Emperor Jing, cradling a basket of pears, cleared his throat, steeling himself to shout, though his voice felt somewhat unaccustomed. Pears for sale. Fresh ones. Eunuch Yao watched anxiously from the sidelines, exclaiming, Oh, your majesty, do loosen up. At this moment, there's no need to maintain the dignity of being an emperor. If he were not a eunuch, he would have certainly joined in. Fearing that speaking would reveal his identity, before he had the chance to shout more than twice, Minister of Rights Zhang Tingjing emerged from the bushes on either side of the road, dressed like a diligent old farmer, with a straw basket on his back and thorny brambles hanging from his trousers. Hey, old man, give me 2 pears, I'm dying of thirst. Upon seeing the emperor, he blurted out, Your Majesty, what brings you here? The moment Zhang's words left his mouth, he suddenly recognized the familiar face behind the pear stall. And he froze in place as if struck by lightning. The emperor, raising his head slowly, had a countenance that could only be described as grim. Old man? 2 pears? Just as Emperor Jing was about to erupt in anger, he caught sight of a familiar figure squatting by the roadside, not far off. The man was intently watching the movement of the horses, his robes hiked up around his waist, feigning to clutch a few sheets of grass paper. Squinting, the emperor thought. Could it be his official from the Ministry of Personnel? Gu Yaoxing? What on earth is he doing? Pretending to relieve himself in the wild? At that moment, the scent of ink wafted through the air, and from behind a tree came a sudden commotion. The Minister of Revenue, Lord He, appeared. his face adorned with two crooked white eyebrows, hurriedly brandishing a brand-new fortune-telling banner. The fabric looked like a makeshift rag, hastily torn from somewhere, with the 4 characters meant to be written on it left incomplete, the last character missing half. The group exchanged silent glances, a moment of shared bewilderment. The sound of hooves drew nearer, approaching rapidly. The disguised pear-selling Emperor Jingen straightened his back, pretending to wipe sweat and covering half of his face. Pears for sale. Fresh pears. The old farmer, squatting in the bushes, rolled up his sleeves to wipe his forehead. Just cutting some pig fodder to take home. Meanwhile, Gu Yaoxing, who had been pretending to relieve himself, stood up, adjusting his trousers. The manure here is quite rich. Simultaneously, Lord He, shaking his fortune-telling bell, called out, "Fortune-telling and divination. No charge if inaccurate." Their voices harmonized in a chaotic chorus. Su Fan, who had always directly obeyed Emperor Jingen, could easily discern who the pear-selling old man truly was, causing a twitch at the corner of his mouth.
On horseback. Found 12 putsledly inquired, sunnuntai commandant.
How is it that so many trades have suddenly emerged in this remote wilderness? Su Fan, urging his horse to accelerate past, maintained a serious demeanor and replied, "Lord Sheng, you may not be aware, but recently, the Jingzhou Yin has implemented measures for the convenience of the 4 classes of citizens, allowing merchants to set up stalls in the outskirts." He pointed toward the fork ahead, explaining that this area, being a junction of 2 cities, had always been a hub for various trades. "Ah, I see," Sheng Zhao nodded, then suddenly asked, "But what of that old gentleman just now?" Referring to Gu Yaoxing. "I truly cannot fathom why he would choose to relieve himself on our route, forcing me to concoct excuses." "Oh," Su Fan replied, his gaze unwavering. "That is merely the manure collector from the nearby imperial farm, tasked with collecting fertilizer. Quite a laborious task indeed. System." Never mind. It chose to remain silent. Chapter 67. The demonic case concluded, young Lord Sheng receives rewards. In the side hall of the Jinshin Palace, Sheng Zhao stood on the right side of the imperial desk alongside the commander of the imperial guards, Su Fan, while Minister Li Jiao of the Ministry of Justice and Inspector General Lord Prung stood on either side. On the table lay a pile of evidence. As Su Fan coldly reported to Emperor Jingen, "Your Majesty, after verification by the imperial guards, it has been confirmed that Xian Jinzi, under the guise of celestial rituals for longevity, has brutally harmed 16 innocent citizens since last March, and for each ritual performed, he extorted 100 taels of gold from Minister of Rights Yuanxiu." He unfurled a blood-stained letter and the evidence, laying each piece before the gathered assembly. "This is the last victim's blood letter, concealed within the sole of their shoe, detailing their entrapment in a cellar for 7 days, during which they were bled thrice daily by Yuanxiu and Xianjinzi." The vivid crimson of the blood letter was striking, causing Emperor Jingen to furrow his brow tightly. Lord Li then stepped forward, slowly unfolding the examination report from Huangling. "Your Majesty, after 3 days of meticulous examination by the forensic experts of the Ministry of Justice, we have unearthed a total of 16 corpses from the estate, their conditions horrifying. Firstly, each corpse bore burns upon their heads and had their flesh charred to the bone. Secondly, upon dissection, 7 bodies were found missing hearts, and 3 had no livers. They had been subjected to inhumane torture prior to being buried alive." Emperor Jingen's face turned ashen, his fingers turning white from the pressure of his grip. Lord Peng continued, "I led a thorough search of the estate, uncovering ritualistic items from the Ministry of Rights, with large quantities of human blood stored within the cauldron. Yesterday, the 2 have already confessed that each extraction of heart blood required the victim to be conscious." "Enough." Emperor Jingen slammed the table, knocking over the teacups upon it. "Within the imperial city, I was utterly unaware that there were such scoundrels among my officials. Do you think I am blind?" Lord Peng was startled by the emperor's roar, and an oppressive silence fell over the hall. No one dared to approach during the emperor's fury. The others could only signal to Sheng Zhao, "It's your turn." "Young Lord Sheng," we all reported. "You must speak up, lest you appear indifferent." Sheng Zhao closed his eyes, feigning ignorance, silently contemplating. With the emperor in such a rage, should I continue my report? Would he not take his anger out on me? "Host, perhaps you should wait a moment, until he cools down. A moment ago he slammed the table, and the next he might strike someone." Sheng Zhao recoiled. "Then I'll refrain from speaking. Let them take the blame." "Emperor Jingen, who would dare strike you? To hit you would be to strike oneself." He took a deep breath, casting a sweeping glance over those present. "What other evidence of guilt is there? Present it all." Upon hearing this, Sheng Zhao stepped forward. Presenting an account book with both hands, his expression grave. Your Majesty, I, along with Lord Li, meticulously examined the accounts of the Ministry of Rights, revealing that Yuanxiu has embezzled a total of over 130,000 taels of public funds in recent years under various pretexts. The emperor's countenance darkened even further. What a minister of rights! Embezzling money from the great Jing to murder its citizens. And to do so with such cruel methods. Emperor Jing'an felt blood surge within him, massaging his temples. With a decisive wave of his hand, he issued a decree. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor proclaims, Minister of Rights Yuanxiu, in collusion with the demonic Xianzhenzi, under the pretense of longevity rituals, has brutally harmed the populace and embezzled public funds, with irrefutable evidence. According to the laws of the Great Jing, the following judgments are decreed. Yuanxiu shall be executed immediately, his assets confiscated, his residence seized, and his family exiled. The demonic Xianzhenzi shall face death by 1,000 cuts, with his head displayed for all to see. Henceforth, a decree is issued throughout the realm, strictly prohibiting all practices of longevity, celestial rituals, and similar sorcery. Any who deceive the masses with demonic arts shall be punished according to the law. Those who are aware of such practices and do not report them shall be held accountable. Monuments shall be erected in every province and county to inform the populace. For the victims, those whose families can be found shall receive 50 taels of compensation and be exempt from taxes for 3 years. If no family can be located, they shall be given a dignified burial. Thus decreed. With this matter resolved, Sheng Zhao felt elated. Just as she reached her doorstep, eunuch Yao hailed her from a carriage. Young Lord Sheng, he exclaimed, beaming with delight. Ah! Eunuch Yao, what brings you here? Sheng Zhao turned to look back. Clearing his throat, eunuch Yao announced. Inspector of the Imperial Censors Sheng Zhao, heed the decree. Sheng Zhao immediately knelt, though her curiosity was unmistakable. What new trick is the emperor up to? Didn't he just returned from the palace? Why not speak of it earlier, but chase me to my doorstep? System. Host, this is good news. Something to look forward to. Good news? Eunuch Yao, full of exasperation, adjusted his ample sleeves and slowly unfolded the decree to read aloud. The Inspector General, Sheng Zhao, known for his unwavering loyalty and keen discernment, took the lead in reporting the case against Yuanxiu, the Deputy Minister of Rights, and the malevolent sorcerer Xianzhenzi for harming the populace. His accusations against the wicked and his efforts to rectify the imperial governance were undeniably commendable. Consequently, he was awarded a commendation consisting of 300 taels of gold, a fine steed from the western regions, and a golden plaque inscribed with the title Tiger Daughter of the General by the Emperor himself. Ha ha ha, what splendid news! 300 taels of gold, and a golden plaque. No less. Sheng Zhao's expression changed swiftly, and with utmost respect, he proclaimed, I accept the decree. Long live your majesty. Eunuch Yao presented the imperial edict with both hands, unable to resist exchanging a few more words with the rare young lady before him. Congratulations, young Master Sheng. Sheng Zhao's smile was so wide it seemed it might split his face, grateful for the eunuch's efforts. Yet, internally he wrestled with a dilemma. Squeak. Should I perhaps offer some silver to Eunuch Yao as a tea fund? How much would be appropriate? After all, he is the chief eunuch, intimately close to the emperor, and likely not lacking in silver? A barely perceptible twitch crossed Eunuch Yao's lips. This young Master Sheng was clearly reluctant to part with a single coin. However, he had no desire for any tea funds. After all, she had achieved her accolades through merit and was merely a young girl. How could he shamelessly demand a reward? Even if offered, he could not accept. The system interjected. Host, do not underestimate Eunuch Yao. Despite being the chief eunuch, his life is not without its hardships. Upon hearing this, Eunuch Yao's entire body became rigid. He pondered the numerous court meetings he attended alongside the emperor, enduring the gossip from countless ministers. Would today be his turn to face the scrutiny? Had he known he should have hastened his departure after delivering the edict, he would not have engaged in idle pleasantries. Curse his tongue. Sheng Zhao was perplexed. How could Eunuch Yao's life be challenging? He is a close confidant of the emperor, the head of the inner court, who would not treat him with respect. The system clarified. When the emperor reviews documents, Eunuch Yao must assist throughout the process, such as grinding ink, changing lamps, organizing memorials, and delivering supplementary documents. You are aware of the emperor's diligence. He often neglects meals while working tirelessly, and Eunuch Yao must endure hunger alongside him. On one occasion, while accompanying the emperor, he did not even manage to drink a sip of water, and his stomach growled in protest. Unable to withstand the hunger, he excused himself to the restroom. But guess what happened next? Eunuch Yao felt his insides tighten. He could not prevent the system from continuing. It could not possibly be that incident. Chapter 68. Outrageous. A cold partner appears at the melodrama. Sheng Zhao contemplated for a moment, speculating, could it be that Eunuch Yao hid in the restroom to eat? The system replied, Host, you are astute. Sheng Zhao gazed at Eunuch Yao, her eyes filled with hesitation and a hint of suspicion. What did he eat in the restroom? Eunuch Yao, overwhelmed by Sheng Zhao's inquisitive gaze, was on the verge of exploding. What did he eat? What else could it be but something edible? Surely not something unmentionable? The system chimed in, of course it was a baked pancake. What did you expect? Starved, he crouched in the restroom corner, devouring a pancake he had hidden away. Little did he know, after just 2 bites, he heard footsteps approaching. As the emperor's personal steward, being caught eating in the restroom would be quite scandalous. In a panic, he hastily shoved the remaining pancake into his sleeve. As he turned, he unexpectedly encountered a young eunuch, Xiao Anzi, who was searching for him. Upon seeing the greasy corners of Eunuch Yao's mouth and the frantic movements of his hands stuffing something into his sleeve, and then noticing the crumbs on the ground, Xiao Anzi was left utterly speechless, mistakenly believing that Eunuch Yao was secretly eating something unspeakable in the restroom. This incident spread throughout the eunuch's quarters, with various discussions leading to a conclusion. Some older eunuchs, due to their physical deficiencies, developed peculiar habits. Sheng Zhao, though maintaining a composed facade, was nearly overwhelmed with laughter. Ha 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 ha.
Poor Eunuch Yao.
Not only did he endure hunger, but he was also suspected of consuming something unmentionable while secretly savoring a pancake. How utterly hilarious. Eunuch Yao felt his reputation had been irreparably damaged, his head spinning, struggling to maintain his balance. He closed his eyes in despair. No wonder Xiao Anzi had recently complained about the tasteless meals in front of him, eagerly awaiting his praise and approval. He had found it odd. When had Xiao Anzi developed such peculiar tastes? How strange for him to be dissatisfied with the food and to look for compliments. It dawned on him that Xiao Anzi might have thought he was fond of such things. Suddenly, he recalled a few days prior when his apprentice brought him a jar of stinky tofu as a token of respect. He had been puzzled, wondering why the little eunuchs had resorted to such an unpleasant gift. Feeling a surge of sympathy, he had accepted the jar and rewarded the apprentice with a generous sum of silver. Little did he know, the young eunuchs assumed he had a taste for such delicacies. How ironic that he had inadvertently reinforced their belief. Furthermore, just yesterday, he had merely glanced at the kitchen's waste bucket when several eunuchs promptly shielded it from view. What? Did they think he would not spare even the scraps? This morning, Xiao Shunzi subtly suggested he move his quarters to the innermost part of the western garden for easier access to warm meals. At the time, he had been puzzled, failing to comprehend his implication. What did he mean by convenient access to warmth? Preoccupied with accompanying the emperor, he had dismissed the comment. Now, upon further reflection, it seemed the restroom was adjacent to that very room. Moreover, today the Internal Affairs Office had dispatched 2 individuals to guard the restroom entrance. Curious. He inquired about the reason for such vigilance, only to receive vague responses about preventing thieves.
Ha!
Preventing thieves? Eunuch Yao, furious yet amused, felt a rush of blood to his throat, nearly choking on his own indignation. Sheng Zhao and the system were so engrossed in their amusement that they failed to notice Eunuch Yao's distress. The system continued to elaborate on this scandal. This incident has spread throughout the palace, and everyone is well aware of it, even inspiring some humorous poetry. What poetry? The system promptly recited. Eunuch Yao, with a craving mouth, crouches in the restroom for breakfast. In his left hand, stinky tofu. In his right, scraps of waste. The emperor's feast deemed unsatisfactory. He rushes to the kitchen to rummage through the slop bucket. The chef trembles in fear, warning, Master, do not drink the spoiled soup. The imperial physician examines his pulse, pinching his nose in dismay. Your stomach is truly peculiar. Are you consuming refuse or food? At that moment, Eunuch Yao felt as if the world were spinning, a buzzing sound filling his ears. The next instant, darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. Oh no! Eunuch Yao,
what has happened to you?
Hurry! Someone come quickly. Sheng Zhao called out in panic. Squeak, this is bad. I failed to give Eunuch Yao his tea money, and now he might die from anger. Following a brief tumult at the general's residence, Eunuch Yao regained consciousness. However, he adamantly refused to remain at Sheng's residence, wobbling as he struggled to climb into the carriage. Muttering incessantly, return to the palace, I must go back to the palace. After seeing Eunuch Yao off, Sheng Zhao instructed the gatekeeper to promptly carry the golden plaque inside. Yes, indeed, place it right here. Sheng Zhao directed the placement of the plaque. She had but one request. It must be conspicuous. She wished for it to be displayed prominently above the main hall, so when her father returned, he would undoubtedly praise her. Ha, Sheng Zhao was on the rise. If her father scolded her again, she would simply point to the plaque and let him reconsider. If her third brother mocked her once more, she would make him read the inscription 10 times, leaving him utterly humiliated. Humph! This was the emperor's own handwriting. Sheng Zhao reveled in counting the gold bestowed upon her by Emperor Jing'an, eagerly contemplating a sumptuous feast at the Drunken Moon Pavilion. Just then the system abruptly interjected. Host, there's a sensational piece of gossip to share. Would you care to indulge? Instantly invigorated, Sheng Zhao exclaimed, Yes, tell me quickly. The system divulged. The younger brother of the Su family in Nanchang has taken the pretext of repairing the roof for his sister-in-law, Lu, only to engage in a scandalous rendezvous in the attic. What does drawing spring scenes entail? Sheng Zhao inquired, her confusion evident. The system stumbled over its words, struggling to provide an explanation. It's akin to a rather risque manual featuring scantily clad martial arts demonstrations for two. What? How thrilling! Sheng Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement, momentarily disregarding the gold in her hands. The Su family in Nanchang? Right now? The system continued. The eldest Su, who had gone hunting in the mountains, was supposed to return tomorrow morning, but he has unexpectedly come back early. If all goes as planned, he will catch them in the act. Upon hearing this, Sheng Zhao wasted no time. Swiftly discarding her official robes to reveal a dress she had donned for the occasion. Grabbing her skirt, she dashed out, hastily snatching a handful of silver coins.
Quick!
Prepare my horse,
she shouted as she ran.
Uncle Jiang, observing her frantic demeanor, hesitated before saying, Miss, the general instructed that you must travel by ox cart. We shall prepare one for you. Waving him off, she rushed out an ox. No way, that would take forever. By the time I arrive, the food will be cold. I can't afford any delays. Time is of the essence. She swiftly donned her running shoes and vanished in a flash. On the street, an old man selling candied hawthorn had just raised his target when a gust of wind swept by, nearly knocking the skewers from his grasp. Rubbing his eyes in bewilderment, he wondered, where did this wind come from on such a clear day? Nearby, 2 children squatted by the roadside, engaged in a spirited cricket fight. When one suddenly cried out, My undefeated general has flipped over. Woe is me, you're cheating. The other retorted, shaking his fist. Nonsense. Even if I were to cheat, I wouldn't resort to a tornado. At a nearby tea stall, a storyteller was recounting tales when he exclaimed, Have you heard about that peculiar eunuch Yao? Suddenly, he was interrupted. Hey, who splashed my tea? A tea drinker, holding an empty oil paper, looked around in confusion. Where's my freshly bought pancake? Oh, what is this silver doing here? At the end of the West Alley, Sheng Zhao finally came to a halt, nibbling on a pancake as she searched for the Su family. Is this it? She mused. System updating, please wait patiently, host.
What?
Sheng Zhao was puzzled by the sudden update. Missing out on such explosive gossip would be a travesty. She shook her head, intent on witnessing the drama herself to recount later. As she surveyed her surroundings, she noted that the Lu family lived in a modest courtyard, with low earthen walls and thin paper windows allowing voices from within to carry. However, due to its location at the alley's end, few passers-by frequented the area. A sulky female voice floated from inside. You can paint, but keep your hands to yourself. A youthful male voice trembled in response. Sister-in-law, don't move. This pose is all wrong. Crouching by the wall, Sheng Zhao pressed her ear against it, her eyes widening with a mischievous grin. I must find a way to see for myself. Scanning the area, she spotted several pickled vegetable jars stacked in the corner. With a sly smile, she stealthily moved them to create a makeshift platform and cautiously climbed atop. However, she lost her balance, and the ceramic jars shattered beneath her, sending her tumbling to the ground.
Ouch!
She groaned, rubbing her backside. Just then, a flurry of rustling came from inside the house. A slightly panicked voice called out, Who is there? Oh no, we're going to be discovered. Sheng Zhao quickly rolled into a pile of straw at the wall's base, the dry straw enveloping her. This hiding place should suffice. Holding her breath, she prepared to peek through a small gap to assess the situation when she suddenly felt a gaze upon her. Whipping around, she nearly collided with another person's chin. Upon closer inspection, she found a boy, approximately 14 years old, crouched within the straw. His plain white robe was speckled with bits of straw, yet it did nothing to diminish his innate air of nobility. His icy gaze widened in surprise, evidently unprepared for her sudden intrusion. Without a moment's thought, Sheng Zhao clamped a hand over his mouth, whispering fiercely, "If you dare make a sound, I shall let the entire capital know you were spying on a widow bathing." The boy was left speechless, trapped in her grasp. In that moment, Sheng Zhao's heart raced with anxiety over the potential consequences of being caught yet again. After all, her previous wall-climbing escapade had cost her a carriage, and she could not afford to lose her beloved ox this time. Moreover, if word got out, how would she maintain her dignity as the daughter of a seventh-rank official? More importantly, if the uncle and sister-in-law discovered they were being watched, they would undoubtedly cease their activities, and how could she enjoy the gossip then? In this vast world, the pursuit of gossip was paramount. The boy, taken aback by her sudden intrusion, furrowed his brow but did not resist. Clearly, he too feared alerting the household. He merely cast a cold, scrutinizing glance at her, a silent warning that Sheng Zhao, oblivious to his displeasure, failed to grasp. At that moment, she was wholly absorbed in peering through the straw, holding her breath, and remaining perfectly still. She observed Su Erlang cautiously pushing open the door, holding an oil lamp. Squinting into the darkness of the courtyard, he saw nothing but the night breeze rustling a few leaves at his feet. "Strange, no one is here," he muttered, glancing down at the shards of the shattered pickled vegetable jar, prodding them with his shoe. How did this jar break on its own? He scratched his head, suddenly enlightened as he slapped his thigh. It must be that thieving tabby from old Zheng's house again. That rascal cat stole 2 of our salted fish last month. Sheng Zhao nearly burst into laughter at this revelation. Just then, a young woman wrapped in a coat followed him out, adjusting her disheveled attire while cautiously surveying her surroundings. Watching intently, Sheng Zhao surmised that this must be sister-in-law Lu. Lu gently patted Su Erlang's backside, causing him to blush under the night-s veil. "That cat is so fat it can hardly move. It wouldn't even be able to steal a jar, let alone jump over a pit." She lowered her voice, leaning closer to Su Erlang's ear. "Could it be you still owe the village blacksmith Lu for that last round of drinks?" The warm breath against his neck sent shivers down Su Erlang's spine, leaving him momentarily speechless. "I paid him back already." The boy hidden in the straw suddenly flicked his fingers, sending a small stone flying through the gap and striking the neighboring chicken coop. The ensuing commotion startled a hen, which flapped its wings and bolted from the fence. Su Erlang and Lu both exhaled in relief, Su Erlang chuckling, "See? It's just that ruckus from Uncle Wang's livestock." He pointed at the chaos next door, "No need to worry." In the next instant, however, his gaze shifted back to Lu's ample figure, lingering appreciatively, causing him to gulp involuntarily. "Let us get back to painting." The yearning mandarin ducks awaited their fate, and he hastily grasped Lu's wrist, his voice hoarse as he closed the door with a creak. Once the sounds outside the courtyard faded into silence, the delicate laughter from within resumed, allowing Sheng Zhao to finally release her grip. She cautiously leaned out, and the youth followed, brushing off the straw from his attire. Sheng Zhao scrutinized the individual before her. "Are you here for the gossip as well?" The youth merely nodded with a stoic expression. Sheng Zhao's heart filled with understanding. No wonder he could uncover such clandestine tales. He was indeed a kindred spirit. She cast a curious glance at the youth, wondering why he seemed so aloof, speaking not a word, but rather a master of brevity. However, with Shiji absent, she found herself bored with the prospect of indulging in gossip alone. The arrival of a fellow gossip enthusiast brought her much joy. Sheng Zhao leaned in closer, lowering her voice in a conspiratorial whisper. "Let me tell you, that little brother inside is quite outrageous. While his elder brother is away, he claims he is repairing the roof, but instead, he is drawing for his sister-in-law." Suddenly, she hesitated, illustrating an indecent gesture with her hands, something depicting scantily clad figures. The youth remained unfazed, his calm demeanor betraying a subtle twitch at the corner of his mouth. This was the first time he had encountered such a gossipy young girl. Sheng Zhao continued her animated gestures. "Hey, did you see that?" The youth shook his head. Now it was Sheng Zhao's turn to be puzzled, sighing inwardly. "Oh, so it turns out he is a little mute? Such a pity for someone so handsome to be unable to speak. Had I known he was mute, I wouldn't have covered his mouth." "What's that saying? A mute-covered mouth? What a futile endeavor." The youth stared at her in astonishment, as if he had seen a ghost. How could he hear her thoughts when she hadn't even spoken? Was that her inner monologue? Why could he hear her thoughts?
Wait, what was that saying?
Did it mean something else? Was it some kind of esoteric phrase she had just invented? At that moment, Sheng Zhao was contemplating climbing the wall. Eyeing the taller youth beside her, a mischievous grin crept across her face. How about this? You crouch down, and let me step on you to climb up and take a look. I promise I'm very light. The youth's expression shifted to one of complexity. Was she serious? Did this girl lack common sense? Why was he here, listening to a young girl discuss such matters? The air hung thick with tension for 3 seconds. Suddenly, the youth reached out and grasped the back of her collar, lifting her as effortlessly as one would a chick, gently setting her down on a tree branch outside the courtyard. Sheng Zhao was taken aback by the sudden action, clutching the trunk of the tree.
Wow. Can you fly?
You have lightness skill. The youth sat calmly on the branch, leisurely retrieving a handkerchief from his sleeve to clean his fingers, which had just grasped her collar. Sheng Zhao mused, what a peculiar little mute with a cleanliness obsession. I must say, he is quite pretentious. The youth paused in his actions, silently putting away the handkerchief. Sheng Zhao suddenly realized something was amiss. If he could bring her up into the tree, why hadn't he done it directly? The youth abruptly interrupted her thoughts, pointing toward the attic's window, which was a vent intentionally left open in common households to prevent dampness. From this vantage point in the tree, they could see the silhouettes of the two individuals inside cast upon the window paper. Lu was striking a pose reminiscent of a drunken concubine, her back turned toward the outside, exuding an alluring charm. Su Erlang's hands trembled, rendering him unable to steady his brush. Sheng Zhao's wide eyes were fixed on the scene, unable to discern what was being painted through the window. What was that? A sparrow? A crow? Chapter 70. Physical Assault and Psychological Warfare? This is quite the dirty play. The youth's expression darkened. How could this girl be so chattering? It was evident to any discerning eye that they were mandarin ducks. Su Erlang, having moved from behind to the front, could no longer tear his gaze away, the brush falling to the ground. He could not wait another moment, lunging toward Lu to pull at her clothing. Just then, Su Dalao, carrying a freshly hunted wild boar, quietly pushed open the courtyard gate. Sheng Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh no, he is really back. This is the perfect opportunity to catch them in the act. Su Dalao ensured to wipe the mud from his shoes on the threshold before entering the courtyard. He was in high spirits today, having struck lucky with a wild boar that had fallen to an arrow. Just as Erlang had predicted, the mountains were indeed abundant with game. Eager to surprise his wife with some meat, he entered the house, but upon finding no sign of her, assumed she must have gone to rest. He pushed open the bedroom door, only to find it empty as well. Where could she be? He searched around, glancing up to see the attic illuminated by candlelight. The silhouettes of two figures pressed closely together against the window, accompanied by some rather inappropriate sounds. Su Dalao's smile froze. He did not wish to contemplate it, yet he could not help but do so. Setting down the wild boar, he picked up a chopping axe from the corner, stealthily climbing the wooden ladder. Sheng Zhao was exhilarated, gripping the arm of the youth beside her, whispering, "We're about to witness something incredible." The youth silently withdrew his arm, remaining mute. Inside the attic, the two figures were breathing heavily, exchanging words that would make anyone blush. With each step Su Dalao took, his expression darkened further. The wooden ladder creaked ominously. The two inside froze instantly. "Could it be your elder brother has returned?" Lu whispered. Su Erlang was drenched in cold sweat. "No. It can't be. He said he would return at dawn. I specifically told him that the game in the distant mountains was plentiful." Su Dalao's face grew increasingly grim, nearly dripping with fury. It turned out he had been deliberately sent away so they could engage in their clandestine activities. As the two speculated, a shadow slowly appeared beneath the attic door. In the next moment, Su Dalao kicked open the attic door, nearly collapsing at the sight before him. The two figures were disrobed, Lu adorned in indecipherable dark ink drawings. Su Dalao stared at the duo, his fingers gripping the axe turning pale. Veins bulged on his forehead. And at that moment, he resembled a vengeful deity. "You two adulterers. While I toil outside, you indulge in debauchery here." Su Dalao, being a robust hunter, instilled terror into the hearts of the two. Lu screamed, "Darling, don't be angry, let me explain. It's not what you think." Su Erlang had never seen his elder brother so enraged, his legs trembling. "Brother, please listen. This is truly art." Su Dalao squeezed out a few words between gritted teeth. "Today, I shall show you what art truly is." His eyes blazed with fury as he swung the axe. Crisis loomed as the two sprang into action, their survival instincts ignited. Lu seized a stool to shield herself, shouting, "Erlang, run." The axe collided with the stool, splinters flying. Sheng Zhao's eyes widened, her breath suspended for 3 seconds. This gossip was more dramatic than a soap opera. Could it be that Liu and Su Erlang were truly in love? Such ripe gossip. Su Erlang hurriedly snatched up a chamber pot, pleading, "Brother, stay calm. Please don't destroy it. This is a treasured heirloom of our family. How can I explain to our ancestors if it gets broken?" Su Dalao was momentarily dumbfounded. When did their family possess a treasured heirloom? He had no knowledge of this. The next moment, the aged liquid within the pot splashed all over Su Dalao's head like a heavenly shower. He was on the brink of exploding with rage. Is this freaking urine? The two lecherous spectators perched in the tree were utterly astonished, equally shocked.
Wow.
Physical assault combined with mental pollution. This play is downright filthy. The young man nodded in fervent agreement, his head bobbing like a pestle. Seizing the moment, Liu swiftly removed her embroidered shoes and hurled them at the oil lamp, plunging the room into sudden darkness. Just as Sheng Zhao lamented the loss of visibility, she witnessed Su Erlang grasping Liu and leaping through the window. Fortunately, the loft was not too high, and the pair crashed onto the clothes rack, tumbling into the vegetable garden wrapped in a bedsheet. Good heavens! They rolled up in the bedsheet, once again. Were they truly indulging in such reckless abandon? Sheng Zhao exchanged a rare glance with the youth, each finding a shared understanding in the other's eyes, a sense that today had indeed proven fortuitous. Su Dalong rushed down the stairs, albeit a beat too late. The two, still enshrouded in the bedsheet, dashed out of the courtyard. By the time Su Dalong emerged in pursuit, they had vanished without a trace. His frustration was palpable. He had toiled tirelessly in the wilderness, returning home under the cover of night to surprise his family, only to be met with such indignation. Not only had he been cuckolded, but he was also doused in the remnants of aged urine. The yellow liquid dripped from his hair, clinging like wet strands to his forehead, emanating an indescribable stench. His face transformed from a furious crimson to a deep shade of blue, his temples pulsing with rage as he huffed through flared nostrils, words squeezing between clenched teeth. "I shall take a life." He brandished his urine-soaked axe, advancing towards the tree at the front of the courtyard, his visage as dark as coal. With a sudden swipe, he wiped his face and flung his damp hair, a ghastly grin spreading across his features. "I must chop something today." No sooner had he spoken than he flung a stream of liquid mixed with aged urine skyward. "Help!" Sheng Zhao cried in alarm, hastily raising her sleeve to shield her face. Fortunately, a rebound shield deflected the onslaught. Su Dalong, already drenched, paid little mind to the splatter. However, the youth's complexion turned ashen, his once cold visage paling to a ghostly white as he gripped a tree branch tightly, seemingly suppressing the urge to retch. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Sheng Zhao thought to herself, "This is severe obsessive cleanliness." The youth vigorously wiped his face with his sleeve 3 times, only to discover the sleeve was tainted as well. In a swift motion, he discarded his outer robe, which fortuitously landed atop Su Dalong's head. Sheng Zhao was taken aback. The cleanliness-obsessed mute was shedding his outer garment. Did he no longer regard her as a young lady? Before she could ponder further, the youth seized the back of Sheng Zhao's collar once more, propelling them both into the air with a deft leap. They landed securely at the corner of the alley. Sheng Zhao gasped for breath, exclaiming, "That was terrifying." Was Su Dalong flinging not just urine but also malice? "I must ask you not to grip my collar next time." A gust of night air swept by, and the youth suddenly frowned, glancing down to sniff his hands. His expression became unfocused, his form swaying precariously. Thud. He collapsed to the ground, motionless. Sheng Zhao stood bewildered. What? Did the young lady bring a naked man home at this hour? She was flabbergasted. Just moments ago, he had been upright, and now he lay prone?
Hey.
Don't faint on me. If you pass out, no one will care for you. There's a flower thief in the capital targeting young men. Be careful not to lose your virtue. She warned. I'm leaving, you know? I truly will. Wake up. Please wake up. Seeing his lack of response, she deduced he was genuinely unconscious. She knelt down and began to pat his face, only to find him pale and breathing weakly, resembling someone whose soul had been chased away by a foul stench. Sheng Zhao was utterly exasperated. What was this predicament? Being a clean freak was one thing, but fainting was another. Should she tend to him or not? After all, he had saved her twice by carrying her away moments ago. It was only right not to abandon the young man in such a state. Who knew what might befall him in the dark night? He was a mute. He couldn't even call for help. Sheng Zhao felt overwhelmed. Noting his attire did not suggest he hailed from an ordinary household, and she had no idea to which family he belonged. She had never heard of any mute children in the capital. Perhaps she should take him back to the Sheng residence and summon someone to return him once he regained consciousness? The youth lay there, utterly oblivious. Sheng Zhao grasped the back of his collar with all her might, panting as she dragged him a few steps. However, he felt as heavy as if laden with lead. Undeterred, she switched tactics, attempting to drag him by one leg instead. In the process, she accidentally yanked off his shoe, causing his right heel to slam against the ground. This was untenable. She shook her hands, supporting her waist as she gasped for breath. How could she manage such a weight? At that moment, she recalled the last banquet at the palace, when the fourth prince had clung to her leg as she sprinted in her quicksilver shoes. A flash of inspiration struck. Yes. If she wore those shoes, dragging him would require little effort. She hurriedly donned the shoes, grasped the back of his collar, inhaled deeply, and in a flash, she vanished from the spot. Ha ha! This is effortless. I am truly a genius. In the pitch-black night, it seemed as though a gust of wind swept past. The watchman patrolling the streets gaped in disbelief, frequently glancing back, wondering if he was imagining things. Had he just witnessed a young lady dragging a seemingly lifeless figure clad in white? The body's posterior nearly sparked against the road. He rubbed his eyes, perplexed. Had the king of hell taken to riding young maidens to capture souls tonight? Upon arriving at the Sheng residence, Sheng Zhao abruptly halted, releasing her grip, causing the youth to tumble down the steps with a series of rolls. She glanced down at the fallen figure, her eyes widening in shock as she gasped. His white undergarment was tattered, hanging in shreds, revealing several reddened abrasions beneath. The knees of his trousers bore two asymmetrical rips, and his boots were nowhere to be found. One had been torn off by Sheng Zhao, while the other had long since disappeared. His socks were also torn, with his large toe awkwardly protruding. He was utterly caked in mud and grime. Sheng Zhao, witnessing his pitiful state, felt a pang of guilt. Oh no. I dragged him too harshly. Who would have thought he could not withstand such treatment? If he had a cleanliness obsession, he would surely be infuriated upon awakening to find himself in this condition. The last person she had inadvertently upset to the point of fainting was old Gong. Uncle Jiang had already peered outside the gate several times, growing increasingly worried as the young lady had yet to return from her late-night escapade. If she did not return soon, he would have to send someone to look for her. He hoped nothing untoward had occurred. As he held up his lantern and glanced, he exclaimed, "Oh my goodness! Why has the young lady brought a man to the front gate?" The youth appeared disheveled, lacking even his outer garment, and his undergarment was riddled with holes. How was he any different from a naked man? Could it be that the young lady had knocked him unconscious out of admiration for his looks and forcibly taken him away? She hadn't even had time to put his shoes on. This was utterly scandalous. Uncle Jiang fumbled the lantern in his hands, causing the silk covering to crumple. Just as it seemed the flame would singe the young man's hair, Sheng Zhao acted swiftly, kicking the lantern away. The last thing she wanted was for him to awaken and find his hair scorched, leading to a confrontation with her. As she prepared to drag the unconscious youth through the gate once more, Uncle Jiang quickly intervened. "Miss, please stop dragging him. We should summon the servants to carry him inside. If you continue, he may truly be exposed." Sheng Zhao nodded, conceding, "Very well, please hurry and call for help." Uncle Jiang promptly set about gathering assistance. Meanwhile, Xinger, who had been waiting in the courtyard for the young lady's return, rushed out upon hearing the commotion. Seeing Sheng Zhao safely back, she sighed in relief, only to turn and behold the disheveled youth sprawled on the ground. Trembling, she pointed at the young man and asked, "Miss, who is this young master? How has he come to be in such a state?" Sheng Zhao yawned, then turned and walked inside. With a backward wave of her hand, she instructed for the one found by the roadside to be taken to the guest house and for the physician of the residence to examine him. As she recalled something else, her expression turned grave, and she earnestly cautioned, "Do find a few young servants to change his clothes. Make sure it is done well before he awakens." After the physician meticulously examined the boy, wiping the sweat from his brow, he reassured her there is no cause for alarm. He merely fainted, likely due to a fright. However, these abrasions are rather peculiar, as if he had been forcibly dragged. Sheng Zhao cast a furtive glance at the boy's torn trousers, feeling a twinge of guilt. "Is it serious?" The physician stroked his beard and replied, "Not at all. Merely some superficial scrapes. A gentle wash with boiled and cooled water, followed by a few days of ointment, will suffice." Relieved, Sheng Zhao exclaimed, "Oh, how fortunate that it is nothing serious." Having arranged everything, she returned to her chamber, stifling a yawn and half-heartedly waving at Xinger. "Once he awakens, bring him paper and ink so he can write down his address for us to send him home." This fastidious little mute really is a source of worry. Just as she finished her instructions, she collapsed into sleep. It was not long before she was groggily roused. Miss, it's time for court. The third young master had gone to the academy, leaving the task of waking the young lady for court to Sheng. Fortunately, the young lady had permitted her to return for some rest once the morning court was over. After splashing water on her face and donning her official robes, Sheng Zhao managed to steal a quick nap in the ox cart, yawning her way through the palace gates. Good morning, Lord Sheng. A minister greeted her with enthusiasm. What happened last night? Did you sneak out? Sheng Zhao squinted in response. Indeed, it seems I did. It appears that indulging in gossip comes with its own costs. Suddenly, the system's voice chimed in. Host, I'm here. Chapter 72. Lord Sheng, regarding my transformation into a kidnapper due to my gossiping. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Sheng Zhao felt a bit more awake. DG, have you finished updating? What new features have you added? The system replied. This update mainly introduces new functionalities, and the variety of goods in the shop has significantly expanded. You will surely find them useful. Sheng Zhao, not delving into the details, was eager to share her first-hand account of the explosive gossip from the previous night. Gigi, you missed out. That incident was utterly sensational. You won't believe what happened. Su Dajuan brandished an axe intending to strike them down, but Lu intervened, allowing Su Erling to escape. Su Dajuan was so enraged that he swung the axe wildly. I almost became a casualty. By the way, I also encountered a fellow gossip enthusiast who, like me, was lurking outside to partake in the juicy tidbits. He can even perform lightness skills. The ministers in the grand hall were momentarily taken aback. So, it seems that Lord Sheng had once again snuck off to indulge in gossip? Minister, he cast a reproachful glance at Minister Zhang. Was it not agreed that they would take turns keeping watch at Sheng's residence? Wasn't he at Zhang Tingjing's turn to stand guard yesterday? Why was there no news? Surely that old scoundrel had gone off on his own without notifying anyone. Minister He's eyes were filled with skepticism and doubt. Zhang Tingjing turned his head away, equally perplexed. He had dispatched a trusted aide to observe near Sheng's residence, but had not anticipated that the emperor's own eunuch Yao would also venture there. Upon receiving news that eunuch Yao had inexplicably fainted at the entrance of Sheng's residence, chaos ensued. The aide, fearing discovery, had retreated a distance, only to find that Lord Sheng had vanished like the wind. Such agility was unattainable for an ordinary person. Unable to find him, the aide waited outside Sheng's residence for his return, but as night fell, there was still no sign of him. He returned empty-handed, only to be reprimanded by Zhang Tingjing, who made him run laps around Zhang's estate 10 times as punishment for his lack of speed. The more Zhang Tingjing thought about it, the angrier he became, casting glares at his colleagues. How dare they blame him? Did they not hear Lord Sheng mention a companion skilled in lightness? With so many individuals present, not a single one was competent enough to catch a mysterious gossip enthusiast. Let him find out who it was. Emperor Jing'an had already taken a seat on the dragon throne, casually glancing at Sheng Zhao, who appeared perpetually sleep-deprived. He pondered whether his decree for daily morning courts was too frequent, and if it warranted reconsideration. Is anyone feeling drowsy and wishing to engage in a liaison? The unexpected proclamation echoed throughout the grand hall, rendering the ministers speechless. The Minister of War, Zheng Lu, trembled, causing his memorial to tumble to the ground as his eyes bulged.
What? A liaison?
Was Lord Sheng out of her mind? Such audacity. To openly seek someone for an affair?
How old is she?
Is this even something she should be saying? Zhang Tingjing's mouth fell agape as turmoil brewed within him. What on earth did she witness last night that was so monumental? Emperor Jing'an stifled a chuckle, observing the recently returned Prince Zhao, whose weary visage and slack jaw indicated his astonishment as he scanned the room. Who
was speaking?
Who was so audacious as to suggest an affair in the court? That voice was distinctly feminine. Could it be the Lord Sheng his brother mentioned? His brother had only remarked that she was somewhat unique and advised him not to be too surprised during court, but he had not taken it to heart. However, this was exceptionally unique. Though prepared for something unusual, he had not anticipated her audacity in broaching such a subject within the court. What a disgrace. The system interjected. Host, why would you seek to engage in an affair? Prince Zhao, who is this? After years away from the capital, has the court descended into such chaos? Can one openly discuss such scandalous matters? Why were the ministers not admonishing her? Why was the emperor not intervening? Was she allowed to act with such impunity? Sheng Zhao stretched lazily and declared, let someone attend court in my stead. I will silently remember their kindness. The system, the crowd. Oh, so that's what she meant by an affair. They were momentarily startled. Emperor Jing'an sighed in relief. With her presence, each day was filled with excitement and anxiety. He raised his hand and slowly said, "Ministers, if you have memorials, please present them." At that moment, Prince Xiao suddenly stepped forward, stumbling as he knelt heavily before the imperial steps. This unexpected act bewildered all the ministers. The prince clasped his hands, tears streaming down his face, his voice hoarse. "Your Majesty, I report to you that my son left the residence yesterday and has yet to return. The guards have searched in vain. Through various inquiries, it has come to my attention that someone suspicious was seen dragging a person, dressed in tattered clothing, seemingly held against their will. I am deeply troubled, fearing my son may have fallen into the hands of nefarious individuals. I beseech your Majesty to command the 5 cities military commission and the Jinui to investigate. My son has been frail since childhood and suffers from mutism. Should anything befall him, I—" At this point, Prince Xiao's throat caught, but he forced himself to regain composure. "I only plead for your Majesty's grace to rescue my son from peril." With that, he bowed deeply. Sheng Zhao thought to herself, "This script feels oddly familiar." The ministers exchanged glances. The son of the prince had gone missing? Or had he been abducted? Who possessed such audacity? This Prince Xiao was the emperor's only brother, having remained in his fiefdom of Xiao Prefecture without returning to the capital unless summoned. And this young Master Xiao was his sole heir, having suffered an unfortunate incident in childhood that left him mute. The Empress Dowager held this grandson in such high regard that she would tear up at the mere mention of him. Recently, concerned about the young master's distance, she had personally implored the emperor to summon the prince and his family back to the capital, even preparing a residence for them ahead of time. Had they not just arrived in the capital less than a day ago? And now, the young master was missing? Were they truly abducted by vile individuals, dragged across the ground? This is unequivocally an act of egregious cruelty. The assembly was aghast. Such audacity could surely jeopardize one's very life. Emperor Jing'an abruptly slammed his palm upon the dragon table, his countenance darkened with an alarming severity. What audacity! The civil and military officials exchanged glances, murmuring in hushed tones. The Minister of War, Zheng Lu, was the first to step forward, his aged face shifting through shades of green and white, in the heart of the capital. How could one dare to abduct the heir? If this scoundrel is not punished, the laws of the land would be rendered impotent. The gathering, aware of the young Lord Xiao's tender age, expressed their sympathy. Such an admirable child, freshly returned to the capital, subjected to such inhumane treatment. How could this be tolerated? Zhang Tingjing's face was likewise aflame with indignation. "Your Majesty, this villain deserves the annihilation of his entire clan." The commander of the Jinui, Su Fan, wore an expression of unwavering resolve. "Your Majesty, should there truly be miscreants wreaking havoc, I beseech you to allow me to lead the cavalry to scour the city, even digging 3 feet into the ground to recover the heir." Lord Li Jiao from the Ministry of Justice was equally incensed. "Your Majesty, I request your decree to thoroughly investigate this matter. Please permit me to examine the records of last night's comings and goings at the city gates, and to obtain the night watch logs. All residents of the implicated streets, as well as night watchmen, must be interrogated by the Ministry of Justice. Every residence along the heir's route of disappearance, regardless of whether they are officials or commoners, shall be searched without exception. The heir is of noble blood. I shall uphold the law with impartiality and provide your Majesty with an account within 3 days." Sheng Zhao felt a tremor beneath her eyes, her yawn solidifying into a rigid mask, as if struck by lightning. Ultimately, she transformed into a dazed state, as if her very life was at stake. "Oh no! I seem to have landed myself in a grave predicament." Chapter 73. Could they possibly have lost their wits? The current state of affairs in the court was utterly incomprehensible to her. Cold sweat threatened to cascade down her brow as she shrank back, attempting to diminish her presence behind the towering figure of Lord Ge. What had Lord Xiao just said? Last night, a suspicious figure dragged someone along, clothing tattered, appearing to be restrained. What had that minister stated? This villain deserves the annihilation of his entire clan? Oh no, oh no. The fastidious mute I dragged home last night, couldn't he possibly be the heir? Could he? The system momentarily froze upon hearing this. "Host, did you do something monumental while I was away yesterday?" The assembly gasped collectively. The air within the grand hall suddenly became thick with tension. All present, both civil and military officials, stood frozen in place, even their breaths held in suspense. The very ministers who had just been fervently vowing to unearth the miscreant now appeared as if paralyzed, their faces drained of color. Zheng Lu, the first to step forward to implore the emperor for justice, was now rendered numb with shock. He staggered, his official cap striking Zhang Tingjing's face. "Zhang Tingjing, equally bewildered, had not a moment to ponder his own discomfort.
What?
Had he misheard? The young Lord Sheng had gone out to indulge in gossip and had brought someone home? That individual happened to be mute? Was that not precisely the heir Lord Zhao had just lamented for? How had the young lord become increasingly erratic, bringing gossip home, no less? What a deft touch with the fruit of curiosity. Zhang Tingjing regretted not having pursued the matter further yesterday. The one who had seized the opportunity was none other than the heir. The assembly turned their gazes towards Lord Zhao, who found his hand, still wiping away tears. Suspended midair, droplets lingering on his cheek. With the recent revelation, a mix of confusion and disbelief washed over his features. Had someone mentioned dragging something home? Fastidious?
Mute?
His complexion paled to a ghostly hue. So, the villain had been among them all along. He turned to confront the figure, unleashing a furious shout, "You!" But the words caught in his throat, breath faltering, rendering him incapable of drawing air, his hand clutching his chest. Only after dispelling the thought could he regain his composure. That sensation had felt as though he were on the brink of asphyxiation, leaving him shaken. He glanced at Emperor Jing'an, who, upon confirming his ability to hear Sheng Zhao's thoughts, subtly shook his head, signaling him to remain silent. Lord Zhao finally understood why his imperial brother had been so intent on cautioning him the day prior. Yet, no matter the circumstance, she was a thief who had kidnapped his son. If anything were to befall his child, regardless of her identity, he would undoubtedly strive to rescue him. Sheng Zhao met Lord Zhao's piercing gaze, her heart racing with unease. Why does Lord Zhao keep staring at me? Could he possibly suspect me? System. It's possible. He just mentioned that there were witnesses last night, and he may have noted your figure and characteristics. Lord Zhao is likely suspicious of you. Sheng Zhao felt as though tears were welling up. This isn't my fault. Last night, I was merely observing the springtime escapades of the Su family's young uncle and aunt, hiding in a haystack outside their courtyard. Who knew the heir was there too? I didn't recognize him, thinking we were all just there for gossip, sharing the experience. He even took me up a tree with his acrobatic skills. Who would have thought that Su Dalong would throw urine in his face, causing the heir to faint from the shock of it? It was late at night. Surely I couldn't leave him there to be killed by Su Dalong, who wielded a hefty axe. Killing a person is no different than chopping firewood, right? I had to bring him back. He was too heavy for me to carry. So I had no choice but to drag him along. I even sought the physician from the estate to tend to his minor injuries. As Sheng Zhao recounted her tale, she grew increasingly convinced of her innocence, her conviction emboldened. What was she afraid of? Why should she feel guilty? She had even performed a good deed. I truly believe I am not at fault here. In fact, I believe the Emperor and Lord Zhao would reward me for saving the heir's life. The assembly. Emperor Jing'an. Lord Zhao understood his child well. If it were said that Feng had hidden behind a haystack to observe the commotion, it was entirely plausible. The child had always been keen on gossip, with a boundless curiosity. He was the sort who, to eavesdrop on servants' conversations, would even climb onto rooftops, causing tiles to collapse. He had diligently practiced martial arts solely to be able to move freely and indulge in gossip without hindrance. If it were true that he had fainted due to being splattered with urine, it truly aligned with the child's fastidious nature. Previously, he had a cousin in Xiaozhou, and they had been childhood companions. Once, when his cousin accidentally used his teacup, the child had smiled outwardly but had secretly ordered it buried in the backyard, even erecting a grave marker named the Tomb of the Beloved Cup. Lord Zhao felt a jolt of realization. Could it be that this young lady had indeed rescued the heir? The ministers exchanged glances, having previously stood firm in their demands for a thorough investigation into the miscreant, now at a loss for how to proceed. Would the young Lord Sheng hold a grudge against them for prying into his affairs? Especially Zhenglu, Zhang Tingjing, Su Fan, and Li Jiao, who were now trembling with apprehension. They had no inkling that the villain was none other than the young Lord Sheng. Zhang Tingjing, ever the cunning fox, swiftly bowed to Emperor Jing'an. Your Majesty, I believe there must be some twist to this tale. It is possible that the heir simply wandered off on his own. He then cast frantic glances at Zhenglu. Zhenglu, quickly grasping the implication, concurred. The heir is exceptionally skilled in martial arts. Perhaps he willingly accompanied someone. I propose we deliberate on this matter further. Lord Zhao glared furiously, uttering nonsense. Feng clearly Li Jiao from the Ministry of Justice, seeing the tide turning, seized the moment. Opportunities are fleeting. He closed his eyes, smacked his thigh, and exclaimed, "Ah, I recall now. Yesterday, I encountered individuals from the patrol office who mentioned seeing the heir enjoying himself in the city." He was Lord Li suddenly faltered. The commander of the Jinui, Su Fan, seized the moment, subtly prompting, "Oh? The young Master Shao is perhaps empathizing with the plight of the common people?" The ministers echoed in unison. "Indeed. Empathizing with the populace. Prince Shao." This directly left Prince Shao trembling with rage. "What is wrong with you all? How can he possibly comprehend the current situation?" Sheng Zhao grew increasingly perplexed. The court fell into a sudden silence. Everyone held their breath, fearful that the esteemed Sheng would express an opinion. Chapter 70 for this group of fools has gone too far, leading the child astray with their nonsense. Sheng Zhao meticulously recalled the events of last night. Could it be that the young master, freshly arrived in the capital, sought to familiarize himself with the local customs and thus ventured out alone? As a result, he was unfamiliar with the streets and alleys of the capital and, being a mute, did not inquire for directions, leading him to become lost? So he ended up at the Su family in South Alley? Who would have thought that this family would be so gossipy that they couldn't resist hiding away to watch? Sheng Zhao had an epiphany. Everything became crystal clear.
No wonder.
I wondered how that little mute ended up there. Given this, I have indeed saved the young master's life. Surely I can request a commendation now. System. Absolutely. The Shao family has but this one child, and you rescued him from Su Daluo's axe, not to mention providing him refuge in your residence. If the Shao family were to learn the truth, they would be profoundly grateful to you. The crowd, they merely intended to offer the esteemed Sheng a way out. Yet she has audaciously conceived the notion of requesting a commendation. What a grand step down. While the others pondered how to salvage the situation, Sheng Zhao, brimming with confidence, prepared to step forward. Seeing her proudly rise, Emperor Jing'an felt a premonition. This group of fools has gone overboard. They have completely bewildered the child. The civil and military officials collectively inhaled sharply. It's over. She truly intends to request a commendation. No one could stop her. Sheng Zhao respectfully clasped her hands together. Her youthful face flushed with excitement. Your Majesty, I have something to report. The ministers. Prince Shao, surely she does not intend to. I indeed saved a young gentleman last night. The entire court gasped. The young gentleman was attacked by ruffians, his clothes disheveled, unconscious by the roadside. The more she spoke, the more animated she became, even gesturing with her hands. Seeing his pitiable state, I took it upon myself to escort him back to the Sheng residence. Squeak. As long as I don't mention that I dragged the young master 3 streets by his clothing, they should remain oblivious, right? System. Host, rest assured. No one will know. Even if discovered, they will only believe that you rescued the young master from the clutches of that ruffian. Sheng Zhao felt reassured. Hee, that is good. Prince Xiao's complexion shifted from green to pale, and then to crimson. His finger trembled as he pointed at her. You. Emperor Jing'an rubbed his temples, turning his head away, unable to bear the sight. Yet, he could not entirely blame him. Prince Xiao had only just returned to the capital and was still unfamiliar with the circumstances. Sheng Zhao was not finished. Her face was alight with a desire for praise and reward. I even made arrangements for him to change into clean clothes. Although they may have been slightly torn when returned, the physician assured me there was nothing to worry about. Squeak. I must hurry back to the residence after court to deal with those tattered garments. If they discover them, it would be troublesome. System. Indeed. Host, you are quite thorough in your planning. Burn the tattered rags as soon as you return. Prince Xiao felt dizzy, his mind echoing with turmoil. This ruffian who drags people around, she actually dragged Fenger 3 streets. His clothing is in tatters. Prince Xiao suddenly erupted. That is my son. Emperor Jing'an inwardly cursed, casting a warning glance at the ministers. In an instant, the nearest Zheng Lu sprang forth like a hungry tiger, covering his mouth. Your Highness. Think twice. The esteemed Sheng is merely acting heroically. Li Jiao instantly chimed in. Yes, indeed. She should be commended. Your Highness, your son has encountered a benefactor. He intended to embrace Prince Xiao, but received an elbow to the nose. Ouch. Blood gushed forth. The ministers could hardly bear to witness, all closing their eyes in unison. Zhang Tingjing stepped back a couple of paces. He was no longer young enough to withstand such an elbow from Prince Xiao. Perhaps he should refrain from participating. Sheng Zhao regarded them with curiosity, her expression perplexed. What are they doing? System. It appears that Prince Xiao has learned of you saving his son and is overwhelmed with gratitude. Just look at how he is at a loss for words, while the ministers are assisting him in calming his emotions. Sheng Zhao pondered, nodding. I see. I thought he was about to strike me. System. Impossible. You are the first female official of the Great Jing, and you possess the authority of direct admonition. Who would dare to strike you in the court? Clearly, he is simply too moved. Some men express their feelings rather passionately. Just look at how flushed his face has become. Prince Zhao, trembling with rage. Whose unfortunate child is this? Emperor Jing'an rubbed his temples. Little Sheng, you shall return to the residence with Prince Zhao to receive the young master. Noticing Sheng Zhao hesitated to speak, he quickly added, you shall be rewarded with 3 months' salary. The implication was clear. Hurry and send this girl away. If this continues, Prince Zhao might truly be driven to his wits' end in court. As Sheng Zhao and Prince Zhao rushed into the guest courtyard, Prince Zhao's son, Xiafang, was still resting with his eyes closed. He was reflecting on the events of the previous day. After catching a whiff of the unforgettable stench, he remembered nothing more. How did he end up here? The young lady has returned. That voice belonged to the little maid who had been muttering to herself in the room earlier. Where is he? How is he? Is he awake? That voice belonged to the little girl who had squatted by the tree with him yesterday. Miss, I have been watching over him. He is yet to awaken. Why has he not awakened? Have you been taking proper care of him? That voice belonged to his irritable father. Hearing footsteps approach the door, Xiafang's eyelashes fluttered, and he quickly adjusted his breathing, feigning sleep. Sheng Zhao and Prince Zhao tiptoed inside. She leaned over the bedside, her eyes darting about. Your Highness, look, the young master is sleeping soundly. Surely, our residence has made him feel at home. Prince Zhao ignored her triumphant demeanor, focusing instead on the slight twitch of his son's lips, responding in a low voice, Gazing at this young girl before him, his head throbbed. Another child, just like his own, bringing him no peace. Alas, Prince Zhao truly lacks perception. I went to great lengths to bring his son back, and he doesn't even express gratitude. Prince Zhao remained expressionless, turning a deaf ear. Sheng Zhao observed Xiafang, subtly shaking her head. Squeak! How could the young master, in good health, have developed a muteness? What a pity, such a handsome face. System. Host, this is a monumental revelation. The Zhao family has long resided in Shaozhou. Many years ago, on a dark and stormy night, the Zhao residence was attacked, and enemies dispatched 18 assassins to pursue the 6-year-old young Master Zhao. The leader was particularly cunning. While creating chaos in the front courtyard by setting fires, they sent an undercover agent disguised as a cook to poison the young master's daily serving of chilled honeydew melon with a 100-day silence poison. Sheng Zhao inquired. 100-day silence. System. Yes, it can be understood as a type of mute poison. This substance originates from the shamanic doctors of the Blue River Kingdom, initially intended to punish the loquacious. The most insidious part is that the poison is colorless and tasteless. The young master, oblivious to the assassins being slaughtered, thought to calm his nerves with a few pieces of honeydew, and ended up eating 3 pieces, praising their sweetness. Sheng Zhao. Chapter 75. Truly deserving of the royal family. Their resources are beyond compare. Unlike that miserly emperor. As she reminisced about the past, Prince Zhao clenched his fists tightly. Even though that incident had transpired many years ago, the thought of those rogues still made his teeth grind with hatred. Although he had dismembered them mercilessly and the emperor had ordered a thorough investigation, unearthing even the mastermind behind it all, the child Fonger remained mute. Despite their relentless pursuit of renowned physicians across the vast lands over the years, no remedy had been found. Each time he reflected on this matter, both he and the princess consort felt a deep sense of guilt, believing it was their negligence that failed to protect their child. Upon hearing Sheng Zhao's words, the young heir, Zhao Shizi, felt his ears flush visibly red, and his eyelashes flickered almost imperceptibly. How could she possibly know such details? The prince's residence had consistently declared that the heir's affliction was the result of a poison inflicted by enemies. Yet they had never disclosed the minutiae of consuming 3 pieces of honeydew melon. Did he not care for his dignity? The system continued to elaborate. By the time the discovery was made, it was already too late. Prince Zhao and the princess consort were so enraged that they executed the kitchen maid on the spot. Alas, the heir remained mute. The empress, who had always doted on this grandson, fainted several times upon learning of the incident. This time, it was also the empress who implored the emperor to allow the Zhao family to return to the capital. Sheng Zhao gazed at the slumbering Zhao Shizi and felt a mix of nostalgia and incredulity. So, he became mute simply because he overindulged in 3 pieces of honeydew? The system responded, well, if that's how you choose to interpret it, you wouldn't be entirely wrong. She recalled the scene from last night, when the heir had squatted outside, engrossed in gossip. He was utterly captivated while indulging in his melon. So now he abstains from honeydew and consumes the melons of others? The system replied, in the end, they're all melons. Does it truly matter which one he eats? Xie Feng, unable to contain himself any longer, abruptly opened his eyes, threw off the covers, adjusted his clothes with a scowl, and prepared to storm out. He could not bear to remain in this disheartening place. However, Prince Xiao swiftly grasped his son's collar, pulling him back. Have you no gratitude for the young lady who saved you? Though the manner of rescue was less than dignified, she did save you, did she not? The people of the Xiao residence are not so oblivious. In the court, I acted impulsively, after all. Which father would not lose his composure upon hearing that his son had been dragged through the streets, his clothes in tatters? Seeing his son lying there in good health, yet still pretending to be asleep, Prince Xiao understood that the young lady had indeed instructed her people to care for him diligently. Xie Feng turned around, eyes wide in disbelief, pointing to his throat, and then at Sheng Zhao. You want me to say thank you? Are you serious? Am I not mute?
Yet.
What had his father just said? Young Master Sheng? This young lady actually holds an official position? He turned his head to scrutinize her more closely, and realized she was indeed dressed in official robes. Prince Xiao understood his son's confusion and, maintaining a stern expression, remarked, How impolite. Young Master Sheng, please forgive my son. He is merely shy. Sheng Zhao interjected, waving her hand dismissively. I understand. Xie Feng protested. Who is shy? What does she understand? Suddenly, Prince Xiao had an epiphany and unfastened a delicate box from his waist. Upon opening it, he revealed a small wolf hair brush with a cap, a thumb-sized jade ink box filled with ink-soaked silk, and several folded sheets of gold-sprinkled paper, a portable writing kit. He pulled his son closer and gestured toward the paper and brush. Come, write a note of thanks. Xie Feng trembled with frustration at his father's insistence. Yet, after a moment's reflection and recognizing his gratitude, he picked up the brush and, with a flourish, penned a thank-you note. Sheng Zhao leaned in to examine the still-drying ink, smiling approvingly. Well done. The heir's handwriting is truly exquisite. Having expressed his gratitude, the heir pointed to the door, signaling his desire to leave. Wait a moment. Prince Xiao pulled him back again. The young lady praised your handwriting. Should you not write something to express your appreciation? Xie Feng muttered. Had I known, I would have taken more deaf medicine. Sheng Zhao found his demeanor amusing. It seems Prince Xiao is quite attentive, carrying such a refined writing tool with him. Truly impressive. The system chimed in. What choice does he have? His son suffers from muteness, so paper and writing instruments are essential. The Xiao residents may lack in many things, but not in paper and pens. Wherever the heir goes, even to the latrine, the first item within reach must be paper and ink. The guards may forego their swords, but they must carry writing supplies. The Xiao residence demands that its servants possess some literacy. Those who are completely illiterate can only perform menial tasks. These rules are all in place for the heir's convenience. Sheng Zhao marveled. Wow. The prince and princess consort truly go to great lengths to ensure everything is meticulously arranged. Prince Xiao felt a sense of pride at her words. They had indeed invested considerable effort for their child. This young lady's demeanor was quite charming, far more engaging than his taciturn son. He planned to return home and discuss with his wife what gifts to prepare as thanks. After expressing their gratitude once more, Prince Xiao took his unfortunate child back to the Xiao residence. Sheng Zhao, having bid farewell to the father and son duo, returned to her room for some much-needed rest, instructing Xinger to ensure she was not disturbed. Exhausted from the previous night's late hours and the early morning court session, she vowed never to indulge in late-night melons again. Xinger remarked, Miss, I hope you remember your own words. Thus, she fell into a deep slumber until midday. Upon awakening and rubbing her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of numerous boxes neatly arranged in the courtyard. Sheng Zhao's eyes widened at the sight of the stacked goods. Goodness! Where did all this come from? A guard who had been waiting stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Young Master Sheng, the prince wishes to express his gratitude for saving the heir with these humble gifts. Uncle Jiang promptly presented the neatly prepared gift list. Sheng Zhao glanced over it briefly, her eyes lighting up. Not only were there jewelry, incense burners, and exquisite tea sets, but everything was prepared according to the standards of the royal residence. Just the 500 taels of gold alone made her beam with delight. Prince Xiao truly lives up to his status. His generosity is astounding. This is far more than what the emperor has given me. Can you believe it? The emperor just granted me 3 months' worth of salary. As a mere 7th grade official, my monthly salary is but a few taels of silver, barely a single digit. 3 months' salary? How miserly! The nearby attendants quickly lowered their heads, wary of revealing any sign of surprise. especially the guards from the Zhao residence, who were internally astonished. Not only could they hear young Master Sheng's innermost thoughts, but they also overheard her criticizing the emperor's meager rewards. I did not hear that. I did not hear that. Chapter 76. Young Master Sheng, something significant has occurred. At that moment, Sheng Zhao's attention was captured by a horse nearby. Its coat was a striking bluish-white, its back elegantly arched, and it moved with a lightness that resembled the gentle breeze over a river. What is this? The guard, noticing her interest, promptly explained, Young Master Sheng. This is a prized steed from the prince's stable, brought from Xiaozhou. Its color is reminiscent of the clear river, and when it runs, it appears as if a streak of silk is soaring through the sky. Thus, it is named Jianlian. His Highness the heir specifically requested this horse as a token of gratitude for saving your life. I absolutely adore it. Please convey my thanks to your young master. Sheng Zhao's admiration for the horse grew with every glance. She had been longing for a horse of her own. Having received such a generous bounty, her spirit soared. We must dine lavishly at Zuiyu Tower today. The system replied, excellent. I want to order some dishes as well. Make sure to eat in front of me. As Sheng Zhao donned her everyday attire, she engaged in casual banter with the system. No problem at all. Feel free to select whatever you desire. We now possess ample funds. She mused, I have yet to truly savor the delicacies of the Ziyuela. The last time I visited, my experience was utterly spoiled by Cui Jianyue. I had intended to go yesterday, but I diverted my course to Sue's for some melons instead. Today, come what may, I shall indulge myself. Humming a cheerful tune, she strode towards the estate's exit, her mind awash with thoughts of the Ziyuela's charcoal-roasted goose. The last time she had been there, she harbored suspicions that Cui Jianyue had tainted the dish, and thus she had refrained from tasting it. Today, however, she was determined to relish every bite. She even planned to pack a portion of goose oil flaky pastry for a late-night snack. Just as she stepped through the gate, an urgent voice called out, Young Master Sheng, please hold. Startled, she turned to see Li Jiao, the Deputy Minister of Justice, accompanied by a regiment of officials, all standing solemnly at her family's entrance. The gravity of the situation sent a shiver down her spine.
Lidaran.
What is going on? Why such a show of force at the Sheng residence? With a serious demeanor, Li Jiao blocked her path. Young Master Sheng, a grave incident has occurred.
Un grave incident?
What calamity could possibly warrant such a multitude of officials descending upon the Sheng estate? In that moment, Sheng Zhao's mind raced with myriad possibilities. Oh heavens! Could it be that my father has apprehended someone and has been seduced by the Qiao family? Or perhaps my third brother has been misbehaving at the academy? The system interjected, that seems unlikely. The officials exchanged glances, taken aback. Had they just heard young Master Sheng's innermost thoughts? No wonder she was granted the exceptional title of female official, with the authority to collaborate with the Ministry of Justice in investigations. Young Master Sheng truly was extraordinary. Li Jiao's face twitched slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he composed himself and solemnly declared, Young Master Sheng. Urgent news from Linjiang Prefecture has arrived. Within 5 days, 3 offspring of officials have been murdered. His Majesty commands that you immediately travel to Linjiang Prefecture to assist in the investigation. He presented the imperial edict to Sheng Zhao with both hands. Upon unfolding it, she read aloud. By the grace of heaven, I have learned that Linjiang Prefecture has recently suffered the loss of 3 sons, all of whom were scions of officials. The perpetrators are brazen, and the repercussions are dire. Therefore, I decree that Inspector Sheng Zhao is to proceed at once to Linjiang Prefecture, collaborating with the Ministry of Justice to thoroughly investigate this matter. Local officials and soldiers are to await your orders, and no barriers shall impede your passage. The truth must be uncovered within 10 days. Thus decreed. Closing the edict, Sheng Zhao furrowed her brow. Before she could contemplate the implications, the system's voice resonated in her mind. Host, this matter is far from simple. Someone intends to harm you. Li Jiao's heart sank. Was young Master Sheng truly in danger on this journey to Linjiang Prefecture? Who possessed the audacity to target her? If anything were to befall her during this investigation, he and the other officials would surely face the Emperor's wrath upon their return to the capital. Curiosity piqued. Sheng Zhao replied, harm me? Who would dare? The system responded, do you recall that in the original narrative, Guanyue had an elder brother with whom she was inseparable? Tilting her head in concentration, she recollected the mindless novel she had once read. Could it be that the leader of the intelligence organization, what was his name?
Jinam.
And the organization was called. The system promptly reminded her, Jishir Hall. They are reputed to know everything under the heavens. However, Should you inquire about the color of the emperor's socks from yesterday, they would fall silent. The officials exchanged bewildered glances. Is there truly someone who inquires about the emperor's socks? Is this known to His Majesty? With the system's commentary prompting her memory, she continued. I recall that in the original story, his and the female protagonist's parents were ensnared by officials from Linjiang Prefecture, leading to their downfall. Guan Yue was abducted and sold into servitude, ultimately finding her way to the Sheng estate, while Jidong roamed the underworld in search of his sister, establishing Jishir Hall. So, he is now murdering the offspring of Linjiang's officials for revenge? But why would he wish to harm me? I have done him no wrong. The system replied. You have not wronged him yet, but did you not confine his sister? Sheng Zhao exclaimed, Oh dear. I cannot entirely be blamed. If I hadn't confined her, she might have disrupted the storyline. Though the crown prince is deceased, one can never be certain what fortuitous encounters may arise from her lingering presence. What if she turns the tides again? Killing her would not do. As Guan Yue had appeared at the imperial banquet, and it has been confirmed that she had no ties to the crown prince. If she were to die inexplicably, someone would surely emerge to investigate. The officials exchanged knowing glances. Young Master Sheng was truly remarkable, deducing the suspect without even reviewing the case files. She had even unearthed a long-dormant case. The system elucidated further. Thus, Jidong's actions are twofold. First, to avenge his parents, and second, Jishir Hall has discovered his sister's presence in the Sheng estate. Knowing you possess the authority to assist the Ministry of Justice, he may attempt to accompany you to Linjiang Prefecture, intending to eliminate you and fabricate a fourth victim. And the third motive? Upon your departure from the capital, the general's residence will be without a master. He may seize this opportunity to rescue Guan Yue. 3 birds with 1 stone. Such ruthlessness? A smile crept across her face as a spark of mischief lit her eyes. So, he wishes to kill me while rescuing Guan Yue, does he? But I possess a rebound shield. What have I to fear? With a sly grin, she declared, Li Darren, please hold for a moment. I must gather some clothing and provisions, as well as an important piece of evidence. Li Darren bowed respectfully. As you wish, young Master Sheng.
Moments later.
She emerged with Uncle Jiang, who was carrying a wriggling sack on his shoulder, upon which were scrawled the words important clue.
Li Darren studum funda.
What is this? Surely, it contains a living being? Indeed, a crucial witness. Sheng Zhao patted the sack, which emitted muffled protests. In such a perilous situation in Linjiang Prefecture, how could she leave such an important piece of evidence in the capital? It was far safer to keep it close at hand. You wish to save someone? I shall thwart your plans. As they prepared to depart, Sheng Zhao inquired, Li Darren, how long will it take us to travel from the capital to Linjiang Prefecture? Li Jiao calculated. Using an official carriage, coupled with swift relay horses, we shall ensure the speed and endurance surpass that of civilian horses. We can change mounts at each relay station. Even accounting for rest periods at night, we should reach Linjiang Prefecture within 2 days. 2 days? Sheng Zhao queried the system in her mind. Will traveling by carriage delay our journey? What if Jidong claims more victims in the meantime? The system assured her. You need not worry. Jidong's sole focus now is revenge, to kill you and rescue Guan Yue. The offspring of the 3 officials involved in the past have already perished, so he is unlikely to kill anyone else for the time being. Because the next target is you, so hurry along and prepare for your imminent demise. Sheng Zhao gazed up at the heavens in exasperation. It was absurd to rush towards her own potential death. Yet, with 10 days granted by the emperor, there was no need for haste. With the ever-resourceful Ji by her side, solving the case would surely be a matter of moments. Very well. Let us travel by carriage. I am not adept at horseback riding anyway. Li Darren, having heard the system's words, nodded in agreement. That seems wise. But he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Though you profess not to ride, I recall seeing you share a horse with the commander of the Jin Wei, laughing more heartily than anyone else. Thus, under the emperor's decree to investigate a case, the team comprised of Deputy Minister Li Jiao overseeing the operation, Inspector Sheng Zhao assisting in the investigation, along with the minister from the Ministry of Justice responsible for drafting documents, a coordinator for affairs, 2 heads of the constabulary, 6 yamen runners and a coroner, alongside 2 grooms to manage the horses and baggage. Sheng Zhao surveyed the lineup of individuals. This was still a streamlined team. As Li Darren had mentioned, to avoid unnecessary personnel. In order to avoid drawing too much attention, everyone donned their everyday attire. A sack filled with crucial clues was unceremoniously tossed onto the carriage, accompanied by a muffled grunt. Sheng Zhao, feeling uneasy, declined the carriage that Lord Li had prepared exclusively for her, opting instead to share a ride with Guan Yu. She wanted to keep a watchful eye on Guan Yu. Meanwhile, Lord Li was in a state of agitation, as he could not sit in the same carriage as the young lady Sheng. Yet he yearned to be privy to the first-hand information. If he distanced himself, he would miss out. This time, there were no old bureaucrats in the court vying for his position, and he needed to seize this opportunity. As the saying goes, the one closest to the water gets the first melon. An idea struck him, and he suddenly took a quick step forward, clutching his neck while exclaiming loudly,
Ouch! Ouch!
Sheng Zhao looked at him. My Lord Li, what seems to be the matter? Dear young lady Sheng, to be frank, I woke up with a crick in my neck yesterday, and the jostling of the carriage is quite painful. He held his neck with one hand, a pained expression on his face, as he tilted his head to one side. The crowd? Wasn't he fine just moments ago? Can a crick in the neck flare up at any time? Sheng Zhao's expression was one of suspicion, her eyes reflecting disbelief. Then you. Suddenly, Lord Li perked up, snatching the reins from the coachman's hands and performing an exaggerated neck rotation. His face was filled with righteous resolve. Thus, I have decided to drive the carriage. It's the perfect opportunity to stretch my muscles and tend to my neck. This display nearly left the members of the Ministry of Justice slack-jawed, especially the recently dismissed coachman, who stood there in a daze. Lord Li was a dignified Deputy Minister of Justice, a position of the 3rd rank. Young Lady Sheng was only of the 7th rank, yet he would personally drive her carriage? Observing the astonished expressions of the onlookers, Lord Li scoffed. What do they know? I cannot miss this opportunity. They were still oblivious to the underlying scheme. By the time they realized, it would be too late to contest for the spot. He had to act swiftly. Sheng Zhao regarded him with a mix of skepticism. A crick in the neck? Stretching? Wasn't there another carriage available? She pointed to the carriage that the ministry had specially prepared for Lord Li. Ouch. Before she could finish her sentence, the coachman of the other carriage suddenly leaped down. How strange. Why does my neck feel so uncomfortable today? He stiffly rotated his neck. Could it be a crick? What a predicament. Perhaps I need to drive a bit more to feel better. The crowd. Squeak. Why do I feel that Lord Li is acting quite oddly? What is he up to? Did he really get a crick in his neck? The smile on Lord Li's face faltered. Oh no, I hope I haven't raised young Lady Sheng's suspicions. If that happens, I shall be in grave trouble. Neither His Majesty nor the entire court would let me off lightly. System. Host. It is likely not a crick in the neck. Sheng Zhao glared at Lord Li. Indeed, it was not a crick. What trickery was he up to? The system continued. However, he did twist his neck, that is true. He really did twist it? Lord Li's heart, previously in suspense, finally relaxed, his breathing becoming more even. System. Indeed, host. Lord Li acquired a new mina yesterday, reputed to be clever and capable of mimicking human speech. Lord Li was quite taken with it, and insisted on teaching the mina to recite poetry, envisioning the day he could showcase it during social gatherings with colleagues. How elegant that would be. It would also demonstrate his educational prowess. However, the mina would learn everything but poetry. Despite Lord Li's referencing classical texts and resorting to threats, it simply ignored him. Desperate, Lord Li even employed a gentleness he had never shown to his own wife, cooing at it with a strained voice. The system cleared its throat, truly altering its tone to mimic a high-pitched voice. Darling, if you obediently listen to me and recite just one line, I shall reward you with something wonderful. I cannot be reduced to begging you, can I? Oh dear. My little darling, just one line, please. The system's imitation was so amusing that Sheng Zhao could barely contain her laughter, stifling it until she was nearly in stitches. Ha 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 ha. Lord Li appears so serious on the surface, yet he engages in such antics behind closed doors. The members of the Ministry of Justice were not faring much better. Initially managing to hold their composure, they nearly broke when they heard Sheng Zhao's laughter. The coachman, standing aside, pretended to adjust the saddle, his shoulders shaking slightly. In fear of being discovered, he quickly turned away. A few young officials at the back pretended to inspect weaponry, jostling one another and exchanging knowing glances, silently urging each other to join in the laughter. Little darling. Lord Li's face turned crimson. Was it finally his turn to be the subject of ridicule? The system was not finished, continuing its tale. Coincidentally, at that moment, Lady Li's personal maid passed by the study, overhearing Lord Li repeatedly calling someone darling, instructing them to listen obediently, and insisting on personally teaching them something. The young maid was utterly taken aback. She thought Lord Li was hiding someone in the study and rushed to inform her mistress. Chapter 78. Could those few individuals be the assassins sent to kill me? What a revelation! The maid told Lady Li that Lord Li was hiding an extraordinary little enchantress in his study, repeatedly referring to her as darling, and that he had been coaxing her for quite some time. Upon hearing this, Lady Li was enraged, her temper flaring, and she seized a weapon, bringing several burly servants with her straight to the study. Lady Li stormed in furiously, just in time to hear Lord Li pleading with someone to open their mouth. How could she tolerate this? She kicked the door open, causing Lord Li to be so startled that his soul nearly departed, and in his haste to turn, he twisted his neck.
Ha ha ha.
Sheng Zhao was nearly doubled over with laughter, and in order not to be discovered, she swiftly turned and dove into the carriage. The next moment, her uncontrollable laughter echoed from within. Ha ha, what is this? The domineering deputy minister, online bird training? Ha ha ha. If only he had directed such effort into wooing his wife, she might not have stormed in with a weapon. Ha ha ha. The entire Ministry of Justice was struggling to suppress their laughter to the point of contorting their faces. Lord Qi, the minister, clutched the documents in his hands, ultimately unable to restrain himself, raising the documents to shield his face. Head Constable Yi was struggling so hard to contain his laughter that his sword slipped from his hand and fell onto his foot, causing him to grimace in pain. Just in time to mask the sound of laughter.
Pop.
Someone truly laughed out loud. Lord Li immediately glared over. The individual who laughed was squatting beside a horse, and upon meeting Lord Li's gaze, pointed at the horse, claiming it was making the noise. It was its mouth blowing air. Blowing air, my foot. Lord Li could no longer contain himself. With a commanding shout, they set off immediately. The procession sped down the official road, stirring up clouds of dust. Ultimately, Lord Li fulfilled his desire to drive Sheng Zhao's carriage. Sheng Zhao, observing the documents approaching from the direction of the ministry, furrowed her brow tightly. Squeak. These three deceased individuals are the children of Li Yud, the deputy of Lingjiang Prefecture, Jiao Li, the daughter of the inspectorate, and Chen Tong, the son of the deputy of the Salt Transport Division. If Zhou Dong's parents were responsible for their deaths, why seek revenge on their children rather than on them directly? Lord Li also perked up his ears, fearful of missing any detail. This carriage ride was indeed worth it, not in vain. The system remarked. Host. This matter is both simple and complex. Sheng Zhao glanced at the sack by her feet. The person inside had fallen silent, pondering whether the sack was sufficiently breathable to avoid suffocation. She kicked it lightly. The individual inside immediately began to whimper again. Then let us keep it brief. 10 years ago, in Linjiang Prefecture, there existed the largest silk merchant, surnamed Gao. He clandestinely allied himself with Li Yud, Jiao Li, and Chen Tong to engage in the smuggling of silk. Although these three men had not yet ascended to their current positions, they were already capable of executing minor schemes within their respective domains. The trio of officials was responsible for facilitating the smooth passage of goods through the grain transport checkpoints, orchestrating the transportation of smuggled goods via official vessels, and utilizing their positions to suppress various inspections. Meanwhile, the Gao family provided a fabric shop as a cover for their illicit activities. However, this prosperous arrangement was short-lived, as the court unexpectedly dispatched a special envoy to investigate the smuggling case in Linjiang Prefecture. In a bid for self-preservation, the three conspired to shift the entire blame onto the Gao family. Sheng Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment.
No wonder.
They are indeed attempting to eliminate the Gao family, revealing this intricate connection. Is this not a classic case of killing the donkey after the grind? Minister Li listened intently, realizing that this matter was intertwined with the smuggling case from a decade prior. Indeed, the three acted in perfect synchrony. Chen Tong worked tirelessly through the night to forge financial records, attributing years of smuggling activities to the Gao family. Li Yud directed the grain port workers to provide false testimony, claiming that the Gao family had coerced them into complicity. The most malicious of the trio, Jiao Li, not only fabricated a confession from the Gao family, but also concocted accusations of their intent to harm the special envoy. The subsequent events unfolded, as one might expect. Upon seeing the self-written charges against him in court, Gao's father collapsed, spitting blood. Gao's mother, in desperation, sold their assets to seek connections, only to find that these allies had shut their doors to her. Ultimately, Gao's father was sentenced to death by a slow slicing method, while his mother, overwhelmed by despair during her exile, chose to end her life by drowning. The Gao siblings, now fugitives, are known in the present as Zhidong and Guanyu. Sheng Zhao nodded in understanding. So Zhidong's slaying of their offspring was intended to make them experience the agony of losing loved ones? But why not eliminate the three directly? Minister Li, outside the carriage, nodded vigorously. Surely, killing them outright would be even more painful. Having navigated the underworld for so many years, Zhidong is no fool. Killing officials of the court would undoubtedly provoke a thorough investigation from the 6 ministries, making it difficult for him to escape unscathed. Targeting their offspring, however, would largely be classified as an act of vengeance, and local authorities would likely suppress the case. Moreover, he aims to make his enemies feel the pain of severed lineage. Yet, he had not anticipated that the emperor would dispatch the Ministry of Justice and you to investigate the case. Nevertheless, his organization is quite adept at gathering intelligence. They were aware of the imperial decree even before you were. Thus, your demise was merely an incidental aspect of his plan. Even if you had not gone to Linjiang Prefecture, he would have devised alternative means to exact vengeance and rescue his sister, Guan Yu. Sheng Zhao fumed. Incidental? My life is merely an afterthought to him. Does he not regard me at all? As she peered out of the carriage, she noticed a small merchant convoy of 3 or 4 individuals trailing them at a distance. Could those people behind us be sent by Zhidong to assassinate me?
Indeed.
You are absolutely correct. The system exclaimed with enthusiasm. Those are assassins hired at great expense by Zhidong, far more costly than those hired to eliminate the 3. Sheng Zhao noted the system's tone and found it rather amusing. Minister Li also turned to look behind, confirming the presence of a pair of carriages. He signaled to the constable riding beside him, who immediately understood, nodding seriously. Accompanied by several yamen runners, they discreetly slowed their mounts. As the horses exhaled heavily, Sheng Zhao stretched lazily in the carriage. The bag containing Guan Yu thudded against the carriage floor, and she began to wail incessantly. Guan Yu was almost beside herself with rage, having been inexplicably bundled into a sack and transported by carriage. Her mouth was gagged, and no one paid her any mind. While she could not recognize the voices around her, was there any mistaking the voice of that little wretch, Sheng Zhao? Once she was free, she would personally ensure that wretch faced her demise. After all, she was destined to be the crown princess. But how could that inept prince have failed to rescue her by now? Each day she counted the hours, dreaming of dismembering Sheng Zhao. Little Sheng, perhaps a cup of tea, before we continue our journey? Minister Li suggested, wiping sweat from his brow as he noticed Sheng Zhao peering out of the carriage. He pointed towards a nearby tea stall. Dismounting, they approached the stall, where the proprietor, a middle-aged man with a face full of wrinkles, was busily wiping down tables, while his wife attended to customers with efficiency. Aware that their attire was not overly humble, the couple feared their modest stall might be dismissed, and immediately greeted the guests with beaming smiles. Esteemed guests, what would you like to drink? As Sheng Zhao seated herself, the system's voice chimed in. Host, there is something noteworthy about this couple. Will you partake? The stall owner and his wife, having not heard anyone speak, exchanged startled glances. After a moment's contemplation, they began to ponder the meaning of the voice's words. Something noteworthy? About them? Chapter 79. A shocking revelation. A familiar face behind the crime. The truth is gruesome. Owner, what teas and snacks do you have? It is quite parched on the road. Please serve something refreshing. Upon hearing the word noteworthy, Minister Li subtly maneuvered himself to Sheng Zhao's table, nonchalantly squeezing the person sitting next to her aside. The other patron, unwilling to concede, defiantly repositioned himself back into the space. The stall owner's wife, snapping back to reality, cheerfully responded, Dear guests, thank you for your hard work. We have freshly prepared plum tea and apricot blossom tea, both from this year's harvest, fragrant and delightful. We also offer herbal teas like wormwood and dandelion, all sourced locally and reasonably priced. Additionally, we have warm honey water to soothe your throat. Minister Li waved his hand grandly. Bring us a selection of flower and herbal teas for everyone to sample. I see you have some shepherd's purse pancakes. Let us have 2 for each of us to stave off hunger. The stall owner's wife beamed with joy, and the couple hurried to prepare. Sheng Zhao, unable to contain her excitement, urged, quickly, Tell me, what is this noteworthy matter? Host, can you guess the ages of the owner and his wife? The system inquired. Sheng Zhao turned to observe the couple, who stiffened at the question, pretending not to hear as they continued pouring tea. In their line of work, dealing with a diverse array of people daily was unavoidable. They had encountered individuals who yelled and caused disturbances, but they were merely an ordinary family, accustomed to enduring such trials. Besides, the young girl bore no malice. They chose to ignore the remark. Sheng Zhao pondered aloud. They must be in their 40s? The officials from the Ministry of Justice also discreetly assessed the couple, silently agreeing with her estimation. However, the system interjected, You are mistaken. They are actually not yet 30. Sheng Zhao's expression froze for a moment, disbelief flickering in her eyes. She scrutinized the couple anew. What? Not yet 30? How can they appear so? The others, too, were intrigued. It seemed that even those seasoned in the Ministry of Justice could misjudge age. In truth, they are unfortunate souls. 5 years ago, they were a young couple in love, blessed with a child. Tragically, the child vanished mere weeks after birth, disappearing while they were fetching water from the backyard. Sheng Zhao's curiosity piqued. Did they report it to the authorities? A newborn child going missing? The others were similarly taken aback. Naturally, they reported it, and the officials searched the surrounding area extensively, concluding that the child had been abducted. Over the years, this couple has sold their possessions in a desperate search for their child, aging prematurely and bearing the weight of grief far beyond their years. The couple exchanged a glance, shock evident in their eyes. How could this young girl perceive their plight so accurately? They had only just met. Truly extraordinary. Sheng Zhao, upon hearing their story, felt a wave of sympathy wash over her. The couple welcomed their guests with radiant smiles, concealing a monumental secret within their hearts. Gigi, could you possibly find out where that child is now? The proprietor and his wife were carefully balancing tea as they approached. At the sound of those words, the teacup in the proprietor's hand clattered to the ground, shattering into pieces and nearly splattering onto the esteemed Li. The proprietor stood there, flustered.
I am terribly sorry.
Esteemed guest, my sincerest apologies. I shall fetch you another cup. He bowed repeatedly in apology, while Li hastily rose to grasp his arm, assuring him it was of no consequence. The proprietor, visibly shaken, inquired, what was that just now? He had heard the voice of one named Gigi, who might possess knowledge of the child's whereabouts, and he was overwhelmed with excitement. He yearned to ask further, but the words lodged in his throat, as if stifled by some unseen force. He gazed at the esteemed Li with trepidation. Li gently patted his arm, subtly shaking his head, signaling him to refrain from questioning. The proprietor dared not speak further. Had they perhaps encountered a legendary immortal today? Li continued the thought that the proprietor had left unfinished. Let that cup of tea be charged to our account. The proprietor finally managed to breathe again. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, and he hurriedly went to refill the tea. Suddenly, an ostentatiously dressed middle-aged man strode over, plopping himself onto an empty table. He slammed his palm against the table, making a resounding thud. Where's the payment for this month? What are you dawdling for? Have you forgotten how you begged me for assistance in the beginning? I've already done more than enough for you. Must one not show gratitude? Don't behave like an ungrateful wretch. The proprietor stepped protectively in front of his wife, unfastening the pouch of coins at his waist and presenting it with a forced smile. Brother, business has been slow this month. We truly have very little. The middle-aged man snatched the pouch, weighing it in his hands before suddenly shoving the proprietor to the ground, scattering coins across the floor. Are you trying to deceive me? The proprietress quickly helped her husband up, smiling nervously as she explained, Brother, we are not deceiving you. This month has seen much rain, resulting in fewer customers. The man pointed aggressively at Sheng Zhao and his companions, shouting loudly, but look at all these people sitting here. Do you think I'm blind? Are you hoarding silver? He lunged forward. The members of the Ministry of Justice could not remain seated. Their instincts as professionals were aroused. Li was the first to rise, pounding the table. Stop. The man shot a sidelong glance at him. What? Want a meddle in my affairs? He produced a yellowed contract from his pocket, shaking it open. Look closely. In black and white, you owe me. Li's face hardened as he accepted the contract, and Sheng Zhao, along with the others, leaned in to scrutinize its contents. Loan of 20 taels, with a monthly interest of 3%. The tea stall's profits shall grant 70% to Zhang Shun. If not repaid within a year, the ancestral land deed shall be forfeited. Fury ignited among the crowd. Isn't this a predatory clause? They borrowed 20 taels, and the 3% monthly interest is one thing, but taking 70% of the tea stall's profits. How could this couple possibly save up 20 taels this year? By year's end, they would have to relinquish their ancestral home. Zhang Shun sneered. Have you seen clearly? This is your own signature. Humph. Even if you report me to the authorities, I am not afraid. Sheng Zhao's brow furrowed tightly, disgust evident on his face. Gigi, who is this man? Is there extortion happening here? How brazen. The system interjected. Host, a shocking revelation. The couple's child was not abducted by strangers, but by an acquaintance. The perpetrator is their neighbor, this Zhang Shun. What? Chapter 80. The Child Thief, Disguised Among Us. How delicious is a bun made of human flesh. The members of the Ministry of Justice froze in shock, some widening their eyes, others gritting their teeth. It was he who had taken the couple's child. They had searched for 5 long years, only to discover that the thief lived next door. Not only had he abducted their child, but he also dared to confront them with such arrogance. Truly, it was revolting. Anger simmered in the eyes of the crowd. The proprietress, upon hearing this, seemed struck by lightning, standing frozen in place, her pale lips quivering. It was him. The proprietor's previously hunched back straightened slightly, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. If it were indeed Zhang Shun, could it also mean they might uncover the child's whereabouts? Sheng Zhao, equally anxious, demanded, Gigi, elaborate. This scoundrel, who stole a child, forced them into such a contract, and dares to abuse them without remorse. It infuriates me. The system sighed. The owner of this tea stall is surnamed Zhou, and he has been neighbors with Zhang Shun for many years. 5 years ago, Zhang Shun and his wife learned that a wealthy merchant's legitimate wife could not conceive. Fearing that the concubine would seize their wealth, they devised a false pregnancy scheme. However, as time passed, it became increasingly difficult to conceal, and they resorted to spending a fortune to procure a newborn male to secure their status. When Zhang Shun and his wife noticed that the Zhou family's newborn was a boy, they seized the opportunity to steal the child when the family was distracted. Sheng Zhao seethed. How much did he sell the child for? The system replied, 5,000 taels. For the Zhang family, it was a windfall, but for the Zhou family, it was a devastating blow. Ironically, Zhang Shun and his wife pretended to be eager to help the Zhou family search for their child, even offering to lend them money to start the tea stall, ultimately deceiving the illiterate couple into signing that unreasonable contract. The Zhou couple, grateful to Zhang Shun, had no suspicions. As soon as they signed, Zhang Shun revealed his true colors, causing a scene at the tea stall almost every month. Sheng Zhao recalled the child and inquired, how is the abducted child faring now, living with the wealthy merchant? The Zhou couple held their breath, listening intently, not daring to miss a single detail. The system, however, sighed once more. The merchant's wife knew very well that the child was not her own, so there was no affection. She raised him until he was a year and a half old, and after various treatments, she herself became pregnant. With her own child on the way, the purchased one was deemed unnecessary. When the child turned 2.5, he tragically met with an artificial accident and passed away. Sheng Zhao's fury surged. Damn it! This infuriates me. Was this scoundrel raised in a cesspool? Has his heart and soul been corrupted, selling another's child for silver, only to further exploit the child's parents, as if he must completely drain them of their resources before he is satisfied? Upon hearing the entire account, the crowd was filled with righteous indignation, their eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Had it not been for the need to protect the identity of the young master Sheng, they would have seized the man on the spot. The sudden revelation left the Zhou couple's minds buzzing, feeling as though the world were spinning around them, their legs weakening beneath them, nearly collapsing to the ground. They had no doubt about the details recounted by the young girl. There was no reason to doubt them. Every detail she provided was accurate. This man was indeed their neighbor, who had eagerly assisted in the search for their lost child after the abduction, even offering to lend them money to start a tea stall. They had been genuinely fooled into pressing their fingerprints onto that contract. Little did they know, he was the true culprit behind the abduction. What they had thought was genuine assistance was nothing but a facade of benevolence. The Zhang family, thriving off the wealth acquired from their child, continued to prosper, while the Zhou family plummeted into despair. They even had the audacity to use the profits from the blood-stained bun to coerce them into signing such a contract, leaving them bereft of their final refuge, their ancestral home. The truth struck the couple like a sledgehammer, causing them to sit down abruptly. The proprietor pointed tremblingly at Zhang Shun, his fingers shaking uncontrollably. You scoundrel! Lord Li was filled with trepidation, fearing that the truth might be revealed. He hastily crouched down to grasp him, whispering in a voice meant solely for the two of them, Do not raise your voices. I am an official of the Ministry of Justice. This matter shall be resolved by me, and I will ensure you receive justice. The two immediately fell silent, gazing in astonishment at the group before them. They were actually officials of the court? Could that little girl be? The two exchanged glances at Sheng Zhao, their hearts churning with tumultuous waves. At that moment, Lord Li was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, striving to prevent the Zhou couple from exposing the young Master Sheng's intentions while simultaneously seeking a pretext to apprehend Zhang Shun legitimately. If he could just take the man back for a thorough interrogation, he could piece together the evidence to build a case. Zhang Shun, oblivious to Sheng Zhao's silent thoughts, only perceived that the Zhang couple had suddenly collapsed to the ground, assuming they were reluctant to pay. He raised his foot to kick them. The two bailiffs beside Lord Li swiftly intervened, blocking him as they stood protectively in front of the couple. In broad daylight, if you dare to harm them, do not blame me for being impolite. Zhang Shun, thwarted, was quite displeased. He initially let out a cold laugh before fixing a menacing glare at the two before him. Do not harm anyone? What authority do you have to dictate my actions? It is only natural to repay debts. If the government cannot intervene, what right do you rabble have to interfere? And you threaten me? I would like to see just how you intend to be impolite to me. Come on, then. Zhang Shun advanced step by step. The bailiffs dared not act recklessly. They were still en route to Linjiang Prefecture and did not wish to create unnecessary trouble. Moreover, without a proper reason to arrest him, they looked helplessly at Lord Li, awaiting his decision. With gritted teeth, Lord Li stamped his foot, raising his hand to issue a command. However, Sheng Zhao was unconcerned with any need for secrecy regarding her identity. She could not tolerate this injustice and resolved to take action. Without the slightest hesitation, her gaze turned icy as she commanded sternly, "Someone, seize this man at once." Someone? Zhang Shun nearly burst into laughter. What does a mere little girl know of authority? He found it utterly ridiculous. Ha! Little girl, why not return home to play house? My brother has no time to indulge you. Even as Zhang Shun laughed, the two bailiffs acted on Sheng Zhao's orders, swiftly restraining his arms. Another bailiff approached, having retrieved an iron chain from the carriage, and swiftly secured it around his neck. Zhang Shun's expression changed dramatically as he struggled, shouting, "What are you doing? On what grounds do you arrest me? What right do you have?" While Zhang Shun continued to shout, Sheng Zhao stepped forward, brandishing an inspection order that gleamed with authority. What is this? An inspection order. Chapter 81. I need no evidence to apprehend. A slap in the face of pretension. Zhang Shun, firmly held by the two bailiffs, remained in disbelief. With a voice hoarse from shouting, he exclaimed, "An inspection order? I have never even heard of such a thing. You, a mere child, dare to impersonate a court official?" The Zhou couple stared incredulously at the figure before them. They had only just realized that the esteemed official was a member of the court, but they had not known that this young girl was also one of them. Zhang Shun, refusing to relent, his forehead veins bulging, shouted hoarsely, "Everyone, look at this. This little girl claims to possess a broken token, as if it were an official seal. What punishment does one face for forging an official seal? And you stand idly by? Wait, what did he just say? A little girl forged an official seal? Impersonating a court official? This is no trivial matter. Whose child is this, so audacious?" With a shout, the few passers-by on the official road, along with the merchant caravan, paused to observe. After all, it is human nature to love a spectacle. However, it was the first time they had witnessed a little girl impersonating a court official. As people gathered around the tea stall, they were puzzled by the scene before them. Two burly men were restraining a middle-aged man, a couple sat helplessly on the ground, and a little girl held up a token. A vendor, with goods on his shoulder, scrutinized the inspection order. An inspection order? Hiss, this token does indeed look authentic. But this girl seems far too young. Zhang Shun immediately seized the opportunity, exclaiming, "Exactly. If you're going to pretend, at least find someone who looks the part. A yellow-haired girl. Who does she think she is?" The vendor nodded in agreement, gesturing toward the one in charge. "This fellow here has a face full of righteousness. If he were holding that token, I would find it somewhat credible. He has the demeanor of someone who has weathered many storms, a true official. But this little girl..." The one in charge interjected, "No, please. Do not say any more. Brother, I beg you, do not escalate this. Lord Li and young Master Sheng are present. This does not concern me." Sheng Zhao, puffing out her chest, retorted, "What if I do not fit the official mold?" She endeavored to appear serious, suppressing her earlier expression of amusement. An old steward from a merchant caravan stroked his beard as he observed the unfolding events. "On my journey to the capital, I believe I heard from an old friend that the court has indeed appointed a female official recently, something like an inspection envoy. Could this be her inspection order?" Sheng Zhao raised her small head confidently. "Indeed. She is the first female official of Dejing." A scholar appearing to be in his 30s or 40s shook his head disapprovingly, his gaze filled with skepticism. "Preposterous. It is absurd for a woman to wield authority. This must be a forgery. We should promptly deliver this outrageous girl, who dares impersonate a court official, to the authorities." The officials from the Ministry of Justice looked at him in astonishment. They finally understood why this man, at his age, had not yet excelled in the examinations. He seemed utterly oblivious to the world beyond his scholarly pursuits, focusing solely on his studies. Did he not know that Dejing had specifically abolished the old rule prohibiting women from holding official positions for the sake of young Master Sheng? What was he even studying? If he were to inquire around the capital, he would discover that young Master Sheng was the talk of the town. If he were to learn that the token was genuine, he might faint on the spot. Zhang Shun, sensing an opportunity, seized on the moment. Indeed, let us apprehend her. We can take her to the authorities, and perhaps we shall even be rewarded. Seeing the crowd hesitating, he continued to incite them. She dares to impersonate a court official. That is a grave crime. We are acting in the name of justice. Look at how she is speechless before us, clearly guilty. With so many of us here, what fear do we have of a mere yellow-haired girl? Sheng Zhao retorted, I was simply astonished by your audacity. She was eager to see what else he could conjure up. The Zhou couple helped each other to stand, defending Sheng Zhao. No, it is not like that. This girl is a good person. The young vendor, though doubtful of the situation, did not wish to get involved, quietly stepping back. The old steward of the merchant caravan recalled his friend's words and had no intention of intervening. Only the middle-aged scholar, lost in thought, began to weigh his options. The civil service examination not only assessed literary ability, but also moral character. If he exposed this wrongdoing, he could cultivate an image of loyalty and candor, potentially earning the government's accolades and the title of a local sage. If he spent a little money to spread his reputation, perhaps he could even gain favor with the officials. The prospect of passing the exams was within reach. Having made up his mind, he raised his hand to grasp Sheng Zhao's arm. Seeing the scholar daring to make a move, Lord Li's expression darkened, his anger rising. How dare he lay hands on young Master Sheng? Outrageous! He bellowed, yanking Sheng Zhao behind him for protection. Just as Lord Li contemplated whether to present the official documents from the Ministry of Justice to assert their identities, Sheng Zhao forcefully pushed him aside, simultaneously stowing away her inspection order. Casting a glance at Zhang Shun, she spoke with an impassive expression. I am an imperial inspector, bestowed by His Majesty, endowed with the authority to assist in the investigation of grave criminal cases. Today's apprehension is based on confidential reports indicating that 5 years ago, Zhang Shun illicitly sold the son of tea stall owner Zhou, acquiring a sum of 5,000 taels, and deceitfully coaxed him into signing a loan contract with the intent of usurping the Zhou family estate. With each word she uttered, Zhang Shun's complexion paled further. How could she possibly know about his betrayal of the Zhou family? Moreover, how could she be aware of the contract? Did she even know his name? He was certain he had never disclosed his identity to them. Could it truly be? No, that was impossible. It must be that Zhou had fabricated tales to them. The evidence from that time had long since vanished, and the offspring had perished. They were surely just making baseless assumptions, and he had nothing to fear. You slander me. Do you possess any evidence? Sheng Zhao, upon hearing this, suddenly let out a light laugh. Evidence? As an official conducting investigations, do I require evidence? His Majesty has conferred upon me the inspection order, allowing for the detention of individuals involved in the oppression of the populace before formal documentation. Do I need evidence to apprehend you? She fixed her gaze upon Zhang Shun, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. Zhang Shun felt his body stiffen, a chilling sensation coursing down his spine as if drenched in icy water. Sweat beaded upon his forehead, observing her unwavering confidence. Could it be true that she was indeed an inspector? Had the court discovered his treachery against the Zhou family? Was the court sending someone to investigate him specifically? This notion sent waves of cold sweat cascading down his body, and his restrained hands trembled uncontrollably. Yet he mustered the strength to retort, You assert it. Therefore it must be so? How can anyone know whether you are a fraud? Sheng Zhao looked at him coldly, declaring, What are you to demand proof from me? Once you find yourself in the dungeons of the Ministry of Justice, you may verify for yourself. As her words fell, Zhang Shun quaked violently, his face ashen with terror. She was not exaggerating. She spoke the truth. Chapter 82. This young female officer appears to have a boundless future. At that moment, having dealt with a few sycophants, Captain Yi was hastily approaching on horseback with 2 bailiffs. The sight left the onlookers dumbfounded. What was happening? Had they merely delayed for a moment and missed the spectacle? Captain Yi cast a resentful glance at Lord Li, silently hoping that the next time, Lord Li would choose someone else. As they did not wish to part from the promising young officer Sheng, Lord Li, ignoring Captain Ye's gaze, beckoned him over. Captain Yi, you've arrived just in time. Take this man and escort him to the Fengzhou government office. He retrieved a copper plaque from his chest and tossed it to Captain Yi, who caught it mid-air, replying, As you command. Captain Yi felt immensely burdened. Alas, such was the fate of those in service. The 2 bailiffs exchanged frantic glances, silently pleading, Do not choose us. Do not choose us. Let someone else take the lead. Seeing Captain Yi's mischievous grin, his eyes locked onto the two. Their spirits sank. The chief official, remarkably perceptive, had already lifted a brush to draft the paperwork. Yet, he was at a loss for how to phrase certain details, fearing that if he wrote too elaborately, young Officer Sheng might suspect something. How to concoct the narrative, how to compose it. It was truly a headache. Sheng Zhao snatched the brush from the chief's hand. Let me write it. I am the one who received the confidential report. I understand it best. The chief official regarded her as a savior, hastily inviting her to sit. Observing the young officer's awkward handwriting, the chief's lips twitched. However, it turned out Sheng Zhao was not particularly adept with the laws of dying, and after a few strokes, she awkwardly glanced at the chief. How should this be judged? The chief, exasperated, replied, Young Officer Sheng, you may dictate, and I shall supplement. Sheng Zhao rose once more, urging the chief to sit down. Very well, very well. Once the document was completed, Lord Li handed it to Captain Yi, instructing. This is the Ministry of Justice's official document, detailing the case. His eyes darkened, each word chilling. Inform the governor of Fengzhou that this case must be reported to the Ministry of Justice within 3 days, should there be any favoritism. I shall personally settle the accounts upon my return to the capital. Yes, Captain Yi clasped his fists in response. He unfolded the document and read its contents aloud. Case: Zhang Shun, involved in the illicit sale of a person, fraudulent contract establishment, and conspiracy to commit murder. According to the law, death for the illicit sale of a person resulting in death, equally guilty for those purchasing a person's offspring leading to death. Fraudulent contract establishment incurs 80 strikes. Enticing illiterate individuals incurs an additional penalty. The document ordered the immediate escort of the suspect Zhang Shun to the government office, as well as the apprehension of the buyer, Madame Zhang of the Hong family, to be held separately for trial. The coroner was to examine the remains of the child buried at the Hong family ancestral grave, and the financial records of both families were to be sealed, with a demand for the return of the 5,000 taels. The suspect was not eligible for bail, and within 3 days, the preliminary testimony and evidence were to be reported to the Ministry of Justice. Signed by the Deputy Minister of Justice, Li Jiyu. A government seal was stamped below. Upon recognizing the document's content, Captain Yi was taken aback, not daring to show any negligence. Zhang Shun's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, muttering repeatedly, It's over, it's all over. The middle-aged scholar from earlier looked ashen, staring in shock at Sheng Zhao. She was truly a female officer. He had almost sent her to the government office himself. Would that not be akin to slapping his own face? If he offended the officials now, his path to the imperial examination would be irrevocably ruined. Terrified and astonished, he was relieved he had not revealed his identity. They did not recognize him. Taking advantage of the distraction, the scholar quickly slipped away. The peddler and the old steward from the merchant caravan were equally astonished, their gazes fixed on the young girl. A female officer of such tender years? Given her earlier demeanor, she would undoubtedly have a bright future ahead. The two scrutinized Sheng Zhao's features as if to engrave them in their memories. Witnessing the young officer in action had indeed made their day worthwhile. The peddler felt immensely fortunate that he had experienced a bout of diarrhea that morning, causing him to depart a quarter-hour late. Otherwise, he would have missed this thrilling spectacle. The group did not linger long, and continued on their way. Upon hearing the contents of the document, the Zhou couple was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down their faces as they knelt before Sheng Zhao, bowing their heads. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, for avenging our son. We have no way to repay you. They understood well that without this young girl, they might never have known the truth. Nor could they have brought the heartless villain to justice. Sheng Zhao was taken aback by their sudden show of reverence, staggering back a couple of steps. Her eyes filled with confusion and disarray. She hurried forward to help them up. Please rise. Do not do this. It is not my merit, it was the confidential report. The report? Oh dear, I've mentioned it was a confidential report. If gratitude is to be expressed, it should be directed towards the one who penned the report. Oh no, what should I do? Am I going to lose years off my life? She struggled to lift them, casting a pleading glance at Lord Li. Lord Li, please help me get them up. Oh no, this cannot be. Lord Li pretended not to hear. He glanced discreetly around, pulling Captain Yi aside to speak in hushed tones. Remember, if the Fengzhou office inquires how you came upon this information, just say it was a tip-off. Captain Yi discreetly peeked at young Officer Sheng. I understand. Lord Li's expression turned serious. How is the situation with the rest of the team? Rest assured, my lord. Their luck was extraordinarily poor. We chased them on horseback into the woods, and before we even drew our swords, They fell into a trap dug by some unknown hand, allowing us to capture them all and have them taken back for questioning by nearby patrol officers. Lord Li nodded. Indeed, that is rather unfortunate. Captain Yi then cautiously addressed Lord Li, rubbing his hands together. My lord, our brothers just arrived and Haven Tea had a chance to drink tea. We're both thirsty and hungry. How about we send someone else? He wished to remain and enjoy the spectacle with young Officer Sheng. Lord Li turned and walked away. I'll pack you some cakes to take along. Eat them on horseback. Yi the captain. The group finally settled down to enjoy some tea, leaving only Yi the captain and 2 constables to grumble as they prepared 2 cakes before escorting Zhang Shun away on horseback.
Ah,
This tea is delightful.
sweet.
Sheng Zhao exclaimed, downing a large bowl in one gulp and praising it incessantly. She even indulged in 2 shepherd's purse cakes alongside her tea. Li Darren chuckled at her enthusiasm. This child is truly ravenous. I had thought the young lady of the general's residence would be too accustomed to refined delicacies to enjoy such humble fare, yet here she is, savoring the shepherd's purse cakes with great gusto. Gigi, I just fabricated an excuse about receiving a secret letter to explain my knowledge of this matter. Do you think Li Darren and the others would believe it? Might they suspect the veracity of my claims? Li Darren suddenly paused, his hand holding the teacup freezing midair. Young Master Sheng, do not overthink it. We have no doubts whatsoever. Chapter 83. Ugh. How disgusting. System. Rest assured, host, for you are an imperial censor. This official position is far from trivial. You possess the authority to present accusations directly to the emperor without prior approval from superiors. This is what they refer to as rumor-based petitions. Even without solid evidence, mere hearsay can suffice for a case to be filed. Furthermore, should the investigation yield no substantiation, the censor would not be held accountable unless it is proven to be a deliberate false accusation. Moreover, during the last banquet at the palace, the Empress Dowager even bestowed upon you the edict for direct admonition. If anyone were to have a grievance and send you a secret letter, would that not be entirely reasonable? Should a secret letter be sent to the Ministry of Justice, they would have to follow procedures for examination and judgment, which is quite cumbersome. However, if they write to you, you can apprehend individuals directly. I am confident that Li Darren would understand this logic. Thus, he would not doubt your account. Sheng Zhao nodded. So, are you implying that my position is not one just anyone can occupy? It requires extraordinary talent and impeccable character to attain it. If a treacherous villain were to take on this role, would it not be disastrous? Indeed. Throughout history, imperial censors have been those of unwavering integrity, unafraid of the powerful. Only such individuals are qualified to occupy this esteemed position. A surge of confidence blossomed within Sheng Zhao. Truly, the emperor has recognized my worth. He met me in my second sister's palace and discerned my unwavering integrity and fearlessness. He promptly conferred upon me a special title. No wonder so many envy me. It is simply due to my exceptional nature. The others exchanged glances, resigned to the fact that as long as young Master Sheng remained unperturbed, all would be well. Yet Gigi made a valid point. Although the Ministry of Justice held greater authority, his position as deputy minister was indeed superior. However, the manner of apprehending individuals could not be as straightforward as young Master Sheng's. That position was renowned for its role as the emperor's emissary. The emperor had a keen eye for discerning talent. Such a crucial role would not be casually assigned to someone reckless. Although young Master Sheng was youthful and somewhat impetuous, fond of gossip, the court officials recognized her as a discerning and virtuous individual. Li Darren, seeing that everyone had settled in, called for the innkeeper to settle the bill.
No.
Sir, you have avenged us. You have already done us a great service. We cannot possibly accept this money. The innkeeper waved her hands frantically. Nonsense. Li Darren feigned a stern expression. As an official of the court, if I were to partake in the common people's provisions for free, how would I differ from those corrupt officials? The innkeeper looked distressed, but suddenly, rhythmic thudding sounds emanated from the direction of the carriage. It seemed someone was kicking the carriage floor. Li Darren glanced at the constables enjoying their tea, who immediately rose to investigate. They lifted the carriage curtain, revealing Guan Yue's head emerging from a burlap sack, her hair disheveled and her body bound by hemp ropes, unable to move, as she repeatedly banged her forehead against the carriage floor. Upon noticing their approach, she glared ferociously at them, her eyes bloodshot, as if ready to pounce and devour them. Goodness, has she gone rabid? The constables stumbled back in fright. Sheng Zhao, hearing their shouts, suddenly recalled Guan Yue was still in the burlap sack. Gigi, I ought to get her some water. We can't let her perish from thirst halfway through. She could still be of great use. System. Indeed, if she were to die, we would lose a significant asset. Perhaps you could offer her the bitter tea you just had. Ji, do not be deceived by its bitterness. That tea is medicinal and the most expensive kind, a boon for her. Sheng Zhao requested more tea and carried the bowl over, ignoring Guan Yue's murderous glare.
Hey.
Are you going to drink or not? Sheng Zhao yanked the rag from Guan Yue's mouth, only to find it had inadvertently pulled out a sticky strand of sugar. EW. How disgusting. When did you hide this sugar? She grimaced and almost flung the tea bowl in disgust. Guan Yue glared at her, teeth gritted, filled with resentment. How dare this wretch question when she had concealed the sugar? Since returning from the palace banquet, she had been confined within the general's residence, prohibited from contacting anyone. Fortunately, she had a pouch of sugar gifted by the crown prince. When the boredom became unbearable, she would indulge in a piece.
Today.
She had just placed a piece in her mouth when she was ensnared in a burlap sack and thrown onto the carriage, with a filthy rag stuffed in her mouth. The sugar stuck in her mouth could neither be spat out nor swallowed, leaving her to wait for it to dissolve naturally. Now this wretched girl had the audacity to disdain her for the sugar strands? Sheng Zhao extended the tea bowl forward. Drink some water. We will be on the road soon and there will be none left. Guan Yue squinted, her cheeks puffed.
Tui.
A precise spit of saliva landed in the tea bowl. She lifted her chin and smugly declared, "Taste my specially concocted nectar." The air fell silent. The three stood frozen in shock. Sheng Zhao. The two constables. Is she mad? Sheng Zhao stared at the floating foam in the bowl, remaining silent for 2 seconds, before shaking her head at Guan Yue. Look at you. Such fine tea. I didn't even ask you to pay, and yet you waste it so callously? Guan Yue shot her a defiant look. If you don't want to waste it, then drink it. What? Afraid to drink? Sheng Zhao could no longer endure it. She chose to ignore Guan Yue and shoved the rag back into her mouth, tightening the burlap sack once more. She turned to the constables. Go fetch a water pouch. 2 days' journey. I refuse to believe she can endure without food or drink. Humph. Wasting tea is one thing, but to disgrace another's bowl, she has no sense of public morality. All of this will be accounted for. The constables hurriedly brought an empty water pouch, cautiously pouring the foamy tea into it, fearful that a tremor of the hand would spill it on themselves. Is this person truly unwell? One quietly approached Li Darren, a serious expression on his face. Sir, I suspect that witness is rabid, and I am concerned for young Master Sheng's safety in the same carriage.
Li Darren nudda.
Acknowledging the concern, the constable's heart lifted. Shall I drive for young Master Sheng to ensure her safety? Li Darren shot him a glance. This fellow was waiting for his chance, wasn't he? What? Do you think I cannot protect young Master Sheng's safety? Without further ado, Li Darren slammed down the payment on the table and seized the reins. Attempting to usurp his position as the spectator? Not on his watch. The group bade farewell to the Zhou couple and continued on their journey, the carriage speeding along the official road. Sheng Zhao glanced at the curtain lifted by Li Darren, who was driving, and curiously asked the system, has Li Darren's neck not healed yet? I noticed he drank the tea most vigorously. I thought he was improving. Upon hearing this, Li Darren immediately pretended to clutch his neck and turned slightly. Oh, it indeed has not healed. Before Li Darren could relax, the system's voice made him tense once more. System. Host, would you like to indulge in the gossip regarding Lord Li's daughter? Chapter 84. When a literary youth encounters an episode of invisibility, the situation spirals out of control. Lord Li's back stiffened with tension. It was one thing to pry into his affairs, but now they were discussing his daughter. Young Master Sheng, could you not target someone else? Yet. What scandal could his daughter possibly be involved in? It would be prudent to listen. If his daughter were being mistreated in her marital home, he would want to know at the earliest opportunity. On that note, he turned his head, only to spot another head of the constable's way, accompanied by the remaining 4 officers, hastily accelerating with 5 horses, skirting perilously close to his carriage. Lord Li? Are they pilfering gossip on the side?
Sigh.
2 other carriages simultaneously drifted, leaving a chaotic trail of wheel impressions on the road. The carriage carrying Minister Qi and the coroner executed a perfect tailspin. Minister Qi popped his head out of the window, casting him a flirtatious glance. If there's gossip, do summon me back. Lord Li scram. Upon hearing of the juicy tidbits, Sheng Zhao nodded enthusiastically, his actions mirroring that of a chick pecking at grains.
Eat, eat, eat.
Wait a moment. I'll grab some sunflower seeds. In a flurry, he extracted a delicate pouch from his belongings, retrieving a handful of seeds. To stave off the dryness from snacking, he had even prepared a pouch of cool tea nearby. Of course, not the one from Guan Yue. All right, I'm ready, do tell. System. Lord Li's daughter is named Li Shumai. She married last year to Ji Chun, the legitimate son of the left chancellor. Both are literary youths who revel in composing poetry. Their union was born of mutual admiration for each other's talents, inspiring envy among onlookers. This was the first time Sheng Zhao had heard of Lord Li's daughter, who had wed the left chancellor's son. The eavesdropping Lord Li nodded in agreement, secretly pleased. His daughter had been lauded as a talented woman before her marriage, and she had always held a fondness for scholarly individuals. Their acquaintance had blossomed at a poetry gathering, where they exchanged verses with great fervor. It was then that they had taken a liking to each other. The system continued. However, after marrying into the Li family, it became apparent that Ji Chun harbors a peculiar, lesser-known penchant. Sheng Zhao, intrigued, hastily inquired, "A lesser-known penchant? What could it be? He wouldn't be abusive, would he?" Lord Li's heart raced at the thought. Could it be true that his son-in-law possessed violent tendencies? He didn't seem to fit that mold, appearing quite genteel. Yet, one cannot judge by appearances. He recalled vividly the mistreatment perpetrated by young Master Sheng's uncle against his wife and children. Lord Li's expression darkened. If Ji Chun truly abused his daughter, he would seek justice for her, regardless of the young man's status as the son of a chancellor. Even if he had to confront the emperor, he would not falter. System. No, it is not that. The couple still enjoys a harmonious relationship. It is a particular fondness for role-playing. Lord Li, relieved that it was not domestic violence, exhaled deeply. Thank goodness. But what precisely was role-playing? The astute Minister Qi seized upon the key term, role-playing. He leaned closer to the driver, whispering urgently, "Get closer. I can hardly hear." Sheng Zhao's eyes widened at this revelation, momentarily forgetting the seeds in his hand. Role-playing? How bizarre. Is it the kind of scenario I'm imagining? System. Host. Not at all. It refers to poetic enactment. What did you think it was? Haha, no, I was indeed thinking of that. Lord Li. What is it then? System. Just the other day, Ji Chun had a recurrence of hemorrhoids and sought medicine from the physician. However, he found it difficult to apply the ointment himself. And not wishing to let the maid or servant see, he requested his wife to assist him. Sheng Zhao grasped the crux of the matter. Hemorrhoids? It can't be like Minister Song's condition, can it? Lord Li's heart nearly stopped. No way. His son-in-law didn't have a penchant for that sort of thing, did he? System. Oh, no. It's simply due to excessive scholarly diligence from a young age, resulting in prolonged sitting. A perfectly normal case of hemorrhoids. Host, where are your thoughts wandering? Lord Li expelled a breath of frustration. Couldn't he refrain from such dramatic exclamations? Sheng Zhao awkwardly sipped from his water pouch. Oh, as long as it's not that. System. Consequently, when Li Shumai applied the ointment on his rear, he suddenly felt inspired and thought of a perfect line of poetry. Sheng Zhao, puzzled, asked, "You can find poetry even when applying hemorrhoid ointment? What line was it?" System. Picking chrysanthemums by the eastern fence. Buffed. Sheng Zhao sputtered, spraying water straight out, coughing as laughter erupted, clutching his belly in mirth. The tea sprinkled onto Guanyue, sack. Guanyue, is it raining? Ha, picking chrysanthemums?
Ha. Yichuan?
You literary youth, can you really come up with such a double entendre while dealing with hemorrhoids? Such talent should not go to waste in mere storytelling.
Ha.
Lord Li, who had been sitting upright in the carriage, suddenly felt his face flush crimson upon hearing the line about picking chrysanthemums, his grip on the reins faltering. In that instant, the entire caravan seemed to be struck by a silent wave of laughter. To secure the prime gossiping position, several horses and 2 carriages quietly vied for space. The driver, in a difficult predicament, turned to the person in charge inside the carriage, saying, "My lord, we cannot get any closer. We'd be practically touching the rear of the constable ahead." System. But it doesn't end there. Ji Chun insisted on involving his wife, Li Shumai, in acting out this poetry line. He performed the act of picking chrysanthemums, while his wife recited leisurely gazing at the southern mountains. As he was exposing himself, his father, the left chancellor Ji Qi, happened to pass by and overheard them exchanging verses. He felt a deep sense of contentment, believing his children were engaging in such refined interests, and he wished to join in. As a result, he pushed the door open. I can only say that time seemed to freeze in that moment. He saw his son, propped up on the soft couch by the window, his bare backside exposed, rhythmically swaying as he recited poetry, an image that struck his mind with full force. Host, can you imagine the impact of that scene on the left chancellor? Everyone. They all felt it. System. The left chancellor's smile vanished in an instant, and his son could only stammer an explanation that it was a form of marital joy. Sheng Zhao could not contain his laughter, struggling to hold back tears to avoid alerting those outside, only daring to laugh heartily in his mind. Ha ha ha, what a form of marital joy.
Yichuan?
How will you ever face your father again? System. Indeed. For a time, their meetings were extraordinarily awkward, leading them to adopt a back-to-back mode in subsequent days. Huh? Back-to-back mode? What does that mean? Exactly. Because every time they met, they couldn't help but recall that embarrassing scene. They maintained a back-to-back position while eating and walking. Their pet dog even learned to walk backward as a result. Ha ha ha. Chapter 85. No worries. Just a bit of wear and tear. Sheng Zhao laughed until he could hardly breathe, vividly imagining the peculiar sight of the two oddball father and son dining back-to-back, awkwardly reaching for dishes while seated in reverse. Suddenly, he recalled something and paused before asking, "Hey? Why haven't I seen the left chancellor around during court these past few days? Surely, he hasn't taken leave out of embarrassment, has he?" System. Not at all. After that incident, the left chancellor can no longer bear to look at anything associated with chrysanthemums. Whenever he sees anything related to them, he is reminded of his son's bare backside. He even instructed his servants to store away the painting Mo Hua Yanling one that had always hung in his study, a masterpiece personally crafted by the emperor, depicting a splendid array of chrysanthemums, which he had previously cherished immensely. Furthermore, those chrysanthemum teas were something he preferred to avoid entirely. Ultimately, in an attempt to forget the matter, he requested to be sent to Jiangnan under the pretense of encouraging agricultural practices during the spring plowing season, and it had likely been over half a month since his departure, so he estimated his imminent return. Sheng Zhao exclaimed, "Haraha." Ji Chun is left with a chilly backside from picking chrysanthemums, while the left chancellor hastily fled to Jiangnan.
Ha ha ha.
No wonder we haven't seen him around. When he returns, I shall certainly enjoy chrysanthemum tea in front of him, so he can relive the experience. With that, the overseer in the carriage stifled his laughter, thumping his thigh while secretly giving a thumbs up to the young master Sheng. Ji Chun, with a chilly backside from picking chrysanthemums, and the left chancellor fleeing to Jiangnan. The young master Sheng was truly gifted. Lordly inwardly raged. What a nuisance. I married my daughter to you, not for you to compose poetry about hemorrhoids. Hearing of his son-in-law's audacious actions, he felt both amusement and a sense of guilt for laughing. He began contemplating whether he should bring his daughter home for a few days, for such a well-behaved daughter should not be led astray by that scoundrel. Nevertheless, he secretly hoped to witness the scene of the young master Sheng deliberately presenting a cup of chrysanthemum tea to the left chancellor, inciting a furious flush upon his face. Lord Song, observing his carriage being squeezed to the side, was quite distressed. He had only caught snippets about backsides and the left chancellor, failing to grasp the entirety of the situation. Could it be that the left chancellor was mimicking his son and reciting poetry in the nude? No. He could not afford to miss such juicy gossip. He patted the coachman's shoulder, urging him to shift closer, to push them apart. Yes, yes. Oh, don't be afraid. It's all right. Just come along and enjoy the gossip, be a little bolder. The coachman complied, discreetly maneuvering the carriage a foot to the left. Captain Wei turned to look, aghast. This was unacceptable. He immediately urged his horse ahead, cutting into the space between the two carriages. The overseer, pulling back the curtain to assess the situation, silently cursed. He hastily emerged halfway from the carriage, grabbing the reins, urging, "Follow closely, don't let them steal the spotlight." Alas, as the overseer tugged, the carriages were drawn too close, and the wheel failed to avoid a large stone obstructing the road. The carriage jolted violently, nearly throwing the overseer out. Lordly was drawn to the commotion. "Ha ha, let that be a lesson for you all. Unlike me, who is riding in the same carriage as the young Master Sheng, inseparable." Lordly, reveling in the chaos, was ready to mock the overseer when suddenly the reins in his hand jerked, crashing against the adjacent carriage's shaft. The startled horses reared on their front legs. In the next moment, the carriage lurched directly into a muddy pit, causing the horses to collapse onto their forelegs. It was a complete disaster.
Oh, dear.
Sheng Zhao, who had been enjoying the gossip, suddenly felt the world spin around her. She tumbled into the mud, clutching a soft cushion from the carriage, utterly bewildered. Sitting on the ground in confusion, she wondered, what just happened? Were we ambushed by assassins? The system chimed in, "Host, it seems two carriages have collided." The burlap sacks inside the carriage fared no better, flying out and crashing against a nearby tree trunk. Guan Yue grimaced in pain, her face contorting, yet her mouth was muffled, preventing her from voicing her discomfort. Instead, she could only mentally curse Sheng Zhao. The overseer's carriage had also overturned, and he scrambled out, observing the muddy young Master Sheng and feeling alarmed. This is disastrous. The coachman, equally flustered, asked, "My lord, are you all right?" The overseer straightened his disheveled clothing, feigning calmness as he reassured, "It's nothing, nothing at all, just a bit of wind and frost." Sheng Zhao glared at her muddy self, her skirt dripping with mud, her anger boiling over as she pointed at Lord Li and the coachman. "How could you drive like that? How could we overturn when the road is this wide?" The overseer swiftly reacted, adopting a righteous demeanor as he addressed Lord Li. "Exactly. How could you drive like this? Lord Li, your horsemanship skills leave much to be desired." Upon hearing this, Lord Li's mouth fell agape in shock, rendered speechless. He had been driving just fine. It was they who insisted on crowding in to eavesdrop on gossip, causing the collision. He had ridden horses for 30 years. And this was the first time a mere civil servant had lectured him. How had he never noticed how adeptly the overseer could shift blame? Sheng Zhao flicked her wet sleeves, splattering mud onto Lord Li's face, drawing a long face from him. "Indeed, Lord Li, you ought to practice more. Perhaps next time, let someone else handle the reins." Geez, this Lord Li is truly incompetent. If he can't drive, why must he insist on taking the reins? Does he have some misconception about his equestrian skills? Just now, when the horse reared, he was pulling the reins so tightly it nearly rolled its eyes back, as though he were attempting to give the horse a neck massage. Sheng Zhao could not help but vent her frustrations internally. Lord Li, however, could not voice the incident of them crowding in for gossip, and now he was splattered with mud. He felt utterly miserable, silently taking hold of the reins of another carriage. The system noted Sheng Zhao's displeasure. "Host, your resentment seems ready to burst forth." Sheng Zhao retorted, "Could it not? I'm covered in mud from head to toe. How could my grievances not be substantial? If Lord Li dares to touch the reins again, I shall pen every embarrassing event from his childhood to the present, publishing a tome titled The Secrets of the Li Household. I shall distribute it freely throughout the capital. Furthermore, I will hire storytellers to recite it every morning in the market, making Lord Li's tales the finest reading material for those squatting in the latrines." Humph. The system found this idea splendid and cheered. "Hooray! Host, you are brilliant. I shall provide every detail of Lord Li's life, from childhood to the present, ensuring our book becomes a phenomenal success." Lord Li's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly fainting. Chapter 86. At this moment, the young Master Sheng truly resembled a muddy monkey. The stakes were high. Lord Li's survival instinct surged as he discreetly passed the reins he had just commandeered to the nearby coachman, wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. This girl was far too ruthless. He did not wish to suffer social embarrassment in the capital. The overseer, seizing the opportunity, patted Lord Li on the shoulder, adopting a serious tone. Lord Li, do not be too hard on yourself. I shall find you a book on horsemanship for you to study diligently. Get lost. You have the audacity to say that. It's all your fault for insisting on squeezing in here, causing the accident, and then shifting the blame onto me." Lord Li kicked the overseer's backside, who deftly evaded the attack. Sheng Zhao, hands on her hips, wore an exceedingly grim expression.
"Now."
"Immediately. We must find a place to freshen up." She articulated each word through clenched teeth. "I demand a bath and a change of clothes. Also," her gaze swept over the guilty-looking assembly, "I require a coachman who 1T overturn the carriage." The overseer surveyed the muddy young Master Sheng, noting the water dripping from her skirt, forming a small puddle on the ground. At that moment, she truly resembled a muddy monkey. He quickly turned his head away, insisting, "This has nothing to do with me. It's Lord Li who cannot drive." Lord Song, holding a map, composed himself. "Young Master Sheng, there are no post stations nearby. The closest official relay station is a 3-hour journey away. We may not arrive until midnight. As night falls, we can only seek an inn to rest temporarily." Sheng Zhao shot him a glance. 3 hours? The horses will be exhausted. Why rush? Humph. She was now incensed at the sight of the Ministry of Justice personnel. System. Host, there is a small town approximately 2 miles ahead, featuring only a single inn, with a rather mediocre environment and exceedingly poor soundproofing. Members of the Ministry, Sheng Zhao. Mediocre environment? Exceedingly poor soundproofing?
What can we do about that?
Surely, we cannot sleep on the streets. System. Fear not, host. That place has plenty of watermelons. Gigi will provide you with some juicy gossip to savor. Sheng Zhao cleared her throat, feigning a suggestion. Lord Song, could you check the map for nearby villages or towns? Lord Song paused momentarily, then pretended to examine the map. Indeed, there was a town not far off, roughly 2 miles away, which presumably had an inn. The others silently applauded Lord Song for his cooperation. 2 miles was not a significant distance, and Sheng Zhao refused to ride in the carriage any longer, so the group led their horses alongside her as they walked. The person in the sack remained quiet, likely having been knocked unconscious. They had intended to hoist the sack back onto the carriage, but seeing it dripping wet, the group felt some disdain. Placing it on horseback only made the horse uncomfortable, shaking its head in agitation. Ultimately, Lord Li instructed the constables to drag it along the ground with a rope. He kept reassuring himself, "It's fine. The young Master Xiao was dragged 3 streets and is still lively. At least this is separated by a sack. It was all fine." Listening to the complaints from young Master Sheng, the ministry's personnel felt as if their faces could sink into the ground. Finally, they arrived at the town, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This was Shurqiao Town, and the inn ahead should be the only one in the area. Let's hurry over. Lord Song folded the map and, pointing ahead, spoke with a sense of relief. Sheng Zhao lifted her head, gazing at the inn sign, slowly reading aloud. Nuiju?
Huh.
Is this a legitimate inn? Ji, are you certain this is the only inn in town? System. Absolutely. There is no other option. The members of the ministry exchanged glances. The name sounded suspiciously like a brothel. Lord Li's face paled, and he retreated repeatedly, his hands flailing about like a windmill. This place cannot be stayed in. If my wife finds out I entered such an establishment, she will surely come after me with a meat cleaver. Seeing his reaction, Sheng Zhao found it amusing, her anger dissipating significantly. Lord Song teased with a smile. So, Lord Li, you are truly afraid of your wife?
No.
I merely respect her. You wouldn't understand. A young lad dressed as a waiter approached with a cheerful smile. Dear guests, do not misunderstand. Our establishment is indeed a legitimate inn. Originally called Ruiju, last year's storm blew away a part of the sign, leaving it as Nuiju. The proprietor deemed this a sign from heaven and chose not to repair it. Lord Li exhaled quietly, relieved. He straightened his expression and inquired, "But won't this affect your business?" The waiter's eyes sparkled with delight. "Dear guest, you may not know, but since the sign lost a piece, our business has flourished. Scholars passing by on their way to the examinations pause at our door, and some have even traveled from the neighboring town just to see New Iju. We've had more guests arriving at night than usual, showing how popular our inn has become. Fortunately, you arrived early today. If you had waited until dark, there might not have been any rooms available." The group exchanged incredulous looks. Do those people really not think you are a brothel? What was that proud expression about? Sheng Zhao promptly voiced the collective concern. Surely no one genuinely believes this is that kind of place? That kind of place? The waiter paused, then slapped his thigh. Oh, just the other day, an elderly scholar, squinting and half-blind, mistook our establishment for a women's academy and insisted on giving our proprietor a sum of money for tuition for his granddaughter. Our proprietor emerged with a frying spatula, scaring him off on the spot. The group exclaimed, No, that is not what we meant. Just then, a towering figure, broad-shouldered with a pronounced scar across his brow, charged out of the kitchen wielding a ladle. What nonsense are you kids spreading about me? The group was left speechless. It seemed Gigi had been correct. The soundproofing was indeed atrocious. No wonder those misled by the name found the reality of the inn so different from their expectations and dared not voice their grievances. Who would have the audacity to complain? The proprietor swung the ladle, shouting, "What are you dawdling for? My braised pork is about to turn to charcoal. If you don't want to stay, then don't." System. Host, this proprietor is quite remarkable. He has some notoriety in the Jianghe. Sheng Zhao's interest was piqued instantly, and she eagerly inquired, "Is that true? What kind of fame?" System. Previously, a notorious scoundrel attempted to dine and dash, only to be struck on the head with a ladle, kneeling on the ground and offering his ancestral jade pendant as collateral for the meal. He is known as One Ladle Determines Fate. One ladle determines fate? How fierce! The proprietor's eyes widened, and he slammed the iron ladle against the door frame, leaving a dent in the wooden structure. He scanned the surroundings. Who is speaking? System. Did you see that? This tactic is called striking the mountain to startle the tiger. The group responded in unison. We saw it. We saw it. Without hesitation, Lord Li declared, "Proprietor, 6 of your finest rooms, please. We shall take them. It must be quite safe." Chapter 87. The overbearing censor and her captive sister the proprietor. having overheard the discussion about him, was initially displeased, ready to unleash his ire with a ladle, but upon hearing the guests requesting 6 premium rooms, his demeanor transformed into one of delight, flipping his mood faster than a page in a book. His overly eager manner left the ministry personnel in a state of shock. He tucked the ladle behind his waist, rubbing his hands together as he approached. Valued guests, what an honor. Please come right in. Sheng Zhao flicked her damp sleeves, commanding. Prepare hot water for my bath and send some meals to my room. She pointed at the dripping sack on the ground. Also, take this thing inside. The proprietor raised the ladle, urging the waiter with a face full of disdain. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and assist. He then dashed back to the kitchen to resume cooking. As the constables from the ministry prepared to step forward, the eager waiter, not allowing the guests to lift a finger, quickly rushed to handle the sack. Just as he reached for it, he suddenly felt the weight of the sack and noticed it was still warm, causing him to retract his hand in fright.
Ah,
Is there a person inside this sack? The waiter asked hesitantly. His heart raced. Who would be so cruel as to stuff someone into a sack? Were these people perhaps human traffickers?
they didn't seem like it though.
Could it be that young girls were now resorting to human trafficking for a living? The group collectively held their breath, fearing their identities as officials might be exposed. Although it mattered little if they were revealed, they certainly wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. Sheng Zhao maintained her composure. Oh yes, it's my sister. The ministry personnel were taken aback. No wonder young Master Sheng is so quick-witted. Her sister is the imperial concubine after all. Such antics were hardly appropriate. Sheng Zhao shook her head, then sighed. You see, my sister is quite infatuated with love, deceived by a man to the point of obsession. She insists on eloping, but our family disapproves, so she wants to sever ties with us. We have no choice in this matter. The waiter, astonished, felt a rush of excitement at the juicy gossip.
Oh?
Is that so? But what does infatuated with love mean? Is it a local delicacy? The ministry personnel were equally puzzled. As young Master Sheng often introduced odd phrases. Could this be some newfangled malady? Sheng Zhao patiently explained, an infatuated love brain, as it were. You could understand it as someone who disregards everything for love, losing all reason. The waiter finally understood. Oh, so that's what an infatuated love brain is. I've never heard of that before. The officials of the Ministry of Justice remarked, young Master Sheng is indeed knowledgeable. Sheng Zhao lowered her voice, but in truth, that man is nothing but a gambler, heavily in debt. He possesses a handsome visage and is adept at using flowery language to deceive young women into eloping with him, only to sell them off to settle his debts. Yet, my sister refuses to believe our warnings, insisting that he is a paragon of virtue. As guardians, how can we allow her to pursue such folly? Upon hearing Sheng Zhao's words, the innkeeper's expression turned grave, a surge of righteous indignation coursing through him. His fists clenched unconsciously. That is unacceptable. How dare that scoundrel deceive innocent maidens? If he dares to come to our establishment, he shall taste the fury of our iron ladles. Seeing his fervor, Sheng Zhao nodded in admiration, patting him on the shoulder. Well said. Arda Jing needs more men of your conviction. She gestured towards the burlap sack and the officials of the ministry. Alas, you cannot imagine the effort it took to retrieve her. We pursued him for 3 days and nights, only for my sister to refuse to leave. She insisted on facing hardship alongside that rogue, leaving us no choice but to knock her unconscious and bring her back. We cannot simply watch her leap into the abyss.
Can we?
But you mustn't breathe a word of this. If that man discovers my sister's disappearance, he will undoubtedly come looking to reclaim her. And who knows what he might do. Some gamblers will stop at nothing to repay their debts. The innkeeper, filled with righteous indignation, gritted his teeth.
Fear not, miss.
Though I am but a humble servant, I detest such scoundrels who prey on innocent maidens. He thumped his chest with conviction. Rest assured, dear guest, your sister is absolutely safe here. Should that gambler dare to pursue her, he will learn that our establishment's resolve is fiercer than the thugs of any gambling den. He brandished a firewood stick as if to emphasize his point. Sheng Zhao, her heart heavy, thought to herself, what a good man. She sighed deeply at the burlap sack. Sister, behold, this is the kind of man worth marrying. The innkeeper, flustered by the praise, hoisted the sack and headed towards the room. Miss, I shall accommodate you in room 2, the most spacious and comfortable one, away from the staircase and not at the end of the hall, ensuring tranquility and convenience. Hot water is being prepared, and your meal will be served shortly. Please settle in and call for me if you need anything. Sheng Zhao nodded, following the innkeeper to her room. Thank you so much, kind sir. What a wonderful person you are. Li Darren, astonished, remarked, "Is it truly possible?" He was taken aback by young Master Sheng's remarkable display. After years of navigating the political arena, he had never encountered such a talent. Her pained expression and her tone of concern for the nation. One might think she was a true hero in rescuing her sister. The officials of the ministry stood at the door, their expressions akin to those who had been struck by lightning. It is a loss to the literary world of Dejing that young Master Sheng does not write novels. Suddenly, someone recalled. Did we not hear that the sound insulation here is poor? Poor sound insulation. In an instant, realization dawned upon them, and the atmosphere became tense. Their eyes flickered. Outwardly composed yet rife with unspoken excitement. Gigi had mentioned that this place was rife with gossip, and they could not afford to miss out.
Lidaran.
The quickest to react, stealthily began to move. I am quite fatigued. I shall retire to my room for some rest. Please feel free. He casually made his way towards the staircase, slipping away before anyone could react. The others gasped, realizing Li Daran had secured room 1 next to Sheng Zhao's. He shut the door with satisfaction. Dr. Song and the head official exchanged glances, feigning a stumble to push the eager Captain Wei aside. And together they opted for room 3, adjacent to Sheng Zhao's. The coroner and Captain Wei, left with no choice, settled for rooms on the first floor, conveniently located directly beneath Sheng Zhao's, ensuring they could eavesdrop easily. The remaining 4 constables exchanged glances, resigned to select 2 rooms near the staircase, but had already devised a plan. At the first sign of commotion, they would rush to the roof. Chapter 88, Midnight Gossip Guide, on how to eavesdrop in various ways. After bathing and changing into clean clothes, Sheng Zhao felt much fresher, free from the previous stickiness. She mentally berated Li Daran several times before finally recalling Gigi. Noticing the burlap sack, remained still. Goodness, could she be dead? Tentatively, she checked for breath, relieved to find, thank goodness. She must have simply been knocked out and is yet to awaken. Cautiously, she retied the sack. The innkeeper had just delivered a steaming meal. As she ate, she chatted with the system. I find the innkeeper to be quite commendable. He carried that sack with such strength, a truly earnest individual. The system replied, Host. He possesses quite a sense of justice, but do not be fooled by his current simplicity. He secretly harbors feelings for the innkeeper's daughter. Upon hearing this, Sheng Zhao dropped her chopsticks in surprise. Is there gossip?
Really?
He has feelings for the innkeeper's daughter? How did that come to be?
How long has it been?
Is she here at the inn? She bombarded the system with questions. Indeed, though the innkeeper appears robust, his daughter is remarkably beautiful. She assists her father with the accounts at the inn, and over time, he has developed feelings for her. Last Lantern Festival, he secretly gifted her a hairpin. Sheng Zhao exclaimed, Wow, such initiative for love. Did she accept it? Interestingly, just as he presented it, the innkeeper walked in on them. The poor lad was chased down 8 streets by the furious innkeeper wielding a ladle. In a moment of desperation, he knelt and claimed it was a misunderstanding, insisting that the hairpin was meant for him, merely to be delivered by his daughter. Sheng Zhao burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, he managed to wriggle out of that one? He doesn't seem too dull after all. Did the innkeeper believe him? The sound of her laughter resonated through the walls, silencing the occupants of the other rooms in the ministry. What was that? It sounds like young Master Sheng's laughter. Is Gigi spilling more gossip? The officials sprang into action. Believe it. How could he not? However, this incident left the innkeeper feeling rather embarrassed. It was his first time receiving a gift, and he was quite pleased. Yet the next day, when he wore the hairpin to market, he was ridiculed by the townsfolk, who remarked that he was like an old tree blossoming anew. He felt humiliated and, upon returning, suspended the innkeeper for 2 hours.
Puffed.
Why would a grown man carry a hairpin in public? Sheng Zhao set down her bowl, grabbing a piece of cake. And then what? Was he still suspended? What else happened? Of course, he was indeed suspended. The hairpin bore the innkeeper's daughter's name, leaving no room for denial. This infuriated the innkeeper, who still scolds him thrice daily. Sheng Zhao recalled the innkeeper's fierce expression towards the innkeeper's son earlier that day.
No wonder.
Who could blame him for being protective of his daughter? Meanwhile, in room 1, Li Daran sprang up from his bed, pressing his ear against the wall. His face flattened against it. He strained to catch the words about hairpins, daughters, and blooming old trees. Could it be that someone is indulging in the secret chronicles of their household? How anxious I am. I can hardly hear. I am practically pacing in circles within the room. In room 3 of the East Wing, the head officer, in a bid to secure the best position ahead of Lord Song, accidentally bumped into the corner of the table, letting out a loud cry of pain. Sheng Zhao paused momentarily, What was that sound? The two neighboring rooms fell utterly silent, the three individuals holding their breath, afraid to make a single sound. Lord Li cursed inwardly, certain that the commotion was caused by those two rascals. Clumsy as they are, they seem oblivious to the need for caution. The head officer could only silently wail in agony, tears almost welling up in his eyes. Downstairs in room 1 of the West Wing, the two individuals, Wei and the coroner, were completely unaware of the happenings above, engrossed in their game of stacking themselves like a human pyramid while listening to the ceiling. The coroner gritted his teeth, balancing the head of the officer atop him, his face clouded with displeasure. Old Wei, you ought to lose some weight. The officer pressed tightly above. Sure. Why is it so quiet now? A muffled scream pierced the silence, prompting the coroner to urgently inquire, what happened? What did you hear that has you so agitated? Damn it, dust from the beams fell into my eyes. The coroner retorted, I give up. It would be better if he stayed up there. 4 constables clung to the roof tiles like geckos, for young Master Sheng was a lady, and they dared not peek through the tiles, merely indulging in the gossip. Brother, I can't hear a thing. What's all this ruckus about? Clear out the earwax. Suddenly, one constable slipped. Ah, help. Another quickly covered his mouth, whispering a warning. Are you trying to get us killed? If young Master Sheng hears, we'll never hear gossip again. Sheng Zhao felt perplexed. Why does it seem like there is some commotion around the room? Is it merely my imagination? The system replied, I'm not sure, perhaps the people from the Ministry of Justice next door are sorting through case files. The soundproofing in this inn is quite poor, so it's normal to hear some noise.
No worries.
Let us continue enjoying the gossip. Sheng Zhao chuckled. All right, let us keep enjoying the gossip. The frightened Lord Li, Lord Song, and Officer Wei finally felt a sense of relief. The system continued. However, he is not a bad person. He has a decent heart. Just last time, when a young girl at the inn was being harassed by a drunken man, he boldly picked up a broom and rushed over to chase him away.
But
Sheng Zhao pressed. But what? Hurry up and tell me. The system explained, but when he rushed over, he tripped over a chair and bumped his head against the drunken man, leaving the man stunned. In the end, it was the young girl who seized the moment to knock the drunken man out with a vase, and afterward, she was the one who bandaged his knee. Sheng Zhao. That unfortunate lad, full of zeal, yet lacking in fortune. The system added. Just last month, he spotted the owner of the fabric shop next door chasing after a girl, mistaking it for an illicit affair. He confidently informed the woman, and the two of them had been lurking by the door all night. It turned out that the girl was actually the long-lost sister of the fabric shop owner, whom he had finally found again after many years. Of course, he would treasure her dearly. Sheng Zhao collapsed onto the couch in laughter, her hairpin loosening. Haha. This young waiter is too amusing. Did the owner get angry? Did he end up begging for mercy again? The system replied, not just the owner, but his wife was furious too. Now, whenever he passes by the fabric shop, he has to walk close to the wall or cover his face and hurry past, lest he be whipped by the fabric shop owner with a measuring tape. Sheng Zhao was in a fit of laughter when the system suddenly cried out, Host. The organization of Zhou Dong has caught wind of our group passing through Shurqiao town. He intends to personally come and assassinate you tonight. Sheng Zhao.
Tonight?
Chapter 89. The host's flawed human skin mask, side effects random. No returns on after sales? The individuals from the Ministry of Justice were pressed against the wall, some stacking themselves up, while a few clung to the roof. They had just overheard the system mention Shurqiao town and assassination. Alarm bells rang in their hearts. An assassination in Shurqiao town? Who was to be assassinated? By whom? Just as they were about to listen further, a furious roar erupted from the lobby downstairs. The innkeeper slammed his palm against the table, bellowing, Li Taiju. Are your eyes on the soles of your feet? I told you to wipe the table. And what is this you've wiped?
Huh.
Can't you see the grease reflecting your foolish face? A voice, filled with grievance, came from the young waiter. Innkeeper. I've wiped it 3 times already. Sheng Zhao's train of thought was abruptly interrupted by this furious outburst. Indeed, ever since the incident with the hairpin was exposed, the young waiter had been scolded countless times by the innkeeper daily. Coming back to her senses, she asked the system, why is Zhou Dong in such a hurry? Wasn't it agreed that he would wait until I went to Linjiang Prefecture before killing me to better disguise himself as a victim? Why has he come now? The system replied, Host, he changed his mind long ago. He learned from the Jishir Hall that you were quite skilled at investigating cases in the capital. He fears you will ruin his schemes when you go to Linjiang Prefecture. So, he intends to eliminate you en route and then head straight to the capital to rescue Guanyue. Remember when we were first on the road? He even hired assassins to tail us. Sheng Zhao recalled those assassins who had been lurking behind the caravan. How could she almost forget that matter? Oh right. What about those assassins? The system explained, those individuals were discovered by the Ministry of Justice. Lord Li thought they were culprits from the Linjiang Prefecture murder case sent to obstruct their investigation. And he has had Officer Yi arrest them and send them to the authorities for interrogation. Sheng Zhao shook her head, truly disappointing. How could they save Guan Yue when they didn't even realize she was long gone from the capital? The people of the Ministry of Justice were nearly driven to madness. The noise from the lobby below was so loud they couldn't hear young Master Sheng at all. They still wanted to know who was being assassinated. Perhaps they could even solve a case in the process. Sheng Zhao continued. So, he couldn't hold back any longer and plans to kill me personally. The system confirmed, yes. He has pinpointed the location of the EU in through the Jishir Hall and knows you are staying in room 2 of the East Wing. He is expected to arrive in about 15 minutes. Sheng Zhao sat up from the couch and asked, how many of them are there? What is their plan to kill me? The system replied, apart from him, there are several other assassins. They will set fire to the inn's backyard. And as the flames rise, someone will shout that there's a fire. The Ministry of Justice, bound by their duty, cannot stand idly by in such a situation. They will surely rush out to investigate. Sheng Zhao narrowed her eyes. Another ploy to draw the tiger away from its lair? But the people from the Ministry of Justice aren't fools. How could they all be lured outside?
Crash.
Another loud sound echoed from downstairs. The innkeeper's voice pierced through 3 times. This table is dirtier than your pig brain, greasier than the love poetry you wrote for my daughter.
Go.
Wipe it down again, and if it's not clean tonight, you'll be sleeping in the horse stable. The Ministry of Justice was nearly driven to the brink of insanity by the noise. It seemed they had heard young Master Sheng mention them, and even called them fools. What on earth were they discussing? Were they possibly indulging in the Ministry's scandalous gossip? The system continued. Thus, they have prepared a backup plan. Amid the chaos of the fire, they will have someone shout that there are assassins. Pointing in the wrong direction will certainly raise suspicion among the Ministry of Justice, since they had already dealt with a wave of assassins on their way here. They will assume that this new wave of assassins is also targeting them. Lord Li and the others, worried about the tiger-drawing tactic, will surely split their forces. Some will attend to the fire, others will pursue the assassins, leaving 1 or 2 behind, thereby dispersing their attention. At this moment, the main event will unfold. Zhou Dong will disguise himself as a guest at the inn and, taking advantage of the chaos, will sneak upstairs. He held a vial of sedative, intending to blow it through the crack of the door. Once you succumb to unconsciousness, he would enter to deliver the fatal blow. After accomplishing his task, he planned to escape through the rear window, blending into the crowd of firefighters, masquerading as a concerned citizen. Additionally, he had left 2 assassins behind to create false leads, misleading the Ministry of Justice into pursuing erroneous trails. At this moment, Sheng Zhao displayed no signs of fear regarding her imminent assassination. Instead, her eyes sparkled with excitement. How audacious to devise such a meticulously crafted plan to eliminate her. Impressive. This scheme sounded quite comprehensive. It was evident that considerable effort had been expended. However, Zhou could never fathom that she possessed an advantage, enabling her to foresee all his plans.
Hee.
System. Host, of course it is meticulous. He has been strategizing for several hours, nearly losing his hair over it. This plan even has a code name. What is the code name? System. Nightblade Cool Plan. Full title. Night Raid on the Inn, 1 Blade Cold. Sheng Zhao, the eavesdropping officials from the Ministry of Justice. What? What does night cool mean? What chaos? Creating confusion to make people feel cold at night? What a ludicrous strategy. Below, the innkeeper and the waiter had resumed their quarrel, the waiter retorting, which only incited the innkeeper to berate him more vehemently, threatening to make him sleep in the horse stable and deduct his wages. Oh, how vexing. At that moment, the Ministry of Justice wished they could knock both of them out. Why argue now of all times? This was certainly delaying the unfolding drama. Seeing no sign of a ceasefire, the group reluctantly abandoned their eavesdropping efforts. The 4 constables returned to their quarters. Casting a disdainful glance at the 2 bickering in the hall, it seemed that there would be no spectacle to witness today, and it would be better to retire early. At night, after tucking in, the young lord had remarked that it was cool at night. In room number 2, the sack stirred slightly, and Sheng Zhao turned her gaze toward the sound. Could it be that Guan Yue is about to awaken? System. Calculating the time, she should be waking up soon. Awakened?
Perfect.
It was time for her to meet her long-lost brother. These siblings had plotted to kill her. They must face the consequences. A mischievous idea struck her. Hey, does our mall have any disguise pills? Let us temporarily alter Guan Yue's appearance to mine. If Zhou wants to kill me, let his own sister suffer instead. Hee hee. The system was excited. If it had a physical form, it would surely be applauding. Host, what a brilliant idea. We have disguise pills for 500 points each. Upon hearing the price, Sheng Zhao felt a pang of regret. So, expensive? Wouldn't that be a waste? System. Since our last system update, we added a section for inferior products, which includes human skin masks for just 10 points, but they are indeed subpar. They may be cheap, but they come with minor side effects. Sheng Zhao only heard the word cheap. Alright, let us go with that. What else could be better for Guan Yue? She opened the inferior product section of the mall, where everything was available, and the prices were remarkably low. She was practically beaming with joy. A defective human skin mask? Side effects random. No returns on after sales? I'll take it. Chapter 90. Where did he hire such foolish assassins? Did he seek out the cheapest option to save money? She hesitated, glancing at the sack. She's about to wake up. Should we knock her out again? To avoid ruining our plans. She picked up a candlestick from the table, gesturing toward the sack. The system promptly advised, Host, you can just strike her on the back of the head or the neck. Guan Yue was groggily on the verge of waking. Having yet to comprehend her surroundings, the sack trembled violently and she squeezed her eyes shut, slipping back into unconsciousness. To ensure she remained peacefully reclined and would not awaken anytime soon, Sheng Zhao delivered another decisive blow to the sack. Hitting the back of her head too much won't turn her into a fool, right? System. No worries. Fools have their own luck. Sheng Zhao. She quickly unfastened the sack and, with great effort, managed to lift the person onto the bed. She placed the human skin mask over Guan Yue's face. Wow, she looks exactly like me. Truly a remarkable item for deception. Incredible. Sheng Zhao marveled repeatedly. But before she could catch her breath, Guan Yue, lying on the bed, suddenly began to twitch on the right side of her face, her mouth contorting uncontrollably, drool escaping. Sheng Zhao pointed at her, eyes wide. What's wrong with her? The system's voice was devoid of emotion. Oh. That must be the side effect of the inferior product. It causes facial spasms, resembling a stroke. Sheng Zhao. That's not good, is it? Especially while wearing her face. If someone familiar sees her, it could ruin her reputation. She, a dignified female official, twitching like this. How disgraceful. Never mind. There's no time to waste. It will have to do. She arranged Guan Yue into a sleeping beauty pose, casually placing a pen in her hand and setting a notebook beside her, disguising her as someone who had fallen asleep while diligently working on a case. The system hesitantly inquired, Host, is this a bit too extravagant? Sheng Zhao waved her hand dismissively. You wouldn't understand. Zhou will surely think I've collapsed from exhaustion while handling a case, allowing him to lower his guard. System. Host, you are so clever. I admire you. What brilliant ideas. Zhao, I'll stick with you in the next life. Host, they're almost here. We can escape through the back window. Zhou cannot perform lightness skills. He has prepared a ladder here, intending to flee after completing his task. Timing is everything, and Sheng Zhao immediately climbed through the window. However, she did not descend via the ladder. Instead, she propped it up, climbing to the rooftop. She also securely closed the window, ensuring it could only be opened from the inside. After a moment's hesitation, she thought it convenient to hide the ladder on the roof as well. On this dark and windy night, the rooftop was the prime vantage point for witnessing the unfolding drama. Sheng Zhao crouched on the roof, using the eaves to conceal her figure. Hey look, someone has indeed arrived in the backyard. Dressed in night attire, they are surely the assassins hired by Zhou. They are about to set fire. Should we do something? We can't let them destroy this inn with so many people inside. These individuals were targeting her. If they burned the inn, it would result in casualties, which would be disastrous. The system mysteriously advised, Host, don't rush. Just wait a moment. She watched as the assassins stealthily entered the backyard, searching for suitable places to ignite a fire. The stable? A perfect location. He pulled out a fire starter, grinning malevolently as he whispered, with so much dry hay, it'll ignite easily. Once the fire spreads, the Ministry of Justice will be thrown into chaos. Approaching the stable, he ignited the fire starter and tossed it directly onto the haystack. Crackle. Sparks swiftly leaped up, flames spreading at a visible pace. The assassin nodded in satisfaction. Everything was perfect. Next, he would shout to draw attention, and then everything would go according to plan. Just as he was about to open his mouth, suddenly, Hot, hot, hot. A scream erupted from the haystack. The assassin froze, bewildered. Did the hay come to life? Suddenly, a disheveled figure sprang from the ground, frantically slapping at its backside while hopping around. Damn it! Where did this fire come from? Who made the beds so hot? This is murder. Sheng Zhao was astonished. ISNT that the waiter? What is he doing here? System. He had a quarrel with the innkeeper tonight and was punished to sleep in the stable. It was chilly at night, so he curled up in the haystack. Sheng Zhao, no wonder they say he is a hapless child. This rare encounter with an assassination attempt. The young waiter was roused from his slumber by the flames, completely oblivious to the shadowy figure of the assassin cloaked in black, mistakenly believing it was merely the result of his deep sleep.
Ah, fire.
He bellowed, his voice piercing the stillness. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized a nearby basin meant for foot washing and, without so much as a glance, hurled its contents behind him. The flames were instantly extinguished, leaving only a wisp of smoke curling into the air. The patrons of the inn, alerted by the commotion, flung open their windows to investigate. Lord Li was the first to awaken, calling out towards the courtyard. Where's the fire? The young waiter, bewildered, looked around with his basin in hand.
Oh.
It's nothing now, I've already put it out. He began to doubt whether the earlier events had been but a dream. The officials from the Ministry of Justice quickly shut their windows, disgruntled at the late-night disturbance caused by the young waiter's antics. The assassin, hidden in the shadows, was left dumbfounded. What is happening? Am I truly the only one here, replaying my actions outside the wall? The fire was ignited by me, I called out, albeit not in my own voice, yet the effect was the same. The ministry officials were roused. He glanced at the task list in his hand. Igniting the fire, check. Shouting fire, check. Attracting the attention of the ministry officials, check. Though the process was somewhat askew, the outcome was undoubtedly satisfactory. Suddenly brimming with confidence, he clapped his hands together. The plan. Perfect. He hummed a tune as he returned to claim his reward, concealing his achievements in humility. Sheng Zhao was utterly astounded, frozen atop the roof in shock, pondering, is this truly possible? Where on earth did Zhou Dong procure such an assassin? Could it be that in a bid to save costs, he resorted to employing the most mediocre of hires? Was she being underestimated? According to the original scheme, another assassin was poised to commence his performance upon hearing the fire signal, tasked with diverting the attention of the ministry officials. An assassin. The assassin has fled towards the southeast. He shouted with great vigor, deliberately utilizing his lightness of foot to dart towards the inn's southeastern direction. Clad in white to ensure he was easily visible, Sheng Zhao immediately redirected her attention, urging, look, look. This should be the second step of the plan. Meanwhile, the officials of the Ministry of Justice, cocooned in their blankets, showed no inclination to rise. Lord Li rolled over, muttering, what now? More noise? The lead official pulled the covers over his head, exasperated by the unending disturbances of the night. Lord Song, drowsily, complained, why must they create such chaos in the dead of night? Surely the ministry cannot fall for such tricks. None of the officials paid him any heed. They had eavesdropped on the true thoughts of the young Sheng and were not easily deceived. The white-clad assassin perched in a tree to the southeast waited impatiently. Yet no one came to pursue him. The inn remained eerily quiet, not even a dog barking. The white-clad assassin wondered, what is going on? He waited a while longer, perplexed by the lack of response, then scratched his head, questioning, am I not convincing enough in my act? He then raised his voice once more, this time channeling his inner strength to ensure that every guest in the inn could hear him. Help! The assassin is about to escape. Really? He is about to flee. Hurry! Suddenly, a window was flung open with a resounding crash, and the innkeeper leaned out, his bleary eyes betraying a fierce demeanor. He was furious. Why was it that he could not enjoy a moment's peace with all this talk of fire and assassins? Gripping his trusty iron spoon, which he never relinquished even in sleep, he pointed it menacingly out the window. Who dares disturb the night with such racket? Speak again, and I shall break your legs. The white-clad assassin was taken aback by the sudden outburst, nearly losing his balance in the tree. He instinctively replied, I was merely indicating that there is an assassin. You insolent wretch! The innkeeper thundered, slamming the spoon against the window frame, sending splinters flying. If you dare to disturb my sleep again, I will serve you up as a dish. Under the moonlight, the iron spoon gleamed ominously. The white-clad assassin squinted, suddenly recognizing the familiarity of the spoon. He recalled a rumor he had heard in the martial world. Could this be the legendary spoon that could determine fate? But he weakly protested. But nothing, the innkeeper growled, spinning the spoon skillfully in his hand. You have two choices, Leave now, or stay and experience my wrath. Cold sweat broke out over the assassin. The technique of shaking the mountain to frighten the tiger was notorious. He had heard tales of its ferocity. A friend from the martial world had been subjected to its might. And even years later, he had not recovered from the trauma. His wife forbade him from using iron utensils in the kitchen. And he still flinched at the sight of anything metallic. Ultimately, preserving his life was paramount. Before he could make his escape, the innkeeper hefted a flower pot from the windowsill and hurled it toward the source of the noise. Get lost. The white-clad assassin attempted to employ his lightness of foot to evade the incoming pot, but in his haste, he lost his balance and tumbled to the ground. Rising and brushing the dirt from his clothes, he muttered, "What is this? This is nothing like what was promised." Suddenly, he paused, a glimmer of realization crossing his eyes.
Wait.
Although the process was somewhat convoluted, I did indeed shout about an assassin. And I did run towards the southeast. He stroked his chin, an epiphany dawning upon him, his eyes sparkling with insight. It must be that the ministry officials are simply too cowardly. My unparalleled acting skills must have frightened them into inaction. With this thought, the white-clad assassin straightened his posture, exuding newfound confidence. Indeed, he snapped his fingers, declaring mission accomplished. He then happily retrieved a piece of plain paper, diligently kneeling on the ground to write for some time. Perfect. He kissed his handwriting with delight, carefully folded the paper, and tucked it into the innermost pocket of his cloak. Surely, his employer would reward him handsomely for this. From her lofty perch, Sheng Zhao could only observe his movements, perhaps catching snippets of his muttered words, yet unable to discern the contents of his notes. She was growing anxious. Gigi, can you please check what he is writing? Why do today's assassins carry paper and pen for their tasks? How overly meticulous. The system responded, "Do not fret, host. Gigi will investigate." Then, the system slowly recited the contents of the page. Shouting, exceeded expectations, note. Voice resonant, roused the entire inn, emotionally charged, slight tremor added to the realism. Lightness of foot display, flawless. Note, graceful as a startled swan, akin to a celestial being. Effectiveness, exceptional. Note, the ministry was thoroughly intimidated, the innkeeper even personally inquired, illustrating the level of concern.
Huffed.
Sheng Zhao nearly toppled from the roof, laughing uncontrollably. A celestial being, indeed. And the effectiveness is exceptional? The innkeeper is about to explode with rage at him, and yet he writes that he personally inquired?
Ha ha ha.
What is this? An ancient assassin's work log? How are these individuals so utterly absurd? Could it be that Zhou Dong will withhold their payment?
Ha ha ha.
This was the first time Sheng Zhao had encountered such a comically inept assassin. It seemed she wouldn't even need to intervene to resolve the situation. Meanwhile, the officials of the ministry remained blissfully unaware, soundly asleep despite the ongoing antics of the assassins, likely exhausted from a day of travel. Meanwhile, on a hill not far from the inn, Zhou Dong paced restlessly, anxious about the return of the two highly paid experts. What could be taking them so long? Just as he pondered this, the black-clad assassin returned, humming a tune, "Zhou Tangzhu, it's all taken care of." Shortly thereafter, the white-clad assassin appeared, bouncing with exuberance, and a chicken leg pilfered from the kitchen dangling from his mouth. "Zhou Tangzhu, my side is perfectly wrapped up too." Zhou Dong eyed the duo with skepticism. Really? What about the people from the Ministry of Punishment? They were utterly terrified by us. The white-clad assassin interjected eagerly. The black-clad assassin nodded vigorously. Indeed. The fire has been set, the cries have been raised, and the plan was executed flawlessly. Zhou Dong's expression softened with satisfaction as he reviewed the task records of the two assassins, his spirits lifting even higher. He adjusted his attire, a confident smile gracing his face. Splendid. It seems everything is proceeding according to plan. The fire has started, the assassins have made their noise. And the Ministry of Punishment must be in disarray. Now is the perfect moment for me to slip in unnoticed and deal with that scoundrel who has bullied my sister. Sheng Zhao lay atop the roof, squinting her eyes and swinging her legs in boredom. The system chirped, "Hey, host, look. The main character has arrived." Sheng Zhao narrowed her eyes, and by the light of the moon, she indeed spotted a tall, slender man approaching the inn. Clad in a satin long robe with a gilded belt around his waist, resembling a wealthy merchant at first glance. However, his eyes darted around shiftily, his furtive glances betraying a more dubious intent. Gigi, could that be Zhou Dong? He dresses like a gentleman, but he looks like a thief. How can he be a leader with that appearance? The system replied, "Host, don't underestimate him. That outfit cost him quite a bit. And he rented it from a pawn shop." Is he that impoverished? Renting clothes? Sheng Zhao scoffed. How could he run a so-called knowledge hall if he can afford to hire assassins but not buy decent clothing? TSK. How can he maintain so many people with such meager resources? Suddenly, a thought struck her. Gigi, why did he not simply hire assassins to kill me directly, but instead employ them to divert attention, only to come himself to finish the job? Does he harbor such a grudge against me that he must take matters into his own hands? The system responded, in this line of work, one must hire killers who have blood on their hands. Host, you must understand, there are different prices for different types of contracts. Sheng Yao, Chapter 92, a series of unfortunate events in the assassination. A seamless combination of moves executed with grace. Is he truly that destitute? Aren't they supposed to be making a fortune gathering intelligence? The system interjected. In reality, he is merely the nominal leader of the knowledge hall, while a true boss operates behind the scenes. Most of their earnings go to this boss, leaving little for them to share, and even less for Zhou Dong. As they conversed, Zhou Dong had already reached the Inn-S entrance. He looked up at the sign Nuiju. Indeed, this was the place. However, upon closer inspection, he found the Inn-S doors tightly closed, the surroundings eerily silent. There should be chaos by now, as per the plan. The fire should have ignited, and the Ministry of Punishment ought to be in pursuit of the assassins, allowing him to blend in amidst the turmoil and discreetly eliminate that female official.
Yet now,
it was as quiet as a graveyard. Zhou Dong furrowed his brow tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Hadn't those two experts assured him everything was handled? He had already settled their fees, and they had confidently guaranteed success. He glanced around, attempting to discern the whereabouts of the assassins, but saw not a single trace of them. Was the fire not set?
Impossible.
The black-clad assassin had claimed to have witnessed the sparks fly. Was the shouting ineffective? Unlikely. The white-clad assassin had boasted that their cries echoed throughout the inn. Surely, the Ministry of Punishment had heard. Could it be that the Ministry had seen through this ploy? He slapped his thigh in realization. The old foxes in the Ministry must have discerned this as a tactic to lure them away, hence their deliberate inaction. Upon this epiphany, Zhou Dong felt a surge of self-satisfaction, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Oh, did you think you could outsmart me? Since the Ministry was not emerging, he would masquerade as a regular patron, slipping in to assess the situation. If the Ministry was genuinely on high alert, he would seek another opportunity, for they would not act against a commoner without evidence. Should a chance present itself post-restriction, he would strike decisively. Sheng Zhao grinned mischievously. Oh, he does have some adaptability. But alas, he has overlooked a crucial detail. I am no longer in the room, and the one lying in bed is his dear sister. Zhou Dong took a deep breath, adjusted his collar, and composed himself, striving to appear as an earnest merchant. He even produced a bulging pouch from his sleeve to hang at his waist, wielding a fan inscribed with characters in his hand. Wait, doesn't he have some silver coins? Quite a bit, indeed. The system clarified, oh, actually, it's filled with stones to create an illusion, and the characters on the fan are just his own scribbles. Sheng Zhao, is it truly possible to prepare so thoroughly? It appears he has put in considerable effort. Knock. Knock, knock. Zhou Dong lightly tapped the door with the ribs of his fan, altering his voice to sound as soft and courteous as possible. Innkeeper? Is there a vacant room? I seek lodgings. Inside, there was no response. Zhou Dong furrowed his brows tightly, steeling himself as he fished out 2 pieces of silver. He jingled them in his hand, then waved them at the crack of the door, deliberately creating a crisp sound of coins clinking together. I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour. Please accept this small sum. In the next moment, the door creaked open, revealing a sleepy and attendant with a messy hairdo, who asked groggily, "Who's there?" "Oh, silver." Sheng Zhao was speechless. What a clever tactic aimed directly at the innkeeper. Upon seeing the door open, Zhou Dong instantly donned an exaggeratedly affable expression, executing his performance with a finesse that was nothing short of fluid. What a fine young man you are. I sincerely bow to you. Such an impressive figure. Your forehead is full, and your features are well defined. You must be the backbone of this establishment. In my years of traveling, I have yet to encounter a steward as distinguished as you. He continued to advance, the silver coins in his hand jingling enticingly. The innkeeper rubbed his eyes, somewhat awakened by such flattery, and squinted at the enthusiastic merchant before him. Zhou Dong persisted in his charade. I am a silk merchant from the capital, racing to deliver an urgent shipment to Lingjiang Prefecture. I had instructed my assistants to depart early, but I ended up missing my lodging. Sheng Zhao rolled her eyes from the rooftop. Is he spinning tales so effortlessly? Look at how late it is. He feigned exhaustion, sighing dramatically as he extended the coins forward. "I would greatly appreciate your assistance." Just as the innkeeper was about to take the coins, he felt something was off. He squinted again, scrutinizing the seemingly amiable merchant. The man was indeed good-looking. Yet while he spoke of his arduous journey, his boots were impeccably clean, and his words were an endless stream of flattery. Suddenly, the innkeeper recalled the young girl who resided in room number 2. Her sister had been deceived by a man who eloped with her. Described as a gambler with a charming face, skilled in the art of deceit, who had lured the girl away only to sell her into debt. This man before him fit the description perfectly. A chill ran down his spine. Could it be that the gambler had pursued them so swiftly? Surely he was after the 2 sisters. No. If he was here, he would not allow such a vile act to transpire. He had to keep him steady. The young attendant suddenly donned a radiant smile filled with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Dear guest, please wait a moment. I shall prepare your room right away." With that, he dashed towards the innkeeper's quarters. The innkeeper, deep in slumber, was jolted awake by the attendant's vigorous shaking and was about to express his ire when the attendant, lowering his voice, whispered urgently in his ear, "Innkeeper, a grave matter has arisen. That gambling scoundrel who traffics in young women has arrived. He is right at our inn's doorstep." "What scoundrel? What does it have to do with me?" The innkeeper, suppressing his irritation, pondered the misfortune that had befallen him today. Why was it that 1, 2, 3 individuals were incessantly disturbing his peace? His hand stealthily reached for the iron spoon beside his pillow, contemplating the possibility of simply incapacitating the attendant to secure a good night's rest. Seeing that the innkeeper showed no inclination to engage, the attendant grew increasingly anxious. That gambler might possess some skill. Such a depraved individual could very well commit unspeakable acts. What would become of those 2 sisters? Moreover, there were numerous female guests at the inn. What if he set his sights on someone else? Chuer was also asleep within the inn. In a moment of desperation, he exclaimed, "Innkeeper, he was inquiring about Chuer just now. He claimed he had long known of a beautiful maiden residing in this inn and expressed a desire to meet her. He is no good man. He specializes in luring young maidens to elope, only to sell them off to pay his gambling debts. Chuer is so innocent. What if she falls into his trap? Chuer is your daughter. You cannot turn a blind eye to her." "What? Someone seeks to abduct Chuer." The innkeeper was instantly alert. Chapter 93 Huh? Barefoot on scorching iron? Hanging from a tree while being bitten by dogs? Pulling out fingernails while shelling melon seeds?
Me?
Sheng Zhao watched as the attendant entered. Inquiring of the system, this foolish child truly went to prepare a room for him? The system replied, "Host, the attendant is quite clever. He has already grown suspicious of him." "Is that true? The attendant suspects him of being an assassin?" The system clarified, "No. He believes that Zhou Dong is the gambler who traffics your sister, and he has gone to summon the innkeeper to apprehend him." Sheng Zhao's eyelids twitched in surprise. "What? That gambler was merely a figment of her imagination." This misunderstanding could escalate. However, she soon considered that this might not be entirely detrimental. After all, Zhou Dong had already killed 3 people. His current mission to Linjiang Prefecture was to capture him. Now, with malicious intent to assassinate her, any accusation would suffice for his arrest. If necessary, she would discreetly provide hints to the authorities, leading them to discover that he was the serial killer plaguing Linjiang Prefecture. A delightful surprise for her companions in the Department of Justice. With a smirk, Sheng Zhao applauded her own cunning plan in her mind. Meanwhile, the innkeeper was wide awake. Throwing off the covers, and without bothering to put on his shoes, he leaped out of bed, gripping the iron spoon tightly in his hand, his knuckles cracking ominously. He demanded, "Where's that scoundrel?" The attendant, seeing the innkeeper finally riled, hurriedly added embellishments. "He was waiting right at the door. That fellow has a charming appearance and excels at sweet-talking. He even slipped me some silver, attempting to gain access to Chuer's room." Veins bulged on the innkeeper's forehead. What audacious wretch dares to lay eyes on Chuer? He must not wish to live. He declared, "If I do not bash his skull into 8 pieces today, I shall not bear the surname Zhang." The attendant, witnessing the innkeeper's fierce demeanor, quickly intervened. "Innkeeper, that rogue is quite cunning. We must approach stealthily to prevent his escape." Taking a deep breath, the innkeeper struggled to restrain his fury, gritting his teeth as he hissed, "Let us go. We shall circle around through the back door and catch him off guard." If he allowed this man to flee, he would no longer have a place in Shortstory town. Fortunately, the innkeeper's quarters had 2 doors, one leading directly to the main hall and the other to the back entrance. He typically used these 2 doors to catch the attendant slacking off, launching surprise attacks that left the attendant completely unprepared. The attendant had long since grown to loathe these two doors. However, today they would serve a purpose. The two planned to circumvent through the back to encircle their target and pin him down. Meanwhile, Zhou Dong stood at the entrance, waiting for quite some time without seeing the attendant return, sneering to himself. As expected, there is treachery afoot. Fortunately, I was prepared. He cautiously scanned his surroundings, ensuring no one was in sight before swiftly making his way up the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor, he quickly located room Tianzi number 2, gently pushing the door open. Sheng Zhao, unable to see his figure, immediately lifted a tile from her ceiling, squinting downwards. The room was shrouded in darkness, with only a few beams of moonlight seeping through the window cracks, rendering visibility difficult. Before Sheng Zhao could voice her thoughts, Zhou Dong produced a fire starter, igniting it with a swift motion. In the dim light, he discerned a slender figure lying on the bed, hair somewhat disheveled, clutching a half-unrolled scroll, with a pen having fallen to the ground. Clearly, this person had dozed off while working. Such a sight, and yet they aspired to hold an official position? What a farce! It seemed the prepared incense would not even be needed. Zhou Dong retrieved a portrait from his pocket, carefully comparing it against the figure on the bed in the flickering light. Suddenly, shock coursed through him, causing his hand to tremble and nearly drop the fire starter onto the bed. The person on the bed had their mouth twitching incessantly, their entire face contorted, with a suspicious, transparent liquid trickling from the corners of their mouth. Had they been possessed? Regardless, it mattered not. Whether possessed or not, they would be killed. Aside from the peculiar convulsions, the person's face and features matched exactly with those in the portrait. It was undoubtedly her, Sheng Zhao. There was no doubt. You vile woman, daring to humiliate my sister, today shall be your last. The system interjected. Host, would you like to know why Zhou Dong harbors such animosity towards you? Indifferently, Sheng Zhao replied, Isn't it because I imprisoned a sister? Sheng Zhao had always found this matter perplexing. She had previously inquired of the system, which had also indicated that it was due to the imprisonment of his sister. However, Guan Yue was merely a servant of the Sheng family, and keeping her confined had not deprived her of food and drink, nor had it subjected her to the harsh labor she had endured previously in Sheng Rui's courtyard. No matter how one looked at it, she hardly deserved a death sentence, did she? Was it truly worth Zhou Dong's relentless pursuit to kill her? The system elucidated, recently. Through his organization, Zhou Dong located his sister Guan Yue and managed to establish contact with her. Guan Yue secretly sent him a letter. In the letter, she complained about her brother, stating that ever since she had come to the Sheng residence, she had been tormented to the point of wishing for death, mentioning that during the harsh winter, you forced her to walk barefoot on scorching iron plates, resulting in her feet festering, while you deemed her cries too noisy and ordered her mouth to be sewn shut for 3 days. Sheng Zhao gasped. What? Me? Her eyes widened. Could this be the original plot? It shouldn't be. In the original story, Guan Yue had remained in Sheng Rui's courtyard. Was she being mistreated there? No, that couldn't be. In the original plot, she had captured the heart of the crown prince, and Sheng Rui had not mistreated her at all. This was surely her fabrications. The system continued. She claimed that due to her talents, she had won the favor of the crown prince, and that you, out of jealousy, had sabotaged her efforts, even going so far as to bind her to a tree and unleashing ferocious dogs to maul her, leaving her covered in wounds that bled and festered, causing her to lose sleep every night. It was also mentioned that you had pulled out all her fingernails and soaked them in salt water, resulting in her fingers festering, and then forced her to shell melon seeds with her injured hands. Sheng Zhao seethed. Shell her? Who would dare eat bloodied melon seeds? She sat up straight on the rooftop, incensed. In her letter, she also lamented that if it weren't for you, she would have been the crown prince's consort by now, making Zhou Dong the brother-in-law of the crown prince. She desperately pleaded for Zhou Dong to kill you. If he could not, she requested a swift end to her suffering, lest she be left in such a state that she could not even have a complete corpse and would have to be reborn to be siblings once more. Upon hearing this, Zhou Dong was beside himself with rage. The immense fortune had been destroyed by you, and now you torment his sister so cruelly that she is driven to the brink of death. He knelt before the graves of his deceased parents and swore thrice that he would certainly kill you. Sheng Zhao's head was spinning. No wonder Zhou Dong had gone to such lengths. He was determined to take her life. It turns out that Guan Yue had orchestrated such a sinister scheme. Barefoot on a scorching iron plate, hanging from a tree and being bitten by dogs, having her nails pulled out and soaked in salt water? When had she ever done such things? Surely, these are the very tortures Guan Yue wishes to inflict upon me? System. Host, you've grasped the truth. She likely dreams of tormenting you in this manner every single night. Sheng Zhao. Chapter 94. The Ministry of Justice in Ruins. Young Master Sheng's tragic death sends everyone into a frenzy. System. If this letter were to circulate, host, the citizens of the entire Dejing would hurl rotten vegetables at you in the streets. Sheng Zhao took a deep breath. Where is this letter now? We must find a way to obtain it and destroy it first. System. Zhou Dong, fearing an unsuccessful assassination attempt, has left a contingency plan. He concealed the letter within the corpse of Lai Yude's son, whom he murdered, intending for the Ministry of Justice to discover it during the autopsy, thus forcing it into the public eye. Lai Yud, suspecting foul play in his son's death, has forbidden anyone but the Ministry of Justice from examining the body. And Zhou Dong exploited this to hide the letter on him, ensuring the matter would reach the court directly. Sheng Zhao was infuriated. Guan Yue was indeed cunning, even manipulating her own brother. It seemed they were both waiting for her. Humph. Even if the court investigates, without evidence or witnesses, can Guan Yue's one-sided accusations and a mere letter condemn me? System. Host, have you forgotten about the magistrate's office? They can infiltrate every street and alley to gather intelligence. Spreading a rumor is quite simple. Even in the absence of concrete evidence, slander can drown a person. Moreover, if Guan Yue were to die en route, coupled with this letter, wouldn't it only serve to solidify suspicions of your guilt and the notion of silencing witnesses? Sheng Zhao was precisely worried about this. In this era, quelling rumors was no simple task. If ill-intentioned individuals were to exploit this situation, her future days would surely be filled with incessant gossip. She resolved to set out at dawn and ride swiftly to the Ministry of Justice to intercept that letter. Although she feared no rumors, having done nothing wrong, she still wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. Wouldn't it be better to nip the problem in the bud? Meanwhile, on the roof, a heated discussion was ongoing. In the room, Zhou Dong fixed his gaze upon the person on the bed. His eyes filled with malice as he drew a dagger. He struck 3 swift and merciless blows, each plunging into the heart. Blood instantly soaked the bedding, and the person on the bed convulsed violently. Sheng Zhao, did you ever consider that while you tormented my sister to the brink of death, this day would come? A person with a heart as venomous as yours cannot compare to even a fraction of my sister's worth. He suddenly recalled how this wretched person had interfered with his sister's prospects with the crown prince, preventing him from becoming the crown prince's brother-in-law, further inflaming his rage. As if unsatisfied, he turned back and thrust the dagger into the person on the bed repeatedly. Wretched creature, it is all your fault. You robbed me of my wealth and honor. To dismember you would be a mere trifle. The person on the bed, in excruciating pain, finally awakened, struggling to open her eyes, only to see the person before her. Guan Yue trembled, covering her heart with her hand, yet the blood could not be contained. She stared incredulously at the person before her, her face merging with the memories of a familiar visage. Brother? She reached out her bloodied hand to grasp Zhou Dong's, only to have it pierced by his dagger, which he disdainfully flung away. He sneered, now you plead for mercy? It's too late. Calling for father is futile. Guan Yue attempted to speak, but the blood in her throat choked her airway, rendering her voiceless. Ultimately, her hand fell limply, and she breathed her last. Zhou Dong gazed into the gradually dimming pupils of the person before him, a smile creeping across his lips. A wave of vindictive ecstasy surged within him. At last, he had avenged his sister. Now, he would head to the capital to rescue her from the Sheng residence. Downstairs, the innkeeper and a waiter flanked the rear courtyard, but the entrance was already devoid of any figures. The waiter, wielding a cleaver, cursed under his breath. This is bad. He must have gone to that girl's room. The innkeeper kicked in frustration. You fool. Why didn't you close the door behind you? Were you afraid he wouldn't be able to enter? He was truly exasperated by the waiter's stupidity. Armed with a metal spoon and a cleaver, they rushed upstairs, kicking open the door. The moment they burst in, the waiter beheld the young girl lying in a pool of blood, his eyes nearly popping out in horror. Beast, what have you done? Isn't this the girl who spoke to him earlier today? How could this be? Did this gambler know that the young girl had rescued her sister and come for revenge? He glanced at the empty sack in the corner. No. This girl was larger than the young girl. It must be her sister. It was only natural for the two sisters to resemble each other. The innkeeper was furious. How dare someone commit murder in his inn? Did he think he could get away with it? He pointed his metal spoon at Zhou Dong. You vile scoundrel. If you can't have it, you destroy it. Is that it? Dare you to kill in my establishment? Are you next planning to harm my daughter? The innkeeper swung the spoon violently, while the waiter, enraged, picked up a stool and hurled it at Zhou Dong. Zhou Dong, agile, parried with his dagger. narrowly avoiding slashing the waiter's throat. The sounds of the scuffle jolted the Ministry of Justice awake, as everyone listened intently. It's young Master Sheng's room. This is bad. Could the murderer from Linjiang Mansion have come to the inn? Everyone rushed to don their clothes, grabbing weapons as they sprinted towards room number 2. Lord Li Jiao, the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Justice, was the closest and arrived first, one hand gripping his sword while the other adjusted his trousers, anxiously inquiring, "What has happened?" His words trailed off abruptly. He froze in place, his gaze landing on the person lying in the pool of blood on the bed, the familiar face devoid of color, multiple gaping wounds on the chest, an utterly horrifying sight. This is death with eyes wide open. Lord Li's legs buckled, and he knelt. It's over. This was his first assignment with young Master Sheng, and now young Master Sheng is dead. The officials of the Ministry of Justice, including Lord Song and Captain Wei, along with the constables, arrived one after another. The leading official collapsed to the ground, rolling his eyes as if about to faint. "Hurry. Someone pinch me awake. This must be a dream." Lord Song trembled as he reached to check for a pulse, his entire being deflating as he sank to the ground. It's over. There's no saving her. She has already drawn her last breath. The constables, faces ashen, began contemplating where they would be buried. "Ha ha ha. Sheng Zhao. You deserve this. Ha ha ha." Zhou Dong reveled in the sight of the Ministry of Justice officials, their hearts in despair, and let out a raucous laugh. Lord Li's eyes turned cold as he slowly rose.
Someone.
"Capture this villain alive. I want to personally execute him in honor of young Master Sheng." The innkeeper and the waiter were startled by this proclamation. Young Master Sheng? That young girl's sister is an official? His crimes were about to escalate tremendously. Zhou Dong snorted coldly, turning to elegantly push open the window, preparing to flee as planned. However, his foot missed the ladder, and he fell directly into the backyard. Captain Wei, accompanied by 4 constables, immediately closed in. Zhou Dong, having sprained his ankle, could not run far, and was soon dragged back like a beaten dog by the furious constables. Just as the mood among the officials of the Ministry of Justice had plummeted, a sudden voice broke through the tension. "Host, if you do not make an appearance soon, they might as well erect a tombstone for you." Ji, cease your urging. Do you think I desire to remain hidden? It was merely a moment of excitement that caused me to inadvertently kick the ladder down. How am I to descend now? I lack the skills of lightness. And this is truly exasperating. The officials of the Ministry of Justice. Chapter 95. The crowd engages in a subtle performance. What does it matter if everyone dotes on her? The officials were bewildered, for did they not just hear the voice of Lord Shaosheng? Yet the figure lying on the bed was none other than Lord Shaosheng. Upon closer inspection, they noted that while the visage was identical, the physique appeared markedly different. Lord Li, who had previously worn a furrowed brow, suddenly relaxed, his sorrow dissipating and giving way to astonishment and then unbridled joy. His entire countenance seemed poised to break into a smile, which he forcefully suppressed, ultimately restoring his usual solemn expression. Though the slight reddening of his eyes betrayed his current emotional state. Lord Shaosheng is alive. How splendid! The fluctuations of life are truly remarkable. The once slumped figure of the chief now stood tall, and even breathing felt markedly lighter. He had always known. Lord Shaosheng was the good fortune of Dejing. How could such a person perish so easily? The officials of the ministry were on the verge of tears of joy. The previously tense atmosphere had relaxed considerably, and they exchanged silent glances, each reflecting the same joy and relief. Lord Song discreetly turned away, unsure if he was wiping away sweat or tears. Several constables, their hands gripping their swords, trembled slightly as the air in the room transformed into a buoyant one, the earlier atmosphere of grief vanishing completely. Everyone maintained a tacit silence, yet their hearts sang in celebration. It was truly wonderful that Lord Shaosheng was unharmed. Hearing the familiar voice of the young lady, the waiter exhaled slowly. Upon entering, he had not seen her and feared she too had fallen victim. Now that he learned she was safe, he too felt a sense of relief. However, upon turning, he was met with the joyful expressions of the crowd, leaving him utterly baffled. What in the world were they so pleased about? He could comprehend their relief at the young lady's survival, but had they not noticed that the woman on the bed had passed away? Were they not here to rescue her from the clutches of a gambler? Why did they seem as though they had narrowly escaped calamity? Did they truly not care for her fate? As this realization dawned on him, the waiter regarded the crowd with a mixture of skepticism and a hint of coldness. What was this? Did her elopement grant them immunity from familial disgrace? How utterly antiquated! He knew all too well that those from prominent families prioritized profit above all else, treating lives with scant regard. Sheng Zhao, unable to descend from the rooftop, paced anxiously. Peering through a gap in the tiles, she could only see the officials of the ministry discreetly wiping their tears, an unprecedented pang of guilt stirring within her. Gigi. It seems the ministry truly cherishes me. Look at them, believing I am dead, and they are weeping. I never imagined everyone could be so loyal. System. Host. After all, they are colleagues. It is only natural they would feel sorrow. Imagine if Lord Li were to die, you too would be heartbroken. Sheng Zhao envisioned a scene in her mind where Lord Li was grievously wounded, slowly collapsing, and nodded in agreement. Indeed. Lord Li, I thank you for your vivid imagination. System. Host, if all else fails, simply call out for help. They will surely assist you in descending. Sheng Zhao waved her hand dismissively. Such a notion is preposterous. I am a distinguished inspector. Should it become known that I was caught in a predicament atop the roof, how could I possibly navigate life in the capital thereafter? Just imagine, I call for help, everyone looks up and discovers me clinging to the roof like a gecko. The system interjected with a timely quip, and then you shall earn a new moniker, the dried meat inspector, implying you dangle from the roof like cured meat. The dried meat inspector? Absolutely not. Sheng Zhao found that utterly unacceptable. Gigi, if I leap down, will I not end up crippled? If I am indeed disabled, might I retire early? System. That should not be the case. You are still young. Retirement is far off. However, should you break a leg, you could still attend court from a wheelchair, thus cultivating an aura of maturity beyond your years. Sheng Zhao, the waiter and the innkeeper suddenly awakened from their stupor. What had that young lady just claimed? She was an inspector? These individuals were officials of the ministry? Could it be that the matter of the gambler abducting young women had reached the court, prompting the authorities to dispatch personnel to apprehend the criminal? No wonder a few among them displayed such exceptional skills. They must be from the law enforcement. The court has sent so many to apprehend the culprit. Surely the captured thief is heinous, and the young lady lying on the bed is likely no saint. Perhaps it is a scheme to lure the enemy in deeper. RN, a haven for female travelers, has indeed become extraordinary, attracting even the court's attention. The officials were acutely aware that Sheng Zhao might peek through the tiles at any moment to observe the situation within the room. Meanwhile, they were dramatically mourning over the corpse of Guan Yu, yet secretly, each one of them was alert, eager not to miss any crucial information. The notion of Lord Xiaosheng being disabled was intolerable. It must not be allowed. Sheng Zhao hesitantly inquired, Gigi, if they are indeed officials of the ministry, they must possess considerable experience. They will surely search the backyard, correct? The system conducted an analysis. Logically, the search of the scene, including the rooftop, is standard procedure. You may remain there for a while longer. Perhaps they will discover you soon. The officials' eyes brightened. Indeed, they could proactively unearth Lord Xiaosheng. Since Lord Xiaosheng preferred not to have them witness her disheveled appearance, what of it if they doted on her? They merely wished for her survival. The chief, struck by inspiration, immediately coughed into his fist. After all, the innkeeper and the waiter had already heard Lord Xiaosheng's thoughts. Her identity was thoroughly exposed, and there was no longer anything to conceal. Ahem. Lord Li, I suddenly believe this case has its ambiguities. Lord Li responded swiftly, solemnly inquiring, Oh, what ambiguities are present? The chief stroked his chin, adopting a contemplative expression. The murderer was able to infiltrate the inn and commit the crime silently, suggesting that there must be accomplices aiding him. Yet, he was the only one apprehended, which is indeed suspicious. The bound Zhidong smirked inwardly. Let them investigate. Even if they turned the world upside down, they would find nothing. Although currently captured, he was far from anxious, for this group had to travel to Lingjiang Prefecture for further inquiries, and should he be taken along, there would surely be someone to rescue him. Lord Song stepped forward, resolutely continuing the dialogue. Indeed, I too found it peculiar. The murderer evidently lacks the skills of lightness. So, why would he choose to escape through the window? Was he perhaps prepared in advance? The officials of the ministry exchanged fervent glances, silently giving Lord Song a thumbs up. Yes, yes. The ladder. The ladder. Let us follow the lead to the ladder. Captain Wei drew his weapon, exclaiming in anger, Search. We must conduct a thorough investigation. Lord Li stood with his hands clasped behind his back, issuing a direct command. All personnel of the ministry, heed my orders. Immediately search the inn inside and out. Allow no suspicious item to escape scrutiny. Yes,